No one, not even in their dreams, thought that Lady Lan, who had been a corpse for over half a month, would suddenly go mad. She behaved strangely and sought to end her life. She pushed away the maid and rushed toward a huge millennium orchid in front of her. Qin Su and the others in front were caught off guard. Meanwhile, Qi Lin, who was protecting her from behind, never expected his mother would try to die. When everyone realized what was happening, they saw Lady Lan push the maid aside and embrace the nearest millennium orchid. She looked at the orchid with a crazy, obsessed gaze and wore a terrifying smile. "Sir, you came to find me. You found me. I caught you." Over 200 people were all shocked by Lady Lan's madness. "Mother." "No!" Qi Lin shouted in panic, trying to rush forward to save her. But Qin Su reacted quickly, teleporting in front of Qi Lin and stopping him. Soon, the entire team was thrown into chaos. The horses and mules nearly got scared and panicked. The procession came to a halt. Fortunately, earlier, when they entered the Millennium Orchid area, Qin Su had told everyone to hold their horses and mules tightly, so no animals were harmed or trampled. "Mother, why are you doing this?" Qi Lin's eyes turned red with disbelief, his gaze wide with shock as he stared at his only family member in the world. Lady Lan slowly turned her head, her hollow eyes showing no sign of Qi Lin. She smiled faintly at him and said something shocking. "Brother Lin, I found your father. I want to go with him. Don't stop me." Everyone gasped in shock. Her words revealed that she was fully conscious, but clearly wanted to die and had no desire to live. "Stop!" Qi Lin broke down and rushed forward. Qin Su quickly responded, delivering a swift hand strike. Qi Lin rolled his eyes and fainted immediately. Then Qin Su carried him and threw him onto a mule cart. At this moment, Lady Lan acted like a frantic woman, tightly holding the 1,000-year orchid, talking to herself. "Master, don't leave so quickly. Wait for me. I will follow soon, madam." The maid Channing suddenly knelt down, feeling guilty, tears streaming down her face. "It's all my fault for not stopping you." Mrs. Rong also shed tears, staring at Lady Lan without blinking. She understood why Lady Lan was desperate to die. Both the Duke and the Marquis were good men. Unlike others with multiple wives and concubines, they loved only their wives and children. Women loved by their husbands are the luckiest and happiest in the world. But when a husband dies, it's like the sky falling for the wife. Especially when the husband died so tragically. Mrs. Rong had also lost her husband, so her world had collapsed too. But she remembered one thing. If she acted like Lady Lan, desperate or suicidal, her children would suffer twice as much. She had lost her husband, but for Qin Su, Qin Xian, and the half-month-old Qin Yu, they had lost both parents. She couldn't be so selfish. How could she add double pain to her children? Mrs. Rong wiped her tears and softly said to Lady Lan, "You're too selfish." Hearing this, Lady Lan trembled and stiffly turned to look at Mrs. Rong. Both women had similar experiences, yet she was trapped in darkness, unable to escape. Mrs. Rong, however, had broken free from darkness and was in the light. They were like opposite sides of a coin, a stark contrast. "Your death would be a complete end, but your son will suffer," Mrs. Rong sighed. "Finally," she said, "since you are so determined to die, go in peace. Later, Brother Su and I will take care of your son." She didn't try to persuade Lady Lan not to die because someone determined to end their life couldn't be convinced. Lady Lan's hollow eyes suddenly filled with tears as she looked at Qi Lin on the cart, and finally, tears burst forth like a fountain. "Tell Brother Lin that I and his father are sorry for him," Lady Lan said through her tears. Suddenly, she stood up and walked into the vast area of the 1,000-year orchids, away from everyone. It was as if she wanted to bury herself alone in the world of the orchids. "Madam, don't go. The young master will be devastated when he wakes up." Channing tried to rush forward and hold Lady Lan back, but Rong's maid, Xiao Lan, immediately grabbed her tightly. Master Rong also spoke firmly, saying, "Stop trying to persuade her. Let her go. Maybe living is a torment for her, and dying would be her relief. Everyone heard this and, including Xin Jiao Jiao, Su Sijin, and all the women, couldn't help but shed tears. Qin Su also looked at Master Rong with concern. He was afraid that one day, Master Rong might suddenly decide to leave him. When Lady Lan desperately sought to die and moved further away from the group, her figure becoming smaller and smaller, Master Rong stepped forward to lead and made a firm decision. Brother Su, keep moving forward. If Qilin wants to blame someone, let him blame me. Mother, you. Qin Su wanted to ask if she was also feeling hopeless. Master Rong understood and shook her head, saying, the deceased are gone. The living must continue. I'm fine. After a moment, she urged, let's keep going. We have hundreds of thousands of people behind us, and we shouldn't delay. With that, she turned and walked ahead. Everyone reacted and sighed. Those leading horses and mules started moving. But their eyes kept fixed on Lady Lan's shrinking figure in the distance. No one expected that someone in their team would die, especially one of the noble ladies. Su Sha also kept moving forward while watching Lady Lan's figure. Actually, if they had pulled Lady Lan back at this moment, they could have saved her life. But as Master Rong said, a person who desperately wants to die is suffering, and no matter how they try to stop her, they can't. Unless there is something that makes Lady Lan want to live, her heartache is beyond cure. The team of over 200 people, feeling heavy-hearted, continued their journey through the Millennium Orchid area. However, Su Sha and Qin Su didn't know that the fleeing refugees behind them were also facing many problems. Those villagers who ate the medicinal watermelon finally fell ill. They vomited and had diarrhea, and over 10,000 people stopped moving. They all sat down in the Millennium Orchid area, looking devastated, crying and waiting for death. Meanwhile, some bad people in the marching group used the Millennium Orchid to commit murders. A noble daughter, jealous of her fiancé, took advantage of her family's legitimate daughter being unprepared and pushed her into the Millennium Orchid. There were also cases where brothers betrayed each other. One brother suddenly stabbed his older brother from behind. But because they were fleeing and outside their own home, no one dared to intervene or seek justice. So, that older brother died mysteriously, killed by his own cruel younger brother. Over 1 million people fleeing famine kept moving forward, constantly facing death along the way. It wasn't until dusk that the group finally left the Millennium Orchid area. They discovered that the area stretched for 80 miles. Moreover, the death toll, including over 10,000 people who ate the medicinal watermelon, reached more than 12,000. This means that more than 2,000 people were killed by others. At dusk, Qilin woke up as Qin Su's team set up camp. When he looked around, he didn't see his mother. A young boy, right in front of over 200 people, suddenly broke down and cried loudly. He stole a horse and was about to ride back into the Millennium Orchid area to find the Lan family. Don't stop him. Let him go. Rongshi saw Qin Su trying to stop Qilin and immediately shouted. The Millennium Orchid area covers 80 miles, and it was already dark. The Lan family was desperately seeking death, so Qilin probably wouldn't find them. Losing loved ones is painful, but venting helps. With Rongshi's intervention, Qilin was free to go, and he rode away quickly. Su Hua watched Qilin's figure disappear and hesitated whether to follow him, because the Millennium Orchid was also a powerful weapon. In a war or in the end of the world, if someone steals supplies or shelter, they could leave the 80-mile Millennium Orchid as a wall or weapon, and she wouldn't need to fight. It could wipe out 1 million troops easily. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. Even a tenth of the Millennium Orchid was terrifying. Thinking of this, Su Hua decided she couldn't waste it. Such natural toxins that can confuse people are rare and precious. Once missed, there's no second chance. Mother, little lord, I can heal, I want to go see. Without hesitation, Su Hua jumped on her horse and rode off. Miss Hua, fifth young lady? Shun Jiao Jiao and Qin Su wanted to stop her, but Su Hua was quick and decisive. She did whatever she thought of. By the time they called out, she had already ridden far away. Riding in the dark, Su Hua didn't dare go too fast, and she wasn't really going to find Qi Lin's mother. While Qi Lin was desperately rushing ahead, she was slowly heading toward the Millennium Orchid area. Along the way, she saw the bonfires of the fleeing refugees and villagers digging pits to collect condensed water. Additionally, she saw that many people in the fleeing crowd looked sad, and some were even crying. But at this moment, she had an important task and didn't have time to pay attention. Su Hua rode her horse for half an hour until she reached the area of the thousand-year orchids. To avoid being seen by Qi Lin, she deliberately moved sideways for 10 miles before starting to collect the orchids. The thousand-year orchids stretch 80 miles in length and about 10 miles wide. As long as Su Hua started collecting from the outer edge, she wouldn't meet Qi Lin. And if she did, it wouldn't matter. She could just hide in her space. Su Hua rode to the edge of the area and then entered the thousand-year orchid zone. It looked like a greedy snake sweeping through and eating everything in its path. Since the orchids are 80 miles long, collecting them back and forth meant she covered about 160 miles of orchids. She estimated the number of plants and decided that collecting once on each side would be enough. While Qi Lin was searching for the blue family on the left side of the orchids, Su Hua was sweeping the right edge. She threw each mile of orchids into her space as she collected them. After about half an hour, she finished collecting one row of orchids, then happily turned around and headed back along the same path to continue collecting. Meanwhile, her space kept filling with orchids, spreading like a tide into the thick fog. The blue eyes that had disappeared were suddenly awakened. Seeing the orchids increasing rapidly and approaching, they blinked in confusion again. But this time, the orchids didn't vanish, and the blue eyes just kept staring. Su Hua returned along her path, collecting orchids as she went. After another half hour, she reached her starting point and was about to head back to the camp. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of movement in the dark within the orchid area. "Who's there?" Su Hua didn't think the moving figure was the blue family. Because the blue family was heading left into the orchids, and someone who wanted to die wouldn't come to the end of the area. "Come out." Su Hua took out a large sword from her space and lit a torch. When she lit the torch, the moving figure was revealed in front of her. It turned out not to be anyone else, but Qi Lin looking for her mother. At this moment, Qi Lin was leading a horse, carrying the body of the blue family on its back. Qi Lin saw Su Hua outside the thousand-year orchid area through the firelight. He was surprised, but at this moment, he had lost his mother and had no mood to wonder why Su Hua was there. Yes, the Lan family was gone. The Lan family didn't go far, just 5 miles to the left of the center of the thousand-year orchid. But the Lan family didn't die from poisoning or illness. Instead, she secretly took a dagger from the team and cut her veins to bleed to death, speeding up her death. When Qi Lin found her, she was leaning against a thousand-year orchid, her body stiff. "Your mother?" Su Hua, under the light of the torch, saw her one hand hanging down, clearly cut through a major artery. Suddenly, she understood that Qi Lin had only found an actual corpse.
"She's dead."
"She's gone." Qi Lin had no one to share his pain. Hearing Su Hua's voice, he shouted hysterically. Su Hua frowned at his shouting, but she didn't argue now. She understood that Qi Lin wasn't yelling at her, but was overwhelmed with emotion and losing control. She was just unlucky to be caught in it. Thinking of something, she looked serious and advised, "You can't take her body back, and it's best to find a place to bury her." Also, Qi Lin and the horses had contact with the Lan family, so they must have been infected with fungi and black mold. This made her a bit worried. Unless she drove Qi Lin out of the team, she had to help clean the fungi and black mold from Qi Lin and the horses. "Are you asking me to bury my mother? You want me to bury her now?" Qi Lin seemed unable to accept this. He had finally found his mother's body, and Su Hua was telling him to bury her. Seeing Qi Lin's uncontrollable reaction, Su Hua wanted to curse. But she knew that arguing with a person who was breaking down wouldn't help. She could either turn around and leave or speak carefully around him. Finally, for the sake of more than 200 people in the camp, she thought for a moment and tried to persuade him. Why did your mother commit suicide? Maybe she just wanted to follow your father. Isn't there a saying that says rest in peace? If you don't bury her, how can she follow your father? If you really care about your mother, you should help her. Hearing the words, rest in peace, Qilin's body trembled visibly. His bright red phoenix eyes stared at Su Hua as if she was lying or deceiving him. Su Hua felt uncomfortable under his gaze and frowned. Why are you staring at me? Do you think I can lie to you? The older generation often says that when someone dies, they should be laid to rest in the ground. He paused briefly and then added, but don't bury her here. Take her far away, about 2 miles outside the city, to a place where there are no rare orchids, and bury her there. Su Hua didn't turn around or stay. She simply left. However, she stayed behind to persuade Qilin to bury the blue family member. She felt that although Qilin was annoying, he was also a pitiful person. Her father was skinned by the cruel emperor, and her only mother no longer wanted her. It's no wonder she was going crazy. Since they had been working together for a few days, she reluctantly decided to take this poor soul back and hand her over to Qin Su. In the end, Qilin finally accepted reality, realizing that even if the blue family member wasn't buried, she wouldn't come back to life. He stopped being stubborn and agreed to bury her. Su Hua watched as a young boy knelt in front of the blue family member's body, crying loudly and looking very pitiful. She sighed and helped dig a grave. When Qilin carried the body into the grave, she covered it with dirt and sand, then placed a stone on top as a makeshift headstone. She also took out 2 baked buns from her space, using them as offerings. Finally, she did her part and became part of the funeral procession, quietly standing to the side. In short, the blue family member was dead but not left to rot in the wilderness, and someone was there to see her off. Because Qilin was so sad, he didn't think about where Su Huai's shovel and offerings came from. He even mistakenly thought that Su Hua had followed him specifically to help bury the blue family member. But when he saw the 2 buns, he cried even more, lamenting, "Mother, why are you so cruel? Dad is gone, and now you're gone too. What will your son do alone in the future?" Su Hua, from her previous world, knew that her father didn't love her and her mother didn't care for her. Having parents was like not having any. She couldn't understand Qilin's pain of losing his parents. So she stayed silent, led her horse to the other side, and quietly handled her own matters while waiting. She thought that once Qilin cried enough, he would be okay. Indeed, Qilin cried for half an hour until his voice was hoarse. Then he stood up. His nasal voice thick with emotion, he said, "Let's go back." Su Hua was surprised. She didn't expect him to recover so quickly. She thought he would cry for a long time. And he even said they should go back. Had he come to terms with it? But she also understood people die. Even if he cried himself to death, the blue family member wouldn't come back to life. Su Hua pointed to a set of clean men's clothes and a water bag on the ground in front of Qilin. She said, "You need to change out of your dirty clothes first and wash your hands and face. Don't bring the poison back." Qilin hugged Lansher. His clothes were definitely moldy and black mold, so they needed to be cleaned. While Qilin was crying, Su Hua secretly threw his horse into her space to wash it with the spiritual spring. She also did other things afterward. By the time Qilin finished crying and reacted, the horse's fur was already dry. Qilin looked at the clothes and water bag on the ground, feeling stunned for a moment. Thinking that Su Hua might be here to help, and that these things were prepared early, he didn't doubt her. He picked up the water bag and washed his hands and face. Since Qilin needed to change clothes, Su Hua stuck the torch into the mud and sand, then, avoiding suspicion, led the 2 horses and left first. About the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Qilin finished changing clothes. He held the torch and looked sad as he followed. Su Hua stopped and handed one of the horse's reins to Qilin. Qilin silently took the reins and was about to get on the horse. But Su Hua suddenly grabbed his arm and sternly said, "Don't move. There is a poisonous scorpion on your back. It probably crawled onto your clothes earlier." Qilin's body stiffened at her words. Some scorpions can be deadly. If bitten, one might die unexpectedly. He kept his back straight and said nothing, knowing that Su Hua would help him remove it. He waited silently. Actually, Qilin didn't have a poisonous scorpion on him. Su Hua just made up the story to distract him and use her powers to detoxify him. She deliberately released a fake scorpion to scare him. Earlier, when Qilin was crying, she was washing the horse and also caught some poisonous insects in her space. Wait. After removing the poison from Qilin, Su Hua loosened his arm, then took a large knife and carefully scraped the fake scorpion off with the back of the blade. You're asking for death. Seeing the scorpion fall to the ground, Qilin quickly kicked it and crushed it. Crushing it wasn't enough. He stomped on it hard until it was smashed into pieces. His face was fierce, as if he had just stepped on a royal dog. Ugh. Su Hua looked at the unlucky corpse on the ground, then at Qilin's expression, and grimaced, twitching her lips. Let's go. Qilin, after killing the fake scorpion to vent his anger, jumped onto his horse, leaving behind a word and leading the horse away. He did not look back at his mother's grave the entire time, with a determined expression, as if he had made up his mind. Su Hua turned her horse around and looked at the lonely grave in the desert for a while before catching up from behind. The women, Qin Su and Rongshi, had been waiting since Su Hua and Qilin left. They waited until midnight before seeing Qilin and Su Hua return, one after the other. When Qin Su saw the clothes Qilin was wearing, her eyes narrowed slightly in confusion. Young Master Qi's original clothes were burned. The ones he's wearing now are borrowed from me and the village chief. Clean clothes. Young Master Qi is fine now. When Su Hua returned, she had already prepared her words. The clothes she gave Qilin were just plain cloth clothes worn by common villagers, and she was familiar with the two village chiefs. She used this as an excuse, shifting the blame onto the village chiefs, so no one would suspect anything. Thank you. Qin Su sincerely thanked Su Hua and immediately went to catch up with Qilin. He didn't know that Qilin had found Lady Lan. He thought Qilin was still upset about not finding her and was busy comforting himself. Fifth miss, you haven't eaten yet. Brother Su left some porridge for you. Rongshi saw her son leave and immediately ordered her maid, Xiaolan, to bring a bowl of plain porridge and handed it to Su Hua. Su Hua was indeed hungry. She took the bowl and ate quietly. After finishing, she told the women and Rongshi the news. Young Master Qi found the lady of the state, but she actually died from self-inflicted wounds with a sharp tool, losing too much blood. We buried her about 2 miles outside the 1,000-year orchid area. When Rongshi heard that Lady Lan had committed suicide by cutting her veins, her pupils shrank sharply. She knew that Lady Lan was desperate to die and had long lost the will to live. Otherwise, how could she have used a sharp tool to cut her veins? Shen Jiao also sighed deeply. She couldn't understand why, despite having a son, Lady Lan didn't want to live. But Lady Lan was already dead, so there was no point in dwelling on it now. Rongshi pondered for a moment, then expressed her gratitude sincerely. Fifth miss, thank you. At least you ensured that Qilin's mother was not left to rot in the wilderness, and someone was there to bury her. Also, thank you for bringing Qilin back. Based on her understanding of Qilin's personality, she believed that once Qilin found Lady Lan, he would want to bring her body back. She didn't know how Su Hua convinced Qilin to bury Lady Lan, but she was sure that Su Hua had helped with this. You're welcome. It was just a small effort. Su Hua shook her head, but she accepted Rongshi's thanks. Although she went to gather supplies, it was indeed her persuasion that led Qilin to bury the Blue family members. Qilin can also be considered someone she brought back. I and my mother will rest first. Madame Gua, you should rest early too. We have to travel again tomorrow. Su Hua shared the news with Rongshi. After filling her stomach, she said goodbye to Rongshi and took her mother and others back to their tent to rest. The camp is over 100 miles from Jiechi. They will definitely arrive in 2 days. Inside Jiechi, there are supplies belonging to the Dog Emperor. She needs to organize the space carefully and clear some room. When Su Hua entered her space, she threw all the daily necessities, fabrics, and various supplies from the cave into the outside. Only rice, food, fresh meat, and medicines were left inside, neatly stacked and arranged. Because she used her mind to move things, it took less than half an hour to organize everything. Looking around, there were mountains of rice, food, and fish arranged neatly inside the cave. Outside the cave, next to a small tree, there were also piles of daily necessities, fabrics, cotton clothes, quilts, firewood, charcoal, and other supplies stacked in rows. Suho was very satisfied looking at all the supplies. After feeding water and some wild grass to the horses and mules tied to the deadwood stakes outside the cave, she was about to water the second acre of land when she suddenly remembered the fresh meat she had just organized. Feeling a spontaneous urge to reward herself, she decided to make a roasted chicken. Suhua thought that watering the second acre of land with the spiritual spring was too boring. Instead of dozing off, she might as well enjoy a good meal. Being a typical doer, she acted on her thoughts immediately. She went into the cave and took a home-cooked chicken she had bought and slaughtered earlier, weighing about 3 jin, around 1.5 kilograms. She washed it thoroughly with the spiritual spring water. Then she took a ceramic bowl and prepared some salt, garlic, Sichuan pepper, black pepper, wine, and soy sauce to marinate the chicken. Speaking of soy sauce, it's worth mentioning here. In the Great Qian dynasty, there was not only soy sauce but also vinegar and soybean oil. While marinating the whole chicken, Su Hua built a fire next to the second acre of land and set up an iron stand. Roasting a chicken is very simple, just like any outdoor cookout. Soon, Su Hua pierced the marinated chicken with a sharp iron rod and placed it over the fire to roast. Then she moved a lounge chair and lay on it, turning a roast chicken with one hand while using the other to pour spiritual spring water onto a second piece of land. She looked very relaxed and happy, a stark contrast to the starving people outside, who were struggling to survive. Unaware, Su Huai didn't realize that since entering the space, those blue eyes had been watching her again. They watched her organize supplies, then watched her roast the chicken. Actually, they were fixated on the roasted chicken in her hand. As the chicken turned golden and the smell of roasted meat filled the space, the blue eyes became wild. They stared at the chicken without blinking, especially as it became more fragrant. The blue eyes changed color and glowed green. But after about an hour, when the chicken was nearly done, Su Huai applied honey and sesame seeds to the chicken under the watchful eyes. Then she wrapped the whole chicken in a piece of oil paper, tore it open, and ate happily. Su Huai was clearly skilled at eating chicken. She finished it completely, leaving only the bones. The most amusing part was that she let out a loud burp after eating. The blue eyes stared at the chicken bones scattered on the ground, their gaze almost unable to focus. But, of course, Su Huai couldn't see this. After finishing the chicken, the space's time was almost up. Su Huai tidied up the grill and lounge chair, rinsed her mouth with salt water to clean it, made sure she left no traces, then exited the space. She went to sleep, completely unaware that she had unintentionally caused a pair of eyes to suffer. Since her exile, Su Huai had rarely been truly satisfied with her food. This time, she ate a whole chicken, felt full and comfortable, and had a good sleep. She didn't wake until the second watch of the night, when the copper gong sounded for the fleeing crowd to collect cold water. Only then did she wake up. She crawled out of the tent and saw that everyone in her team was awake. Qin Su was feeding water to the horses and mules. The men were collecting cold water, and the women were rolling grass mats and gathering supplies. Rong Shi was watching the women work. Jilin, who had just lost her mother, was helping collect cold water, but her eyes were swollen and her face was cold as frost, as if it said, "Don't come near me." It was funny that Feng Ruoshu, at this moment, wanted to offer Jilin some warmth. But her gesture was ignored, and Jilin simply shot her a, "Go away, look." Su Hua spent a while as a curious onlooker before packing her belongings. Her family's bags were easy to pack, especially since Su Hua had already sorted everything. She simply rolled up the large cloth bags, slung them over the horse, and stacked the mats together, tying them with a cloth rope. She folded the tent, placed it into the basket, and hung it on the horse. In short, in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the family was ready to leave. Of course, Qin Su's team was also much faster than before. Since the team no longer included the Feng family, and with Qin Su and Qi Lin leading separately, everyone became more skilled and moved quickly. In less than half an hour, the team officially set out toward Jie Pool. "Young miss, thank you for bringing Alin back last night, and for helping bury Alin's mother," Qin Su said as he and Su Hua walked side by side at the front of the group. He finally found a moment to talk to Su Hua after last night, when he convinced Qi Lin to tell him that the body of the Lan family member had been found, and it was Su Hua who helped bury her. To outsiders, Su Hua seemed cold and distant, but he noticed that she would return kindness to those who treated her well. Su Hua didn't pay much attention to the Lan family matter and replied casually, "Your mother thanked me last night. No need to thank me again. Also, I helped because of the last time I ate your pastry." Qin Su was surprised that Su Hua guessed about the gift of osmanthus cake, and he blushed instantly. "Was it really you?" Su Hua looked at Qin Su, surprised. She was stunned because she remembered the cake was still fresh, as if it had just been baked. Qin Su rubbed his nose, neither admitting nor denying, and asked, "Do you like sweets?" He noticed that Su Hua didn't seem very interested in fish or ham, so he wondered if she liked sweets. He thought that at 12 years old, she should be at an age where she enjoys sweets. But he was wrong. Su Hua ate everything and didn't have a particular fondness for any one thing. She blinked, thinking Qin Su was changing the subject, and didn't point out his mistake. "I'm pretty easygoing. I eat both sweet and salty things. I don't love or dislike anything in particular." Qin Su was immediately overwhelmed. The girl's taste was a bit strange. But like him, she could eat anything, just without a favorite. That was why he felt so conflicted. Next, on the road to escape, what should he cook to eat? Su Hua didn't notice Qin Su worrying about cooking. When she saw the young man suddenly fall silent and stop talking, she thought their conversation was over. She didn't speak again. Looking up, she saw the sunlight growing stronger. She pulled her hat down a bit and quickened her pace. By the time Qin Su realized it, Su Hua was about 3 steps ahead of him. Jie Pond is one of the salt ponds in the Great Qin dynasty, covering a large area. A salt pond is a salty water lake used to produce salt. To prevent leaks, Emperor Jiaji stationed 100,000 salt soldiers here. Their families also live with them. The salt soldiers are responsible for mining salt. Their families farm, trade, or work as craftsmen. About 70,000 people live in the whole city. Because of the large population, everything is available there. There are shops, markets, merchants, farmers, and various skilled artisans. It is like a small, self-sufficient desert kingdom. Of course, everyone here works for Emperor Jiaji. Once inside, they cannot leave. In a harsh way, these 70,000 people are like prisoners without personal freedom. Some children have never seen the outside world since birth and think that Great Qin is just as big as Jie Pond. 2 days later, at dusk, nearly 1 million refugees are 30 miles away from Jie Pond. The salt soldiers on patrol saw the refugee army and immediately lit wolf signals to send messages. Report. Enemies sighted 30 miles away. Report. The incoming are refugees, and their number is too large to estimate. Report. The refugee team is 60 miles long, with over 70,000 people, maybe more. Report. The refugee army is conservatively estimated at 90,000, 20 miles from Jie Pond. One shocking message after another rang out at the Salt Transport Office. The officials in charge of Jie Pond, Salt Transport Magistrate, Deputy, Assistant, and Judge, heard the reports and all turned pale with fear. The deputy trembled as he adjusted his official hat and asked confusedly, "Sir, why haven't we received any news of disaster? Why are the people of Mianzhou fleeing? Has some terrible natural disaster forced them to migrate?" The Salt Transport Magistrate's face darkened upon hearing this and remained silent for a long time. Although news from Jiechi is blocked, the urgent message from Emperor Jiazhen should have already been delivered by now. It's unlikely that all the refugees from Yanzhou have arrived, yet the urgent dispatch from Emperor Jiazhen has not reached us. There are only 2 possibilities for the delayed message. Either Emperor Jiajin never sent it, or the message cannot be delivered. And he guessed correctly. The last great earthquake split Mianzhou into two halves. It's almost like a fitting punishment. The messenger from Emperor Jiajin cannot cross the land directly from Mianzhou to Jieqi. They must take another route across Weizhou to the southwest, then turn back. The journey is nearly 2,000 miles. Even if Emperor Jiajin's horse runs to death, he cannot arrive before the large group of refugees reaches Jieqi. The salt transport officer thought for a long time and said, if I'm not mistaken, it's probably related to the solar eclipse and blood moon. Maybe there's been a big change in the palace, or a natural disaster in Mianzhou, forcing the people to move. We're cut off from news and don't know what's really happening. Even if Emperor Jiajin cannot send messages, the sun and moon in the sky have changed, and everyone in Daqian can see it, including officials and people in Jieqi in the desert. During the days of the eclipse and blood moon, all these officials felt anxious. These phenomena are signs of a fallen nation or a lost ruler. Yun Tong frowned and asked, what should we do? Why are the refugees from Mianzhou heading to Jieqi? What are they trying to do? Could they be trying to open the granaries to help with the disaster? Or do they want to settle here? We have over 1 million refugees. How can we provide relief? And what about Jieqi's secrets? If they get out, we're finished. The salt transport officer said seriously, over 1 million people are like an army. If they're enemies, we can fight. But ordinary people, this is a problem. If even one person dies, it will cause public anger, and the people might rebel. Refugees fleeing always trouble local officials. First, because the people are likely short of water and food, hoping for aid. Second, because it can easily lead to riots. If things go wrong, Jieqi might be attacked and could fall. Let's go. Everyone come with me to see what the refugees from Mianzhou really want. Ha ha ha, there's a city ahead. We're finally saved. No more thirst. The refugees saw a tall, fortress-like building about 10 meters high ahead and became very excited. Over the next 2 days, although everyone collected condensation water and traveled safely, they still couldn't fully quench their thirst. The people were very eager to have enough water to drink. Young miss, we've reached the water-clearing pond, Qin Su said, looking at the city and the smoke rising from the burning signal fire. He felt relieved and spoke. He had thought that out of the over 1 million refugees, very few would survive to reach the water-clearing pond because of the lack of water. Who would have guessed that Su Hua came up with a simple idea that saved over 1 million refugees? Although the people were very thirsty, they all surprisingly survived. This feeling was hard to put into words. Young master, are the people on the city wall officials? Su Hua asked curiously, glancing at the figures on the wall. She was very excited because the city was large and had the salt ponds of the Dog Emperor. She wanted to take everything. Hearing this, Qin Su looked at the city wall, recognized the officials' hats, and nodded confidently. Yes, they're the salt transport magistrate, deputy, assistant, and judge, all gathered together. Qilin stepped forward suddenly and said to the two, I'm going to shout out a message. The refugee group arrived at the water-clearing pond. Besides passing through it, their most urgent need was water. Qilin leaped onto his horse and rode ahead. He reached about 100 meters in front of the city wall and shouted loudly at the people on the tower, Open the city gates. The end of the world is coming. The Western Xiongnu are invading. Let the refugees pass south. Quickly open the gates. The officials on the city wall, the salt transport magistrate, deputy, assistant, and judge, were stunned when they saw the dense crowd of refugees, like an army of ants. They had only heard reports of numbers before and couldn't imagine such a grand scene. Now, standing high above, they looked out and saw a sea of heads, so overwhelming that they felt their legs go weak. God, so many refugees. The judge's lips trembled. The assistant, with sharp ears, asked confused, Did you hear that? The end of the world is coming? The Western Xiongnu are invading. The person shouting down there said the end of the world is coming? The Western Xiongnu are invading? Could something have happened in Mianzhou? Are there still wars? We don't know anything. Qilin deliberately shouted that the end of the world was coming and that the Western Xiongnu were invading to make the officials on the wall understand the reason for the refugee escape. The salt transport officer looked down at Qilin and loudly shouted, "Bring paper to explain the reasons for the fleeing masses and hang the basket." After speaking, he immediately ordered someone to lower a basket. This meant Qilin should go back and clearly write down the reasons why over 1 million people were fleeing. Whether to let the crowd pass or not depended on what he wrote. Qilin and Qin Su had already expected this move and were prepared. Seeing the lowered basket, Qilin simply threw a piece of paper inside. On the paper, he wrote about the invasion of 500,000 Western barbarians, the inscription on the stone tablet, the revival of the dead volcano, and the land splitting apart. When the 4 officials, salt transport officer, deputy, assistant, and judge, saw the list of reasons for the millions fleeing, they nearly fainted from shock. "Sir, is the end of the world really coming?" the deputy asked nervously. Who isn't afraid of the end of the world? Also, all their families lived in the area called the Pool. There's no news from the emperor. Now, with over 1 million people fleeing, the Western barbarians invading, and the land splitting, it might all be true. The inscription on the stone tablet could be man-made, but it also shows that Qian is in chaos. The salt transport officer analyzed carefully and drew a conclusion.
Ugh.
The 3 officials gasped in unison. The salt transport officer suddenly sneered, "Whether the end of the world is really coming or not, chaos is definitely on its way. When chaos arrives, all forces will rise, especially those like us who have soldiers." The 3 officials gasped again, seeming to sense what the officer was about to say. And they were right. The salt transport officer was ambitious. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Since chaos is coming and we have resources and 10,000 soldiers, why not seize the opportunity and rise to power?" In the Pool, the salt transport officer held immense power, almost like an emperor, but he was ultimately still a servant of the emperor. Who would be willing to serve as a servant for life? Now is the perfect time, favorable weather, terrain, and people. Heaven is helping us. We can use the excuse of fleeing to march south. As we go south, we can grow stronger and more powerful. Hearing this, the officer fantasized about becoming the founding emperor, dressed in a dragon robe. The deputy was startled by the officer's ambition and nervously asked, "Sir, do you mean we should rebel against the emperor?" The salt transport officer sneered and said, "It's not really against him, but in chaotic times, heroes emerge. Dakian is in chaos, and we must think of ourselves. When chaos comes, who cares about loyalty or righteousness? The one with the most soldiers and the strongest fighters can take control." The salt transport officer tempted them. "Do you dare to work with me? If we fail, we just lose our lives. But if we succeed, we can share in wealth and happiness." The 4 of them had worked together collecting salt in the lake for many years, so they knew each other well. The salt transport officer wasn't worried that the others might refuse, because everyone was greedy. After exchanging looks, the deputy, the assistant, and the judge all nodded, just as the salt transport officer expected. "All right, I will follow the Lord." "Me too. If we fail, it's just our lives." But what if we succeed? Their agreement was not only because of the tempting offer, but also because of their families. If the end of the world is real, staying in the lake town means death. Fleeing south to escape disaster and rising up at the same time is a perfect plan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But the deputy remembered something and asked, "Lord, what about the over 1 million people outside the city? How will we reply?" The salt transport officer thought for a moment and said, "Let them wait outside the city for 5 days. That gives us enough time to prepare. When the city's 70,000 people leave and the city is empty, what's wrong with leaving someone to open the gates for them? There are over 1 million people outside. Until the people inside leave, no one can be let in. Who knows if they will rush in and cause chaos?" Most inside the city are families of salt soldiers. If he wants to stir trouble, he must first win their hearts and protect their families and belongings. "Your wisdom is clear." The deputy immediately guessed the salt transport officer's plan and flattered him. This flattery pleased the officer greatly. He immediately ordered, "Gather 100,000 salt soldiers. Tell everyone that the salt pool is no longer important. In 3 days, they should pack their belongings and flee south. The huge army of over 1 million people sat anxiously on the ground, waiting for news from the lake town. When the city wall lowered a basket and the letter was handed to Qi Lin, he looked at it and tore the paper on the spot. He cursed angrily. That dog official, the salt transport officer, made everyone wait 5 days. Only then will they open the city gates. Qin Su and Su Hua heard this and both frowned. No need to say that over 1 million people have to wait 5 days anymore. Even waiting 1 day makes people angry. Traveling through the desert for 8 days without dying of thirst is already a miracle. Now, the city officials are making the people wait 5 days. This definitely causes public anger and is like poking a hornet's nest. Why does he need 5 days? Qin Su suddenly squints. Su Hua is also thinking about the purpose of these 5 days. The salt transport officer neither refused to open the city gates nor agreed to open them immediately. His intentions are worth pondering. But neither of them wants to guess blindly, and both have made their decisions. Qin Su immediately calls Qi Lin and Su Hua and shares his plan. I plan to sneak into the city tonight to find out the real reason why the salt transport officer needs 5 days. Su Hua immediately says, I'll go with you. Young Master Qi, stay and guard the camp. This is a rare good chance to gather supplies from the Emperor's resources, so they can't miss it. Qi Lin glances at Su Hua's height and asks, can you climb over that 10-meter-high city wall? Inside, there are heavy guards. It's very dangerous, you know? Su Hua frowns and asks back, if I stay to watch the camp, are you assured? This makes Qi Lin hesitate for a moment. Suddenly, he thinks Su Hua's words make sense, and he can't argue. If he and Qin Su are not at the camp, someone might target the supplies. So, only one of them can go. Qin Su doesn't give Qi Lin a chance to refuse and makes the decision. Miss Wu and I will go together. Ailin, you stay and guard the camp. He also thinks it's better for Qi Lin to stay and watch the camp. As for Su Hua, he can help climb over the wall. After the three agree, night falls. Qi Lin stays to guard the camp and also informs the villagers to continue collecting condensed water. Qin Su and Su Hua sneak into the city together. The 10-meter-high city wall is heavily guarded with many sentries. Fortunately, it's night and both move quickly. The salt soldiers on patrol don't notice that 2 people are already hiding under the wall. Su Hua looks up at the wall and plans to take down the climbing ropes on her shoulders. Miss Wu, there's no need to trouble yourself, Qin Su says with a smile when he sees Su Hua about to throw the rope. I can fly you over faster. Su Hua is stunned, blinking. Fly over? As in flying? Is it lightness skill? Sorry for the trouble, Qin Su says briefly, reaching out to wrap his arms around Su Hua's waist. At the same time, he lifts off and flies upward. When Su Hua realized what was happening, she was already inside the city. Qin Su had carried her over several rooftops and finally landed in a hidden alley. Young miss, you're safe now, Qin Su said, quickly letting go of Su Hua and stepping back to keep a respectful distance. Su Hua widened her eyes, truly surprised that this young man could carry her like that. But now wasn't the time to think about flying. What mattered was gathering supplies from the Dog Emperor in the city. Young master, let's split up to gather information. You go that way, I'll go this way. We'll meet back here in an hour, Su Hua said casually, pointing in a direction, then immediately parted ways. She disappeared into the darkness so quickly that Qin Su was amazed by her speed. Su Hua didn't know where the salt pool was. The entire salt pool area was vast, and wandering around like a headless chicken wouldn't help her find it anytime soon. But she believed one thing: money can make miracles happen. Luckily, the salt soldiers worked in 2 shifts, day and night, so there was a night market. No curfew meant carts and horses still traveled at night. Seeing an empty cart, she approached and asked, Sir, how much silver does it cost to go to the salt pool? Su Hua had her hair tied high in a ponytail, dressed in gray men's clothes with dirt smudges, but her good looks made her seem like a young, unfortunate boy. The old driver looked at her outfit and thought she probably had no money. But he figured that everyone here was a child of the salt soldiers. He didn't ask for a high price, instead honestly saying 100 coins should do. I'm heading to pick up my son, so it's on the way. Su Hua was surprised. She didn't expect it to be so cheap. She rummaged in her sleeve pocket for a while and finally found a small silver piece. Her wealth in her space was mostly in silver ingots, but she could also find small silver pieces in Su Si Jin's jewelry box. Sir, you don't need to give change. I just want to get there quickly, because I have urgent matters with my brother. The old driver took the silver and was a bit surprised. Hearing she didn't need change, he happily said, then get on quickly. Finally, he asked casually, is your brother also a soldier? Yes.
Su Hua nodded seriously.
While the driver headed toward the salt pool, she took the chance to ask, Sir, have you heard anything from the officials about the coming disaster? The old coachman was startled when he heard the words, the end of the world is coming. He doubted he heard correctly and asked, No, what do you mean by the end of the world? Didn't hear about it? Then it's nothing, Su Hua replied casually, frowning as she sat back in the carriage. Salt Lake was not far away, about 20 miles from the city gate. The carriage quickly reached its destination. Su Hua got out of the carriage and immediately saw a large city tower. The tower was engraved with the grand characters, Salt Lake, and she also saw a high wall 4 meters tall. The wall stretched endlessly in both width and length, giving a glimpse of Salt Lake's size. Su Hua left the old coachman and approached the city tower. She saw many women and elderly people waiting in front of it, hoping to see their husbands and sons. At this moment, a woman impatiently said, Why haven't they come out yet? The time has passed, an old man, confused, asked. It's been almost half an hour. What's going on tonight? Just as he finished speaking, the city gate suddenly opened and a large group of salt soldiers marched out. Not only the day shift soldiers but also those who had just gone inside for the night shift came out. The 10,000 salt soldiers looked serious, like a tide rushing out. Soon the area outside the city was filled with people. Su Hua stepped back a little to avoid bumping into anyone. At this moment, she finally heard some shocking news. The women and old men waiting for their husbands and sons found them and started talking at the city gate. One salt soldier was the first to speak, saying, Something big has happened. The officials say the end of the world is coming. Great Qi might fall. They told everyone to pack up within 3 days and head south to escape. The salt soldier's wife was startled and raised her voice. What? Escape? Escape to where? The soldier patiently explained. It's migration and fleeing. Outside the city, over 1 million refugees from other places have gathered. The officials ordered all 70,000 people in Salt Lake to escape too. Immediately, not only the couple but also other salt soldiers looked serious as they told their families that the salt transport officer ordered 10,000 soldiers to go home and prepare to escape with their families.
Wow.
No wonder it takes 5 days. After hearing this shocking secret, Su Hua couldn't help but admire the salt transport officer. It seemed he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to seize soldiers and supplies for rebellion, but he cleverly used the excuse of fleeing to hide his true intentions. However, the salt transport officer betrayed the Dog Emperor and took away everyone from the Jie Pool. Anything that could annoy the Dog Emperor, she liked. If all the generals and soldiers of Dakian had rebelled against the Dog Emperor, she would be even happier. After Su Hua and the 100,000 salt soldiers, along with some officials in plain clothes who appeared later, left, she was surprised to find the city tower abandoned and unguarded. The city gates were even left wide open. Haha, it's like someone sent a pillow when I was sleepy. Clearly, since the salt transport officer couldn't take the salt pool, she had to abandon it. From now on, the salt pool became an unclaimed territory. No, it would belong to Su Hua. Su Hua quickly ran through the city tower and entered the city. Inside, she first saw a row of houses built along the right wall. Then, her eyes were caught by an endless natural salt lake. At this moment, along the shore of the salt lake, countless white salt mountains were being mined in rows, like magnificent scenery attracting Su Hua's gaze. She looked around and found no one nearby, almost laughing out loud. Without hesitation, she started collecting everything. But there was too much salt mountain, so Su Hua was very efficient. She directly summoned a horse from her space. Riding the horse, she galloped along the edge of the salt lake. Her space was like a divine bag of holding. Whenever she passed a place, the salt mountains instantly disappeared into her space. If the space's cave couldn't hold all the salt, she would pile the excess outside. In short, she emptied all the salt mountains she had mined this time, taking everything without leaving a single piece. After collecting the salt mountains by the lake, she took out a universal key she had used before to unlock the doors of all the houses along the wall. When she opened them, she was delighted to find each house filled with bags of salt, even some official salt sealed with stamps. These official salts were clearly meant to be sent to the capital for the Dog Emperor. Su Hua looked at the official seals, her eyes narrowing with determination. She would take all of it without mercy. As for whether taking all the salt would cause problems for the 700,000 people in Jie Pool to get enough salt, she didn't care. First, because the salt pool had already been abandoned by the salt transport officer and became unclaimed territory. Second, because the salt transport officer was already enjoying a lucrative position. Being the salt transport officer, along with the deputy and other officials, it was impossible for them not to indulge in private gains and hide official salt. Perhaps there are still salt warehouses somewhere, but the salt pools in this area are inaccessible, so the salt transport officials had no choice but to abandon them. After safely emptying the salt pool of the Dog Emperor, Su Hua immediately rode away on her horse. Since it wasn't yet the time agreed upon with Qin Su, she stored her horse in her space and then wandered through the night market. As she walked, she saw many vendors who had closed their stalls and gone home to prepare for migration and escape. Many shops were still open and brightly lit, such as grain stores, general stores, cloth shops, and money exchanges. The grain stores wanted to empty their granaries, while the general and cloth shops aimed to collect cash. As for the money exchange, things were getting worse, with many common people demanding to exchange their paper notes for silver coins. When Su Hua returned to the alley, she was pleasantly surprised to find Qin Su still a punctual and trustworthy young man. They had agreed to meet at a certain hour, and Qin Su was not only on time, but waiting there early. It was rare for him not to make her wait first. "Young miss." Qin Su turned and saw Su Hua, instantly smiling with two dimples. She ran over and asked curiously, "Did you find out any news?" Actually, she was more eager to know what he had learned. Unaware of her thoughts, Qin Su nodded and said, "I heard that the salt transport officials are planning to rebel." "What about you?" Because she had emptied the Dog Emperor's salt pool, Su Hua was in a good mood and smiled lightly. "I heard that the people of Jie Pool are planning to flee south in 3 days. Now, everyone in Jie Pool is frantically buying supplies." Qin Su analyzed and summarized. That explains why they are waiting 5 days. The salt transport officials want to take away 100,000 salt soldiers along with the city's grain, weapons, and supplies. Under the guise of fleeing, they are heading south to find an opportunity to rebel, but they have deceived the 100,000 salt soldiers. He paused and then shook his head. But that's good too. If the apocalypse really comes, at least 700,000 people have already headed south, so there's no need to wait here for death. Hearing the words, waiting for death, Su Hua thought of something. Next, the large fleeing army of over 1 million people will be without water for 3 days. "Do you have any ideas?" Qin Su shook his head. "The salt transport officials probably won't open the city gates if they plan to rebel. Besides, for the safety of the people inside, they wouldn't risk it. After all, outside there are over 1 million people. If they enter the city, some might turn to violence and looting." Su Hua frowned and said, "So, the large refugee group is supposed to wait outside the city for 3 days? That will definitely cause chaos. Making the refugee group stop for 3 days in the hot sun without water, more than 1 million people would go crazy. Most importantly, it wastes her time. The end of the world is coming. The sooner they reach the south, the better prepared they will be. Also, who knows what dangers they might face on the nearly 4,000-mile journey. Could it cause delays?" Qin Su hesitated for a moment and said, "He can choose not to open the city gates, but the people can ask him for water. If the people cause a fuss tomorrow, drinking water should be resolved. As for the delay, I've thought about it. I plan to find some carts and put all the horses into them, then everyone can travel by carriage. Hearing this, Su Hua's eyes lit up. The boy's idea was to take the carts? She was curious about how he planned to make that happen. But since he didn't explain, she just pretended not to know. She cleared her throat and said, "Then it's settled. Let's go back first, okay?" Su nodded, feeling it was not safe to stay here long, so he immediately led Su Hua out of the alley. Just like when they arrived, they flew into the city, and now flew out the same way. Su Hua didn't realize that as soon as her feet touched the ground outside, chaos erupted inside the city. The salt transport officer was shouting in the government office, "Chase after them. Which thief stole 10,000 weapons from my salt pool? Catch him and cut him into 5 pieces." The deputy looked pale and said, "Sir, who has the ability to steal 10,000 weapons without anyone noticing? And without any sign? Even if the weapons are taken by carriage, it would make noise." The same officer nodded and said, "Yes, sir. If the weapons were taken by carriage, there would definitely be noise and people would see it." Suddenly, another officer said, "Sir, do you think someone found out about our situation?" As soon as he said that, their faces changed dramatically. But they couldn't understand how 10,000 weapons could disappear without a trace. The next day, they received even worse news, almost scaring them to death. The endless salt mountains and the salt warehouse's official salt had also vanished into thin air. This almost made the 4 officials panic and lose control. Deputy, assistant, and judge each said something, each more shocking than the last. "Sir, could it be that there are ghosts?"
Nonsense.
There are no ghosts in this world. If there are no ghosts, who has the power to empty the salt mountains overnight? Mountains that would take half a year to move by cart? And even if they wanted to move those salt mountains, they would need people to pack the salt into bags. The salt transport officer, after hearing what the 3 men said, was so frightened that his lips trembled. He could suspect humans were responsible for losing 10,000 weapons last night. But at the same time, the salt pond 20 miles away was suddenly emptied. Only supernatural powers could do that. He trembled and asked the 3 men, could it really be ghosts? But what would these ghosts want with all this salt? It would have been better if he hadn't asked. As soon as he did, the other 3 officials shivered all over. The deputy transport officer suddenly remembered something. His whole body tensed, and he asked wide-eyed, "Sir, do you think our salt warehouse and granary have also been emptied?" The 4 officials, eager to keep their own gains, had indeed secretly built salt warehouses and granaries, just as Su Hua predicted. Every year, Emperor Jie provided grain and supplies to the army. But these 4 officials had made the salt soldiers' families self-sufficient by building their own storage. So, all the remaining military grain was stored in the private warehouses of these 4 officials. Hearing this, the 4 officials were so frightened that their spirits seemed to leave their bodies. They hurriedly rushed to the underground private warehouses they had built. When they entered the underground warehouses and opened the doors, they saw all the salt and grain still there. They collapsed on the ground, trembling and wiping cold sweat. The salt transport officer finally relaxed and said, "Luckily, the private warehouses weren't discovered. If they had been, everything would be gone." The other 3 officials nodded quickly, but all 3 simultaneously thought of a very serious problem. The deputy transport officer asked in horror, "Sir, now that we have no weapons, how can we start a rebellion?" They all agreed, maybe we shouldn't flee famine. But our weapons, the salt mountains, and the official salt have all been moved. If we can't deliver the official salt, we're doomed. The judge of the transport department broke out in cold sweat. Fleeing without weapons means we can't fight. Not fleeing means death. And all 10,000 salt soldiers are packing up. We've already leaked the news. What should we do? The salt transport officer, already upset about losing his weapons, felt even more anxious when he heard the 3 officials talking. He suppressed his fear and advised them, "At this point, we have no way back. Since there's no way back, we can only move forward. No weapons, but we still have 10,000 soldiers. We can steal what we need in the future." The common people started to rebel, but they had no weapons. Emperor Jie originally had weapons when he started his rebellion. In the end, he still wore the dragon robe and became emperor. Emperor Jiaji could do it, so why can't we? The three officials were all stunned and looked at each other. The salt transport officer added more exaggeration. This is a time of chaos. Are there not enough weapons? Whoever is ruthless and seizes weapons will get them. After hearing this, the three officials were so shocked that they forgot how to close their mouths. They never imagined that one day they would have to rely on stealing. But now, they had no choice but to move forward, as escaping famine was no longer an option. The next day, the scorching sun beat down on over 1 million refugees. Even though they collected condensed water the night before because they stopped moving, they didn't travel and instead became more restless and thirsty, especially the children, who kept crying and begging for water. By noon, the sound of children crying and men scolding the salt transport officer filled the air everywhere. Even Rong's son, Qin Yu, kept crying, but luckily Rong was a moving food storage. After drinking milk, Qin Yu would, and then sleep, waking up to eat again. However, Rong was also exhausted from constantly feeding and changing her son's diapers with grass paper, making her irritable. The women, bored, took out needles and thread to make clothes. Su Sifan couldn't stand it and went to learn swordplay and spear tricks from Qin's 4 uncles to pass the time. Su Yu was being teased and chatted with Qin Xian, rolling her eyes and wishing she could fly away. Su Huai was lying inside the tent, feeling bored and wanting to hide in her space. But she could only enter the space for 4 hours a day, 1 hour outside. If she weren't low on water, she'd also want to curse the corrupt salt transport officer like the men. In short, with over 1 million people, no matter how good their temper, everyone was in a bad mood. In the afternoon, the refugee convoy fell into chaos as expected. The people were gnawing on raw rice, and some couldn't take it anymore and cursed loudly. Dog official. The city gate opens in 3 days. Are you trying to kill us? Why not open the city gate so we can drink water? Or let us go through. The news that the city gate would open in 3 days was actually spread by Qin to calm the people, but the villagers didn't know that the salt transport officer planned to open it in 5 days. A woman sighed. If they'd just open the city gate and give us water, we wouldn't have to eat raw rice. They're really trying to kill us. Previously, the bandit leader who was trying to seize the Feng family's territory planned to cause trouble. We must get the corrupt officials inside to open the city gates. If they refuse, I will break down the gates myself. He had already decided to take the opportunity to loot once inside. For him, the more chaos and public anger, the better. The nearby starving villagers all remembered that the bandit leader was a bad man. Although no one responded to his call, everyone was complaining. Those officials inside want to stir up public anger. If someone brings some oil, they cut up the gates. I really don't understand what the officials inside are thinking. By the hottest part of the day, the Feng family could no longer hold out. Their rice and food supplies had run out. If they didn't go into the city to loot, they would starve. Aunt Lu, who was related to Feng Ruju, complained, "We have no money or food left." "What should we do?" Uncle Feng Ruju suggested. "Our group has stopped moving. Let's go to the front of the line and find Feng and his sister. Even if they don't take us along anymore, at least they can give us some grain and water." More than 100 members of the Feng family heard this, and their eyes lit up. They immediately started shouting and rushing to say, "Yes." When we first started fleeing, Feng Xiaoyu was the one who convinced us to follow the group. That's right. If Feng Xiao hadn't said he could keep us safe, how would we have followed? Now they're kicking us out because there's no water, and they won't even give us a weapon for protection. That's too much. Let's go. We're going to the front of the line to ask for food and an explanation. The Feng family, starving and desperate, all responded enthusiastically. Soon, over 100 people set off together, heading toward the front of the line. After traveling more than 10 miles, they finally reached the front of the line, just 2 miles from the city gate, where they found Qin Su's group. "Feng Xiao, you're impressive. You got quite a lot of food and water." Aunt Lu, related to Feng Ruju, immediately saw the supplies with Qin Su's group, and her eyes turned green with envy. "Is that you?" Feng Ruju and his sister saw their fellow villagers' display of supplies, and their hearts skipped a beat. Feng Yiming frowned and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Are you planning to cause trouble at the city gates? After saying this, he silently hoped it wasn't what he thought. Otherwise, the two young masters would definitely send them away. Feng Xiao, your siblings are quite comfortable, following the young lord, and enjoying good food and drink. But our group of over 100 people is suffering. Feng Rush's face suddenly changed, and she said anxiously, "What do you mean by that?" Mrs. Lu spat at Feng Rushu and said, "Do you really not understand? You and your brother risked death to carve tattoos for others, which caused our entire clan to flee in panic. When the water ran out, you casually dismissed over 100 of us with a single sentence. Isn't that too cruel?" Others quickly agreed, each rushing to speak. "Yes. If it weren't for you dragging down our whole clan, how could we have been in such a rush, leaving everything behind to escape? You abandoned over 100 of us and didn't leave us any self-defense tools, so we were robbed of food and water. We don't care. Either you take us with you and give us food, or give us silver, or provide us with grain and water. You've caused trouble for the whole clan. Do you think you can just dismiss us like that? I tell you, it's not that easy." Feng's brother and sister looked at each other, suspicious that they had heard wrong, and their eyes widened. Feng Yiming said in disbelief, "What are you talking about? How does not protecting our food and water have anything to do with us? The young lord has already given you what he should." Feng Rush's voice was sharp. "We led you to escape because the apocalypse is coming, and we are also saving you."
Bah.
Mrs. Lu spat again and cursed, "You talk as if you're saving us. When poisonous snakes and insects come, did you save us?"
Ah.
Feng Rushu was spat on her face and screamed in disgust, "You." But she couldn't continue because she and her brother hadn't really saved the clan. Mrs. Lu shamelessly threatened, "Either you keep taking us along and give us food and drink, or give us silver now, or provide us with grain and water. Otherwise, we will expose the identities of the two young lords." Others agreed. "Yes, once we tell the officials in the city, they'll know there are two princes and a group of fugitives. We promise to enjoy good food and drink, and maybe even get a handsome reward." Qin Su, who was watching the scene, looked on with boredom and asked coldly, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Jilin, full of murderous intent, said each word through clenched teeth, "You can try. Let's see if your 100+ people can make it to the city gate." Qin Su's 4 uncles drew their large swords and approached over 100 people. Each one said, "It's been a month since we last threatened the 200 martial artists. We don't know if their bodies have rotted yet. If they don't rot in this weather, it would be scary. This is the first time I've seen such shamelessness in my life." "What? Trying to repay kindness with evil? Do you even realize who these two young men are? They are not to be threatened by you." Although Qin Su and Qi Lin are only 15, they have been fighting alongside the princes since they were 12, leading troops into battle. They are not easily threatened by ignorant fools like the Feng family. Feng Rush's aunt, Lu, saw Qin Su's 4 uncles draw their weapons and immediately became scared. She stammered, How dare you bully us? Our people are harmed because of you. You haven't repaid kindness, and now you want to kill us." The others in the Feng family saw the shining swords and felt chills down their spines, shrinking back in fear. However, they still thought the two young lords were just bluffing. After all, they were from the Feng family, and Feng siblings had helped erase the brand marks. With this kindness and connection, the two young lords wouldn't dare attack them. But they were wrong to think so. Qin Su's face was cold and serious as he asked, "Are you mistaken about something? Wasn't it you and the Feng siblings who helped erase the brand marks? And now you think that being related to them makes you our benefactors?" Qilin echoed, "Benefactors? Don't bother with them. Just kill them." As soon as the word, "kill," was spoken, the entire Feng family trembled. Seeing Qilin's bloodthirsty gaze, they suddenly realized they might have offended something important. They forgot a very serious fact. These two are not only young war gods, but also killers. Just as they felt trapped, Feng Yiming hurriedly shouted at his family, "You all better run. Do you want to die?" After shouting, he quickly tried to distance himself from the situation. "From now on, my siblings and I have nothing to do with you. Saving the young lord was our family's deed, and it has nothing to do with you. Feng Yiming wasn't acting out of kindness. He just wanted to protect his reputation. He also took the opportunity to remind the two young men to remember the great kindness of his siblings. Feng Rushu understood her brother well and quickly said, "You all better leave now. Angering the young lord really might get you killed. Our family's reputation can only save you this once. The Feng family has no grain or water. How can they possibly leave? But if they don't leave, Qin Su and Qilin are very firm, as if they are willing to really harm them." Mrs. Liu fixed her eyes on Feng Yiming, suddenly narrowing her eyes, and said, "If you want us to leave, then it's clear who is at fault and who owes whom. You siblings have caused trouble for the whole family. Pay up. If not, we will fight to the end with you." Turning around, she asked Qin Su and Qilin, "Our family's people are looking for their siblings, but it has nothing to do with you two young lords. Will you interfere in this matter?" Qin Su and Qilin both looked at the Feng siblings, then raised their eyebrows. After a moment, Qin Su said, "As long as they don't hurt anyone, it's none of our business." Their original promise to the Feng siblings was just to protect their safety. They wouldn't interfere in anything else. So, as long as no one's life is at risk, it's not their concern. That's good. Mrs. Liu nodded happily, then walked straight to the Feng siblings, extending her hand. "Pay up. You've caused trouble for our whole family. If you don't pay, we won't let this go. Are you crazy?" Feng Yiming and Feng Rushu immediately stared wide-eyed. They didn't understand why things had turned out like this, or why they had to pay the family. What a ridiculous reason. If you hadn't exposed our secret about the tattooing, this wouldn't have happened. It's all your fault for being so stupid. Qilin generously pointed out where the siblings went wrong. But it was better when Qilin didn't say anything. Once he did, the siblings felt like vomiting blood. However, at this moment, the Feng family didn't care if they vomited or not. One by one, they threatened fiercely. "You're crazy." The Feng siblings had never seen such a scene before, and they were so angry their faces turned green. To drive away these troublemakers, after a long standoff, Feng Yiming was forced to compromise and shouted, "We'll pay. But only once, no next time." Mrs. Liu sneered and made a big demand. "All right then. We don't want much. Just 1,000 taels. With over 100 of us, that's less than 10 taels per person." That's right, at least 1,000 taels. The Feng family thought 1,000 taels was not much at all, especially since they had abandoned their old homes and left. All their houses were simple brick and tile courtyards, so by that calculation, they were actually at a loss. However, they felt they had been wronged. The Feng siblings believed this was a matter of their father's life. Their father died in battle, and Qin Su's father generously gave 1,000 taels, but the siblings spent over 300 taels over the years. Now, they only had about 600 taels left. Feng Yiming's face turned red with anger.
Impossible.
"Don't even think about 1,000 taels, and we don't have it." Liu sure didn't believe him. "Everyone in the clan knows that when your father died, the court gave 1,000 taels. Feng Rushu's face twisted in anger, her voice sharp. "You're trying to take our father's life," Liu sure retorted. "Isn't it you siblings who forced people to write curses, risking the lives of all our people first?" The siblings were suddenly speechless. Even if they argued, it wouldn't change anything. Refusing to pay, the Feng family members moved quickly. The man held down Feng Yiming, and the woman held Feng Rushu, and they started to act. In the end, the siblings' 600 taels and all their coins were taken by the Feng family. After more than 100 Feng family members left arrogantly, laughing loudly, Feng Yiming roared in helpless rage, "You bunch of animals!
Ah!
This is too much! Too much!" Feng Rushu, disheveled and with scratches on her face, screamed wildly. This scene was witnessed by over 200 members of Qin Su's team, including Su Huainyang and others, but no one spoke. Because this incident had nothing to do with them, they just watched it like a big show. Rome Shi's face was cold as she stared at the arrogant Feng family leaving. She said to Qin Su and Qilin, "When the Feng siblings wanted to lead their people away, I said this day would come. I wasn't wrong, was I?" Qilin snorted coldly. As long as they don't provoke us, we can let them go. But if they dare to steal again or challenge us, we will kill them. All right, Rongsher nodded. Her words were shocking. Qilin, you stay and watch them. If they come near the city gates or reveal our plans, kill them all. Qinsu and Qilin's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Rongsher holding her child. They couldn't believe Rongsher would say such frightening words. Rongsher didn't hide her intentions. She said plainly, I want you, Qilin, to kill them to prevent future trouble for our team. There was another reason too. She wanted to help Qilin vent his anger. She could see that Qilin's mother, who had passed away, seemed to have come to terms with it and accepted it. But deep down, he was very afraid of the darkness inside him, though no one else seemed to notice.
All right.
I'll keep watch. Qilin didn't realize that the Rong family was testing him on purpose. After hearing Rong's instructions, he immediately took a knife and went to watch the Rong family clan. Earlier, the wicked people who robbed fleeing refugees and the killers in the Millennium Orchid District taking advantage of the chaos had formed a team of over 5,000 people. They hurried to the city gate, wielding big knives, hoes, and shovels, threatening the salt transport officer to open the gate. We want water. Open the gate. We want water. Open the gate. With over 5,000 people gathered loudly and forcefully, the scene was quite intimidating. The patrol soldiers on the city tower saw this and, frightened, hurried back to report to the officials. Hearing the news, the salt transport officer was very worried. Soon, he and 3 other officials hurriedly appeared on the city tower. Seeing the crowd outside causing trouble, the salt transport officer's face turned very grim. He angrily ordered, all patrol soldiers go fetch water, then lower it down. He had originally planned to ignore whether the million refugees inside the city lived or died, but last night, the city's 10,000 weapons had been stolen by ghosts. Now, only about 1,000 weapons remained with the patrol soldiers. If he refused to give water to the fleeing refugees outside the city, or showed any disobedience, it might provoke a riot, with people breaking into the city. After weighing the pros and cons, he could only hold back and send 1,000 patrol soldiers immediately to the only freshwater lake inside the city to fetch water. As for whether lowering the water from the city tower would cause a chaos of over 1 million refugees fighting, trampling, or killing each other, he didn't care. Anyway, giving water and delaying for 3 days was enough to give the people outside time to prepare. Who knows how many people will die? Qinsu saw the 4 officials on the city tower and guessed the salt transport officer's plan, his face darkening. He turned to his team and ordered, retreat to the open area. Before the 5,000 rioting refugees reached the city gate, Qinsu had already told his team to pack up and stay away from the gate. He suspected that soon, there would be a scene of over 1 million people fighting for water. But apart from the salt transport officer opening the gate, no one could stop it. He could only ensure his team wouldn't be caught in the chaos. As the team prepared to move to a nearby location, Suhua looked at the 4 officials on the city wall and couldn't help but sigh. She said, the salt transport officer is basically baiting a group of hungry people. Relying only on buckets to supply water for over 1 million people is not enough. This is just a small help. It's surprising there haven't been riots yet. Qinsu listened to Su Hua and agreed, replying, but for the sake of the 70,000 people in the city, he has no choice but to do this. Although the salt transport officer was being attacked by over 1 million fleeing refugees outside the city, he was also protecting the 70,000 people inside. So, neither of them judged whether the salt officer was right or wrong. Later, it proved that Qinsu and Su Hua's predictions were correct. 1,000 patrol soldiers went into the city to fetch water. After half an hour, a line of carts pulled large wooden buckets filled with lake water. They carried the buckets up to the city wall, then lowered them down using pulleys and ropes. There's water. There's water. The people outside the city, seeing the buckets being lowered from the wall, immediately started shouting wildly. In the next moment, like frantic zombies awakened from a nightmare, they rushed toward the descending buckets. There's water. Hurry and grab some. The civilians camping outside, seeing the buckets being lowered, all stood up in excitement. Soon, those with buckets grabbed them, while those without used wooden basins or water sacks, rushing like zombies toward the city gates. A scene of water rushing, trampling, and even killing at the city gate unfolded. Although each family only sent one man to grab water, the scene of hundreds of thousands of people was terrifying and spectacular. Get out of the way. I need to fill my container. You're asking for death. I won't let you push me. Buckets were lowered one after another from the wall, but before they even reached the ground, some strong men pushed and shoved the buckets. Some rougher people pushed others aside, using their bodies as stepping stones. Then, countless civilians stacked on top of each other like human pyramids. Unlucky ones who were pushed or trampled coughed up blood, and some were even killed in the chaos. Even those who survived without being trampled often had their legs broken and became disabled. Let go. This is mine. If you don't, you'll all die. At this moment, human morality was completely lost. The civilians' eyes were filled only with violence and greed. Men from the Feng family clan also joined the water rush. But before they could get any water, some were stabbed to death, others trampled. After a short while, half of the nearly 40 men had died. The scene was extremely cruel and bloody. Qilin held a large sword, standing straight near the city gate where people were fighting to get in. He watched the Su family members walk into danger and saw the tragic sight of dead men trampled beyond recognition, his face dark and hard to read. Keep pouring water. 100,000 buckets. Each patrol soldier is responsible for 10 buckets. The salt transport officer saw the large crowd outside the city gate, tens of thousands of people, and felt nervous. He was afraid the people would go crazy and attack the city, so he shouted loudly for more water. He calculated that one bucket of water could fill 20 water sacks. A little water in each sack could last a family of 5 for a day. This meant one bucket could provide water for 100 people. 10,000 buckets could supply water for 1 million people. But he forgot 2 things. First, if the over 1 million people weren't evenly divided and the water was distributed by soldiers, how could everyone get an equal share? How could everyone have water? Second, where could the salt soldiers find over 10,000 large water buckets all at once? Sir, we don't have that many large water buckets, the deputy salt officer said, feeling worried after hearing the order. Go borrow them. Have the 10,000 salt soldiers bring their buckets. The salt officer decided to rely on the soldiers to solve the problem. The people in the reservoir all drank water from freshwater lakes, so each household at least had one large wooden bucket. But now, with 100,000 salt soldiers returning home to prepare, it was hard to gather enough buckets. No matter how difficult, the patrol soldiers had to do as told. They hurriedly went to borrow buckets from the salt soldiers living near the city gate. While the main refugee group was fighting over water, Qin Su's team stayed away from the chaos, camping on a flat land 10 miles away. As evening fell, the fighting continued, and the death toll kept rising. Qin Su's team, with over 200 people, didn't join the water fight. Instead, they kept digging pits to collect condensation water. Surprisingly, they found that 2 nearby villages, with over 500 people, hadn't joined the water fight either. They camped nearby and were also digging pits to collect water. Wow, it's those 2 villages. It's the village chiefs. Shen Jiao exclaimed excitedly when she saw the 2 village chiefs. They had been fleeing together for half a month. Even if they weren't close friends, they were at least acquaintances. Su Hua turned her head when she heard the voice. Seeing the 2 village chiefs, a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. I can't help but feel amazed. It really is them. The 2 village chiefs are so calm, they are truly lucky. The 2 village chiefs didn't panic about the rush at the city gate. Instead, they calmly directed the villagers to dig pits and collect water, like a clear stream flowing peacefully. However, Su Hua didn't know that the reason the 2 village chiefs didn't go to grab water was because they had a good reason. Like Qin Su's team, they still had enough water stored for 3 more days. The 2 village chiefs thought that as long as they kept collecting condensation water, it would be enough for over 500 people to survive for 3 to 5 days. After 3 days, when the city gate opens, they could go in and get water without risking their lives. Wouldn't that be better? For 3 days, the salt transport officer ordered patrol soldiers to lower water from the city tower every day, a fixed amount of 10,000 buckets, to keep the people's confidence. The next day, the salt transport officer tried to have the starving people outside the city line up for water, but 5,000 troublemakers caused chaos, making it useless. These troublemakers didn't really want water. They wanted to rush into the city to loot. They were just waiting to anger the salt transport officer. If the officer dared to stop the water supply or hurt even one of them, they would up the city gates with oil bombs and lead a riot. The officer could only endure and ignore the lives of the innocent outside the city, finishing the water supply and leaving. As a result, the death toll among the starving outside the city kept rising. On the first day, Jie estimated that nearly 10,000 people had died, men of all ages, including strong men, mostly men. On the second day, some people tolerated others taking water, but more than 5,000 still died. On the third day, over 4,000 more died. This means that among the over 1 million refugees in the desert, the death toll was still lower than those who died outside the city gates in just 3 days without water, facing the harsh conditions of the desert, waterless wasteland, and deadly seaweed. In these 3 days, some of the worst aspects of humanity were exposed to the extreme. On the third morning, the salt transport officer ordered the patrol soldiers to lower the last 10,000 buckets of water into the city. He looked coldly at the 5,000 troublemakers and shouted, "The water supply ends today. Everyone disperse." The troublemakers didn't understand. One angrily shouted, "Why don't you open the city gates? How long do you want to delay?" The officer frowned and replied, "They will open tomorrow. There are too many of you. I need to prepare properly." The troublemakers were confused again and shouted, "Prepare what? Either open the gates so we can go in, or keep supplying us with water." The salt transport officer snorted coldly upon hearing this, feeling too lazy to respond. He turned around and left the city tower. He even waved goodbye to the patrol soldiers on the tower. Yes, he left. Inside the city, 70,000 common people were already prepared to move. They waited for his signal and the smoke signal to start fleeing southward to escape hardship. The salt transport officer descended from the city tower. Soon after, a smoke signal rose from the top. The yellow smoke curled up in the air. Not only the 70,000 people inside the city saw it, but over 1 million people outside also saw it clearly. "Quickly disperse. The official might want to shoot arrows at us." The 5,000 villains saw the smoke suddenly rise from the tower. They thought the official's plan was to attack them with arrows. Frightened, they quickly ran away, far from the city gate. 10 miles away, Qin Su, Su Hua, Qilin, and others saw the smoke and their eyes lit up. All three knew the real plan of the official. They understood that the smoke was a signal for the 70,000 people inside the city to start moving. "We will go into the city tomorrow morning," Qin Su decided immediately. To let the 70,000 people inside the city leave first, Qin Su decided to open the city gates again the next day. "Okay."
Su Hua agreed happily.
She thought about what Qin Su said about the carts. Once they had wagons, they wouldn't delay their journey. So she was not in a hurry for this half-day and night. Later, Su Hua reminded 2 village heads to follow Qin Su's team the next day. They would go into the city together and fetch water together. Sounds good. Although one village head was timid and the other brave, both were very smart. They knew well that Qin Su's team had men armed with big swords, and there were strong men skilled in martial arts. Following Qin Su's team into the city to fetch water would be no disadvantage for them. The next day at dawn, it proved that the 2 village heads had chosen the right team. They had good judgment. While most of the fleeing crowd was still sleeping and some people didn't understand what was happening, Qin Su's team, along with the 500 people led by the 2 village heads, a total of 800, arrived at the city gate first. As soon as they reached the gate, Qilin opened the heavy iron gate from inside. The 2 village heads saw the gate suddenly open with a loud bang and froze in place. After a while, one exclaimed in surprise, "Heavenly gods! How did that young man get in? Amazing, truly amazing. The young man is skilled in martial arts. He can even walk on walls and fly over roofs. But why did he open the gate? Why didn't the officials inside open it? The two village chiefs reacted slowly at first, but soon they noticed something strange about the city. Inside, it was completely empty. A large city, now deserted and without owners. At the same time, the fleeing crowd was awakened as Qin Su and Qilin opened the city gates. 5,000 villains realized what was happening and cursed it. The gates are open, someone got in first. Everyone, wake up! The refugees also started banging drums and shouting loudly, "Don't sleep anymore. Wake up. The gates are open." In these 3 days, so many people had died. Innocent villagers hoped for one thing most: to get into the city quickly, fill their water supplies, and leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Soon, the large fleeing army of 90,000 people moved again, all rushing to get inside the city. But no matter how fast they couldn't outrun Qin Su's team. Led by Qilin, Qin Su's group arrived first at Danshui Lake. As soon as they reached the lake, Su Hua saw 60 grain transport carts abandoned by the water's edge. And standing next to the grain carts was Qin Su himself. Seeing his team arrive, Qin Su loudly announced, "These grain carts are mine now." Men quickly hitched the horses to the carts. "The 4 old mule carts we replaced, give them to the village chiefs." The grain carts could be hitched to horses, used mainly for transporting supplies during marches and battles, but they could also carry people.
Wow, Su Hua immediately admired Insu greatly.
His excuse for creating the carts was clever. He arrived a step ahead, threw the carts by the lake, and waited for the team to arrive, claiming he had found them. He even made the number a round figure, giving the extra old mule carts to the village chiefs. This way, no one would suspect, and he also did a good deed indirectly. Oh my! Grain carts! Grain carts! Qin Su's 4 uncles were overjoyed. These days, the 56 horses had been underused. They had always dreamed of getting grain carts someday. They never expected it would happen so soon. Their young master's luck was incredible. He found 60 carts, more than enough. Qin Su didn't give everyone time to celebrate. He urged, "Hurry up." Half the men hitched the horses to the grain carts, the other half fill water. The 5th young lady directed the women to load all the supplies from the horses onto the grain carts. The 4th clan uncle, Arlen, and I went to stop the villains. Those 5,000 villains would definitely have bad ideas once they saw the grain carts and the horses and mules. After all, these are the best things to steal. If they tried to attack the grain carts, it would suit their plans perfectly. Qin Su had long wanted to kill these 5,000 villains, not just to get rid of troublemakers, but he had never found the right moment to do so. Qin Su's team had 56 horses and 6 mules. Su Hua, the Rong family, and the women were busy organizing the women to tie up the supplies. The men split into 2 groups, half to harness the horses and load the grain carts, and the other half to carry water. All the water containers, whether big wooden buckets or water bags on people's bodies, were filled to the brim. In less than half an hour, over 200 people worked quickly. Not only was the water filled, but they also tied supplies onto 10 grain carts. The remaining 52 carts were empty and used to carry people. When everything was ready, Rong's family took charge and gave orders. All men who can drive carts drive. Those who can't, carry knives to protect the convoy. Women, children, and the elderly get on the carts. 4 or 5 people per cart, evenly divided. The 2 village chiefs also issued commands: pile everything onto the mules and ox carts. Strong men pull and push the carts. Women, children, and the elderly walk in the middle of the line. Strong laborers hold weapons and protect the back of the convoy. Once the orders were given, the women, children, and elderly from Qin Su's team quickly got on the carts. The women, children, and elderly from the 2 village chiefs' side also walked in the middle of the line, protected heavily. Soon, the convoy set out loudly and lively, leaving Danshui Lake. Just as the convoy left the alleyways, the 5,000 villains rushed into the city. They immediately saw the large, mighty team of about 800 people. Of course, they also saw Qin Su and the 6 others standing in front, armed with big knives, exuding killing intent, blocking their way. When the 5,000 villains saw the 6 people standing in a line, they all stopped in their tracks. For some reason, even though they outnumbered the others, they felt a strange chill down their spines when they saw Qin Su and his team blocking the road in a line. They dared not rush forward to attack the convoy. Qin Su saw that the 5,000 villains didn't dare to come closer. He frowned and said coldly, "Anyone who harms my team will die." The 5,000 villains were stunned, thinking they had heard wrong. However, the leaders among them, one bandit chief and 2 rough men, dared not make a sound. Because the 3 villains saw that Qin Su and the others were very steady, clearly not ordinary civilians but martial artists. Don't waste time. Everyone attacked together. Qilin also twisted his neck, making cracking sounds that made the 5,000 villains sweat. But there were always 1 or 2 silly ones who, at such a moment, jumped out to be funny. A foolish bandit shouted, "Boss, charge. Our 5,000, over 1,000 of us, can kill them all. Why be afraid?" Another silly one nodded in agreement. "Yeah, boss. One sword can cut them into pieces." Hearing this, the bandit chief kicked the fool away and cursed loudly. You don't know anything. He had survived this long because he knew when to act wisely. He wasn't so stupid as not to see that the 6 people in front were tough opponents, ironclad. But if the ironclad was so hard, could they kick or move them? That was the question. The main reason they entered the city was to loot supplies, not to fight to the death. Wasn't it better to stay alive? Another rough man shouted, "Why are we entering the city?" "To find grain and water. Hurry up and look for food and water. Get lost. Go somewhere else. Such a big city, I don't believe there are no grain carts elsewhere." The other 5,000 were mostly cowards, following the 3 leaders, just pretending to be brave. Seeing the 3 leaders give up and retreat, someone immediately said, "Exactly. There must be grain carts and other good stuff elsewhere. Split up and look." The 3 villains led the retreat, but in just a moment, the 5,000 people, facing Qin Su and the others, quickly dispersed and left in different directions. They broke into homes and shops to loot. These cowards just ran away like that. Qilin had been eager to kill and vent his anger, but when he saw the 5,000 retreat, his face darkened. Qin Su also frowned tightly. He had blocked the street to find an excuse to kill the 5,000 and eliminate the threat. But before he could strike, the 5,000 had already been scared off by the 6 of them. Now the opportunity was lost, and 90,000 refugees had already started entering the city one after another. The villagers saw that the empty city of Jiechi was filled with people like locusts, rushing in crazily, and then sweeping through others' houses. Soon, they overwhelmed the 5,000 villains, making them impossible to find. "Lin, 4th uncle, let's go. We should search too, taking everything useful." Qin Su looked at the crowd flooding through the city gates like locusts. Since they missed the chance, he didn't want to waste time worrying about the 5,000 villains. He immediately called Qilin and the 4th uncle to follow his team. Although Jiechi was now empty, many supplies remained that the villagers hadn't taken. They could still find useful things by searching, such as extra large water buckets, firewood, burlap sacks, grass for cattle and horses, and some farming tools. There were also some livestock. Yes, livestock. While Qin Su's team and the 2 village leaders' groups were collecting supplies on the same street, Su Hua spotted a large, open farm behind many houses, surrounded by a fence. Her eyes lit up. She quickly turned to Shen Jiao Jiao and Su Sifan and said, "Mom, second brother, you and the lady can gather supplies here. I'll go check the farm for some grass." Looking for grass was a good excuse, and finding livestock was genuine too. Livestock. This would be the meat they ate in the future. Su Hua became more excited the more she thought about it. Before her mother and sister could reply, she ran toward the farm. Inside the farm, Su Hua saw a pile of fresh grass in the corner of the fenced area and a row of small wooden houses for the animals. The houses weren't locked, just slightly open. She pushed the door and went inside, instantly captivated by the small animals inside. There were chicken coops, pigsties, and sheep pens separated by fences, many of which were empty. But 3 of them held newborn chicks, piglets, and lambs, just a few days old. There were over 100 chicks, 12 piglets, and 5 lambs. Clearly, the larger livestock had been taken away or dealt with by the farm owner, leaving only these newborns. And because they were so young, Su Hua liked them even more. As long as she raised these small animals in her space, they wouldn't go extinct in the future. Ha ha ha, you're mine now. Su Hua burst into happy laughter, then released her aura of consciousness. Not only the little chicks, piglets, and lambs, but also the chicken coops, pig pens, and sheep pens made of fences were all brought into the space. The little chicks, piglets, and lambs had no idea what was happening from start to finish. They only knew that the environment above suddenly changed, which frightened them. They huddled and cried pitifully inside the space. But once the young animals realized that the environment was comfortable, they quickly stopped crying and curiously looked around. Su Hua saw that the young animals had adapted to the environment and felt very happy. She left the wooden house. Outside, she saw a large pile of hay. She immediately took half of it into her space and left the rest for Qin Su's team's horses and mules to eat. When Qin Su and 5 others caught up with the team, Su Hua was already busy loading 5 grain carts with hay, stacking them into 5 small mountains. Did you find so much hay? Qin Su saw the fresh hay on the 5 carts and smiled warmly, showing her 2 dimples. Although the team now had wagons and mules, raising horses and mules was very expensive. Without hay, the horses and mules could only eat some beans. One horse needed at least 10 people's daily food each day. Raising 62 horses and mules used more grain than feeding people. Finding hay was a big relief for Su Hua, solving the urgent problem of feeding the horses and mules. Big brother, not only did my sister find hay, but we also found many burlap sacks, farming tools, and wooden buckets. I even helped find a wooden basin. Qin Xian was happily helping to gather supplies. Before Su Hua could reply, he eagerly asked for his brother's praise. But before he could get praise, Su ran out of a house holding a clay jar, showing off and saying, "What you found are all inedible. Look at what I found." Qin Xian frowned and said unhappily, "What did you find?"
Suyu proudly lifted her chin. Geese.
Qin Xian's face immediately turned red with anger. Guess what? There's probably nothing inside. It's just an empty jar. Su knew Qin Xian very well. She wasn't upset at all. Instead, she proudly held the clay jar and showed it to Su Hua, saying, "Fifth sister, I found a jar of vegetable seeds. If we plant vegetables, we can eat them in the future, right?" Su Yuduan immediately cheered up and challenged Qin Xian, saying, "Did you hear that? Now you know who's stronger, right? You." "Humph. I won't lose to you. Just wait. I will definitely find something to eat." Qin Xian, angry, turned and walked away, still feeling stubborn and going to look for more supplies. "Hey, when you find something to eat, I will have found other things. You'll never beat me." Su was also not willing to show weakness. She put the clay pot into Su Huai's hands and happily ran to another room to look for more. Qin Su and Su Huai watched the 2 little kids argue, exchanging confused looks. Neither of them understood when their younger siblings had started fighting. But now was not the time to worry about such small things. They looked at the supplies of the entire convoy and felt it was not enough. They said in unison, "I'll go look for more useful things." After saying that, both of them froze for a moment. After a brief stare, they smiled at each other and, with perfect coordination, one went left and the other went right to gather supplies. Su Huai thought it was lucky to find an abandoned city. Even a piece of wood could be used as firewood. So, every time she entered someone's house, she took not only the discarded firewood from the kitchen but also all the tables, chairs, and cabinets inside. If it weren't for the need to remove door panels and roof tiles to avoid suspicion, she wouldn't have left anything behind. Half an hour later, Qin Su's team, originally with 10 carts of supplies, suddenly had 17 carts. Wow, we've loaded 17 carts. Although most of what they found couldn't be eaten, everyone was very satisfied because much of it was useful. Village Chief, 6 carts are full, because the 2 villages had many people and found a lot of things, they couldn't fit everything on the carts. The village chief immediately decided, if it doesn't fit, Then put the heavy items on the carts and carry the lighter ones on your backs. In short, both teams had gained a lot. By dawn, the sky was bright, and the refugees finally scoured the streets near the city gate, about 10 miles away from Qin Su's team. Meanwhile, Qin Su's team was also ready to set out and depart. At Qin Su's command, 60 grain transport carts and 2 mule carts formed a long line, heading south in a mighty procession. For the safety of the team, Qin Su drove a carriage carrying Rong Shi holding her son, Qin Xian, and Li Wana with her son, Summer Bamboo, leading the group at the front. Behind them were Su Sifan and Su Huai in the second carriage, carrying Shun Jiao Jiao, Su Sijin, and Yu. Because Su Sifan was a student and Su Huai was a teacher, they shared the carriage, with the younger sister teaching the older brother how to drive. Behind the carriages of the mothers, other men pulled 17 carts loaded with supplies. Following those, 43 carriages carried only people, with about 4 or 5 people in each. Qilin was very unlucky, as Qin Su arranged for him to be at the back of the team to protect everyone. The Feng siblings saw they couldn't sit in Qin Su's carriage and didn't want to miss the chance to please Qilin, so they both squeezed into his carriage. Because of their squeezing, no one on Qilin's side was willing to share the carriage with the siblings. So, Qilin's carriage was the emptiest and most spacious. As for the 2 village chiefs and their teams, since they were walking on foot, they had to part ways with Qin Su's team. Before leaving, Su Huai reminded the 2 village chiefs to speed up and arrive in the southern wilderness by mid-September, and also to lead their villagers to climb Mount Qi. The 2 village chiefs didn't understand why they needed to climb the mountain. But seeing Su Huai's serious expression, they didn't ask and nodded in agreement. Over 800 people, once traveling together, had to part ways in the end. Fifth sister, will the villagers from the 2 villages arrive safely in the south? Su Sijin looked at the 2 villages falling behind and remembered how her own team had suddenly separated from nearly 1 million refugees fleeing, and she couldn't help feeling emotional. Spending half a month fleeing with nearly 1 million refugees truly broadened her horizons as a girl who rarely left her home. She saw not only the dangers of nature, but also the ugliness of human nature. When Su Sifan mastered driving skills, Su Huai boldly handed the reins to Su Sifan and turned back to chat with her mother and sisters. Third sister, I really don't know either. I don't just not know if they can arrive safely, but even we can't be sure. In a few days, it would be August. The further south they went, the hotter it became. She also had a premonition that the 700,000 people fleeing from the Jiqi area would continue south, and soon, people from other districts might follow the crowd and flee as well. This means that more and more refugees will join the road heading south. When Qin Su's team reaches the next continent, Zanjo, the number of people may increase by millions or even tens of millions. In just over 2 weeks, they have been fleeing with hundreds of thousands of refugees from Yanzhou. Facing so many dangers, she can't even imagine what it will be like when the number reaches tens of millions. Fifth sister, what exactly is the end of the world? Suyu suddenly asked, turning to Shun Jiao Jiao. Mother, have you ever seen the end of the world? That Shun Jiao Jiao was caught off guard. How could she have seen it? If she had, she wouldn't be alive now. Su Hua looked serious and explained, the end of the world means everything in the land is destroyed. Animals, plants, and humans might all disappear. Deserts could turn into oceans, flatlands into mountains, the Arctic glaciers might melt, and the south could be frozen. Some creatures that have never been seen deep underground might come out. Basically, it means total destruction. After hearing Su Hua talk about the possible end-of-the-world scenario, the girls were so frightened they opened their mouths wide, forgetting how to close them. Qin Su's team finally left the jurisdiction of Jieqi in just 4 hours. They traveled over 200 miles, entering the canyon area of the Danxia landform. They also caught up with the escape convoy led by the salt transport officer, which had left a day earlier, with about 700,000 refugees. Since entering the Danxia Canyon, the road became rough and steep. From a distance, Qin Su saw the salt transport officer's fleeing team on the mountain road a few miles ahead. He looked around at his surroundings and suddenly stopped his cart. Su Hua's grain transport cart behind him also immediately stopped, and the other carts followed one after another. Qin Su got off his horse and explained, "The road ahead is too narrow and blocked by the fleeing refugees. We can't pass now. We'll camp here tonight and continue tomorrow." He realized that the road on both sides was a steep canyon. If his team tried to pass through the crowd of refugees, the horses might get frightened. That could cause danger not only to the refugees but also to his team. To avoid accidents, he decided to let the refugee convoy go ahead first. They would wait until tomorrow, when they could pass through flatter land or wider roads, to overtake them. Su Hua looked at the terrain and agreed without objection. She immediately got off her cart. Qin Suo chose a good place to set up camp. On the right side was flat land, with a wide view all around, covering at least dozens of acres. It was perfect for staying overnight. Everyone get off the carts and set up camp. Qin Suo's 4 uncles were always helpful. As soon as Qin Suo gave the order, they arranged everything for camping, taking care of all the work. Some men unloaded the grain carts, feeding the horses and mules. Half of the men started fires and set up camp. The women and girls didn't need to make straw shoes anymore, since there was no more grass to cut. They had free time. Su Hua also couldn't find any herbs to gather, so she went to Qin Suo and suggested, "Young master, it's still early today. Many people are free. You can let those feeling unwell come over and I'll check on them." Qin Suo's eyes lit up and he smiled, saying, "That's a good idea." "Thank you, Miss Fifth." After more than 2 weeks of fleeing, the 200 people were exhausted. They had no time to see a doctor, but many were actually feeling unwell. They didn't ask for help because they were busy, and they didn't want to slow down the group. So, most endured their discomfort. Some had blisters on their feet from walking, which had become infected. Others had symptoms like needing to urinate yellow and painful, or women's health issues. Miss Fifth, you and Qin Yu and Qin Xian can see the sick first, Mrs. Rong said, volunteering. Yes, Su Hua smiled when she heard and immediately told Su Sifan, "Second brother, bring your notebook. I'll do the diagnosis and you record." Su Hua's handwriting wasn't very good, and she didn't know many characters. It was perfect to have Su Sifan, a scholar, record for her. Okay, Su Sifan was very excited to agree. He was happier than finding a treasure. Since fleeing, he felt useless most of the time. But now, with Su Hua's help, he could be useful, like managing accounts and writing. If Su Hua also taught him to recognize herbs, he could help with gathering medicine in the future. That was Su Hua's plan too. Su Sifan was a scholar and had a good memory. If he learned about herbs and medicine, he could become a healer someday. "Third sister, what about me?" Su Sijin asked, looking envious when he saw Su Sifan helping. Su Hua thought for a moment and smiled, saying, "Third sister, you and mother can continue gathering herbs and preparing medicines. Now, while I see patients, you and mother can help boil the medicine for everyone. Thank you, fifth sister." Su Sijin heard this and also felt happy. The women were afraid of gossip, so as long as everyone had something to do, they felt more at ease. Su Huai truly examined and treated everyone. To make it easier for her, Qin Su directly helped her serve. He moved a large wooden tub to serve as a table and brought a wooden basin to be a stool. Actually, Su Huai's space had both a table and chairs, but she couldn't take them out. First, Su Huai examined the women of the Rong family. During the pulse check, she realized why Rong Shi had come to see her. Rong Shi was bleeding heavily after childbirth, and due to fleeing from hardship outside, she couldn't keep herself clean, leading to a pelvic infection and lower abdominal pain. Qin Yu's neck was weak, and he had a bald spot behind his head, showing signs of calcium deficiency and soft cartilage. Qin Xian, because of his mental abilities, was thin and had a weak constitution, but he didn't have any serious illness. After examining, Su Huai immediately prescribed herbs to help Rong Shi pass the lochia, including Yumukeo, and herbs for pelvic treatment like Honghua Tung, Baijiu Chao, Baiji, Tufeling, Dandelion, and Tua Gu Chao. However, some herbs Qin Su didn't have in his supplies, so she had to gather them from her space. Later, for Qin Yu's soft cartilage, She called Qin Su and said meaningfully, "Your brother's mild soft cartilage condition needs treatment with bone broth and chicken soup to nourish him. Or, if you can find a cow, give your brother milk." Hearing words like bone broth, chicken soup, and cow, Qin Su looked stunned. Currently, they were fleeing outside, and even if they could get these things, they would be hard to eat. But then he touched his nose, nodded, and said, "I understand. Thank you, 5th Mississippi. I'll find a way to get nutritious food for my mother." Su Huai became even more convinced that Qin Su, the young boy, had a space ability. Based on her previous observation in the Millennium Orchid District, where she saw Qin Su teleport, she boldly guessed that Qin Su probably had space powers. But she had no concrete proof at the moment, and since she also had a space, there was no need to pry into other secrets. She remained calm and added, "As for your sister, she's fine. Just let her exercise more, preferably practice martial arts to strengthen her body." Okay. Qin Su touched his nose again, stood beside Su Huai for a while, then left. What he was going to do, Su Huai didn't have time to pay attention to, because at that time, women, children, and the elderly kept coming to her for treatment. During the consultation, Su Hua realized that not only were everyone's feet badly worn, but many had wounds that had become infected and pus-filled. Additionally, about 70% of the people in the group were suffering from frequent urination, pain, and yellow due to drinking too little water recently. The women and girls were also unable to keep themselves clean during their periods, leading to infections. Su Hua immediately ordered, "Third sister, mother, take the dandelions and crush them." Then cut some cloth strips to apply to everyone's foot wounds. Seeing that many people had yellow and pain, she also instructed other women to boil wild chrysanthemum tea for everyone to drink. As for the women and girls' personal hygiene, she could only remind them. There was nothing more she could do, as water was scarce now. Others didn't have the same space she did to secretly wash in her space. She could do as she pleased. Others weren't as lucky as her, since she never ran out of water. Su Hua treated everyone, earning unanimous praise and making everyone feel more at ease. Having a doctor accompany the group on the escape route undoubtedly saved many lives. Everyone loved the group's little treasure. But for Su Hua, treating the team members was just part of her routine. There was nothing to be proud of. After eating the ham porridge cooked by Qin Su, she used the excuse of needing privacy and entered her space. First, she fed the horses and mules some hay, then gave the chicks, piglets, and lambs spring water. Later, she went to the sweet potato field, dug up some sprouted sweet potato seedlings that had grown again, and fed them to the small animals. The small animals, just a few days old, would normally eat feed in the old world, but Su Hua found that the leaves of the sprouted sweet potato plants in her space could attract the small animals. It showed that these little creatures were very smart. They knew that things from the space were good. "Hey, grow up quickly. I'm waiting for chickens to lay eggs, and eggs to hatch chickens." Looking at the chicks, Su Hua smiled proudly. But despite her pride, she didn't waste the 4 hours she had in her space. She quickly gathered some wooden planks, wood, a hammer and ropes, and reinforced the fence. She thought that once the small animals grew up, they would be very lively. If she didn't build a proper fence, the small animals might run into the desert, and she wouldn't even have a place to find them. Of course, while working, Su Hua didn't forget to kill 2 fish inside the cave and was busy reinforcing the fence while preparing grilled fish. But she never expected that after finishing the fence work, setting down her tools, and turning to eat the fish, she was suddenly shocked by what she saw. "Oh my," Su Hua shouted in fright, staring at the iron rack with the grilled fish. "Where are my fish? Where is my grilled fish?" Originally, 2 fish were skewered on the iron rod of the rack, but now not only were the fish gone, even the rod holding them had disappeared. Su Hua thought she was imagining things, so she pinched her eyes hard. But when she opened her eyes again, she saw that the fish were really gone. Su Hua wondered, could there be other creatures in this space? Stealing my fish. And when she thought about this, she was so scared she jumped again. How powerful must that creature be to sneakily steal fish from behind her without her noticing? She had trained in martial arts. She didn't notice when the fish was stolen. Thinking of this, Su Hua's gaze turned sharp as she looked toward the foggy area. She had never been to the fog zone. She only stayed within 2 miles of the cave. She didn't know if there were any neighbors in the fog zone.
Who?
Thief, come out. Su Hua knew shouting like this was silly, but she still wanted to see if there was anything in the fog, just in case she could scare the thief out. Not coming out? Don't let me catch you next time. Su Hua waited for a while, but she saw or heard nothing from the fog, and she gave a stern warning. But it seemed her effort was useless. She shouted into the air, but the thief didn't respond at all. Not only did the thief ignore her, but the 2 fish soon turned into just fish bones, thrown on the ground in the foggy wasteland. The thief's skill at stealing fish was almost as good as Su Hua's skill at eating chicken. And after an hour, Su Hua was expelled from the space, but the thief still hadn't appeared. When Su Hua was expelled from the space and returned to her tent, she almost had a heart attack. Tomorrow, I must catch that fish thief. There was something else in the space, which surprised Su Hua. She originally thought that the desert was barren and had no living creatures. However, now a neighbor had appeared out of nowhere. She wasn't afraid of the other person being strong, but she was worried that they might steal all her hard-collected supplies. Remember, all her survival belongings in the end times were stored in her space. After a moment of panic, she gradually understood one thing. If the other person had been in her space for a long time and truly wanted to steal her supplies, they could have taken them earlier, catching her off guard. There was no need to wait until she discovered them. It seemed the person just wanted to eat grilled fish alone. Thinking of this, Su Hua comforted herself. This fish thief probably won't steal my supplies. If they really wanted to, they would have taken everything when I wasn't in the space. She found that her supplies in the space hadn't decreased and hadn't been touched. Maybe the thief is just a foodie? Lured out by the smell of grilled fish, Su Hua guessed, then came up with a plan. If they're a foodie, it's easy to handle. Just watch and see how I catch that little thief. She couldn't rest easy until she caught the fish thief. It was like knowing a thief was watching her house. Not catching the thief for a day made her anxious. She didn't want to live in constant worry. After making up her mind, Su Hua started planning how to catch the thief. She thought of 3 different plans. Once everything was ready, she waited for the opportunity to come at night. The next day, Su Hua could enter her space. But she didn't go in because she used her mind to look inside and was surprised to see everything was fine. The fish thief really wasn't interested in her supplies at all. There was another reason too. She needed to hurry on her journey. At dawn, a convoy of 62 grain transport carts set out again, forming a long line of vehicles. By noon, the convoy reached a vast, open plain, where they caught up with a fleeing army of 700,000 people led by the salt transport officer. Qin Su's convoy was very loud and busy. The people behind the fleeing army, hearing the sound of galloping horses and rolling wheels, looked back curiously. When they saw the convoy of over 60 grain carts, they were startled. A soldier from the salt patrol shouted, "It's bad. Over 1 million refugees from Zanjo are catching up." But another soldier, who was more observant, quickly realized that it was only Qin Su's convoy. There were no million refugees behind them. He shouted loudly, "It's just a small convoy, not many people. No need to panic. The fleeing villagers from Jie only just started escaping." Each family carried plenty of supplies, probably afraid of being robbed during the month-long escape from Zanjo. After all, who isn't afraid of losing their belongings? Go! Qin Su listened to the salt soldiers shouting but remained calm. He led the way, driving his cart past them. Su Hua watched the endless line of fleeing villagers and also grabbed the reins, quickly following Qin Su and increasing her speed. The flat plain ahead was the best place to overtake, so she sped up. Soon, a scene appeared before them. A small team of 62 grain-carrying carts merged from the side, gradually overtaking a line of over 70,000 people stretching 30 miles long. Where the convoy passed, the fleeing villagers looked on with surprise and curiosity. Fortunately, the plain was much wider than 30 miles. After half an hour, Qin Su's team finally caught up with the front of the fleeing group, including the salt transport officer and 3 assistants. A salt soldier on horseback rushed to the salt transport officer's cart and hurriedly reported, "Sir, there is a grain convoy coming from behind." "What? A grain convoy?" The salt transport officer, feeling uncomfortable in his cart, was startled. He hurriedly looked out. When he saw Qin Su's increasingly close team, he was truly shocked. Only military officers, guards, or merchant caravans carried grain carts and soldiers. Although their convoy wasn't large, having horses and grain carts meant they were probably important. The salt transport officer wanted to become emperor and rebel. But rebellion required supplies, weapons, soldiers, and commanders. It also needed strategists, advisors, and talented officers for marching and planning. In the end, he was just a salt transport officer. He managed salt affairs for the court, a third-rank local official, not a professional military leader. Seeing Qin Su's team, he felt like he was donning a dragon robe and ascending the throne. Thinking of this, the salt transport officer shouted excitedly, "Stop the team. Quickly go and stop them. Halt the convoy." He knew how difficult it was for such a convoy to remain among the millions fleeing, and he recognized their skill. This was talent, and he had to recruit them. "Yes, sir." The messenger from the Salt Army received orders from the Salt Transport officer and immediately rode his horse to intercept Qin Su, shouting loudly, "Stop! Stop!" Qin Su didn't expect the Salt Transport officer to block his convoy. When he saw the soldier suddenly rush out, his sharp eyes flashed with intensity. At the same moment, he leapt out, kicking away 2 horses and soldiers who nearly collided with him, with loud, bang-bang sounds. The horses were kicked 5 meters away, kicking up dust on the plain, and then they collapsed and couldn't get up. The soldier was also thrown out with the horses, crying out in pain, and fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. It wasn't that Qin Su didn't want to stop the cart and cause trouble, but the salt transport officer didn't give him any chance to stop. The entire convoy was moving very fast. When the enemy suddenly charged out a horse, if Qin Su pulled the reins to brake sharply, the people on the cart, including Rongshi, would be thrown out, possibly injured or worse. If he dodged, Su Hua behind him might not react in time and could crash into the horse or the cart. The whole convoy might even rear-end and crash into each other. How could he allow such danger to happen? When Qin Su kicked the horse away, he quickly jumped back onto his horse, his expression cold as he controlled the reins and slowed down the cart. Whoa! Qin Su moved smoothly, like flowing water, all within a few moments, very dangerous. Su Hua, following behind, watched this risky scene with wide eyes, her pupils shrinking in fear. Whoa! She reacted just in time to slow down. After the grain cart stopped safely, she angrily glared at the salt transport officer. The scene just now was like a car on a highway suddenly encountering a pedestrian stepping out to cause trouble. Who wouldn't be angry? If Qin Su hadn't been skilled in martial arts to handle the danger, even if she reacted quickly, the women on the grain cart could have been thrown out. After all, it was just a grain cart. Without seatbelts, any mishap could cause chaos. Whoa. Seeing Qin Su and Su Hua slow down and stop one after another, the salt transport officer finally succeeded in blocking Qin Su's convoy. After Qin Su stopped his cart, he looked down from above with a displeased expression at the salt transport officer, walking over happily. He coldly asked, "May I ask what the salt transport officer's reason is for stopping my convoy?" The salt transport officer had never met anyone so disrespectful to him. He was at least a third-rank official. But he looked at the unmoving horse lying on the ground and the salt soldier who had fainted, and he was no longer angry. His eyes even flickered with scheming light, and he asked happily, "Do you know I am the Salt Transport Commissioner? Do you mean you are one of the millions of refugees outside the city?" Qin Su raised an eyebrow. "So what if I am? What do you want to say, Salt Transport Commissioner? Just say it directly." "Good." The Salt Transport Commissioner had just seen Qin Su's incredible skills and was now very pleased to see Qin Su acting casually. He immediately invited, Are you heading south to escape the famine? Why not join my team? You'll have company. You know my team is made up of common people from Jie. We won't cause trouble, and with me here, we follow strict discipline. Actually, he wanted Qin Su to lead his convoy. By then, not only Qin Su would serve him, but also the grain carts and over 100 soldiers with big swords would belong to him. He was short of generals, weapons, horses, and grain carts. Qin Su smiled when he heard this, clearly knowing what the Salt Transport Commissioner was planning. He curled his lips and teased, "Do you know who I am? And do you know who the young man at the back of the convoy is?" It was almost laughable. He and Qilin were both sons of top-tier marquises. Although they had been falsely accused and their homes raided by the Emperor's men, as soon as they revealed their identities and called for rebellion, others would join them. When had anyone seen the son of a top-tier general or martial officer go to join a third-rank Salt official? Salt Transport Commissioner, you should think again. Before the Salt Transport Commissioner could reply, Qin Su threw out these words and then waved the reins to urge his horse forward. Su Huai and the others saw this and quickly followed, not taking the Salt Transport Commissioner seriously. Everyone naturally ignored him. It's important to note that half of the men originally from the capital were high-ranking civil or military officials. Their status was far above that of the Salt Transport Commissioner and his aides. If they hadn't been raided, their identities alone would have scared the Salt Transport Commissioner to death. "Young man, don't go. We can talk about conditions." The Salt Transport Commissioner still didn't understand why Qin Su refused him. When he saw Qin Su's team moving again, he panicked and wanted to stop them. But Qin Su's grain carts had already driven 2 miles away in the blink of an eye. And one after another, the carts passed by him without paying any attention. The last person in the team, Qilin, stopped the carriage and kindly said, "You have a big appetite. If you want to attack our convoy, aren't you afraid we might cut off your head first and then swallow your 10,000 salt soldiers?" "What?" The Salt Transport Officer was so frightened that his face changed color and he took a few steps back. Seeing this, Qilin laughed loudly, acting like a spoiled young master, very arrogant. He rode his horse and left quickly. He even deliberately sped up, kicking up dust that sprayed into the Salt Officer's face.
Bah! Bah!
Bah! The Salt Officer was caught off guard, instantly covered in dust and dirt, and became very angry. The other 3 officers didn't dare to approach, while the Salt Officer was talking with Qin Su. After Qin Su's convoy left, the 3 officials appeared slowly, each speaking one after another. "Sir," the young man at the end made a good point. "If we recruit people without knowing their background, what if we recruit bad guys who might kill us and take our soldiers? That would be unfair to us. We should only recruit small groups of 1 or 2 people in the future." That convoy didn't look like ordinary folks, especially that young man leading the group. He kicked a horse so hard it died. If he had kicked us, would we still be alive? The Salt Transport Officer wanted to scold the 3 men for being cowardly, but when he looked back at the horses on the ground, he saw that a fine warhorse had already died, which shocked him so much he gasped and staggered back 2 steps. He couldn't believe that someone could have such strength. A warhorse weighs nearly 1,000 jin, a Chinese weight measure. The fact that someone could kick a horse 5 meters away and kill it was unbelievable. How could someone without such strength explain this? The convoy quickly left the Salt Officer's fleeing army behind. Traveling by carriage had many benefits. One benefit was that it was much faster. Another was that everyone could eat and drink on the carriage when hungry or thirsty. A third benefit was that their feet no longer bled from walking and old injuries could heal. In the afternoon, the convoy passed through hilly terrain. Qin Su suddenly stopped the carriage and told everyone to get off to relieve themselves. Qin Su was very careful. Since Su Huai had treated everyone's illnesses, he, though still a young boy inexperienced in the world, understood some things that needed to be known. He understood that women and girls were different from men and should pay attention to cleanliness. He even allowed women and girls to bring some water to clean themselves. When the convoy stopped, Su Hua also went to take care of her urgent need. Since her body was young and she didn't have her period, she was somewhat favored on the escape journey, which saved her many troubles. After everyone finished their business, the group continued their journey smoothly. However, they passed through barren yellow soil plains, hills, and deserts. At dusk, the convoy entered a vast gravel desert. Everyone thought they would run out of supplies, unable to find water or grass. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped oasis appeared like a mirage, catching everyone's attention.
Wow.
An oasis. It's an oasis. The men were overjoyed when they saw the oasis. Previously, at Jie, there was a freshwater lake, but at that time, they were in a hurry to leave and didn't have time to fill their water containers, nor could it be considered their own. Now, only 200 people had seen the oasis, so for the rest of the night, it belonged exclusively to them. Oh heavens, we've finally found an oasis. The women and girls saw the oasis and became very excited, tears in their eyes. Since their exile began, nearly a month had passed without a bath, and they didn't know how dirty they had become. Each of them dreamed daily of the chance to bathe and clean themselves properly someday. Su jumped down from the carriage and loudly ordered, "Set up camp here tonight. The men will first collect water, fill all the large water barrels, and also take the horses and mules to drink water and eat grass. After that, everyone will take turns bathing and cleaning. All the dirty clothes must be washed." Every day on the road, they were covered in sweat and dust. If they didn't have multiple sets of clothes to change into, they would all look like beggars. Remember, everyone present used to be pampered and wealthy, living in luxury. This rare opportunity was perfect for everyone to clean up.
Good.
Little Lord. Whether men, women, or children, everyone cheered excitedly after hearing Su's orders. Then, they dispersed happily to do their own tasks. Half of the men immediately opened the grain transport carts, led the horses and mules to the oasis to drink water and eat grass. The other half carried water buckets to fetch water, then set up camp, lit fires, and boiled water. The women went to find the dirty clothes and wooden basins they had previously used and began washing them. Shun Jiao Jiao, Su Sijin, Li Wan'er, and Xiazhu all took the dirty clothes they had changed out of earlier to the oasis to wash. Qilin looked at the oasis for a moment and suddenly said to Su Sifan and Feng Yiming, "Feng, go check the lake with me to see if there are fish." "Su, aren't you planning to learn how to swim?" Hearing the word, swim, Su Sifan shivered all over, but after glancing at Su Hua, he obediently followed Qilin to the oasis. Su Yu, Qin Xian, and the children happily followed the women to play in the water at the oasis. In the end, only Su Hua, Rongshi, and Qin Su sat on the desert ground. No one else was idle. "It's so good to have water." Rongshi saw the peaceful and joyful atmosphere and was also affected, smiling happily. Since their house was raided, everyone had been living a life on the run, rarely smiling like this. "I'm just worried that the sunset is too beautiful, but it's only dusk," Su Hua said calmly. She wasn't blindly optimistic or trying to ruin the mood. She just spoke her feelings. After all, only 2 months remained before the end of the world. The current beauty was just a fleeting moment before disaster. Beautiful sunset, but only dusk. Qin Su never expected that 12-year-old Su Hua, who didn't read many words, would come up with such a poetic thought. Isn't the current great Qi just like the sunset? Like the oasis now? Yes, after tonight, all this beauty might disappear. Let's cherish the present. Remember the sunset, remember the oasis, remember the desert, remember all the scenery, because when eternal night comes, besides darkness, we won't see anything. After saying this, Su Hua lazily lay down on the sand. But as she lay down, as if illuminated by a divine light, she wanted to remember the blue sky, white clouds, sunset, and starry sky. Suddenly, she was frightened and jumped up, shouting toward the oasis, "Mother! Everyone, get into the water! What's wrong?" Qin Su and Rongshi were startled by Su Hua's sudden panic. When they looked in the direction of her gaze toward the sunset, they saw a dense, sky-covering swarm of clouds rushing toward the desert. They were so scared they almost forgot to breathe. These clouds weren't real clouds, but a swarm of deadly bees. Swarm of killer bees. Run! Qin Su and the Rong mother and son reacted quickly. When Su Huai started to shout, their bodies instinctively rushed toward the oasis. At the same time, they shouted anxiously to the people working in the desert, "Killer bees are coming. Everyone get into the water." Run! However, the 4 tribal uncles and the men in the desert were caught off guard at first. Only when they heard the buzzing getting closer did they realize what the dark clouds covering the sky really were. "Mother! Run now!" The 4 uncles were immediately frightened, their scalps tingling. They threw down their firewood and ran after Qin Su and the others toward the oasis. Fortunately, the other men had faced danger many times before. Although they were a little slower, they reacted in time and hurried to catch up. Then, everyone jumped into the lake one after another, making a splash. The women, girls, and children in the oasis didn't understand what was happening. But when everyone turned around after hearing the noise, they saw Su Huai, Qin Su, and all the men rushing toward them, even pushing them into the lake. Especially the women. Su Huai was like a whirlwind, sweeping through everything. Suddenly, a scene appeared. The sky was dark with swarms of killer bees rushing toward the oasis. Living people all hurriedly jumped into the lake. The women, girls, and children in the oasis were confused, but when they saw everyone rushing into the water, they followed without hesitation. Zhao, Su, and the others pushed them into the lake as well. This scene was intense, the dark clouds of killer bees covering the sky, coming in waves. The bees seemed to be frightened and agitated, like a giant bloodthirsty beast or a tornado sweeping across the desert oasis. Anything that could block or threaten the bees became their target. Near the oasis, 56 horses and 6 mules, which had been forgotten and not pulled into the water, instantly became targets for the swarm. Countless killer bees attacked the horses and mules like rain. The horses and mules screamed in fear, their bodies quickly torn apart and bloodied. Su Hua held her breath underwater, wide-eyed as she watched the herd of horses above being attacked. She silently cried out in worry. What should she do? Should she take the horses into her space? But putting the horses into her space would also include the killer bees. If she used her space to quickly drag the horses into the lake, Qin Su and others might realize her secret. At the same spot underwater, Qin Su also looked on with pain and regret in his eyes. He wanted to rush out to help, but Qin Yu in Rong's arms was a baby who couldn't hold her breath underwater. Rong was trying to save Qin Yu by breathing air into her, but Qin Xian didn't need help swimming. The women, children, and girls in the water were all bad swimmers. Everyone was drowning, water entering their noses and mouths, hands grabbing at anything, bodies sinking to the bottom of the lake. In this life-and-death moment, Qin Su was overwhelmed. He could only hold on to his mother and Qin Xian, unable to help the horses and mules. Time seemed to pass endlessly. Suddenly, there were loud banging sounds on the lake's surface. It was the horses and mules collapsing under the attack of the dense killer bees, falling to the ground, then crying out in despair and pain, struggling weakly. Everyone in the water started to turn pale, unable to breathe. Only the men who could swim and Su Hua could hold their breath a little longer. The others, if they didn't surface soon, would suffocate and drown. Killer bees usually didn't attack people in the water because they either stayed on the surface or attacked when someone surfaced. But the situation was urgent. Most people were on the oasis shore, leaving no time for Su Hua and Qin Su to think of a plan. Finally, just as the women and children twitched and kicked in their last moments, the killer bees swarmed away and left. Su Hua and Qin Su both burst out of the water at the same time, creating a huge splash. They looked at the fleeing swarm and shouted to the men who were surfacing, "Help the others." As they shouted, Qin Su quickly carried Rong in one arm and Qin Xian in the other, flying onto the shore. He dropped them down and then jumped back into the lake to rescue more people. Su Hua didn't hesitate long. She pushed Su Yu and Su Sijin onto the shore, then sank back into the water to save Xin Jiao Jiao and Xia Zhu. Other men were all busy, and no one thought about who to save first. As long as someone was nearby, they helped them get to shore first. Qilin also pulled Su Sifin out of the water and helped push her onto the shore, then continued to help rescue others underwater. Third sister. I will teach you how to save people. Help quickly. After Su Huai pulled Xin Jiao Jiao and Xia Zhu onto the shore, she saw that the women from the Rong family, who had been rescued first, were all safe. Su Xijin and Su Yu also coughed out water and regained consciousness. She immediately shouted. After shouting, she performed chest compressions on Shun Jiao Jiao. When Shun Jiao Jiao coughed twice and spat out water, she continued to rescue Mingur, Xia Zhu, and Li Waner. Once Su Xijin learned Su Huai's rescue method, she didn't hesitate to turn around and help save women, children, and the elderly. At first, her technique was a bit clumsy and not as skilled as Su Huai's. But when she saved the first girl, she was so excited she went crazy. The girl she saved later learned from her and used her method of chest compressions to help other children, women, and the elderly who were being rescued. So, on the shore, this scene appeared. Men kept diving into the water to rescue people, and each time they pulled someone out, the girls quickly went forward to help. No one expected that in the end, more than 20 girls would all play important roles. Some children who had been pressed for a long time without response were rescued by Su Huai, who took a little of her special energy and pressed on their chests a few times, bringing them back to life. After Qin Su rescued an elderly woman, he shouted loudly, "Count the people. See if anyone was missed." The men immediately counted, and they found that one person was still missing. Suddenly, Feng Yiming in the water shouted, "It's my sister. My sister wasn't rescued." Qin Su's face changed slightly. He paused for a second and then shouted, "Everyone in the water, help find her." He didn't rush to rescue her alone but pulled Qilin, Feng Yiming, and other men into the water to find Feng Ruju. After all, the Feng family had a history of seeking revenge after being helped. He didn't want to rescue Feng Ruju alone and risk being entangled. Feng Ruju was of age to marry, and he was not stupid. Having escaped with the Feng siblings for more than half a month, he could see Feng Ruju's intentions clearly. Because several men were diving at the same time, Qin Su quickly found Feng Ruju at the bottom of the lake. It turned out that Feng Ruju was caught in the aquatic plants, which tangled around her feet. A few men worked together to pull apart the seaweed that was tangled around Feng Ruju's ankles, then dragged her onto the shore.
She's saved. She's saved.
Everyone's safe now. All safe. The women saw the last person being rescued and couldn't help but cry with joy. It's important to remember that just moments before, everyone's lives were in danger. Who would have thought that a seemingly safe oasis could suddenly be overrun by aggressive bees? The swarm looked like dark clouds, and although there weren't billions of bees, there were still tens of millions. There were 200 people, and even if each person was attacked by 1,000 bees, they would all surely die, let alone millions. But when the women saw the horses and mules attacked by the bees, covered in blood and wounds, they burst into tears again. Oh, poor horses and mules. The team had been traveling for 2 days with wagons, and now all the animals were badly hurt, which was terrible news for the 200 people. Why is this happening to us? We've already suffered so much. An older woman looked at the dying horses on the ground, tears streaming down her face, and cursed the heavens. She couldn't hold back her anger. First, they were unfairly targeted by the Dog Emperor and lost their homes. Then they had to flee and face many dangers. After finally seeing some hope with wagons to travel more comfortably, disaster struck again. Move aside. Make way. Just as everyone was crying over the injured horses, Su Hua suddenly appeared, holding a bunch of bamboo slips. Before anyone could react, she tore the strings binding the bamboo slips apart, causing them to fall with a clatter. Su Hua shouted to Qin Su, "Young lord, let's save the horses together. Everyone, use these bamboo slips to scrape out the bee stings from the horses, carefully avoiding breaking the venom sacs." As long as the horses and mules were still alive and breathing, Su Hua believed she could save them all. Su Hua discovered that some of the bees that had been crushed under the horses' bodies were actually wasps. Wasps, known scientifically as hornets, are large and highly venomous. Throughout history, there's a saying about stirring up a hornet's nest, which shows how dangerous wasps can be. Additionally, the female bee has a strong, long stinger. When attacked or disturbed, it will swarm and sting, which can cause allergic reactions and poisoning in humans and animals. In severe cases, it can be life-threatening. Unlike honeybees, whose stingers have barbs and can only sting once, wasps can sting multiple times. When wasps sting, they usually do not leave their stinger behind, but during an attack, the stinger can break off and remain in the skin, which can be dangerous. To help Ma and Luo, Su Hua first needs to remove all broken stingers with venom sacs from their bodies. She also needs to wipe their wounds with vinegar. For pain relief and detoxification, she relies on her special abilities. Qin Su doesn't know exactly how Su Hua plans to save Ma and Luo, but he trusts her without question. He immediately becomes excited and orders, "All the men help out. Each of you take a few bamboo strips. The women and girls help clean and replace the dirty strips. Hurry." Initially, the 200 people thought the horses and mules were beyond saving and felt very sad and worried. When they heard Su Hua say to save the horses, they thought they had misheard. But once they realized she was serious, everyone rushed to help. The men each took 4 or 5 bamboo strips, and 2 or 3 men carefully and gently scraped the stingers from each horse. The women and girls also brought basins or buckets filled with water to help. After each man finished scraping, they replaced the contaminated bamboo strips with clean ones and washed them thoroughly. Oh heavens, there are so many stingers. How painful and uncomfortable must these horses and mules be? As the men replaced the strips, the women and girls saw the dense cluster of wasp stingers on the bamboo and couldn't help but cry. No one could imagine how painful it must be for the animals to be stung like that. While everyone was busy saving the horses and mules, Su Hua turned to Qin Su and asked, "Young lord, do you have any vinegar?" She had vinegar herself, but it was in her space and she couldn't take it out. The bamboo strips she used were bought at a bookstore. She had left a few volumes there for Su Si Fan, the bookworm, to read from time to time, so she dared to bring them out. Just as Su Hua thought Qin Su didn't have vinegar and was about to give up and look for other solutions, Qin Su immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I have 3 water sacks. Will that be enough?" Su Hua looked surprised and thought for a moment before saying, "Using it sparingly is enough." "Wait a moment," Qin Su said, then went to the grain cart and rummaged through the burlap sacks. Soon, he found 3 water bags and handed them to Su Hua. Vinegar to feed the horses or to drink. Qin Su thought vinegar was given directly to the horses to detoxify. No, Su Hua shook her head patiently. It's for wiping the bee stings on the horses. After speaking, she quickly ran to her bag and took out some leftover fabric scraps for making clothes. Then she took 2 wooden basins, filled them with water, and poured vinegar from the 3 water bags into the basins, diluting the vinegar. Once everything was ready, she called the women over. "Mother, 3rd sister, please help me wipe the bee-stung horses' wounds with this vinegar water. All the wounds need to be treated." "Okay, 5th sister, I'll help you. This basin will be handled by me and Xiazhu." Su Sijin and Xin Jiao Jiao didn't delay for a moment and called Xiazhu to help. As for Rong Shi, Li Waner, and some older women who were assigned tasks, they helped all the awake children by lighting fires and changing their clothes. The children were all frightened, huddling like quails near the fire, trembling. Everyone present, women, girls, and men, were busy trying to save the horses, all soaked in wet clothes and anxious. Even Qi Lin and Qin Su went to help turn the horses and mules over, all tense and worried. Everyone hoped to save the horses and mules. Only Feng Rushu and Feng Yiming, the brother and sister, stood aside, confused and unable to find something to do. But no one paid attention to them. Time passed quickly, and night fell in the blink of an eye. All 56 horses and 6 mules had their bee stings scraped off. Finally, all done. The bee stings are gone. The horses can live now, right? Everyone helping sighed in relief, thinking that scraping off the bee stings was enough to cure the horses. Su Hua didn't reveal the truth. She knew that being attacked by the deadly, sky-covering killer bees was a rare misfortune, something that only happened once in a lifetime. It was impossible to encounter such bad luck twice. If everyone believed that scraping the bee stings could cure the horses, then her use of her special powers to save and detoxify the horses wouldn't be questioned. That suited her perfectly. When everyone sighed with hope, Su Hua and the women continued to clean the wounds on the horses and mules. While cleaning, Su Hua used her special abilities to release energy that detoxified and eased the pain of the animals. No one noticed that all the horses and mules, which were on the verge of death, had their pain gradually lessen and their toxins disappear after Su Hua's treatment. 56 horses and 6 mules, a total of 62 lives, were quietly saved through Su Hua's powers. Everyone only knew that the horses and mules eventually came back to life. Half an hour later, while the men went to wash in the lake and the women queued to borrow a tent to change out of wet clothes, the horses and mules suddenly opened their eyes. Then, one after another, they turned over and stood up, some even eating grass and drinking water. Everyone saw that all the horses and mules had stood up again. Qin Su's 4 uncles, each doubting their eyes, exclaimed with joy, "God bless. The horses are alive. Our horses are alive. This is wonderful. I've never trusted anyone much, but now I only trust Miss Wu." The women on the desert also cheered happily. Great. The horses are fine, and the mules are all fine. We can continue our journey with the carts now. That's just wonderful. Qin Lin and Qi Lin in the lake also stopped washing. Qi Lin looked at the animals on the shore, which seemed to be healthy and unbothered by the previous attack, and muttered, "I didn't expect so many horses to be saved by her." The method looks pretty simple. Qin Su didn't speak, his black eyes fixed on Su Hua, who was sitting by the fire roasting fish. For some reason, he felt that this 12-year-old girl was like a treasure. The more he looked into it, the more he realized that she could always do something astonishing. But this girl didn't seem to care or feel proud at all. Just like now, while everyone cheered, she was alone, roasting a live fish that Qi Lin had thrown ashore earlier, lost in her own world. Small in size, but not lacking in ability. Feng Ruoshu saw everyone praising Su Hua, and she, along with the other women, enjoying a different treatment as they shared the roasted fish. Her face twisted with jealousy. She felt it was very unfair. She and Feng Yiming also helped 200 people remove their tattoos. Why didn't the 200 people praise her and Feng Yiming? Why didn't they thank her? The 200 people still looked down on her. Not riding in the same carriage as her siblings was one thing, but now they're starting to distance themselves from her and her brother. Both the Rong family and Qin Su are unwilling to pay attention to her. It's just some medical skills. What's there to be proud of? Feng Rush's long fingers picked up the sand and stones on the ground, gripping them so tightly that it looked like ghost claws. Feng Yiming, who was nearby, heard her complaints and was startled. He quickly whispered, "Little sister, it's better not to say such things out loud. Just keep them in your mind. After you saved her, it was her pressing method that woke her up. Don't you remember? When she joined the team, she warned us that anyone who offended her would face serious trouble and wouldn't be saved even if they died. Also, don't forget the consequences for our clansmen. We owe the 2 young lords, but we don't owe her. She really might choose not to save someone who offends her. This person has a very strange temper. Offending her would be a bad idea for us. Don't underestimate her just because she's young. She can heal, ride horses, drive carriages, and even swim. Brother isn't trying to boost her confidence or diminish your reputation. He's just worried we might get into trouble. So, don't provoke her, not even by looking at her, but brother." Feng Rush's face turned green with anger when she heard her brother not only refused to help her, but also advised her to tolerate Su Hua. "No buts," Feng Jimin interrupted. Then he added seriously, "The killer bees that appeared today came from the west. In the past month, so many strange things have happened. It seems like the end of the world is near. Our brother and sister don't know martial arts or medicine. We can only survive by relying on the two young lords' protection. Don't anger the two young lords, or they might drive us away. If that happens, we won't get either of the men, and it will be hard for us to survive in this chaotic world. Feng Yiming knew his sister's thoughts, but he valued his own life more. When they first removed tattoos, Qin Su gave him 10,000 taels of silver, but he refused. He only wanted to follow Qin Su. What was his goal? To see if the two young lords would rise up and become emperors someday. The brother and sister had helped the two young lords before, and that was a great achievement. Once the two young princes saved everyone during the apocalypse, they will never forget the kindness shown to them. One day, when they succeed, they will surely remember the gratitude. Perhaps he could become a top official, and even if he can't become an empress, he could still be a noble consort or a princess. If this great achievement is taken away from Feng Rushi, it would be a big loss for him. Feng Yiming didn't give Feng Rushi a chance to speak and warned seriously. Remember this. Before the two young princes succeed, do not bother her. After saying this, he saw the line for porridge and went to join it. While the mother and daughters sat around the fire, eating grilled fish, Su Hua was unaware that Feng Rushi was jealous of her. Even if she knew, it wouldn't matter much to her. As Feng Yiming said himself, he wouldn't help anyone who offended her. Since the loss was someone else's, not hers, why should she care? So, Fifth Miss prefers strong flavors and likes fragrant food, Rongsher said, noticing that Su Hua finished a whole grilled fish in no time, leaving only the bones, and smiling as she reminded her son. Earlier, she heard Qin Su say that Su Hua ate everything and had no particular favorites. She thought her son was simple-minded. Now she saw that Su Hua clearly liked barbecue. Qin Su was suddenly enlightened and quickly handed the uneaten grilled fish to Su Hua, saying, "Thanks to Fifth Miss saving the horse today. Since you like grilled fish, have some more." Su Hua looked down at the fish in front of her, feeling confused. Actually, she didn't know if she had a preference for strong flavors. In her previous world, when she didn't cook, she either ate instant noodles, went to night markets for spicy hot pot, barbecue, fast food, noodle soup, fried chicken, or cold dishes. She ate everything. She never had any food restrictions, so she thought she didn't have a favorite. Now, Rongsher mentioned it, and thinking about the food she ate often, it seemed her taste was indeed strong. Maybe that was true. Thank you. Su Hua originally didn't want to take the fish, since Qin Su was the one who wanted to eat it. But Qin Su was very kind, and it was hard to refuse. Plus, she had used a lot of her special abilities to save the horse, so she should replenish herself. After hesitating a moment, Su Hua felt at ease and took the fish without hesitation, starting to eat. Qin Su was initially worried that Su Hua wouldn't want to accept it, but when she saw Su Hua reach out and take the fish, and that she really liked it, her eyes sparkled with happiness. The atmosphere was friendly and peaceful. Suddenly, Qilin broke the silence and asked, "What's going on with the killer bees today? They seem to be coming from the west." Su Sifin, sitting nearby, also asked curiously, "Fifth sister, are the killer bees migrating like humans?" This question made everyone around the campfire think about the same thing. Seeing everyone's eyes turn to her and noticing their puzzled expressions, Su Hua hesitated for a moment and then nodded, saying, "It's possible. These killer bees might have smelled something unusual or their hive was in danger. With such a large number, I think a volcano might have erupted somewhere. Hornets have a strong instinct to protect their nests and young. Usually, they won't abandon their hive unless certain conditions occur. For example, they might leave if the environment becomes very bad, if predators threaten them seriously, or before winter comes. But in this case, there are millions or even billions of hornets passing through, and it's not yet August, so it's not winter or predator attack. The only explanation is that something in the environment has changed. Hornets, like humans, follow the principle of, I won't bother you if you don't bother me. They usually won't attack humans unless they feel threatened, because wasting their venom isn't beneficial. However, these hornets attacked humans actively, clearly indicating they felt threatened. Su Hua didn't expect her guess to be correct. Just as she finished speaking, About 800 miles west of the oasis, a volcano suddenly erupted with a loud bang. It appeared at the volcano's mouth, and fierce ash and smoke burst out from inside the mountain. Soon after, the lake below the mountain started bubbling with water and steam. Before long, the entire lake surface was steaming, and the water looked like boiling hot water, bubbling and boiling. Later, the killer bees sensed toxic gases spreading around the volcano, so they quickly abandoned their hive and migrated away. However, Suhua still missed one point she hadn't guessed. The killer bees attacked Qin's team at the oasis, but none of the 700,000 refugees fleeing from the salt transport office escaped. All were affected. The 700,000 people from the salt transport office had no water or shelter. When the killer bees passed through, the salt transport troops were still on the flat plains. So, when the bees swept through like a tornado, only the 4 officials and their families inside the cart survived. Everyone else was stung. With no place to hide, the 700,000 people could only scream in fear, attacked by the dense swarm of bees, and many were stung to death. Those who reacted quickly threw themselves to the ground, covered their heads and faces, and protected their children, not daring to move. Even so, after 2 hours, more than 50,000 people had died. The dead included men, women, children, and even skilled soldiers from the Salt Army. Many others, though not stung to death, were badly hurt, lying on the ground in pain and unable to continue fleeing. The refugee group of 700,000 on the plains suddenly turned into a living heaven. Why did we encounter killer bees? Why? When the Salt soldiers reported that over 50,000 people had died, the Salt transport officer was so shocked by the number that he collapsed to the ground and was unable to think clearly for a long time.
So many people are dead.
What should we do now? Everyone was stung. We must prevent the death toll from rising further. The other 3 officials and their families were not much better off. They were lucky to have carts, but seeing the tragic scenes of countless people, they all trembled with fear. But their pleas went unanswered. As night fell, the death toll kept rising sharply. From the original 50,000, it increased to over 70,000, and the numbers kept climbing. Please, sir, save us. The unaffected refugees from Jie begged when they saw the Salt transport officer inspecting the scene, kneeling and kowtowing in desperation. I am also powerless, the Salt transport officer replied awkwardly. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I don't know how to save you. In fact, all the doctors in Jie had come to help, but their methods were ineffective. The doctors told everyone to pull out the bee stingers with their hands or to wipe the wounds with diluted vinegar. However, pulling out the stingers by hand often caused the venom sacs to burst, spreading poison inside the body. Many people had been stung at least 100 times. As everyone tried to save themselves by removing the stingers, it took too long. Many people eventually died from difficulty breathing. Oh, heavens! If I had known it would be like this, I would rather not have escaped and just waited to die in the pond. This suffering is too much. Seeing loved ones die one after another, some people began to regret fleeing and cried out in despair. I'd rather die now. I want to die. Others cried out in pain, wishing for death. The Salt transport officer dared not reveal the true reason for the escape or advise anyone openly. He looked pale and returned to his carriage, waiting numbly for reports of the death toll and for the remaining people to endure. He was not a doctor or a savior. He felt powerless. Now, the lives and deaths of the people depended on fate. The people in the Plains Pond area resigned themselves to fate, waiting to die. Meanwhile, Qin and others in the oasis observed the horses and mules. They found that after eating and drinking well, the horses and mules rested peacefully, in good condition. Their breathing was steady and strong, with no signs of discomfort. Once they confirmed the animals were fine, everyone except the night watchmen relaxed and went to rest. Young master, the horses and mules should be able to travel as usual tomorrow. You can actually rest assured. Suhua entered the tent and saw Qin still walking among the horses, so she kindly reminded him. She remembered that this young man often stayed awake every other night, being a very responsible team leader.
Infine.
I'm on night watch to prevent other accidents, Jin Su hurriedly explained, worried Su Hua might misunderstand or doubt his medical skills.
Ah.
Do as you like, Su Hua said, unable to persuade him further. She turned and went into her own tent. Because of the bee attack, everyone was exhausted. When Su Hua entered her tent, Shen Jiao and Su Sijin were already deeply asleep. Su Hua waited a moment, but seeing they didn't respond, she quickly slipped into her space. Tonight, she planned to do something in her space, catch the sneaky fish thief. She had thought of 3 plans to catch the thief. The first plan, bait. She first went into the cave to gather 2 chickens and 3 fish. She washed them with a spiritual spring, peeled and prepared them, then marinated them with seasonings before taking them outside to grill. Second plan, the secret weapon. She made a small bamboo tube whistle, hiding a silver needle inside. The needle was coated with her homemade, high-concentration tranquilizer juice. After making the whistle, she drilled a small hole at one end of the bamboo tube, threaded a red string through it, and hung the entire whistle around her neck as a piece of jewelry. Third plan, acting. She brought out her old bamboo chair, lazily lying on it with one leg crossed over the other. She was grilling meat, humming a tune, and watering the land with the spiritual spring. She believed that as long as the fish thief was a foodie, tempting him with delicious food would be irresistible. Even if he could resist the temptation and not fall for her trap, it didn't matter. She planned to repeat this every day to gradually tire him out. She was patient and willing to wait, like Jiang Taigong fishing, not afraid that he wouldn't take the bait. After half an hour, the aroma of grilled meat began to fill the space. The oil from the roasted chicken and fish sizzled and crackled as they cooked. Su Hua turned the chicken and fish over to grill them further, adding more firewood. To lure him out, she deliberately yawned repeatedly, then closed her eyes and pretended to be sleepy, stopping the spiritual spring's flow. About the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the long-awaited blue eyes appeared. The blue eyes in the mist fixed on the 2 chickens and 3 fish on the grill. Their pupils suddenly shimmered with a greenish glow, staring intently at the grilled chicken without blinking. However, the blue eyes glanced at Su Hua lying on the chair, seeming a bit cautious. As a result, the grilled chicken and fish on the rack remained untouched. Su Hua squinted her eyes, watching the delicious food on the grill without moving, her brow furrowing silently. She didn't expect the other person to resist temptation and not make a move. But this was a small gain from her test, proving that her neighbor understood her previous warning. Seeing that the fish thief was not moving, Su Hua patiently waited. A silent contest of patience was unfolding. She was waiting for the blue eyes to appear, and the blue eyes were watching her every move. Time slowly passed. The grilled chicken and fish on the rack were fully cooked, with oil dripping and sizzling as it hit the fire. The aroma of grilled meat quickly aroused everyone's appetite. As an hour and a half nearly passed, with only half an hour left before leaving the space, Su Hua noticed that the fish thief still hadn't appeared. She was so angry she cursed aloud. Finally, she had to open her eyes, pretend to stretch lazily, and then stand up. The fish thief didn't show up, but that didn't mean she would leave the grilled chicken and fish behind. She took some oil paper, wrapped the grilled chicken and fish, and placed them on a lounge chair. Then she called the spiritual spring to pour water on the fire to put it out, removed the grill, and turned around to take the grilled chicken and fish out of the space. But when she looked back, the lounge chair was empty, and her pupils shrank sharply. Su Hua was truly frightened. She had just turned around to put out the fire, and the grilled chicken and fish had disappeared. She couldn't help but shout loudly, "Little thief! Do you have no shame? Why steal now, when everything is ready to eat?" Although she was scolding, her mind was filled with shock. The misty area was several miles away. Even if the thief was fast, it was impossible for them to fly over in such a short time and steal her grilled food. Unless there was a special ability, perhaps they could sense and grab objects from afar, which was quite powerful. And the thief even knew to wait until her food was fully cooked before taking it. Thinking of this, Su Hua couldn't help but feel uneasy. She didn't understand what kind of creature her neighbor was. I want to see what kind of ghost you are. No matter what the thief was, Su Hua decided to investigate the misty area. She went to the weapon zone, took a bow and arrow, slung it over her shoulder, and also carried a large sword, ready to explore the misty zone alone. Although the little thief seemed to have no malicious intent, if this kept happening, she couldn't tolerate it anymore. With her weapons in hand, Su Hua carefully left her territory and headed toward the misty area. First, she passed by countless salt mountains brought from the solution pool, walking about 3 miles. Only then did she see her transplanted desert watermelon and the 1,000-year orchid from the desert. At this moment, the desert watermelon and the 1,000-year orchid looked almost the same as when she first encountered them in the desert, mysterious and dangerous. Su Hua naturally wouldn't walk through the desert watermelon and the 1,000-year orchid to reach the misty area. She hadn't forgotten that the space belonged to her. She tried to use her mind to move, and sure enough, when she looked again, her body had crossed beyond the ends of the desert watermelon and the 1,000-year orchid, appearing in the foggy area. However, she was disappointed. In the foggy area, her sight only reached 2 meters, and there was nothing there. It was a land with no plants, dry and cracked, as if burned by fire and completely destroyed. Besides the desert, the foggy area had only thick mist, with no buildings or the figure of the sneaky neighbor. Su Hua carefully searched the foggy area, but after nearly half an hour, she couldn't find the thief. She had to give up, return outside the cave, put down her weapons, and feed the horses, mules, and small animals with grass and water. When the time was up, she left the space, planning to find other ways to catch the thief next time. Unaware, Su Hua had just used her mind to leave the foggy area. Behind her, less than 3 meters away, a small cave, a white animal with blue eyes, like a mix between a raccoon and a cat, emerged. It's not quite a cat, but not quite a raccoon either. Its shape and face are very similar to a plush cat. It's adorable, soft, and beautiful. These words fit it perfectly. But its mane and tail set it apart from a regular cat. Its white mane on the neck is fluffy, especially with a long, thick tail like a raccoon's. Its fluffy white tail is the highlight, making it the cutest and most charming creature among animals. It also has a pair of almond-shaped blue eyes, deep, beautiful, and mysterious, like the sea. And it has a very cute name, Mimi. Mimi saw Su Hua's figure turn into a shadow and be pushed out of the space, so it dared to pull out the roasted chicken and fish it had stolen from the hole. Then it tore open the oil paper and started eating eagerly. While eating, its beautiful, deep blue eyes were full of joy and heart-shaped. Yes, Mimi loved the roasted chicken and fish Su Hua made, especially the chicken drumsticks. It was simply delicious. It was surprised the first time, addicted the second, and wanted more the third. That's right, Mimi wanted to eat a third time. But it wasn't sure if there would be a third time. The space's little owner was annoyed by it, and Mimi knew the saying that things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. Oh well. It decided to enjoy this meal first. Pai relaxed and happily ate a lot. Its cooking skills were just as good as Su Hua's. Soon, it finished 2 4-pound roasted chickens, leaving the bones scattered everywhere. After a while, it also discarded 3 fish skeletons. After eating, Pai still felt unsatisfied and became bolder. Its body suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was outside the cave. A pair of blue eyes looked at the chicks in the chicken coop, and heart-shaped sparks appeared in its eyes, almost drooling. But Pai knew that the chicks weren't grown up or cooked yet, so they wouldn't taste good. So, it went back into the cave, skillfully ran to the water pool, and lowered its head to drink. After eating and drinking enough, it acted like the owner of the cave, wandering inside and looking around at Su Hua's supplies. It saw that everything was food, and its blue eyes shone with a bright green glow. When it accidentally walked into the fruit area and saw many large watermelons in baskets, it was so scared that it quickly backed away and hid far away. It hadn't forgotten the last time it ate watermelon, which almost poisoned it. If it weren't for its special body, it would have died long ago. You. it cautiously called out to the watermelons twice. It didn't understand why the little owner was so careless, putting poisonous watermelons with edible ones. It also couldn't understand why the little owner threw so many poisonous watermelons in the desert. That was so dangerous. One wrong move could be deadly. To avoid being poisoned, its figure instantly disappeared, and in the next moment, it returned to its small hut inside the fog. Su Hua, who had left the space, didn't know that the cave had been explored by a chicken thief. She lay inside her tent, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Finally, she decided to prepare a strong trap for the next thief. Thinking of this, she started making a sleeping drug, planning to outsmart the thief. She didn't believe that after tasting her special sleeping potion, the thief wouldn't be caught. At dawn, with a faint blue sky still dotted with a few remaining stars, Qin Su's team left the oasis in a mighty procession. 62 carts carried grain, enough to last 7 or 8 days with water. 200 people had all been cleaned up, dressed in fresh clothes, and looked completely different. After a dangerous day, all 200 people were safe and sound, heading south again on their journey. For 7 days straight, the convoy traveled across the Lus Plateau. For 7 days, the journey went smoothly, without any accidents. On the 5th day of August, Su Hua, Qin Su, and others finally reached a place called Lichuan, 800 miles from the boundary of Zanjo. Before them stretched endless, rolling mountains and a mighty river. There were mountains, trees, and water, something that should have made 200 people very happy. But when everyone looked at the scene of the end of the world before them, they all fell silent and stared blankly at the carriages. The vast Lichuan, covering countless millions of hectares, was being engulfed by a sky full of flames from a distant fire, burning fiercely and turning the horizon red. The mountain fires blocked their way.
Oh my.
Who started this fire? If it keeps going, Lichuan will be completely burned. Shun Jiao Jiao was the first to shout. Hearing this, everyone snapped out of their shock. The Guo family sighed, saying, "The road is through the mountains, but we can't go through now." Someone cursed, who set this fire. How could they do such a thing? So many animals in the mountains might be killed. Qin Su and Qi Linjing remained silent. They had seen many scenes of blazing fires before. In the past, wars brought smoke and flames everywhere, but this time, it was just a mountain fire. No war involved. While everyone was angrily cursing, Su Hua suddenly interrupted and said, "This fire might not be caused by people. Maybe it's a natural fire from the sky." Everyone looked at her in confusion, all eyes fixed on Su Hua. Feng Rushu saw Su Hua trying to stand out again, and her face twisted in annoyance. But it was only 7 days, so she quickly forgot her brother's warning. She asked, could it be another sign of the end of the world? Like a blood moon? Su Hua raised her eyebrows, ignoring Feng Rushu's expression, and explained to everyone, natural disasters like lightning, high temperatures causing spontaneous fires, or falling fireballs from the sky could all be possible causes. Now, strange things happen all the time. If lightning strikes, or fires start from high heat, or fireballs fall from the sky, it's not surprising anymore. When Su Hua mentioned falling fireballs, she meant meteorites. This place was deserted, and they were still 800 miles from Zanjo. The convoy had already moved ahead of the millions of refugees fleeing from Mianzhou and Jieqi, and they hadn't encountered anyone else along the way, so it was unlikely that humans started the fire. Furthermore, the further south you go, the higher the temperatures become, and the more severe the extreme heat weather is. Forest fires are very common in this area. Compared to falling meteors, Su Hua believes that the fires are caused by extremely high temperatures igniting naturally. She tends to think that there is a reason behind these spontaneous fires, even though the original story mentions that after the extreme heat, natural disasters like firestorms and other calamities occur. Since the author included this, she believes it's not just about a meteor falling and burning a forest. It must be more complicated. If a meteor were to fall one day, it would likely cause a disaster as big as an earthquake or a tsunami, enough to destroy the entire world. It wouldn't happen quietly or unnoticed. While everyone was listening to Su Hua and marveling at nature's power, a distant mountain range that hadn't yet caught fire suddenly made a loud noise. The sound was like an earthquake or a tsunami approaching. "What's that noise?" Qin Su asked nervously. Everyone heard it too and felt a strange fear. They all stared wide-eyed at the mountains. Since the start of their troubles, over a month ago, they had faced many unlucky, strange, and dangerous events. They felt like they were cursed. Now, they were all near the mountain range on fire, which was very dangerous. Su Hua watched the mountain and quickly guessed it's probably animals fleeing from the fire. The fire started in the south, so the animals are running toward the northwest, where it's not burning yet. From the south, the animals could escape toward the northwest, away from the flames. Qin Su looked around and saw that their group was on a high cliff near the mountain valley entrance. He quickly tried to calm everyone down. "Don't panic. If it's animals, we're on the mountain, so we shouldn't be in danger." But before he finished, his expression suddenly changed. Because the fire wasn't just causing animals to run away. Birds were fleeing too. On the ground, countless animals were rushing away in all directions, and in the sky, a vast number of birds, like a dark cloud, were flying toward them. "Everyone get out of the car. Lie down."
Insus shouted loudly.
Everyone saw the terrifying scene ahead. As soon as Qin Su shouted, they all quickly jumped out of their vehicles and lay on the ground. They had experienced many dangers before, so their first instinct was to follow Qin Su's commands. Their second instinct was to act immediately when they heard his voice. As everyone lay down, countless screaming birds flew past just above their heads, filling the sky with their flapping wings. Below the valley, countless wild animals rushed past, causing the ground to shake with loud roars. The scene was truly spectacular and frightening. I don't know how much time passed. When the roaring sounds faded away, a bird dropping just happened to land on Su Hua's forehead. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha. She had experienced so many unlucky events that even she began to doubt if she was cursed. Who would have thought that just after 200 people arrived at Lichuan, they would encounter a great escape of flying creatures and beasts? And the bird droppings just happened to fall on her forehead? If Qin Su's convoy had been on the mountain's foot instead of the top, the 200 people might have been trampled by the animals. We are really unlucky. Perhaps influenced by Su Hua's laughter, Qin Su, lying beside her, also couldn't help but smile bitterly. The last time they arrived at the oasis, they encountered killer bees passing through. Now, at Lichuan, they faced danger again.
He didn't know what to say.
Su Hua took a piece of grass paper from her clothes to wipe the bird droppings off her forehead, then suddenly patted Qin Su's shoulder. She comforted him with a smile. It's nothing. In the future, there will probably be surprises every day for the young master. Just get used to it. When the real end of the world comes, such small dangers will just be appetizers. Qin Su didn't expect Su Hua to pat his shoulder, and his body stiffened. But he didn't overthink it. Su Hua was only 12 years old. She didn't understand anything, and it was just an innocent gesture. Su Hua truly didn't realize her action was inappropriate. After speaking, she was the first to stand up and look for the direction where the animals had fled. Young master, let's see if any animals are injured or trampled. If there are, we can bring them back for everyone to eat. To nourish your mother, Su Hua's reason for wanting to find animals was just an excuse. She actually wanted to find the herd. Wild animals shouldn't go extinct. If possible, she planned to store some in her space. After all, her space was a vast desert, big enough. But the space was a bit messy now, with desert watermelons, thousand-year orchids, and various poisonous insects and snakes inside. However, Su Hua couldn't deal with that right now. She planned to find the herd first and think about other solutions later. Ollie, you stay behind to guard the team. Qin Su once again designated Ollie to stay and watch over the team. Ollie's eyes widened in surprise. But he couldn't refuse. The entire team consisted of only him and Qin Su, who were the strongest fighters. He had different ideas from Su Hua. Instead of going with Su Hua to find the beast herd, he thought it was better to stay and guard. Qin Su saw that Qi Lin had no objections, So he and Su Huai each rode a horse and chased after the direction of the beast herd. Mrs. Rong watched her son and Su Huai get along well and felt happy. She looked at their backs and said with emotion, "If only fifth young lady were a boy, she could definitely become my son's sworn brother." The women around her all twitched their mouths at her words. They didn't want Su Huai to become a boy. Girls are better, beautiful and caring. Shun Jiao forced a smile and said, "I like girls. My sister Huai is a girl and she's very good." Su Sifan also nodded and said, "I like my sister too. My fifth sister is not only pretty, but also very thoughtful." Su Yu pouted and protested, "Even if my fifth sister isn't a boy, she's still better than a boy. Hee hee." Mrs. Rong listened to their complaints and smiled with a meaningful look. Feng Rushu heard Mrs. Rong praising Su Huai again and how well she got along with the women, and she was so angry she almost ground her silver teeth. She and Su Huai were treated very differently in the team. From the beginning, Mrs. Rong didn't like her and treated Su Huai as if she were her own daughter-in-law. But when her gaze fell on Qilin, who was handsome and wild, sitting in the carriage, she felt hopeful again. If she couldn't get Qin Su, at least she could have Qilin. Qilin had lost his parents, so she wouldn't have to face mother-in-law problems later. It seemed better than marrying Qin Su and suffering in the future. She took the water bag and approached Qilin, asking warmly, "Young Lord Qi, are you thirsty? Do you want some water?" Qilin looked at the women around him, who were respectful and harmonious, and couldn't help but think of his own tragic parents. He was feeling dark and upset, but Feng Rushu, lacking awareness, came to bother him at this moment. Qilin's eyes suddenly shot out a cold, sharp light like ice blades, directly glaring at Feng Rushu. He shouted sharply, "Who wants your spit?"
Disgusting.
"Get lost." Qilin didn't show her any mercy. Before she could react, he jumped out of the carriage and walked away alone, looking disgusted. Young Lord Qi. Feng Rushu didn't expect her warmth to be rejected and disliked so much. Qilin avoided her like she was a disgusting thing. Her face instantly changed color, turning pale and then red. Standing awkwardly in place, she couldn't decide whether to move or stay still. If it weren't for her brother appearing to help, she would have been so embarrassed she might have disappeared. "Little sister, can't you see the young master is in a bad mood? You have no sense at all." Really, when Feng Yiming pulled Feng Rushu away, he also scolded her a few words. His words were quite harsh. Outsiders would think he was just talking about fetching water. But in fact, he was angry because Qilin's mother was upset and took it out on her. No matter how much the siblings caused trouble, everyone watching pretended not to see. If they didn't cause some trouble, people would think something was wrong with them. They wouldn't be used to it. Qin Su and Su Hua followed the animal tracks on the ground, chasing for nearly 10 miles until they finally found the herd. However, they were so shocked by what they saw that they couldn't think clearly for a long time. Countless wild animals, trying to escape disaster, had come to a dead end and all fell off a cliff over 100 meters deep, causing many deaths and injuries. Below the cliff, there were wolves, wild boars, black bears, tigers, antelopes, leopards, and more. The scene was brutal, with blood everywhere, making it hard to look at. They stared at the tragic scene below the cliff for a long time, then looked at each other in silence. With Qin Su present, Su Hua didn't know what excuse to use to take away the herd below the cliff. Qin Su also didn't know how to distract Su Hua, so they just stood there in silence. After a long while, Su Hua broke the silence first and said, "Young master, take away the dead ones and leave the living ones here." Qin Su didn't expect Su Hua to say such shocking words. He gasped, then stared intently at her with his dark eyes. "Okay, wait for me here." After a while, Qin Su didn't explain anything. He just left a sentence and then leapt down the 100-meter deep cliff. He revealed his teleportation ability by reaching the bottom instantly and also showed his space powers. He quickly collected all the dead animals at the bottom, leaving the injured and living ones behind. When Qin Su returned to the ground, only a few moments had passed. Su Hua looked at the boy in front of her, who was spotless and unruffled, not even a strand of hair out of place. She opened her mouth but couldn't speak for a long time. Little Hua, can you keep this a secret for me? Qin Su no longer called her fifth Miss Su. Since Su Hua knows his secret, Qin Su decides to be honest and open about it. Their relationship seems to become closer. Su Hua twitches her lips, understanding Qin Su's change in tone when he calls her. She asks, "How many people know your secret?" Qin Su answers seriously, "Lin, my mother, my sister, and today you." "Alright, I promise to keep it secret. I won't tell anyone, not even my family," Su Hua agrees quickly. She has her own space and healing powers, so she understands Qin Su's worries. Not revealing her own secrets is the right choice. Today, she had to reveal Qin Su's hidden identity, which was a helpless decision. There are so many dead animals. Abandoning them would be a waste.
Someone needs to take them.
Thanks, Xiao Hua. Qin Su smiles with two dimples when he hears her promise. Then he says something surprising. "I have lots of good food in my space. If you want to eat something later, just tell me. We can eat privately without anyone knowing." Su Hua can't help but grimace at his words. This boy trusts her quite a lot. She shakes her head. "No need for that. Whatever everyone eats, I eat too. No special treatment for me." Her space is well stocked, enough for her and her mother to eat for a lifetime. She and Qin Su are just teaming up for mutual benefit. They share what they have, but she won't let him take advantage of her. Seeing Su Hua being polite, Qin Su pulls out an apple from his space and hands it to her. He says kindly, "You're still young and growing. You need good food. Since we're outside now, no one will know. No need to be so formal." He seems worried she might refuse. After giving her the apple, he hops onto his horse and changes the subject. "To avoid suspicion, we can ride for a few miles, then walk the last 2 miles. Each horse can carry a wild boar back. What do you think, Xiao Hua?" Holding the fresh apple, Su Hua listens to Qin Su call her Xiao Hua. She hesitates, then bites the apple and jumps onto her horse. "Let's do it your way, Qin Xiaoge." After she speaks, she takes advantage of Qin Su's distraction and releases her consciousness. With a wave of her hand, all the injured and dying wild animals at the bottom of the cliff are absorbed into her space. Qin Su has no idea that Su Hua also has a space. They are quite similar in that way. He deliberately rode his horse slowly ahead, waiting for Su Hua to finish biting the apple. When Su Hua finished the last bite, he couldn't help but ask his question. "Little Hua, since you know I and my sister have special abilities, are you afraid? Do you think we are monsters?" Su Hua was surprised and thought for a moment, then shook her head and smiled. "I'm not afraid. I read about legends of extraordinary people in a travel book. The travel book says that anything is possible in this world. Some people are born with great strength, some have special skills, some have magical eyes, some have mental powers, some can control everything, and others control the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as wind, lightning, and darkness." She paused and then asked, "Your sister probably has mental powers, right?" Hearing that Su Hua not only knew about legends of extraordinary people but also understood their abilities, Qin Su was shocked. He nodded slowly without hiding anything. "Yes, my sister can control enemies with her mind." "Exactly as I thought," Su Hua nodded. She wanted to ask more about what other abilities Qin Su might have besides space powers and what abilities Qilin possessed. But she thought for a moment and decided not to ask. She also had healing powers but didn't want others to know, so why should she actively inquire about others? She smiled and said, "Don't worry. I won't see you as monsters. In fact, I'm happy you have special abilities. The stronger you are, the safer our team will be. Even if the world ends, we won't be afraid. We will definitely survive." "Thank you, little Hua." Qin Su sighed in relief when he saw that Su Hua wasn't afraid of him. "Let's go back quickly. We found so much meat today. We need to cook more." Su Hua ended the conversation first, squeezed her legs on the horse's belly, and took the lead, galloping ahead. Qin Su reacted quickly and caught up. His riding skills were excellent, and soon they were riding side by side, heading back together. In about 8 miles, they reached their camp. They estimated the distance and decided to both jump off their horses. Then they tied the 2 large wild boars, each weighing over 300 jin, onto the horses' backs. Tying the wild boars was difficult. It took a lot of effort to secure them properly. Then, each of them led a horse and walked back to the camp. They were about a mile from the camp when someone with sharp eyes immediately saw the 2 wild boars loaded on the horses. They excitedly shouted, "Big wild boars! Big wild boars!" The young lord and the 5th miss found and brought back 2 big wild boars. As soon as the shout was heard, all 200 people in the camp stood up. Everyone saw the 2 fat, strong wild boars and became very happy. They hadn't eaten fresh pork for over a month and they were really craving it. A child clapped happily and said, "This is great. Now we can eat pork. We have meat to eat." A woman also sighed and said, "If it weren't for the young lord eating ham now and then, I might have forgotten what pork tastes like." Mrs. Rong and Shin Jiao Jiao were both very happy. One was proud of her son's skills, and the other was proud of her daughter's talent. Don't just stand there watching. Everyone get moving. Half the men set up camp. The other half catch and slaughter the pigs. The 4 uncles of Qin Sua were the first to react. They immediately ordered everyone to help set up camp and slaughter the pigs. Because the mountain range ahead was on fire, the 200 people couldn't continue their journey or cross. They had to wait until the fire burned most of the mountains so they could pass through. But waiting for the fire to reach other places and clear the road would take at least 3 days. So, they had to camp on the spot. Soon, half the men helped slaughter the pigs, the other half set up camp, women helped boil water, and children watched. Brother Qin, these are ingredients for pig bone stew, including ginseng and other herbs. Take them to cook for your mother. Also, here are spicy seasonings for fried intestines. All the ingredients are included. Take them and use them. Su Hua was worried everyone might waste the 2 pigs, so she took her bag of ingredients from her space, handed it to Qin Sua, and went back to her tent. Jilin, who was watching the pig slaughter, heard the words Brother Qin and was so startled that his eyes widened. He walked over to Qin Sua and asked confusedly, "Why does she call you Brother Qin? When did you 2 become so close?" Qin Sua staggered at his feet, frowned, and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Jilin also frowned, looking like he could kill a fly, and said, "Am I lying? I just heard clearly she called you Brother Qin. Did something happen when you went hunting for wild animals?" Before Qin Sua could answer, Jilin imagined something himself. His expression suddenly changed, and he forcefully pulled Qin Sua away from the crowd, asking, "Asu, even though we've lost everything and are in trouble, you haven't forgotten, right? When we succeed in the future, you won't marry a woman who can't help you, right? Are you no longer interested in revenge? Do you want your father to die a tragic death?" Qin Sua pulled away Qilin's hand that was gripping his arm and said coldly, "I haven't forgotten how my father died, but you're overthinking. Xiao Ba is only 12 years old." Qilin's eyes widened in disbelief. "You call her what? Xiao Ba. Are you out of your mind? Even if you still have feelings, bringing her safely to the southern border is enough. There's no need to get too close. I think you're really enchanted by her." Qin Sua looked coldly at Qilin. After a long pause, he said, "Whether you believe it or not, my mind is only filled with thoughts of the coming destruction and how to lead everyone safely to Qitian Peak." After speaking, he turned and left, carrying the ingredients Su Hua gave him, and went to make bone soup for his mother. The spicy peppers and other seasonings were taken to cook other dishes for others. While Rongsher was coaxing Qinyu to sleep, she saw Qin Sua and Shilin arguing. When Qin Sua returned to the carriage, she asked, "What happened with Qilin? What were you 2 arguing about?" Qin Sua's body trembled at her words and quickly shook his head. "Nothing, it's fine. We didn't argue." Rongsher frowned. "Do you think I can't see? I saw Miss Wu giving you some ingredients, then he pulled you away, and then you 2 started arguing. What happened? Does he have some misunderstanding about Miss Wu? What did she do to offend him?" Qin Sua looked at his mother speechlessly. "Does she have special insight?" He mumbled, "Lin thinks I gave up on avenging my father, so he's angry." Rongsher asked puzzled, Why would he suspect you of giving up revenge for no reason? Did you do something to make him misunderstand? Qin Suo rubbed his nose. Who knows what he's thinking? Maybe he saw me often with Xiaobar recently, neglecting him, and thought I forgot about him as a brother. Romsher stared at her son intently, her black eyes shining with sharp insight. After a long while, she cleared her throat and said, "You go do your thing. I'll talk to him later." Su Hua entered the space and started dealing with the over 2,000 wild animals she had collected. Unfortunately, most of the 2,000 wild animals had been too badly injured and didn't survive until Su Hua entered the space. Almost all of them had died. The faster the cheetah and wolf run, the heavier the tiger, black bear, antelope, and wild boar become, and none of them survive. They all fall apart into pieces. Only a nimble golden monkey with a broken leg and 3 wolf pups in the wolf's belly, which are barely alive and can be saved. Su Hua took out 3 wolf pups from the body of a female wolf, which had not yet opened their eyes. They were kept in a cage made of iron chains. Then she set the broken bones of the golden monkey, bandaged its leg, and fed it some spiritual spring water. To prevent the golden monkey from running to the desert watermelon, and to avoid being accidentally poisoned in the Millennium Orchid area, she also tied the monkey to a tree trunk with an iron shackle from her exile days. After securing the monkey, she moved all the bodies of 2,000 wild animals into a cave, along with the wolf carcasses she had collected earlier in the basin. Once everything was arranged, she took 2 fish, cut and salted them, and took them outside. While busy feeding the livestock and watering the plants, she also roasted the fish. In the mist, Pai Pai watched as suddenly a pile of dead animals appeared in the space. Then she saw Su Hua using a knife to cut open the female wolf, which frightened her so much she hid in her small hut, trembling. She thought all the over 2,000 animals were killed and thrown in by the little owner outside. The little owner was so unkind to animals, she had offended her before. Would she be killed in the end too? But when she saw Su Hua first healing the golden monkey, then watering the sweet potato field, feeding the horses, pigs, and chickens, and even roasting fish to eat, she couldn't resist and snuck out of her hut. The little owner hadn't cooked anything to eat for 7 or 8 days. Every day, she just fed the livestock and watered the plants before leaving the space. She was starving. Pai Pai didn't realize that Su Hua was deliberately not giving her food for 7 days. All fishermen know that to make fish bite, you first need to let them go hungry for a few days. Su Hua roasted the fish until half-cooked, then, right in front of Pai Pai's eyes, she applied a large amount of sleeping powder. After that, no matter how she roasted the fish, she left the space first. Pai Pai saw Su Hua's body suddenly turn into a vague shadow and disappear, leaving her completely confused. She felt that the little owner seemed very busy lately. Every day after watering the plants and feeding the livestock, she would leave. Not only did she not look for Pai Pai, but it seemed she had forgotten about her. But for Pai Pai, the little owner's departure was like a nap with someone to send her a pillow. She waited and waited, half an hour passed, but she didn't see the little owner return to the space. When the 2 fish finished roasting, she finally activated her consciousness and boldly stole Su Hua's roasted fish again. Who would have thought this sneaky thief? She can truly pick up objects from a distance. Watch me see if I can catch you this time. Although Su Hua left the space, her mind kept watching its every move. When she saw the grilled fish disappear in an instant, she guessed that the other person was inside its space, almost like a fish in water, acting like a half-owner. She had given a large dose of medicine, enough to knock out an adult with just a little. The other person ate enough for 2 fish, which could knock out dozens of adults. She waited long enough for the other to finish eating, then slowly entered the space, directly into the foggy area. Just then, Pai Pai finished eating 2 fish and saw Su Hua suddenly appear in the foggy zone. Almost scared her to death. It wanted to use its mind to hide and make Su Hua search in vain, but before it could run, the familiar dizzy feeling hit again. This feeling was like the time it secretly ate watermelon it was poisoned. Its blue eyes kept spinning in circles. After a while, it rolled its eyes dramatically and fainted right in front of Su Hua. Su Hua looked down at the sneaky thief in front of her, her eyes wide with disbelief. Could it really be a thief? She couldn't help but marvel. This thief was so good-looking, so soft and small. Wait, but this thief also ate too much. It managed to eat 2 chickens and 3 fish at once. She originally thought that if it wasn't human, it must be some big monster. But it turned out to be so tiny, cute, and soft that she wondered if she was imagining things. Su Hua bent down and picked up the unconscious thief, noticing it was a small ball, probably weighing less than 5 jin. She lifted its tiny legs and saw it was a female, then carried her back to her territory. Pai didn't know how it woke up. When it did, it found itself soaked and locked in a cage, with its limbs tied. And its black eyes were staring straight at it. When it saw that the owner of the black eyes was Su Hua, it let out a sharp squeal, its blue eyes full of fear, and immediately tried to use its mind to escape. But Su Hua had already noticed its intention and scolded, trying to run? Believe it or not, next time I'll just feed you poison and kill you? I know you can understand what I'm saying. Now I'll ask you questions. Be honest, nod, or shake your head. During its unconsciousness, Su Hua observed it for a long time. She realized that Pai was not a creature she had seen before. It looked like a cat, but also like a raccoon. Especially its beautiful large white tail, which resembled the description of an animal from the classic book, Finalizing. Thinking of the book's mention that in the end times, monsters from Finalizing appeared everywhere, she tentatively asked, "Are you Pai?" Pai didn't expect the young owner to be so clever and immediately guessed its name. It suddenly released its front limbs that had been holding its head, and, like a human, it stared at Su Hua with its blue eyes and blinked. "That's probably it," Su Hua said confidently, her black eyes brightening as she asked excitedly. "Were you here in this space from the beginning? Did this space have a previous owner?" Seeing that Su Hua seemed harmless, Pai nodded cautiously. Su Hua continued to ask, "Was this place like a small fairyland before?" Pai nodded again, then seemed to remember something sad, and its blue eyes darkened. She pointed to the only small tree nearby, about 3 meters tall. "Is this the world tree?" Pai turned to look at the small tree, blinked its blue eyes for a long time, then shook its head. Su Hua immediately frowned. "No." Pai still shook its head. "What does your head shake mean? Is it yes or no?" Su Hua was confused and asked, "Are you saying you don't know?" Pai's eyes lit up, and it nodded repeatedly. Su Hua sighed, unable to help but scold. "You're useless. You don't even know such an important thing." She had thought she could learn how the space upgraded, but it turned out Pai didn't know either. It seemed she still had to rely on herself. She untied the ropes binding Pai's limbs and warned, "You can leave now. Don't steal food again next time." When Pai heard Su Hua telling it to go, it was a good thing, but it thought for a moment and shook its head desperately. Su Hua narrowed her beautiful eyes. "Still trying to steal? Don't you know there's a limit?" Pai looked aggrieved, sniffing. Of course, it knew there was a limit. But without roasted chicken, it was starving and craving it badly. At this moment, Chin Su came to call her for dinner. Because they had killed a pig, Chin Su directly ordered someone to cook plain rice, so everyone could enjoy a good meal. Only after everyone was full could they have the strength to continue their journey. Su Hua, who had previously hidden in a space, didn't know about the argument between Chin Su and Qi Lin because of her. She took the meal with plenty of pork that Chin Su handed her and sat next to him to eat. While eating, they casually talked about their plans for the next part of the trip. However, Qi Lin saw this scene and misunderstood even more. He angrily took a few bites of food, threw down his bowl, and rode away on a horse, venting his frustration alone. Chin Su noticed Qi Lin's action of throwing the bowl and his expression changed slightly, but because Su Hua was nearby, he pretended not to see. But Su Hua was not someone who missed things just because she was eating. She paused her meal, looked up, and asked with narrowed eyes, "What's wrong with your brother?" Chin Su shivered slightly, surprised at how sharp Su Hua's eyes were. He didn't dare tell the truth and shook his head, saying, "Since his parents died, he's become strange and moody." He sighed and added, "He wasn't like this before. Su Hua listened and nodded without asking further, but inside, she cursed Qilin. Something was wrong with his mind. Didn't Qin Su also lose his father? Among the 200 people present, wasn't everyone affected and exiled? Wasn't everyone wronged? And during the exile, didn't some families lose members? Why didn't anyone else act strange? The biggest victim was her. She had been living well in her original world, only to wake up and find herself as a scapegoat facing the end of the world. Had she ever complained about heaven or earth? But that was other people's business, just a team effort. It had nothing to do with her. Suddenly, a huge fire spread from the south to the northwest, then turned and burned toward the north and east. The endless blackened mountains revealed the original road. On the road, many half-burned logs were scattered. Because of these crooked, broken logs, Qin Su's team couldn't pass by on horseback anymore. They had to walk and clear the way. This meant that for the next 800 miles, the team would have to walk through the Lichuan area. Not only did the men have to work hard, but their journey was also delayed. Su Hua saw the blocked path and felt terrible. Today was the 8th day of August. Less than 2 months before the end of the world on the first day of October, the team was still over 3,000 miles away from Qitian Peak. They had traveled for over 30 days but only covered about 2,000 miles, less than half the distance. This made everyone very anxious. Qin Su observed the road ahead and also felt worried. He immediately gave an order. All the men take turns clearing the way at the front. Qin Su planned for the more than 110 men to split into 2 groups, taking turns to rest and clear the path. However, they didn't realize how heavy and large the fallen trees were until they started clearing the way. Some trees were so thick that 2 people could hug them, and dozens of people were needed to move them. By evening, they had only cleared the road for a day. All the men were exhausted, and the team had only advanced about 30 miles. "Brother Qin, I've been thinking. We can't keep going like this. Do you have any ideas?" Su Hua pulled Qin Su aside and whispered. "Can your space hold all these big trees? Why not store all the fallen wood in your space? These trees could be very useful during the end of the world." Su Hua suddenly realized that if she could store all the fallen trees, about 800 miles worth, it would be a huge gain. Most of these trees were only partially burned, so many were still usable. If they could be used properly, they could be used to build ships or as firewood for warmth during the cold times. This was like finding treasure, massive supplies of wood falling from the sky. If she could teleport, she would even want to take the wood for herself. To avoid suspicion, you should collect the wood a few miles away and do it at night, Su Hua suggested. Then she remembered something and asked, "But Qin Su, how far can you teleport? Can you teleport 1,000 miles? Seeing that the team had only cleared the way for a day and everyone was exhausted, Qin Su also had this idea. He listened to Su Hua's suggestion and nodded. "I can teleport 1,000 miles away. That's great." Su Hua's eyes lit up with excitement. She hurriedly said, "Then go at night and collect the wood. Just leave a few miles in front untouched. Even if others are suspicious, no one will doubt it. Your mother, your sister, and Qilin all know, but they won't say anything. I won't say anything either. You can do it without worry." Su Hua was quite envious of Qin Su's teleportation ability. She imagined him soaring over 1,000 miles in an instant, like a divine skill for escaping the end of the world. And this skill was also a killer move. Others couldn't track him at all. No wonder there was a legend before, saying Qin Su dared to go alone into the enemy camp and cut off the enemy leader's head. It must have been this quick teleportation and instant kill. Qin Su understood why Su Hua was anxious. He promised, "Don't worry, little Hua. Once everyone has rested, we'll go collect the supplies. It won't delay our journey." He always kept his promises. When the team was resting, he used an excuse to take care of urgent needs, then instantly teleported 800 miles away. After that, he kept teleporting back and forth along the road, collecting fallen trees. He was like how Su Hua collected desert watermelons, 1,000-year orchids, and salt mountain, one piece at a time. But unlike Su Hua riding a horse, Qin Su's collection was instant. He covered 100 meters in 1 second. In less than 800 miles, he collected over 4,000 times. It took him just over half an hour to gather all the fallen trees along the 800-mile stretch and clear the road. Then he returned to the camp on the main road.
Su Hua didn't rest.
She was waiting for good news from Qin Su. When she saw him return and smile with 2 dimples, she knew the travel problem was solved and they had gained countless wood supplies. They also cleared the way for more than 1 million refugees behind them, including Mianzhou and Jie. Qin Su was very happy with his harvest. Passing by Su Hua's tent, he secretly handed her a package and said, "Little Hua, we can travel as usual tomorrow. Rest early." Su Hua looked at the paper-wrapped package and couldn't help but smile. "Okay, you rest early too." After saying that, she entered her tent and happily ate the plum blossom-flavored pastry Qin Su had given her. However, Qin Su's act of giving the pastry was seen not only by Qilin, who was in a gloomy mood, but also by Rongshi. Rongshi didn't think there was anything wrong with her son giving Su Hua pastry because she had authorized it and was the one who asked for it initially. Her son and Su Hua got along well, which she was very happy about. But Qilin felt that Qin Su had changed. He seemed obsessed with personal feelings, forgetting his role, and even the brotherly promises he made. The broken trees only extended for a few dozen miles ahead. The road in front was clear and smooth. After the men finished clearing the last few miles of fallen trees, they moved aside the big remaining ones and saw the unobstructed path ahead. They excitedly shared the good news with everyone. However, someone was puzzled and asked, "It's strange. The road was blocked for dozens of miles, but behind it, everything is so clean and dry. Hey, look at these marks. They seem like the imprint of big trees." Some others noticed that some fallen trees disappeared strangely, and the ashes on the ground still showed the marks of trees pressing down.
They muttered about it.
Su Hua heard everyone's doubts and saw Qin Su pretending to be innocent, holding his nose. She couldn't help but smile quietly. Sure enough, no matter what you do, you always leave some signs. To avoid everyone overthinking this, Su Hua kindly made up a story. It's not strange that the trees ahead were burned. Some land is wet, and some is dry. When we encountered those blocking trees earlier, the terrain was near the long river. Where there's a river, there's enough water. The trees stayed wet and couldn't burn completely, so they fell. As for the marks of the trees, she deliberately avoided mentioning them. First, because it was hard to explain, and second, because talking about the long river could lead everyone astray. As expected, when she spoke, Qin Su's 4 uncles immediately agreed, each saying, "That's right." The last few dozen miles were near the long river. Now we've reached a place where the river has already bent away. 5th young lady is not only skilled in medicine but also knows astronomy. I believe everything she says. Every day now we encounter strange things. I wouldn't be used to it if strange things didn't happen. Why do you scholars and women talk so much? 5th young lady already said, "This mountain can ignite itself without anyone setting fire. Even if the Lichuan disappears right in front of me, I wouldn't find it strange." With the 4 uncles leading the way, everyone else was convinced and joined in, saying one after another, "Exactly." The fish in the river all died suddenly before. Not only that, the river in the valley stopped flowing overnight. And there's more. Killer bees are now migrating like humans. Don't forget the bats, you guys. The crowd's stories became more and more exaggerated, shifting their attention to strange events, and the tales grew more unbelievable. Finally, someone started talking about a certain legend. However, Qin Su didn't waste much time chatting with everyone. He looked at Su Hua with gratitude and then ordered, "Everyone, go to the restroom now. In half an hour, get on the carriage and start moving. Be sure to leave Lichuan within 3 days. Because they had already delayed 4 days, it was not wise to waste more time. After all, no one knew if the road ahead would be smooth. They had been fugitives for over a month, and no one knew what the current emperor was planning." Hearing Qin Su's order, everyone stopped chatting and quickly went to find a place to relieve themselves. Men to the left forest, women to the right forest. Half an hour later, the delayed caravan finally set out again, grand and mighty. As for Emperor Jiaji, what was he doing now? He was still killing people. He was executing loyal officials who opposed the chaos in the court. The current empress's father, Duke of the State, was unaware that Emperor Jie had murderous intentions toward him. Thinking about the situation in Dakian, he earnestly advised, "Your Majesty, the Western Xiongnu army of 50,000 has already captured 3 border cities in the northwest. Their morale is high, but Dakian is retreating without a fight. In less than half a month, Fengyang County will fall, and the enemy will threaten the capital. Dakian is in chaos because of ominous signs of destruction. All the soldiers in the northwest are fleeing without fighting, and many have rebelled and headed south after seeing the stone tablets' inscriptions. Moreover, the common people are fleeing to the southern wilderness to escape the disaster. The entire capital is almost deserted. Your Majesty, you should also retreat. Your Majesty still has 300,000 soldiers in the capital. If you take the water route to the south first and build a palace there, Dakian can still survive. The rebels can be defeated, and power can be regained." Duke of the State urged Emperor Jie to retreat. Although he was also motivated by personal fear, he genuinely wanted to save the court. Dakian was already in chaos, Xiongnu invaders, soldiers rebelling, and natural disasters happening one after another. The temperature in the capital was unusually hot, followed by solar eclipses, blood moons, the earth splitting in two at Mianzhou, and the reappearance of active volcanoes in the northwest, all signs of impending doom. But the worst part was not these signs. As an emperor, the greatest fear was losing the support of the people. Once the common folk no longer believed in the emperor or the court, it would be a disaster for him. Duke of the State grew more anxious and kept urging, "Your Majesty, retreat now. While the rebels haven't fully succeeded, if you reach the south first, you can seize the advantage." Emperor Jiazhen finally lost patience and suddenly shouted sternly, "Bring out the treacherous official who disturbs the court. Skin him and turn him into grass." When the emperor's words fell, all the civil and military officials in the court gasped and trembled, afraid that they would be the next to be skinned. The Duke of Zhenghua was stunned on the spot, doubting whether he had heard correctly. He asked in disbelief, "What did the emperor say?" The chief of the Heavenly Observatory, who had recently gained the emperor's favor, sneered and said, "The emperor is saying you deserve death. As the Duke of Zhenghua, not only did you fail to help repel the invading Western barbarians, but you also advised the emperor to retreat. Have you ever seen an emperor abandon his throne without a fight? What is the southern wilderness? It is a barren place where the court exiles criminals." The Duke of Zhenghua actually suggested that the mighty emperor abandon his throne and run away like a coward. Isn't that a joke through the ages? I am. The Duke of Zhenghua was suddenly speechless, staring in shock. In the face of disaster, he dared to speak out to save Emperor Jiazhen and the court officials. Was that wrong? Emperor Jiazhen didn't care whether the Duke of Zhenghua was his father-in-law. He was cruel and ruthless. Take him away. I don't want to see him again. When the commander of the Imperial Guards led the guards to arrest the Duke of Zhenghua, he finally came to his senses. He believed that Emperor Jiazhen was not joking. He really wanted to kill him. He was deeply shocked and shouted angrily, "You madman! You are cruel and unjust, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Killing loyal officials is unworthy of being emperor. How dare you?" Emperor Jiazhen didn't expect the Duke of Zhenghua to dare to curse him. He threw a jade bead at the Duke's head. Then he played his cruelty to the extreme. "Send my orders. The Duke of Zhenghua has plotted rebellion. Drag him away, skin him, and turn him into grass. Exile his entire family." When the Duke of Zhenghua heard about the exile of his entire family, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He cursed loudly, "Tyrant! I curse you to a miserable death. May you be condemned to for eternity." However, his curses didn't last long outside the hall, and blood stained the white marble steps outside. A noble duke of the highest rank was executed simply because he said a few wrong words, angering the dragon's face. Not only was he skinned, but his daughter, the Empress, was implicated, and his entire family was slaughtered. Soon after the Duke of Zhenghua was skinned, his body was stuffed with straw and hung at the Meridian Gate. The Empress and his entire family were executed, and everyone in the court thought Emperor Jiazhen had gone mad. If he wasn't crazy, which emperor would go to court every day dressed in plain white, abandoning his dragon robe, and obsessing over Taoist cultivation? If I hadn't gone mad, how could I believe the false words of the official and unjustly kill loyal ministers? And why would I ask the official for an elixir of eternal life? All the officials and soldiers in the court think that Emperor Jiazhen is sick. One day, they might also speak out of turn and be punished harshly. After the court session, the officials left the palace. The current chancellor, limping, said to the other two ministers, "If this continues, how can we survive? We must think about ourselves." The three dukes helped establish the empire, but all ended up dying badly. Everyone in the court knows that Duke En and Duke Ding were falsely accused by Emperor Jiazhen. Now, Duke Zhen only spoke the thoughts of all the officials, but he also fell into trouble. It really broke the hearts of all the officials. The censor also felt worried and said, "That's true. The people of Dakian are fleeing south. If the world is about to end, are we not just waiting to die here? What should we do then?" The current Grand Commander asked, then shook his head and sighed. The Western barbarians are pointing their swords at the capital. At this critical moment, they even killed the only remaining duke who could lead troops to fight. We might not need to wait for the world to end. We could just surrender when the city falls in half a month. The current chancellor and censor immediately looked shocked. Only the Grand Commander dared to say that they should surrender. But who wants to die? Especially since many officials and soldiers have families. The chancellor said, "We are at least the three highest officials. Why not advise the emperor to retreat south?" The Grand Commander waved his hand. "Enough, enough. The emperor has gone mad. We can't persuade him. If we try, he might even order us to be executed. He doesn't mind replacing us old ministers. And don't forget, the two young princes were exiled to the southern wilderness. Do you think they can still show their faces? Exiling people to the southern wilderness and building palaces there is just a joke." That's exactly why the Duke Zhen was punished today. The chancellor was unwilling and said, "Are we just going to sit here and do nothing, knowing disaster is coming? Are we going to take our families and wait quietly for death?" The Grand Commander spread his hands. "What else can we do? With a ruler like this, what options do we have? Unless we kill the emperor, support someone else as the new ruler, or rebel and take the throne ourselves." But now, the Western barbarians are invading, the people are fleeing south, and even the soldiers have rebelled. Now, Emperor Jiazhen has become a joke. Who still cares about being such an emperor? However, the Grand Marshal thought for a moment and comforted the two men, saying, "Don't worry. Based on what I know about the emperor, he might head south in a few days. Today is just about saving face. The Duke of Zhenghua has become an innocent victim. In fact, the emperor is more afraid of death than we are. If he weren't afraid, why would he seek the elixir of immortality? Also, that treacherous official, Jianzheng, will definitely go to see the emperor and tell him that the elixir of immortality is in the southern border. When you return home, pack your things and quietly wait for the southward journey in a few days." The Prime Minister and the Censor-in-Chief listened to the Grand Marshal and widened their eyes. The Prime Minister immediately cheered up, saying, "Yes. How could we forget about that treacherous official? He's probably more afraid of death than we are." The Grand Marshal seemed to have a divine sense of foresight. Not only did he understand the emperor well, but he also guessed what other officials were thinking with great accuracy. Just as the three finished talking, Jianzheng returned to his residence. That night, while stargazing, he saw the celestial signs and nearly fainted from fright. He did not want to die. The solar eclipse, blood moon, and other signs all indicated apocalyptic events. Moreover, that night, he observed a terrifying celestial phenomenon, the bright star guarding the heart. In ancient astrology, this was the most ominous sign. The heart star represented the emperor, and the bright star symbolized the emperor's death and other disasters. The appearance of the bright star was often associated with chaos, rebellion, disease, death, famine, and war. Jianzheng was certain that the end of the world was imminent. That night, after observing the stars, he hurried to the palace to see Emperor Jiazhen. When he saw the emperor sitting cross-legged on a cushion, meditating, he immediately masked his deathly pale face and smiled, saying, "Your Majesty, great joy. Great news. I have good news to report." Emperor Jiazhen lifted his eyelids upon hearing this, his eyes cold. "What joy is there? I ask you, what joy do I have now?" The two young princes had been chased for over a month. Now, even the twin shadow guards and the 100 shadow guards had disappeared. 50,000 troops from the western barbarians invaded, and the entire capital was deserted, turning into an empty city. Additionally, various signs of natural disasters and apocalyptic events kept appearing. He had become the most ridiculous emperor in history. "Yes, Your Majesty, didn't you want me to find the elixir of immortality? I found the direction of the elixir tonight through star observation. The celestial signs indicate that it is on Qitian Peak in the southern border." Monitor Zheng truly understood Emperor Jiazhen's thoughts. Actually, Emperor Jiazhen also wants to leave and migrate to the southern border, but the Duke of Zhenghua is foolish. He doesn't know how to adapt, just openly advises, which offends the emperor's dignity. Look at him. He's good at finding a reason for Emperor Jiazhen to seek immortality and go south. Isn't that good? Once this excuse is made, others won't say Emperor Jiazhen is fleeing without a fight. At the same time, a potion for eternal youth appears in the wild southern border, instantly transforming the dirty exile land into a paradise of immortality. By then, Emperor Jiazhen will build his palace in the south, not only avoiding shame, but also becoming the first emperor to live in a fairyland. Sure enough, when Emperor Jiazhen heard about the potion for eternal youth, his sharp eyes narrowed. After thinking for a long time, he sneered, "You are the most to my liking. All other fools deserve to die." Emperor Jiazhen knew there was no real potion for eternal youth. This was just Zheng giving him an excuse to step down. He killed the Duke of In and the Duke of Ding, but no one led troops to fight, and other generals even rebelled. Moreover, the two young lords, all soldiers and civilians, had migrated south. At this moment, he needed such an excuse to go south. "Summon my orders. In 3 days, all civil and military officials, along with 300,000 soldiers in the capital, will migrate south with me to Qitian Peak to find the potion of immortality." After a long time, Emperor Jiazhen issued several imperial edicts as the Grand Marshal predicted. When these edicts were announced on the second day in the court, everyone, civil officials, military officials, including the Imperial guards, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, everyone felt more disappointed in Duke Zhengua's cruelty, and their trust in Emperor Jiazhen's brutality deepened. Loyal officials died one after another, treacherous ministers spreading false words. It was truly ironic. A 10-meter-high, 2-meter-thick city wall blocked Qin Su's team of 200 people. After 3 days of travel, they finally left the Lichuan Mountains and reached the next continent. "Great! We've finally arrived at the next continent." The 200 people from a high ground several miles away saw the city in the distance and were so excited they went crazy. Once they reached Song Continent, then through Qin Continent and Zan Continent, they could reach the southern border. According to Qin Su's map, the distance from Song Continent to the southern border was still 3,000 miles. Today is August 12th. While everyone's carriages are traveling smoothly, they cover about 120 miles each day. If everything goes well, they will reach the southern border by September. Even if there are some delays, they can still arrive in early September. After about half an hour, 62 carriages finally stopped 1 mile outside Zanjo City. At this time, the city gates are closed, and guards are patrolling on the city walls. Everyone looks up at the soldiers on the wall and suddenly remembers a big problem. How will they get through? There are no fleeing villagers with them, and they have no official registration. The officials in charge of Zanjo would never open the gates for them. Are the people of Zanjo not fleeing? Su Hua looks at the guards on the wall and asks confusedly. Lichuan is almost burned down, and there are many signs of the end of the world. It doesn't make sense that the people of Zanjo are acting as if nothing is happening. Qin Su also feels confused. Normally, they should see the city open and villagers fleeing south. But now, the gates are closed, and guards are patrolling on the walls. The two local officials, the city's governor and the magistrate, should have heard about the chaos across Dakian and the mass migration south. I'll go shout. Just as everyone is puzzled, Qilin coldly drops a sentence, then drives his carriage to the city gate. He shouts loudly at the wall above, "We are refugees from Zanjo heading south. Open the gates and let us in." The guards on the wall hear Qilin shout. One immediately leaves the wall to report the situation. Inside Zanjo, 3 million people are living their normal lives, unaware that people across Dakian are fleeing south in chaos. Because the officials, the governor and magistrate, have blocked all news and forbidden outsiders from entering or leaving the city. After the guards leave the wall, they go to find the commanding officer.
What?
They only have 62 grain carts, 62 horses, many women and children on the carts. The commanding officer hears the report and quickly orders, "Send 1,000 archers to the wall to shoot them all. Remember to leave the horses."
He then adds angrily,
I thought the salt officials from Jiechi with 10,000 salt soldiers would arrive. We've waited so long, but they still haven't come. Such useless people." The two officials, the governor and magistrate, have also turned against the current. Both of them want to become emperor. However, the two of them wanted to start trouble, but the 50,000 guards in Zanjo were far from enough. They could only swallow the soldiers coming from the northwest and seize supplies from other local officials to grow stronger. They didn't plan to go anywhere else. They just wanted to wait and see. The commander left instructions, handed the task of shooting to the deputy, and rode off on a horse to report the situation to the patrol officer and the local governor. He was very confident, thinking that outside the city, there were only about 200 merchants. Shouting for a long time, but no one responds. Have all the officials inside been killed? Qilin called out for a long time, but no response from the guards on the city wall. He cursed impatiently and returned to the convoy. Something's wrong. This reaction shouldn't be like this. Qin Su's black eyes fixed on the city wall, his brows tightly furrowed, and he muttered to himself. Su Hua also touched her chin thoughtfully and said, "Little brother Qin, you feel something's off too?" "I think so too." The local officials inside shouldn't be unaware of the news. If they heard about the destruction and the mass fleeing but did nothing, ignoring the lives of millions inside the city, that wouldn't be normal behavior for officials. Because of the previous example of the salt transport officer, she thought that when the patrol officer and the local governor heard the news, their first reaction should be to lead their soldiers and civilians south to escape. Knowing the danger but not leaving, unless there's something profitable for them.
Bad.
The patrol officer and the local governor want to swallow the soldiers. Swallow the soldiers from Jiechi. After Qin Su figured this out, he looked up at the city wall, his face changing drastically. But just as he finished speaking, the deputy on the wall waved his hand, giving the order for the hidden archers on the wall to shoot cold arrows at the 200 people. Before Qin Su could react, a rain of arrows shot out densely and swiftly, targeting the 200 people. The 200 people on the carriage instantly became targets, with countless arrows piercing their bodies. An icy arrow pierced through the left chest of Long Gongshi, and Qin Xian was shot through the abdomen. Shen Jiaojiao, Su Sifan, Su Sijin, Su Yu. All 200 people, without exception. Some even had arrows shot through their foreheads and died instantly. Even the 4 uncles were shot through. This scene was sudden and unavoidable, happening in less than a breath. If it weren't for Qilin, Qin Su, and Su Hua reacting quickly and dodging, they wouldn't have survived. Son of a BTSH, when Qin Su and Su Hua saw their family members all struck by arrows, Qin Su roared in anger, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When his figure reappeared, he was already on the city tower. "You all deserve to die," Qin Su said like a vengeful god, his teeth clenched. Then he waved his hand, and behind 1,000 archers, a large black suddenly appeared in the sky above the city tower. "What is that thing?" The deputy general was about to order the archers to shoot again, but before the second wave of arrows could be released, someone appeared on the tower. Before he could see clearly, he saw a huge suddenly form in the air in front of him. This looked like a giant eye suddenly opening in the sky, as if the sky itself had been torn apart. Ghost! The deputy general could only manage to shout these two words before he and the 1,000 archers were swallowed by the. When he and the archers reappeared, they had already been torn into pieces. Their shattered bodies, mixed with others, fell with loud thuds onto the city tower from the void. Qin Su, filled with killing intent, coldly watched the dismembered limbs and remains falling from his sight, then his figure disappeared from the tower. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Rongshi and Qin Xian. Seeing his mother and sister shot, his black eyes instantly turned red. Su Hua, seeing Qin Su so close, snapped out of her shock and quickly looked at Rongshi, Qin Xian, and the others lying in blood, along with 200 others. Her eyes also turned red. She said to Qin Su, "Brother Qin, I can save everyone. We must leave here first and find a safe place." All the 1,000 archers inside the city had been wiped out by Qin Su's space powers, but there were still 50,000 soldiers defending the city. When the patrol officer and the civil administrator realized this, perhaps the 50,000 soldiers would leave the city. It turns out that others fainted because Qin Xian, at the moment his brother teleported, guessed what his brother wanted to do, and attacked the others with mental power first. Except for Su Hua, no one else saw Qin Su wipe out the archers. In other words, only Su Hua saw Qin Su's space-based attack. Qin Su was relieved that his secret hadn't been exposed to anyone except Su Hua. He said, "Thanks, little sister, but you still need to control the other horses." "It's okay, brother. I can hold on," replied Qin Xian. Qin Xian was hit in the stomach by an arrow and used a lot of her special energy. Her face was pale, and her small body seemed about to collapse, but she wanted to help her brother and kept holding on. "Mother, can you hold on?" Qin Su looked worried at Rome, whose clothes were stained with blood from an arrow piercing her left chest. Rome hugged Qin Yu, who was safe, and with effort, she opened her eyes and forced out a sentence. "I can." "Hurry and go." Qin Su didn't dare delay. He turned to Su Hua and Qi Lin and urgently ordered, "Lin, help carry everyone onto the carriage." "Xiao Hua, think of a way to treat them on the carriage." "My sister and I will drive." "Got it. Let's go," Su Hua quickly said, then grabbed the most seriously injured Su Sifan and Xin Jiao Jiao with her powers to stop the bleeding. Then came Su Sijin and Su Yu. As for the bows and arrows, she didn't have time to deal with them now. She could only people from the Grim Reaper. After stopping the bleeding for Rong and Qin Xian, she immediately jumped down from the carriage and got onto the carriage carrying Rong, Qin Xian, and Qin Su. When Su Hua held Rong with her left hand and Qin Xian with her right, and openly used her healing powers in front of them, the mother and daughter were stunned. They looked at the green light emanating from Su Hua's hands and saw their wounds stop bleeding within seconds. They were so surprised they forgot how to close their mouths. They couldn't believe that Su Hua could perform healing magic and had kept it hidden for so long. Big sister, Xiao Hua. Qin Su, driving the carriage, heard their voices and accidentally looked back. He was shocked to see Su Hua's powers and forgot he was driving. The horse almost ran off the hill. "Be careful while driving," Su Hua reminded just in time. After that, Su Hua didn't care about scaring the three of them. She helped stop the bleeding for Rong and Qin Xian, then treated the unconscious Li Waner and Xia Zhu in the same carriage. After just a few breaths, she helped the two people stop their bleeding, then jumped off the carriage and quickly boarded another one. She continued to stop the bleeding from one carriage to the next. However, Su Hua prioritized her rescue efforts based on urgency. For those who were only wounded in the thigh or arm and not in vital areas, she did not use her special powers. Only for life-threatening injuries, like those of the Rong family and the 4 uncles of Qin Su, who were shot through, did she focus on saving them first. When she flew onto the carriage in front of Qi Lin and finished helping the injured, she sat down inside and refused to move. Qi Lin didn't see Su Hua use her powers to save people. He only saw her get on the front carriage, hold the injured person's hand, and then let go after a while. He glanced back at the Feng siblings on his carriage. Feng Yiming had only been shot in the shoulder, and Feng Rushu had an arm wound. Both were lucky and unlikely to die, so he didn't bother calling Su Hua. Half an hour later, 62 carriages retreated to the long river side of Lichuan. Alin, you're in charge of watching the city's movements. I'll help Xiao Hua remove all the arrows from everyone, she said. When the carriage stopped, Qin Su and Qi Lin carried everyone down and laid them on grass mats. Qin Su then made an excuse to send Qi Lin away because Su Hua had told him she didn't want Qi Lin to know about her healing powers. Qi Lin heard he was being sent away and that Qin Su and Su Hua would stay together. He snorted and leapt onto a horse, riding off. But he wasn't just going to watch. He also planned to kill the two officials, the patrol governor and the finance officer. Qin Su and Qi Lin had been brothers for many years, so he knew what Qi Lin was thinking. Still, he also wanted to kill those officials. The archers dared to shoot at his team because they wanted to steal horses and supplies. Only with the approval of the patrol governor and finance officer could 1,000 archers act so recklessly, killing and robbing anyone they saw. No other commander would dare do that. Brother Qin, you're responsible for removing arrows and bandaging the men. The women and girls will be helped by the lady later, Su Hua said. She took 5 bottles of healing ointment, 5 rolls of bandages, and some knives and scissors from her bag, then assigned tasks to Qin Su and Rong Rushi. Okay, Xiao Hua. First, help me and Sister Xian remove the arrows, Rong Rushi said without hesitation. When Su Hua pulled out her arrows and used her powers again to stop her bleeding, Rong Rushi couldn't help but feel grateful. She thought to herself, I must have done many good deeds in my past life to meet Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua has saved me twice. This time, the Qin family owes Xiao Hua for lives. Thinking of this, he looked serious and said to Qin Su, Brother Su, you must treat Xiao Hua better in the future. Think of her as your own sister and take good care of her, okay? Qin Su was stunned and took a long time to find words to reply. He didn't understand what his mother meant. Su Hua, who had special abilities, listened to Mrs. Rong's words but said indifferently, Madam, there's no need to keep mentioning kindness all the time. Since I joined the team, saving you and the team members is my duty. Also, Brother Qin just killed the archers who shot at my mother and others, which is like avenging me. So, we are helping each other and no one owes anyone anything. Afraid that Mrs. Rong would keep talking about people's lives, she quickly found something for her to do. Madam, after I remove the arrows from the women and girls, you can apply golden wound ointment and help bandage them, because she was worried that the 200 people might suspect the arrow wounds once they woke up. Su Hua only used her powers to stop the bleeding after removing the arrows. She didn't repair the wounds with her abilities but asked Mrs. Rong and Qin Su to apply the ointment and bandage the wounds with gauze. Also, these two. Xiao Hua, you don't need to do anything. Yes, you and I can handle it. When the remaining Feng siblings still had arrows in their bodies, Mrs. Rong immediately told Su Hua to stop. First, because the Feng siblings had nothing to do with Su Hua, and second, because she knew Feng Rux's thoughts about her son too well. Third, the arrows on the siblings wouldn't be life-threatening. Xiao Hua, go rest over there. Qin Su strongly agreed with his mother's approach. The Feng siblings owed nothing to her. It was him and Qi Lin who were responsible, not Su Hua. Moreover, Feng Ruxu had always targeted Su Hua. If Su Hua helped remove their arrows, what would that mean? Qin Su removed the arrow from Feng Yiming, and Mrs. Rong also took out the arrow from Feng Ruxu and bandaged her wounds. About an hour later, the 200 people gradually woke up. When they learned that Su Hua had saved everyone's lives, everyone except the women, children, and the Feng siblings knelt down to her. No matter if they were elders or children, they all sincerely appreciated Su Hua. Qin Su's 4 uncles looked at Su Hua with admiration, each promising, if you need anything in the future, just tell us. As long as I am alive, I will do my best to help. Me too. This life of mine is yours now. Besides the 4 uncles, other officials from the Gu and Lin families also spoke similar words. This scene made Feng Ruxu so angry, she almost vomited blood. But Feng Yiming warned her again that Qin Su had already saved their brother and sister twice. If something else happened, their kindness would eventually run out. If she wanted to stay in the team, she should not cause trouble. After everyone thanked Su Hua, they gathered around a girl and a woman who had been hit in the forehead by a cold arrow and died. Although these two were just a maid and a nanny, they were still lives. Qin Su's third uncle angrily said, "Young master, we must avenge the deaths of the patrol officer and the local official. If it weren't for Su Hua, nearly all 200 people present would have died. This deep hatred must be avenged." Second uncle also nodded, yes. If it weren't for the patrol officer and the local official's orders, who would have given the soldiers and officers such courage? Everyone was filled with righteous anger, shouting for revenge. Just as they were about to bury the two bodies and dig a grave, they suddenly saw Qi Lin riding back on his horse with a cold expression. Before they could react, he threw 2 cloth bags into the crowd. Then, 2 human heads, like gourds, rolled into the pits beside the 2 bodies. Seeing the terrifying heads and thinking of something, everyone cheered loudly. Qin Su's uncle happily said, "Young Master Qi killed the 2 officials. He avenged everyone." A woman said, "Now they can rest in peace. At least 2 officials are dead with them." Qin Su walked over to Qi Lin on his horse and asked, "What's happening at the city?" Qi Lin jumped off his horse upon hearing this, then turned and walked away. Qin Su had to follow behind. When they were alone, Qi Lin turned back and asked, "The city is in chaos. It's a good time to start a rebellion. As long as you show your special scroll, it will work. Are you in?" Qin Su's eyes narrowed in disbelief and said, "You're crazy. Our top priority should be rushing to the southern border as fast as possible, not wasting time starting a rebellion now." Qi Lin's eyes turned red, and he shouted, "I am crazy. You all have families, brothers, sisters, friends, while I have no one. My only thought now is revenge. And with 50,000 soldiers heading south, how much time will that take? As soon as you show your special scroll and call out, not only will 50,000 soldiers follow, but the people of Zanjo will too. If we are a bit more ambitious, those 10,000 salt soldiers behind us would also be ours." Qin Su heard this and laughed angrily. He asked, "Are you only thinking about revenge, and have you forgotten something? When the true end of the world comes, will you save or feed these hundreds of thousands of civilians and soldiers? As long as we take them, we are responsible for their lives. Responsible for their food and drink. Today, we only have 200 people. We almost all died because of a careless mistake. If it weren't for Xiaohua being lucky to be in our team, I might have lost all my loved ones. Alin, you are just like your mother was back then. Your mother was desperate to die, and you are obsessed with revenge. Wake up." When Qi Lin heard about his mother, he trembled and said unwillingly, "The end of the world, the end of the world. What proof is there that the end of the world really exists? Has history recorded such an event? Asu, you are the one who has changed. Who was the first to talk about the end of the world? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Who dares to say it will happen? Missing this rare chance to seize the soldiers might mean never getting another one. Forget it. I don't want to argue with you." Qin Su saw that he couldn't persuade Qi Lin and didn't bother to continue. "I won't follow you in madness. My only thought now is to safely reach the southern border with these 200 people." After saying this, Qin Su turned and left, once again upset with Qi Lin. "All because you don't want revenge anymore." Qi Lin shouted angrily at Qin Su's back. But Qin Su misunderstood, did not look back. He and Qi Lin had different ideas. He believed that even if revenge was necessary, first he must protect himself and his loved ones. Although he couldn't be sure if the end of the world would really happen, he inexplicably trusted his instincts. Hurrying south was definitely the right choice. Su Hua saw Qin Su and Qi Lin seemed to be arguing and was confused. When Qin Su returned to the camp, she beckoned him over and whispered, "Brother Qin, shall we sneak into the city again tonight?" She had just asked around, inquiring about Qin Su's 4 uncles, and learned that the Dog Emperor had granaries in every continent. She thought that if the dog officials were killed, the granaries would have no owner. Rather than let the food fall into the hands of the guards and other officials for free, she and Qin Su could take it. Who dares to steal from the team supplies? Just see who's stealing from whom now. When Qin Su heard the words, slip away, his sharp eyes brightened immediately. He nodded to Su Hua and said, okay, I'll call you tonight. The two of them understood each other's secrets, making their interactions more in sync. Qin Su guessed what Su Hua meant just from the word, slip away. They agreed on a time, and then each went their own way. Later that night, they both used the excuse of checking on the city's situation and rode away on horseback.
Sui vach suhva lately always stay close to Chinsu.
His brows furrowed like an old man. He looked at Qin Xian, who was also wounded by an arrow in the stomach, and said unhappily, why does your brother keep taking my sister away? His sister is a young lady. If she keeps spending time with a young man outside the family, people will gossip. Qin Xian rolled his eyes at Su Yu. He wanted to say, clearly your sister is the one taking my brother away, but he just nodded in agreement. Su Sifan, Shun Jiao Jiao, and Su Sijin also saw Su Hua and Qin Su leave together. The three of them looked at each other in surprise. Shun Jiao Jiao whispered, do you think Sister Hua and the young master are getting a little too close lately? Su Sifan and Su Sijin looked at each other, then shook their heads. Shun Jiao Jiao nodded and said, you think so too? Next time, I'll talk to Sister Hua. Su Sifan shook his head again and said, no, we just don't know for sure. Shun Jiao Jiao blinked and asked, what do you mean? Su Sijin explained, maybe Fifth Sister is just calling the young master brother and friend. Mother, you're overthinking. Shun Jiao Jiao hesitated, recalling how Su Hua used to climb trees and tease birds, and how she called the servants brother and sister. She nodded quickly and said, yes, I was overthinking. I won't worry about her anymore. Qin Su and Su Hua tied their horses outside the city, about 2 miles away. Then Qin Su used his light skills, jumping a few times like entering an uninhabited place, and they quickly entered the city. Once inside, they saw that the whole city of Zanjo was in chaos. 10,000 soldiers were gathering inside, on high alert. The phrase, on high alert, was very accurate, because on the city tower, there were broken pieces of a deputy general and the remains of 1,000 archers' arms, and the governor and the finance officer had been secretly beheaded. Two strange things had happened, and they scared the current top official of Zanjo, the city's main general, very much. Especially when he tried to piece together the bodies like a puzzle, he almost lost control of his bladder from fear. General, ugh. A guard involved in collecting corpses wanted to report the situation, but before he could speak, he vomited first. The commanding officer hurriedly covered his nose and stepped back to avoid getting covered in. After a long while, the guard stopped vomiting and said painfully, Sir, there are a total of 1,001 bodies, including one of the deputy generals. And all the bodies. Stop, no need to report further. The officer immediately covered his mouth again. He had seen all the bodies. He had never seen corpses with such smooth, even cuts, and even the bone cuts were neat and smooth. This was not something that could be done by human strength or weapons. Sir, do you think they're ghosts? The trembling guard asked. Or maybe some monsters. The officer, annoyed, shouted, Shut up. Where do ghosts and monsters come from? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll cut off your head. Send orders. Everyone must stay inside the city. Not even a fly is allowed to enter. After the prefect and the administrative officer were beheaded, the officer gathered 10,000 soldiers at the city gate, not to attack, but to defend the city. The enemy's methods of killing were mysterious and frightening. It made him scared. He had to be afraid. He was the one who ordered the archers to shoot outside the city, and he only survived because he was lucky enough to leave the prefect's office just in time. Thinking about the prefect's death, he shivered and quickly ordered, Hurry! Get bows, swords, and prepare to defend the city walls and gates. Because of his orders, 10,000 soldiers lined up on the city walls and then dispersed. The soldiers responsible for supplies pushed carts loaded with arrows and catapults, appearing in a mighty procession. However, when the logistic soldiers passed by Qin Su and Su Hua sitting on the rooftops of shops, their conversation caught the two's attention. One soldier asked if the general had ordered to shoot the people coming from Zanjo, but first wanted to find out who they were. The prefect and the administrative officer wouldn't have died, right? Another soldier laughed and said, if the prefect and the administrative officer don't die, how can the general take control? Your meaning, now that two important officials are gone, who will hold the military power? You're right. But should we change what we call the general now? As the two soldiers walked further away, and their voices grew quieter, Qin Su and Su Hua's faces darkened. They finally figured out who ordered the attack. Xiao Jiao, wait for me here, Qin Su said to Su Jiao, and then went to find the commander. The commander was at the city gate, wearing a large sword on his waist, supervising the logistics supplies below the city wall. Suddenly, as he watched a cart carrying arrows pass by, he turned to look at the next cart. In the next second, a sharp flash of light cut through the air, hitting his neck. Blood splattered everywhere. The commander was suddenly cut down, dying instantly. His body stiffened and fell backward, eyes wide open in confusion, unable to understand how he was killed so quickly. He never saw anyone, only a white light. General? One of the soldiers nearby saw the commander fall and was so frightened he froze. Monster! Shouted another soldier witnessing the death. They panicked, dropped their carts, and ran away. They knew they were facing something not human. No, they realized they weren't dealing with a person at all, because they never saw anyone. Only a flash of light, like a scythe of death, that struck and took a life in an instant. They also remembered the scene from earlier that day. Over 1,000 bodies on the city wall, all dead in strange ways. Although the commander refused to admit it was caused by anything supernatural, everyone knew better. Such bizarre deaths had never been seen before. Prepare yourselves. The soldiers on the wall quickly drew their bows and swords for protection. But they saw nothing, only the commander's body, his head nearly severed from his neck. Before they could react, all the arrows and catapults pushed forward by the logistics soldiers suddenly vanished right before their eyes. One frightened soldier saw this and couldn't hold back. He dropped his sword and scrambled away, shouting, "There's a monster! The governor and the military officer are dead. Now the commander is dead too. It's a monster. Everyone run," another soldier yelled in fear. Because of these two soldiers spreading panic, the entire army of 10,000 quickly lost their courage. They couldn't see the enemy, and each one was so scared they ran in all directions, like headless flies, rushing down the city wall. They were all afraid that a flash of light would strike and kill them too. The enemy is truly terrifying. They are invisible and intangible. Staying here means waiting for death. Suddenly, a male voice shouted amid the chaos, "3 adults are dead. Everyone, abandon the city and run away." This voice was Qin Su's. He doesn't kill recklessly, but he also doesn't tolerate injustice. He only kills officials involved and 1,000 archers. The guards, to be honest, are just following orders. Everyone, quickly abandon the city and escape. Su Hua also joined in, shouting loudly in the chaos. The already disorganized army of 10,000 soldiers, like headless flies, was stirred by these shouts. It seemed they found a direction and started fleeing one after another. They just wanted to get home quickly and take their families away. Actually, the soldiers knew the signs of an impending disaster: eclipse, blood moon, the Great Fire in Lichuan, all indicating the end of the world. Moreover, the governor and the administrative officer had been acting strangely lately, which made them suspicious.
Run.
The officials are dead. Let's abandon the city and escape. Finally, some soldiers shouted for their lives. Soon this cry spread like an infection. One soldier after another, as if caught by the same disease, fled while shouting for everyone to abandon the city and run away. No one knows how much time passed, but at the city gates, where the 10,000 soldiers had gathered, everyone had already run away, leaving not a single one behind. Even the few guards responsible for the gate had fled unnoticed. Furthermore, the soldiers' families woke up in the night, beating drums, banging pots, and shouting to wake others and prepare to leave. The entire city was brightly lit, chaotic, with chickens flying and dogs barking. Even the 200 people outside the city by the Lichuan River could hear the noise from inside. Brother Qin, where does the emperor usually build the granaries? Su Hua had just traveled here and didn't know much about where the government-built granaries in Dakian were located. She heard that Qin Su's 4 uncles said that Dakian has 13 provinces, and the emperor once ordered each province to secretly build government granaries. These were mainly for supplying the army and preparing for war. But since the entire Zanjo is vast, no one knew exactly where they were, making it hard to find them. If the granaries were built above ground, it would be easy to see. But if they were underground, without directions, it would be very difficult to find them. It was quite troublesome. Qin Su also didn't know where the granaries were built. Only Emperor Jiajing and officials of Zanjo knew the exact locations. The officials of Zanjo, including the governor, the magistrate, and the military commander, were all killed by him and Qilin. He thought for a moment and analyzed. The military commander just gathered 10,000 soldiers. What about the other 40,000 soldiers? I guess the other 40,000 soldiers are probably scattered to guard the granaries, or maybe the commander wants to hoard the food and ordered the 40,000 soldiers to move the supplies. As long as we find the other 40,000 soldiers, we will definitely find the food. Qin Su guessed correctly. The commander who was killed by him had divided the 50,000 soldiers into 5 groups. One group of 10,000 soldiers was responsible for defending the city, while the other 4 groups of 10,000 each were scattered to 4 different granaries to transport food. At this moment, each group of soldiers was like ants moving house, packing grain into sacks one after another. Su Hua listened to Qin Su's analysis. Her eyes flickered, and she smiled. Then you, Brother Qin, can just teleport to find the granaries. I'll go for a walk around the city. Shall we meet back here at the city gate in 2 hours? Su Hua no longer lacked food, and she could grow crops in her space. She thought it was better to give the granaries to Qin Su. She also wanted to stroll through the streets. Now that Zanjo was in chaos, shopkeepers must be panicking and rushing to sell their goods. She still had over 1 million silver notes that she couldn't spend. If she didn't use them, they would turn into worthless paper in a month. Little Hua, why don't you come with me? Qin Su was confused when he heard Su Hua wanted to part ways again. Su Hua shook her head. It won't help if I go. Time is tight, and we can't let the soldiers carry away the food. You should go quickly and come back soon. Seeing that Su Hua was determined, Qin Su didn't persuade her further. He only warned, be careful, little Hua. Go quickly. I'm just a young girl, so it's not dangerous, Su Hua urged. After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways. Qin Su used teleportation directly, his figure like a ghost, searching for the granaries across Zanjo. Su Hua headed into the streets. As she predicted, news of the death of the governor, the magistrate, and the military commander spread quickly. Plus, the soldiers were shouting about abandoning the city and fleeing to escape hardship. The merchants were going crazy. They all hurried back to their shops overnight. Grain stores, cloth shops, general stores, and banks all opened their doors and started operating through the night. Because people were fleeing and rushing to buy supplies and exchange silver, these 4 types of shops were crowded with people, and the crowd was so dense that it was hard to see clearly. As for the shop owners of the silver shop, pawn shop, restaurant, inn, spring welcome tower, bookstore, tea house, wine shop, pharmacy, candle shop, rouge shop, and blacksmith, they all returned to their shops. But everyone looked very worried. The silver shop and pawn shop were still okay. They could still get some money for their jewelry and pawned items. However, the restaurant, inn, spring welcome tower, bookstore, tea house, wine shop, pharmacy, candle shop, rouge shop, and blacksmith were in trouble. The first 3 only lost their storefronts, but the other 7 couldn't sell their goods and had to abandon their shops and run away to escape poverty. The restaurant owner sighed. Sigh. With the eclipse and blood moon and the big fire in Lichuan, I knew today would come. It's really what I feared. The innkeeper complained, I just took over this in less than a year ago, and I haven't even made back my investment. What bad luck is this? The Madam of Spring Welcome Tower shouted. Everyone leave now. I can't support you or keep you here. Go away. Leave your contracts behind. You're free now. The owners of the bookstores, tea houses, Wine shops, pharmacies, candle shops, rouge shops, and blacksmiths were all about to cry. The whole city's people were abandoning their homes and fleeing. Who would buy their goods? Just when they thought they would lose everything and fall into despair, a young boy suddenly came and gave them money. Su Hua first entered the pharmacy. The shopkeeper was busy dismissing the apprentice and the chief doctor. He was at a loss about the herbs in the shop and didn't know what to do. Su Hua asked directly, "Shopkeeper, I will buy everything in your shop. Are you willing to sell?" The shopkeeper was surprised and asked, "What? You mean you want to buy my pharmacy?" Su Hua shook his head. "Of course I don't want your shop. Everyone is leaving. Why would I buy an empty shop? I only want the herbs inside. Are you willing to sell? How much silver do you want?" The shopkeeper wanted to sell. He was worried about what to do with the herbs. But he was smart and asked carefully, "Why do you want to buy so many herbs? You look young. Are you buying for someone else?" Su Hua replied seriously, "Honestly, I am buying on behalf of my master. As for what he will do with them, with the chaos in the world, who doesn't need large amounts of medicine? Surely you can guess. Will you sell? If you don't want to sell, that's fine. I'll ask other shops. Large quantities of medicinal materials?" The shopkeeper's pupils shrank when he heard this. Besides the soldiers, who would need so many herbs, the Great Qin dynasty is truly heading for chaos. Even if it's not a natural disaster, war is certain. Sell. Everyone is fleeing and migrating to escape hardship. I am reluctantly selling at a low price. 50,000 taels. This includes the herbal stock in the backyard and various seed herbs. I am even giving you the entire shop. The shopkeeper can't take the shop with him. Now he just wants more silver to buy food and help his family escape. Su Hua immediately took out 5 silver notes worth 10,000 each and said generously, "Payment in silver, deal." The shopkeeper took the notes, checked the paper and the words, "Counterfeiters beware," on them. Everything, including the serial number and the shop name, was genuine. He happily handed Su Hua the keys, smiling. "Payment received. The shop now belongs to you." Su Hua took the keys, looked at the shopkeeper, and gave a few instructions. "Shopkeeper, it's best to leave with your family at dawn. You must reach the southern border before October. Once there, don't stop. Go straight to Chitian Peak." The shopkeeper was about to leave but looked puzzled and asked, "Why go to Chitian Peak?" Most common people only knew to escape south, but they didn't understand that the final destination should be Chitian Peak. Su Hua didn't hide it. The coming disaster might cause a tsunami, and in times of war, hiding in the mountains is the safest. Hearing this, the shopkeeper slapped his face in shock, waking up. "You're right. Hiding in the mountains means no worries about floods or war. Thank you for the reminder." "Thank you," Su Hua advised the shopkeeper, because the silver notes she gave him would become worthless in about a month. If her advice could save his family's lives, she would truly have paid her debt and wouldn't feel guilty. Su Hua took the herbs from the shop and went into the blacksmith shop. The forge, large iron anvil, hammer, tongs, and bellows, all tools were very useful. At this moment, the blacksmith and shopkeeper was sighing as he packed his belongings, planning to leave the shop. He had no family, lived alone in the blacksmith shop, and earned his money through hard work every day. Su Hua entered the shop, saw the blacksmith busy packing, and asked, "Master Blacksmith, are you planning to migrate and leave?" The blacksmith heard the noise but did not turn around. He responded casually, "Take whatever you want, I can't stop you anyway." Su Hua smiled and said, "Then I will take everything in your shop. Are you okay with that?" The blacksmith was stunned at first, but he thought Su Hua was joking. He turned around, waved his hand at her, and then lowered his head to gather the few grains of rice in the rice jar. Seeing that the blacksmith truly allowed her to take whatever she wanted, Su Hua couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She didn't say anything. Instead, she left 10 gold bars on the table and said, "Master, when you reach the southern border, don't stay there. Head straight to Chitian Peak for a chance to escape." After speaking, she left the blacksmith shop. With a wave of her hand, she released her spiritual energy. All the iron in the shop, whether unworked raw iron, finished knives, farming tools, or blacksmithing tools, was absorbed into her space. The blacksmith finished gathering the rice, turned around, and saw the 10 gold bars on the table and the empty shop. His hand holding the rice bag dropped to the ground. He then looked as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth opening wide like an egg. Su Hua didn't care if the blacksmith was frightened or not. She left the blacksmith shop and went to a tavern to buy rice wine. Yes, rice wine. It's a good thing. Besides drinking, it has many uses. It can be distilled into alcohol or used to soak various medicinal herbs for injuries. The tavern owner had just dismissed his assistants and was crying loudly in front of the large wine jar filled with all kinds of fine wine. This was his carefully brewed rice wine, but in times of hardship, he could only carry water. He couldn't take a whole jar of rice wine with him. Thinking of the silver he had spent, he felt heartbroken to leave it behind. "Manager, don't cry. I will buy all your wine." Seeing the tavern owner crying more sadly than a woman, Su Hua's lips twitched for a moment before she finally managed to say something. Hearing Su Hua's voice, the tavern owner stopped crying abruptly. When he saw her take out a banknote, he was stunned. "Are you serious? You're really going to buy all my wine?" Why did he feel like he was dreaming? Could he be hallucinating? Su Hua took out a 10,000 silver note and placed it on the counter, saying, "Leave at dawn and head south as soon as possible. Reach the southern border before October. Don't stay there, go straight to Chitian Peak." After speaking, she left the tavern. When the tavern owner picked up the silver notes and looked at them from all sides, even biting one to see if it was real, he finally realized that all the wine jars in the tavern, including the large wine vats in the cellar, had disappeared.
Wow.
Could it be an immortal? Did I really meet an immortal? What did the immortal just say? The tavern owner muttered to himself, then tried hard to remember what Su Hua had said when she left. After leaving the tavern, Su Hua went into a candle shop. The candles weren't very useful, but they could be used for lighting, just like soybean oil. She had so much money that she bought whatever she wanted. Later, she entered a rouge and powder shop, buying makeup, thinking, what if a new world comes after the end of the world? Women love to look beautiful. It's good to keep these beauty products just in case. After buying makeup, she went into a tea house and a bookstore. She thought, after the end of the world, a good cup of tea and a good book would make life feel like heaven. In total, Su Hua spent about 2 hours shopping and finally used up all of Shun Jiao Jiao's silver notes. She still had the property deeds, land deeds, gold, and jewelry. When Su Hua reached the city gate, she saw Qin Su waiting for her on time. Qin Su saw Su Hua and smiled. "Little Hua, Qin little brother, is everything done?" Seeing Qin Su smiling so happily, she guessed that he had found the granary. Qin Su rubbed his nose and nodded honestly. "Yes, I found it. But I only took 3 out of the 4 granaries." He left the grain from one granary for the 5,000 soldiers, because those soldiers also had families and couldn't be ignored. Su Hua blinked curiously and asked, "You took 3 granaries. How much grain is that?" Qin Su estimated about 150,000 stones. 150,000 stones isn't much. It's just enough for the 50,000 soldiers to have enough food for 100 days. It doesn't include the feed for horses and mules. That's why he didn't agree with Qi Lin's rush to take all the soldiers and supplies. The 4 granaries only hold 200,000 stones of grain. With the soldiers, their families, and animals, about 300,000 people could eat it all in a month. If the food runs out and there's no supply line, how will they feed the soldiers next? Su Hua's thoughts were different from Qin Su's. When she heard about 150,000 stones, she was pleased. With 150,000 stones of grain, your 200 people won't have to worry about food during the end of the world. Turning my gaze, I looked at the open city gates behind Qin Su and asked, "Brother Qin, did you open the city gates?" Qin Su nodded again.
Yes.
"Let's go back. We'll continue heading south early tomorrow morning." Now, all the people in the city were fleeing in panic, and no one was watching the gates anymore. Since Qin Su opened the gates, no one showed curiosity. The 2 of them had been outside for more than 2 hours. To avoid worrying Rong Shi and Shen Jiao Jiao, they didn't delay any longer. They left openly through the city gates and rode back to the camp by the long river in Lichuan. When they returned to the camp, They found everyone was still awake. Everyone was waiting for news, but Qilin was sitting alone far by the river. As Qin Su and Su Hua dismounted, Rongshi asked on behalf of everyone, "Brother Su, what's happening at the city? Why is it so noisy?" Qin Su didn't hide anything. He immediately told everyone, "I killed the commander. Now the soldiers are leaderless and have all dispersed. The people of Zanjo are preparing to flee south. I've opened the city gates. We can continue heading south tomorrow." When Qin Su finished speaking, Qilin's body stiffened. He threw a stone into the river angrily, and then stood up, storming into the scorched forest. Qin Su watched Qilin's every move. After giving a few instructions about setting out early the next day, he also entered the forest. Watching Qilin vent his anger by smashing trees one after another, Qin Su shook his head and sighed. After a long while, he said seriously, "Ailin, do you know how much grain I received tonight? The 4 granaries in Zanjo only hold about 200,000 share of grain." Just as Qilin was about to punch again, he paused but didn't turn around. Qin Su asked again, 200,000 share of grain. What can we do in such a critical time? Attack the capital with 50,000 soldiers? Just to declare war on the evil emperor? Don't forget, the evil emperor has 300,000 Imperial guards in the city, or march south with the troops. But you know how long 200,000 share of grain can last. When the 50,000 soldiers and their families arrive in the south, the grain will be gone. How will we feed them and the horses? You should trust me. When have I ever been wrong? The end of the world might really come, or maybe the evil emperor won't even need us to seek revenge. He might be taken by the heavens. Even if the heavens don't destroy him, as long as we are alive, we will have a chance to take revenge. It's just a matter of time. Qilin still did not respond, standing straight with a firm back. Qin Su did not expect Qilin to listen immediately. He laid his words openly and then turned to leave. His last sentence clearly told Qilin that he had not forgotten the revenge for his father's death. Whether Qilin believes him as a brother depends entirely on Qilin himself. The terrain of Zanjo is high in the north and south, with a low middle area. There are various landforms, including plateaus, mountains, plains, and basins. The north is the Lus Plateau, the middle is flat plains, and the south is mountainous. Lakes are rare, the climate is dry, there is little rainfall, and it is often windy and sandy. However, there are forests, green grass, and rivers. At the hour of Mao, Su Hua got up to check the pulse of 200 people, excluding the Feng siblings. She found no one had a fever or infected wounds, and secretly used her abilities to heal about 30% of their injuries. Children like Qin Xian and Su Yu, who had been shot, were healed by 50%. After treating the 200 people, at the hour of Chun, the convoy, which had been delayed for a day, finally headed south. 62 carts arrived at the city and found the city gates still open. Entering the city, they saw that the people of Zanjo, like Qin Su's team, formed carriages with their vehicles. The poor who had no carts carried bundles, supported the elderly and children, or carried loads on their backs, walking on foot to escape the famine. The dense crowd of refugees, along with the 50,000 soldiers in armor weaving through them, created a grand scene similar to the millions fleeing from Yanzhou at that time. When Qin Su's team merged onto the main road and joined the fleeing crowd, the 200 people on the carts felt a wave of emotion. Having been away from Yanzhou and Jiechi for half a month, they had grown accustomed to traveling alone. Suddenly joining such a large mass of refugees, they started feeling a bit uncomfortable. Especially the women, who remembered what Su Hua had told them about the scene in the southern border, where millions of people would be fleeing, and couldn't help but feel nervous. Shan Jiao sighed. Fortunately, the people of Zanjo have just started fleeing. No one is short of water or food yet, or there would be chaos and violence. Because there were so many refugees on the main road, the carts moved slowly. Su Hua responded after hearing this. "Mother, don't be too optimistic. Although the people currently have enough water and food, their situation will only get worse from now on. It is not Su Hua who is scaring everyone. It is the various natural disasters before the end of the world that are brewing. Whenever there is a natural disaster, There will also be human-caused chaos, including violence and looting. The journey ahead will take a whole day. Since they are traveling by carriage, Qin Su's group, along with all the wealthy families in Zanjo who have carriages, the refugees fleeing hardship, and the soldiers escorting their families, amount to about 30,000 people. They have been leading the main group. At dusk, Qin Su's group and the 30,000 refugees stop and set up camp on a plain at the foot of a range of mountains. Everyone get off the carriage and set up camp. Qin Su, the leader, jumps down and orders everyone to settle in. Su Hua, who is following behind in the carriage, looks around and sees that on the right side of the plain are mountains, on the left is a long river. She thinks this is a good place to camp. She also notices wild vegetables and herbs everywhere. She guesses that the mountains are full of various herbs and there are many birds and animals. Immediately, she jumps down from the carriage and says to her mother and sisters, "Mom, second brother and third sister, let's go into the nearby mountains to gather herbs." Although she has bought many medicinal herbs and seeds from the pharmacy, some seeds are not just grains but whole plants that need to be dug up. She wants to dig some to plant in her space. Her mother and sister's eyes light up at her words, and they all agree enthusiastically. Su Sifin looks happy. "Great. Fifth sister, you can teach second brother how to identify herbs." Shen Jiao Jiao nods. "Since we joined the young master's team, we've been gathering herbs all day. We've almost used up the dandelions we dug earlier. It's a good time to gather more." Su Sijin also enjoys gathering herbs and laughs. "Fifth sister, let's bring more baskets this time." Suyu is even more excited. "Fifth sister, I can carry a basket too." Su Hua agrees with everyone. Just as her mother and sisters take small hoes, shovels, and baskets, Qilin suddenly shouts coldly at Su Sifin, "You, from the Su family, what is a man doing following a bunch of women? Come with me to hunt." When Qilin speaks, not only Su Sifin looks at him, but Qin Su and Su Hua also turn their heads. Seeing Qin Su looking at him, Qilin's eyes flicker briefly and he says, "I'll take half the people to hunt. You watch the camp." Qin Su looks surprised, pauses for a moment, then nods. This was the task assigned earlier. Su Hua and her mother's group would gather herbs, while Qilin would lead people to fetch water and find food. Qin Su is responsible for watching over everyone in the camp. Turning around, he said to Su Sifin, "Sifin, you and Ailin go find some food." He thought Qilin wouldn't listen to his explanation, probably because he saw the large crowd of fleeing villagers finally understand. Su Sifin didn't know about Qin Su and Qilin's brotherly conflict. After thinking for a moment, he decided learning how to find game was a good idea. He told Su Hua, then followed Qilin into the mountains. Su Hua also spoke a few words to Qin Su and then entered the mountains behind them. To be safe, Qin Su still had his 4 uncles follow Su Hua and the others. Su Hua looked at the 4 uncles following behind and had no objections. More people meant more help in gathering herbs and wild vegetables. Qin Su's 4 uncles thought that just following was for protection, but as soon as they entered the mountain, they were assigned a task. The task was quite funny. Su Hua said, "Uncles, do you see those wild vegetables and mushrooms? Quickly help pick them and bring them back. Wild vegetables can be used to make soup, and the dried mushrooms can be cooked later." Qin Su's 4 uncles, who were used to marching and fighting, had never been in a kitchen. They didn't recognize wild vegetables or mushrooms. Hearing Su Hua's instructions, each of them sighed and said, "Fifth young lady is amazing. Not only does she recognize herbs, but she also manages the household well. If she doesn't say it, we rough men wouldn't know that these grass-like things on the mountain can be eaten. Whoever marries fifth young lady will be very lucky." Hearing their praise, Su Hua slightly curled her lips, then picked a few more herbs to show her mother and others. She kept a basket on her back, never missing a chance to gather herbs. She would pick a few of each kind and toss half into her space as seeds. To her surprise, she found wild ginseng growing on the mountain. Although the ginseng she found was mostly 10 or 20 years old, with some up to 50 years, it was perfect for planting. She wasn't sure if her luck was especially good, but besides ginseng, she also found other valuable herbs like Polygonum multiflorum and tianma. Of course, Besides herbs, the vast mountain range naturally had other things. As night fell and darkness covered the forest, Su Hua was about to head back when Qin Su's third uncle suddenly ran toward her, carrying a basket, and asked eagerly, "Fifth young lady, look at what I picked." "Do you know what these are?" Su Hua confusedly pulled the basket closer and looked inside. When she saw it was filled with dark brown mushrooms with ringed stems, she was startled. She exclaimed, "Where did you pick these?" "These are poisonous mushrooms. Eating them can be deadly." The dark brown ringed mushrooms, scientifically called dark brown ringed stem mushrooms, are among the top 10 most poisonous mushrooms. They contain a toxin called amatoxin, which is highly deadly. Eating them can cause death, with a risk rate of up to 90%. If someone eats them by mistake, symptoms appear slowly, usually after 3 to 6 hours. Within 6 to 12 hours, symptoms like nausea, vomiting, severe stomach pain, and diarrhea similar to cholera occur. After 2 to 3 days, the symptoms may seem to disappear, giving a false impression of recovery. However, the liver begins to worsen. After this false recovery, symptoms return, including stomach pain and bloody diarrhea. The condition quickly worsens, leading to internal bleeding and failure of organs like the liver, kidneys, heart, lungs, and brain. Death can occur within 5 to 16 days. Fifth miss, what did you say? These are poisonous mushrooms. Qin Su's uncle was frightened when he heard Su Hua say they were poisonous. He immediately threw the basket away like it was a hot potato. The women, along with Qin Su's other 3 uncles, looked at the poisonous mushrooms on the ground. They remembered the desert watermelons from before, and their faces changed suddenly. They knew that the previous desert watermelons had killed over 10,000 fleeing villagers. Shen Jiao asked, "Where did you pick these?" "Why did you go pick these poisonous mushrooms?" Qin Su's eldest uncle nodded in agreement and asked, "Yeah. Fifth miss told us to pick mushrooms and wild vegetables." "Why did you go pick these after you went to?" Qin Su's third uncle finally came back to his senses and remembered something. He exclaimed, "I saw many villagers who went into the forest to picking them, thinking they could eat them. The mushrooms grow all around this mountain. Many people picked and took them away. Those villagers even said they were delicious." "What? Many people picked them?" Shen Jiao's voice rose. "Ugh." Everyone gasped in shock. Su Hua asked, "Based on your guess, how many people might have picked these poisonous mushrooms?" Qin Su's third uncle tried to recall and raised one finger after a moment. "Uncle Qin, 100. Uncle Qin shook his head and said, 1,000, maybe more. "I noticed earlier that many people have already taken poisonous mushrooms down the mountain." Su Hua estimated, 1,000 people is just the range Uncle Qin can see. Others farther away, like those in the toilets, he can't see. Even if we don't count those he didn't see, 1,000 people picking poisonous mushrooms and bringing them back could mean all their families or groups eating together. This situation is worse than the desert watermelon incident. I think tens of thousands might die. Now, over 30,000 people camped under the mountain range, mostly from big families with carriages. Each family has at least 10 or 20 members, sometimes more. Some caravans have even 1 or 200 people, just like Qin Su's team. If those common people picking mushrooms, like Uncle Qin, each carry a basket or bag back and dump it into the pot. If 1 or 200 people eat it, they will all die. The consequences are unimaginable. Thinking of this, Su Hua ordered, "Uncle Qin, take me to see where you pick the poisonous mushrooms." Uncle Qin, take my mother and the others quickly back to camp to prevent young Master Qi from going into the mountain to hunt and learning others to pick poisonous mushrooms. Although Qilin has been through the desert watermelon and the 1,000-year orchid incidents and probably won't be so foolish, better safe than sorry. I'm just worried that Qilin, leading Su Sifan into the mountain, might go near the places where the common people are picking mushrooms. Just as everyone was about to split up, Su Hua gave Uncle Qin a few more instructions. "Uncle Qin, tell young Master Qi about the poisonous mushrooms. Say that 9 out of 10 people who eat such mushrooms will die. The only way is to induce vomiting. In ancient times, there was no stomach washing, but vomiting could be induced. The people of Zanjo are a bit luckier than those fleeing from Yanzhou after eating poisonous watermelons. They have water here. As long as they everything out, there's still a chance to survive.
Good.
I will definitely pass on Miss Five's words. Uncle Chin, second uncle, and fourth uncle listened to Su Hua's instructions and didn't delay. They immediately took the women back to the camp. Su Hua then went with Uncle Chin to the place where he had previously picked the poisonous mushrooms. Soon, the two arrived at their destination. Actually, the place where Uncle Chin picked the mushrooms was only about 100 meters from where Su Hua and the others were digging herbs. Miss Five, I picked the mushrooms here. Look ahead, those white ones on the ground can still be seen. The whole mountain is covered in them. Su Hu looked in the direction Qin Sanshu pointed, and indeed saw countless brown-scaled mushrooms with ringed stems among the fallen leaves under the big trees. Wow, so many! Su Hu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. No wonder common people pick them. Just a casual visit to the forest, and anyone who sees these mushrooms would be tempted to pick some. The sight of so many attractive, brown-scaled mushrooms was simply irresistible. What surprised Su Hu most was that, after walking a mile through the poisonous mushroom forest with Qin Sanshu, she realized that almost the entire mountain range was covered with poisonous mushrooms, so many that it made her question her understanding of the world. Later, she remembered that June to October is the peak season for poisonous mushroom growth, and with the recent rise in temperature, the forest's constant shade and dampness made it not surprising that the mountain was full of poisonous mushrooms. Especially since the book mentioned that plants could mutate after the apocalypse. Having mushrooms grow all over the mountain was no longer shocking. Let's go, Qin Sanshu. We should head back. After observing for a while and seeing that it was already dark, Su Hu decided not to linger and called Qin Sanshu to return. Unbeknownst to Qin Sanshu, Su Hu had already stored the basket and the poisonous mushrooms he discarded into her space. She also collected all the poisonous mushrooms within a 1-mile radius of every place they passed. Su Hu collected the poisonous mushrooms because they are highly toxic. They might be useful after the apocalypse. Better to be prepared. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Qin Sanshu, second uncle, fourth uncle, and a few women had just returned when they coincidentally met Qi Lin's hunting team coming back. They saw Feng Yiming carrying a sack filled with poisonous mushrooms and nearly fainted from shock. These are poisonous mushrooms. Miss Wu said they can't be eaten. They'll kill people. Qin Sanshu threw down his basket and quickly snatched the sack from Feng Yiming, loudly demanding, "Who picked these?" Qi Lin's team, which consisted of dozens of men, was startled by the shouting. However, they quickly nodded in agreement and pointed at Feng Yiming. All the men in the team were busy hunting wild boars, rabbits, and pheasants. Feng Yiming, meanwhile, was complaining about his wound hurting. Seeing that a civilian had picked mushrooms, he also grabbed a sack and went to pick some, filling it completely. "Uncle, what's going on?" Qin Sanshu, who was feeding the horses, heard the commotion and walked over after dropping the hay. Uncle Qin Su immediately explained what Su Hua had told him. Third brother picked the exact same mushroom in the forest. Miss Wu said it was poisonous. 9 out of 10 people who ate it might die. Uncle Qin Su continued. Third brother also said many villagers who went into the forest to urinate saw the poisonous mushrooms and picked them to cook. Now, probably tens of thousands of people have eaten them. Miss Wu told us to come back first and warn the young master. If you eat the poisonous mushrooms, the only way to survive is to induce vomiting. Qin Su knew well about Su Hua's healing powers and medical skills. Whenever it involved medicine or food, he believed everything Su Hua said, without doubt. Dig a hole and bury this. When he learned that the mushrooms picked by Feng Yiming were all poisonous, Qin Su immediately ordered people to dig a hole and dispose of them. Feng Yiming saw that he had worked hard to pick these mushrooms, and now they were being buried because of Su Hua's words. His face turned red as he asked, "Young Master Qin, I and my sister ate these mushrooms. They shouldn't be poisonous, right? Could Miss Wu have made a mistake? Other villagers also picked them. It's unlikely they all couldn't tell the difference, right?" Feng Rushu, seeing Feng Yiming become the target of blame, also blushed. She approached the sack and looked inside, saying, "Young master, my brother and I really ate these mushrooms. We're fine." Qin Su frowned sharply and asked directly, Did the desert watermelon look like a real watermelon last time? What happened to the starving villagers? Before the siblings could answer, he added with a startling tone, also, after this incident, mutual gratitude cancels out past debts. The favor I owed you and Alin before is now paid. Because he had promised before that he and Qilin would protect the siblings from death. So, this favor was lifelong, an endless debt that they could always ask for. But now, Feng Yiming had brought back a sack of poisonous mushrooms. If 200 people foolishly ate them, wouldn't everyone be poisoned and die? Young Master Qin, you are, hearing the words, mutual gratitude cancels out past debts. Feng Yiming's face instantly turned extremely unpleasant. He wanted to curse Qin Su for being ungrateful and abandoning his friends, but he dared not speak out loud. He was afraid that if he lost control and cursed, Qin Su and Qilin would drive him and his sister out of the group. Qin Su guessed what Feng Yiming wanted to say. His face was as cold as water, and he said sternly, "We won't die from not paying the debt, but eating your poisonous mushrooms might not be so lucky. Although you didn't mean to, you cannot change the fact that you almost caused everyone's death." Ing Feng choked again and couldn't say anything for a long time. Russia Feng also blushed, but even if she was foolish, she could see that Qin Susheng was angry. Qin Susheng ignored the brother and sister and turned to give more orders. "Uncle, second uncle, fourth uncle, you four ride horses to warn the fleeing people. Remind them not to eat the poisonous mushrooms if they haven't, and urge those who have eaten to." "Yes, young master." The three uncles of Qin heard the orders, and immediately each rode a horse to warn the refugees camping in the mountains. After the three uncles left, Qin turned to Qilin and said, "Alin, let's make some signs with wooden boards and nail them along the road behind to warn the fleeing people." Qilin listened silently, with a cold face, and turned to make the signs. While the two of them worked on the signs, he didn't speak to Qin Susheng. Su Hua and Uncle Qin returned to the camp and saw Qin Susheng and Qilin quietly nailing the signs. The other three uncles went to warn the fleeing people. However, their good intentions were disliked. Some people, when they want to die, really can't be stopped by anyone. Uncle Qin saw a merchant family with over 20 people eating poisonous mushrooms. Before they even dismounted, he shouted, "Don't eat. Those aren't mushrooms, they're poisonous. Spit them out quickly. If you don't, you'll die." The merchant's cook cursed. "Who are you, a crazy person? Poisonous mushrooms? I've bought these mushrooms countless times." Uncle Qin frowned but still patiently said, "It's really poisonous mushrooms, not regular mushrooms. Eating them will kill you." The merchant shouted back, "Are you trying to trick us? Get lost. What did you say?" Uncle Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he look like a con artist? Uncle Qin was once a second-rank marshal general. No merchant dared to show him disrespect. His bloodline and pride wouldn't allow others to insult him. Seeing that his warnings were ignored and misunderstood, he angrily mounted his horse and left to warn the next group. The second uncle, responsible for the front line, managed to stop many people, but half of them cursed him for meddling too much. They doubted his intentions, and one family cursed him even more harshly than they cursed Uncle Qin. A woman scolded, "Look at your sneaky eyes. Are you here to spy on us? Trying to steal our grain?" Uncle Qin was so angry that his blood seemed to rush to his head. His face turned red as he stared at her and pointed to his nose. "What did you say? I look sneaky?" The woman sneered. "Of course you do. We're not related, and if there's no benefit, why would you meddle? Hurry up and leave. If you don't, I'll call someone, you foolish woman. Are you blind? Do you think your grain is better than my horse?" Uncle Qin was so furious he almost exploded. He cursed back and then quickly mounted his horse. Uncle Qin's brother, Uncle Si, had an even worse experience. A merchant's wife poured a basin of dirty water over him. "Get lost. Who are you, a thief? Do you think we don't know you have a group of people behind you? Trying to steal? Do you think we're fools?" Uncle Si was soaked and so angry he wanted to fight. When the three uncles gathered, their faces were so dark they looked like they could drip ink. Uncle Qin shouted, This is driving me crazy. I'm so mad I could scream. Uncle Chin's brothers, Uncle Air and Uncle C, agreed loudly. I was so angry I almost strangled that stupid woman. We're going back now to tell the young master. We can't persuade the stubborn ones anymore. The three men, furious, rode back to their camp and jumped off their horses. They openly talked about their grievances. Chin Su saw that the three uncles were very upset and tried to calm them. Just warn them. If they refuse to listen, then it's no longer our concern what happens next. Mrs. Rong also said, if they won't listen, forget it. We just need to be honest with ourselves. If only they didn't have to watch thousands of people die from eating poisonous mushrooms. No one wanted to be cold and rude. It wasn't about being mean. Besides, among the 200 people present, weren't most of them important figures in the capital? Ah, what a pity. Maybe 3,000 people will die. Uncle Chin sighed, feeling that those who refused to listen were just asking for trouble. The three uncles calculated and found that at least 30% of the people wouldn't listen to them. Not only that, they even spoke harshly. The 30% who listened did so because they hadn't eaten the poisonous mushrooms yet, hoping that not eating them would keep them safe. Another 30% ate the mushrooms but followed their advice too. Whether they would get poisoned was uncertain. So, out of 50 or 60,000 people, about half might die. 200 people heard that starving villagers had eaten some poisonous mushrooms, and many more might die. They all gasped in fear. Later, their gratitude to Su Hua grew even more, like a rushing river. If Chin Su hadn't pulled Su Hua into their group, they would have been like people dancing on the edge of a cliff, always in danger. Now, thinking back, it's truly frightening. On August 14th, at dawn, just as someone was banging a copper bell to wake the starving villagers to prepare for travel, suddenly some people started to suffer severe stomach pain. One after another, villagers turned pale as paper and collapsed, unable to stand. A child cried, "Mom, my stomach hurts so much." A woman twisted in pain, asking, "Are we really eating poisonous mushrooms?" A man, looking helpless, said, "It's over. The man from last night might have been right. Maybe we ate poisonous mushrooms." Soon, the mountains below echoed with cries of distress. The number of fallen villagers quickly rose from hundreds to thousands, then to tens of thousands. No one counted exactly how many had fallen, so the exact number is unknown. But many people also expressed relief. An old woman told her family, "Thanks to that young man last night. If he hadn't warned us, our whole family would be dead now." They had picked poisonous mushrooms but hadn't cooked them yet. After the warning, they were afraid and didn't eat. Some had eaten the mushrooms that caused vomiting, and now, without symptoms of poisoning, they were both surprised and happy, saying, "Luckily, we believed that man. Otherwise, today would have been." Behind them, the starving villagers saw notices along the road with black writing that said, "There are deadly poisonous mushrooms in the mountains ahead. Do not pick or eat." Everyone was surprised, asking, "Poisonous mushrooms ahead? Did people die from eating them?" Who put up these notices? Good-hearted people. It's a warning not to pick poisonous mushrooms. After seeing this, who would dare to pick and eat them? As the villagers continued forward and reached the mountains, they saw many people collapsing from poisoning along the road. Countless villagers, in the tens of thousands, were so frightened they broke out in cold sweat. They all feared God. So many people poisoned. Will these people die? Is there any hope for them? Among the crowd was a shopkeeper who had sold medicinal herbs to Su Hua. The shopkeeper saw this scene and couldn't bear it. He left his group and asked the poisoned villagers, "What kind of mushrooms did you eat? Are there more?" "Let me see." When the shopkeeper examined the mushrooms and looked at them for a long time, he shook his head and sighed. "These are truly poisonous mushrooms. You can't eat them. If you do, you'll die. If you had vomited immediately at the time, there might have been a chance to save you. But now the poison has spread inside your body, and the toxins are probably in your vital organs. It's hard to save you now." It was better if he hadn't said this, but hearing his words, the family felt like they had been sentenced to death. Their hope suddenly vanished. They collapsed to the ground, like losing their loved ones. One person grabbed the shopkeeper, crying, Are you a doctor? Please save our family. If you save us, we will give you all our food and everything we have. You're a doctor, right? You must have the antidote, right? The shopkeeper broke free and waved his hand. I can't save you. I'm not a doctor. I only run a pharmacy. I don't want your food either. After saying this, the shopkeeper hurried back to his group and quickly left. He was just a pharmacist knowing medicine but not skilled in healing. Only official doctors could treat such cases. Because of the shopkeeper's verdict, the family cried loudly, their wails spreading to other poisoned people nearby. The fleeing villagers behind them could see the heartbreaking cries as they passed by. The team of 200 people, riding in carts, saw the regretful poisoned villagers by the roadside and shook their heads in pity. This is the result of not listening to advice, said Uncle Chin, not to mock but out of regret. These poison people had been warned that as long as they didn't eat poisonous mushrooms and vomited quickly if they did, they could avoid death. But some wanted to die, and no matter how much they were persuaded, they refused. Su Hua, riding in her cart, remained silent. She had guessed this outcome when she learned that tens of thousands of people had eaten the poisonous mushrooms. Not everyone was willing to believe strangers' advice. The convoy gradually moved away from the poisoned villagers. Eventually, they could no longer see them. All they saw was a vast, endless stream of refugees fleeing, like a long river flowing without end. No one knew how many days the poisoned would survive before dying. The entire fleeing group only knew that, because of this mushroom poisoning incident, tens of thousands of people had been eliminated from the team for not controlling their mouths. Then, they continued their journey. They set out again at dawn the next day. Suddenly, it was August 15th, the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. 200 people finished eating wild vegetable porridge and gathered by the riverbank to enjoy the moon. Some watched the horses grazing, while women and girls chatted about the past. Chin Su took advantage of the moment, secretly reading the 1,000-character classic by the bonfire. Su Hua, who was learning to recognize characters, handed him a paper package of mooncakes. Su Hua looked at the mooncake pressed against her chest, her pupils shrinking sharply. She quickly hid it inside her sleeve. Turning around, she saw Chin Su touching his nose and smiling at her. Tonight is mid-autumn, he said. Su Hua. And then? What do you want to say? Chin Su sat down beside her and sighed. I don't know if the world really ends someday. After this year's mid-autumn, will next year's moon still be so round and beautiful, with such a lovely scene? Su Hua blinked, put down her book, thought for a moment, then shook her head. Probably not. After the world ends, it will be eternal night. Nothing can be seen, only darkness. No beautiful scenery, no round moon, just terrifying creatures. Hearing this, Chin Su's breath caught. He asked confusedly, last time at the oasis, you mentioned eternal night? Was that from a travel journal you read? Su Hua's eyes flickered. She thought for a moment and then made up a story. Actually, what I saw wasn't just a travel journal. It was a prophecy. Someone wrote a book. He predicted that in October, disasters would strike. First extreme heat, then wildfires, followed by earthquakes and tsunamis. Next January, the Great Qin would be frozen overnight, turning into a land of ice and snow. After that, various disasters, blood rain, plagues, eternal night, famine, rebellions, human disasters, mutations of plants and animals, terrifying monsters. In the end, the survivors of Great Qin would fight fiercely for survival, killing each other. The war would last 2 years, and finally, 6 people would declare themselves kings and carve out their own territories. Su Hua watched Chin Su's face change, as if he was hearing a divine message. She cleared her throat and said, Now, the extreme heat has come true. Haven't you noticed? All the river fish suddenly died, and the Lichuan burned completely in the fire. She waved her hand and added, But I know no one would believe what I say. So, Qin Shao, it's understandable if you don't believe me. Everyone thinks it's impossible when they hear this. Just as Su Hua was about to laugh at herself, Chin Su suddenly said something shocking. I believe. You believe? Su Hua doubted her ears. She looked at the young man in front of her with disbelief. Since meeting Qin Su, this young boy has constantly surprised her and changed her understanding. Qin Su nodded confidently. There are definitely many talented and extraordinary people in the world. Aren't we just some strange existence? When I, Alin, and my sister suddenly gained abilities, I felt like the world had changed. Brother, we helped them write their names, and now this kindness is just gone. Feng Rushu saw Qin Su sitting happily beside Su Hua, chatting cheerfully and unwilling to accept this, tugged at Feng Yiming's sleeve and asked. Feng Yiming looked at his siblings being avoided by 200 people like they were plague carriers, and his face looked grim. After a moment he asked, "What else can we do? How could I know those mushrooms were poisonous? They looked just like the ones we picked before." Feng Yiming felt like vomiting blood when he thought of the poisonous mushrooms. He had kept advising Rushu not to act rashly, to avoid angering Qin Su and Qilin. But he himself was the first to act foolishly, ruining their kindness directly. Now he wished he could smash his own head, and was full of regret. Feng Rushu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. "Brother, we absolutely can't just let this go. If we keep going like this, next time we might really be driven away. We need to think about ourselves." Feng Yiming frowned in confusion. "What do you mean?" Feng Rushu thought for a moment, then looked at Qilin, who was by the river with a sign saying no trespassing, and said, "I plan to find a way to get close to him. Dream on if he thinks he can just abandon us." Hearing this, Feng Yiming was startled and hurriedly stopped her. "Little sister, don't do anything reckless. As long as we stay honest and don't cause trouble, they won't drive us away. Just staying with them means we won't worry about our lives or food. But if you cause trouble, they will kick us out. We have no money, no skills, and if we run away into the wild, we could die very badly." Feng Rushu didn't listen at all. "If I don't do something once they succeed, we will have no chance. When we reach the southern border, do you think we will still have a chance to meet those two?" Originally, the brother and sister preferred to follow Qin Su and Qilin even without money because both young men were outstanding in appearance and ability, and they might become emperors someday. Now, she could only watch helplessly, worried about missing out on future opportunities to connect with the emperor's consort or queen. How could she accept that? Well, Feng Yiming was suddenly choked and felt that what Feng Rushu said made sense. However, he wouldn't take risks easily. After thinking for a while, he advised, "Let me think about it. Don't act rashly now. On the way to escape, if we're careless, we might end up hurting ourselves." Feng Rushu was repeatedly stopped and became very angry. "Brother," Feng Yiming could only explain, "listen to me. Now, the entire Great Qi is in chaos, and anything can happen. Follow my advice and wait for the right moment." He paused and added, "Besides, it's not certain who will be the emperor in the future." Feng Rushu was stunned. "What do you mean, brother?" Feng Yiming sneered and said, "I used to think highly of both of them, but since they gave up the tens of thousands of soldiers from Zanjo and Jie, I now believe they might not achieve great things later. Remember, before the big chaos, whoever first controls the army has the best chance to succeed. Who will be emperor later is still uncertain. So we shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket." Feng Yiming's last words finally made Feng Rushu understand. Her gaze swept over Qin Su and Qilin, and after a long moment, she finally nodded. Qin Su and Qilin had no idea that Feng Yiming was secretly calculating. As long as the siblings didn't make mistakes, they wouldn't be chased away. 10 days passed quickly. On August 25th, the main force of the escape team, with wagons moving forward, reached Kinzu first, about 20,000 people. Kinzu is in the western part of the region. It's made up of mountains, hills, plains, basins, and highlands. It's worth noting that Kinzu is located on the earthquake zone of Great Qi. Kinzu experiences a major quake roughly every few decades, followed by frequent aftershocks each year. When the front of the escape team saw the city, they thought the gates of Kinzu would be closed. But surprisingly, the city gates were wide open, and there was no sign of any guards. Even the city towers and some walls looked damaged and collapsed, as if they had been destroyed. Why does Kinzu look like this? Did they fight a war? Shen Jiao exclaimed in surprise. The eyes of the 200 people looked toward the city gates, and they all agreed with Shen Jiao's words. Leaning on the wagon's side to rest, Su Sifan let Su Huan drive the cart and closed her eyes, listening to the sounds. She then looked up at the increasingly approaching city of Qinzhou. Indeed, the city gate of Qinzhou was wide open. From the city wall, no guards could be seen, and even the city tower looked like it had been swept away by a tornado, completely collapsed. After the incident where Qin Su was shot in Zanjo, he became much more cautious. He suddenly raised his hand to signal and ordered the caravan to pull over. The 50 or 60 people driving the carts were used to his gestures. Seeing this, they all followed his carriage off the main road and stopped by the roadside. "Alan, go inside the city and see what's happening." Qin Su immediately instructed Qi Lin when the group stopped. Qi Lin nodded silently, got off the grain cart, then jumped onto his horse and rode into the city to investigate. Everyone waited for about half an hour before he returned riding his horse. Inside the city, last night, a ground dragon had caused a landslide, destroying all the houses. The governor of Qinzhou, the administrative officer, and the city guards were buried. Many soldiers and civilians were dead or injured. Qi Lin looked grim as he delivered this shocking news. When he spoke, not only did 200 people gasp in shock, but even the fleeing refugees passing by thought they had misheard. But everyone heard him clearly. Soon after, Qin Su's team and the refugees entered the city. What they saw was a scene of destruction. The city was full of broken walls and ruins, with many victims injured or dead. Looking around, it was a scene of widespread sorrow. People of all ages, men, women, children, the sick, and the disabled, were covered in blood, wearing tattered clothes and looking dusty and exhausted. Some refugees were gathering usable supplies, preparing to move south to Zanjo for help. Others were crying and urging the men to dig and rescue people. The 200 people and the refugees from Zanjo passed through the wreckage-filled streets, full of broken walls and collapsed buildings. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Some said with relief, "God, if we had traveled a day faster, maybe we would have been in Qinzhou when the disaster struck." Others lamented, "If we had traveled a few days earlier, the people of Qinzhou might have escaped this disaster with us." Some faced reality, saying this doomsday thing is probably coming. Look at Qinzhou. It's been shattered. Even if the people survive, in this hot weather, Qinzhou can't be lived in anymore. Staying would only bring disease. Hearing the word disease, the refugees from Zanjo were all frightened and shivered with fear. Someone hurriedly said, "Come on, let's go. Hurry up and leave quickly. Don't stay behind. Don't pick up anything you see. When it comes to the plague, who isn't terrified?" Su Hua saw the ruins everywhere, full of disaster victims. She frowned and said to Qin Su, "Brother Qin, everyone should wear face coverings just in case. Also, let's speed up our journey. Don't bother with the water in Qinzhou's river anymore. Su Hua is most afraid of the plague, especially in this very hot weather. The bodies buried under the ruins will soon rot and smell bad. The air and water sources might get contaminated. Once the plague appears, it will spread quickly. One person infects 10, and 10 infect hundreds. We should try to find a water source in the mountains to fill our containers." Qin Su also knows how dangerous the plague is. After hearing Su Hua's warning, he immediately agreed and then ordered the 200 people to cover their mouths and noses with cloths. The refugees from Zanjo saw the 200 people all wearing face coverings, and they started copying them. Those with new cloths cut them into masks, and those without cloths used their clothes to cover their faces. Next, the southern migration involved not only Qin Su's team and the Zanjo refugees, but also disaster victims from Qinzhou heading south. The houses in Qinzhou had collapsed, and with many dead, no one could stay there anymore. More than half of the survivors in Qinzhou, over 1 million people, packed their injured into carts, ox-drawn wagons, and horses and set out. As a result, the main refugee group from Zanjo merged with the Qinzhou survivors. The total number of refugees grew rapidly from 3 million to over 4 million. Most terrifying of all, behind this group of over 4 million refugees, there was a nearly 1,000-mile-long convoy led by the salt transport officials, carrying survivors from Jie and 90,000 people from Zanjo, forming another long line of refugees. In total, there were up to 6 million refugees, all rushing south like army ants crossing the desert. As Su Hua predicted earlier, the number of people heading south reached a terrifying figure, only a few million short of 10 million, just missing the population of Zanjo in the southwest. Heaven, right now everyone is still on the road. If all of them reach the southern border and stop moving, the scene, the image of so many people like a vast ocean, was too overwhelming to imagine. Shun Jiao couldn't even speak. Also, Sister 5 mentioned another route for the people heading south. On that side, the population is probably even larger than ours. If we're not careful, everyone might get separated. Su Sijin couldn't continue. Su Huai listened with a worried look, but didn't reply. Instead, she was thinking about the earthquake in Qinzhou. Based on earthquake reports from her previous world, she guessed that the earthquake in Qinzhou was around a magnitude 6.5 to 7.0. Because ancient houses were made of earth and wood, they were easy to collapse, which made the earthquake seem much worse. She also guessed that this was a foreshock, and the main quake would happen in a month, bringing the end of the world. The foreshock alone was above magnitude 6. When the main quake hits, Su Huai believed it would be at least magnitude 9, possibly even 10. Thinking about the scene of the end of the world, Su Huai remained silent. As evening fell, the team camped in a basin. After eating rice porridge, she went into her tent and then entered her space. Inside the space, Chi was waiting eagerly for Su Huai's roasted meat. Every day, Su Huai hurried into her space to feed the livestock, horses, mules, monkeys, and little wolves. She also watered the unknown small tree and sweet potatoes with spiritual spring water before leaving. She no longer roasted meat daily, so the animals could only drink the spiritual spring water inside the cave to fill their stomachs. The most frightening thing was that the small mushroom she threw into the space basket last time, which she thought was edible, almost poisoned her again when it tried to eat it. Since that day, it dared not eat anything else from the space. This time, it was extremely hungry and could only beg her for food. When it saw her enter the space, it suddenly appeared in front of Su Huai, tightly hugging her legs, with teary blue eyes, looking pitiful and begging. Su Huai looked down at Chi, suddenly remembering there was another little foodie in her space, and she was speechless. After a while, she said, "You eat too much. And only meat. I can't raise you for free." Hearing this, Chi-Chi's blue eyes immediately brightened. It was very clever and understood her meaning instantly. It jumped away and, right in front of Su Huai, started watering the unknown small tree with spiritual spring water, just like she used to do. Seeing Su Huai's shocked and wide-eyed expression, it proudly used its mind to control the grass to throw food to the horses and mules, feeding them. After finishing these tasks, she picked some potato leaves and scattered grains into the chicken coop for the chickens to eat. That's right, the little chicks have now grown into medium-sized chickens weighing nearly 2 jin. Su Huai watched as Pai tried to do the work like she used to, feeling both amused and helpless. She knew this little creature was truly motivated by food and had no limits. She immediately said, "All right. From now on, you will do the daily chores in the space. Your reward will be 2 grilled fish each day and only 1 roasted chicken per month. You are not allowed to steal food. If I catch you stealing, you won't do this work anymore." And 1 act of disloyalty means no trust at all. It's not that Su Huai is stingy. She simply doesn't have many chickens. Only 300. Before the apocalypse, she didn't even want to eat them. Plus, the chickens she raised haven't laid eggs yet, so they can't hatch new chickens. She must carefully manage her resources. As for grilled fish, she has collected over a dozen fish mountains and raised many in the spiritual pond. Fish won't go extinct, so she isn't worried about running out. Pai, the little foodie, heard that she could eat 2 fish every day and 1 roasted chicken per month. She nodded eagerly, drooling at the thought. "Go to your work. Today, I'll reward you with a grilled fish." After the agreement between her and the little creature, Su Huai immediately let Pai Pai go to work. She herself entered the cave, cut 3 fish, salted them, and then took them outside to grill. 2 of the grilled fish were for Pai Pai to eat, and 1 was to feed the 3 little wolf cubs. The wolf cubs had never seen adult wolves before. If raised from a young age, they could be trained to be useful. After grilling the fish, she didn't forget to grab some almonds to feed the monkeys. Then she went to clear the second piece of land. The second plot, which had been irrigated with spiritual spring water for a long time, was finally ready for planting. Previously, on her escape route, Su Huai had dug up many medicinal herbs. She planned to plant them all to prevent the herbs from becoming extinct. This time, she didn't need to worry about wasting seeds. She used her mind to dig holes in the soil. Using her consciousness, she quickly arranged neat little holes in front of her. Seeing this, Su Huai smiled and hummed a song as she carefully planted each seed in the holes. Pai Pai finished her own chores and turned to see her young master planting herbs. To make her happy and satisfied, Su Huai had just buried a seed in the soil, and Pai Pai immediately used her spiritual spring to water it. "Hey, you're pretty smart. You even know that planting needs watering." Su Huai looked at Pai Pai, feeling more and more pleased. With the help of Pai Pai assisting, she later had more free time to expand her farmland, which might help her level up faster. Pai Pai was happy to hear her young master praise it, jumping with joy and working even harder. Of course, Su Hua also kept her promise later, baking 2 delicious grilled fish to satisfy her hunger. Qinzhou is over 1,200 miles from Zanjo. Zanjo is 800 miles from the southern border. When the large refugee group was still 500 miles from Zanjo, with over 4 million people, no one expected that, just as the Earth Dragon turned over, another natural disaster would strike Qinzhou again. It wasn't the Earth Dragon turning over, but a rare natural disaster for the people of Dakian. On a hot afternoon of 45 degrees Celsius, the sky suddenly darkened, and thick clouds gathered. Then, the entire sky was covered as if by a black cloth. "Is it going to rain?" The refugees walking along looked up at the dark sky, which seemed ready to collapse, and they were all frightened. Now, the large refugee group was in a basin area, with hills and forests on both sides, far from villages and shops. If it really rained, there would be nowhere to hide, and all their food would get wet. "Stop, stop. It might rain soon. Quickly cover the grain with oilcloth." Everyone in the refugee group was worried about the rain soaking their food, so they stopped walking. Those with carts took out oilcloths to cover and protect their grain. The poor without carts or carrying poles also wrapped their baskets with oilcloths. Qin Su's team also stopped. Originally, Qin Su and Su Hua had space in their storage, and they could just throw all their supplies and grain carts into the space without worry. But now the problem was they couldn't reveal the space. What annoyed them most was that both of their spaces had oil paper umbrellas, raincoats, and straw hats, but they couldn't use them now. So, Qin Su could only order the men to cover the grain and supplies with oilcloths and tie them securely with ropes. Brother Qin, looking at the sky, this rain won't be small. It might be a heavy storm, possibly with wind or other severe weather. While Qin Su was busy directing the men, Su Hua looked at the sky for a long time, recalling what she learned in her previous world, and approached Qin Su to remind him. She noticed that the clouds looked very much like a squall line. When a squall line passes through, the wind suddenly changes direction, wind speed increases rapidly, air pressure rises sharply, and temperature drops suddenly. The big family of severe weather includes heavy rain, thunderstorms, strong winds, hail, and tornadoes, all of which can appear one after another. When Su Hua thought of the words, severe weather, she quickly said with a serious face, "Brother Qin, let me say this. I guess that next, there might be heavy rain first, then lightning and thunderstorms, followed by strong winds, hail, and even water spouts. If all these severe weather events happen at once, it will be very bad for the fleeing group. In the countryside, there is no safe place to hide. Many people could die and a lot of food could be lost. But this is just a small appetizer before the end of the world, minor troubles and disasters." After hearing Su Hua's warning, Qin Su took a long time to find his voice and asked, "Little Hua, have you already thought of a plan?" For him, the disasters Su Hua described felt like the end of the world, coming so suddenly. He asked because Su Hua always plans ahead for any disaster, and he just follows her lead. But Su Hua hadn't yet thought of a plan. She was from another world after all. She paused for a moment, then said firmly, "Heavy rain isn't a problem. We can just get wet and change clothes later. The most dangerous are thunderstorms, strong winds, hail, and water spouts. You need to tell all the men to remove their weapons and put them away, not hanging on their bodies. When lightning strikes, weapons can conduct electricity. Also, remind everyone that if someone is struck by lightning, they must not try to help by holding hands. When strong winds come, except for the horses, everyone and the empty grain carts might be blown away. I suggest lining up all the empty grain carts that carry people, then filling them with soil to make them heavier. When the wind blows, everyone should hold onto the grain carts. When hail arrives, everyone should hide under the grain carts, which are covered with dirt, adding an extra layer of protection. But in the end, if a water spout really passes by, everyone can only rely on themselves. Life or death is up to fate. Tornadoes are deadly disasters. Wherever they pass, not only people but even large buildings can be destroyed." So when Su Hua said she couldn't do anything, she truly meant it. Qin Su was shocked to hear her say, "Fate or death," and his eyes narrowed sharply. "Thank you, little Hua." He nodded heavily to Su Hua and then gave her 5 instructions. Qi Lin and all the men saw the team stop moving. All the grain carts and horses lined up, and they even started digging soil to fill the carts. They were all confused. But when they heard Qin Su mention words like lightning, strong winds, hail, and water being drawn up by a dragon, only Qi Lin looked serious and calm, waiting quietly. The others were scared to death. Qin Su told them to do whatever he said. The men kept digging soil while saying, "Miss Su has saved us many times. Her words must be right. Let's dig quickly. We don't have shovels, so use sacks to carry soil. Hurry and help." There were 62 grain carts, 12 filled with supplies, and 50 filled with soil. Time was tight, so the more people helped, the faster it would go. While telling everyone to work, Qin Su didn't forget about the refugees. He ordered his mother, Rongshi, to take Shen Jiao and other women to warn the nearby refugees to prepare. Just like before in the desert, teaching the refugees in Mianzhou to dig pits and collect cold water, using word of mouth. Word of mouth spreads faster and easier than individual notices. But now, all these disasters were just guesses by Su Hua. Qin Su couldn't guarantee they would happen for sure. So when he told the women to pass the message, he specifically said that an expert had predicted it, and the warning sign about poisonous mushrooms was also made at the request of this expert.
What?
There might be a strong windstorm, lightning, or a water dragon up water. The nearby villagers, hearing Rongshi's warning, were quite scared and a bit doubtful. Rongshi raised an eyebrow but didn't explain much. She just said, "Just in case, you'd better believe it and act quickly. Even if none of this happens, you won't lose anything, right?" The villagers thought about what Rongshi said. It made sense to prepare, and at worst, it would only delay their journey for half a day. Digging some mud and exerting effort was just a little tiring. Better safe than sorry. When the villagers saw Qin Su's team busy digging and preparing, they immediately said, "We believe in you. We'll follow your lead and pass the message on." After saying this, they immediately sent someone to tell others. Shen Jiao and the women went to spread the word, but like Rongshi, they also started to face suspicion. But when the common people heard the words, "poisonous mushroom," the refugees from Zanjo who had survived eating poisonous mushrooms suddenly became excited and said, "Turns out you saved our family. Thank you so much, our benefactors. We believe in you. We will follow your lead and spread the message." The power of spreading news is very strong. After the message was shared by Rongshi, Shen Jiao, and others, the majority of the refugees in the fleeing army believed it and started to take action to protect themselves. Feng Russia looked at Su Hua, who was leading over 4 million people to prepare for disaster, and sneered, "Fools. I can't wait to see you embarrass yourself. P.S. As requested by everyone, the fifth young lady has been changed to Miss Su. Feng Rushu, thinking she would see Su Hua get humiliated and lose face in front of Qin Su and Qi Lin, was completely surprised when she was the one who got slapped with reality. Most of the refugees, over 90%, believed the disaster was coming. They had just finished preparing for it and hadn't even had a chance to rest when suddenly, large raindrops started falling heavily on the faces of over 4 million people. Someone looked up and exclaimed, "It's raining!" Someone shouted, "It's raining! It's here! Everyone, get ready!" Someone warned, "Everyone, quickly hide under the carts." As soon as these words were spoken, a heavy rain poured down like a waterfall, as if the sky itself was collapsing. Soon after, strong winds roared in, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and fierce winds brought heavy rain. Then,
boom!
Lightning struck one after another, as if some celestial being was crossing a tribulation and ascending, attracting a lightning strike. Thick bolts of lightning pierced the sky and struck directly above the fleeing refugees. The terrifying scene made the refugees tremble with fear. "Mother, I'm so scared." Children hiding under carts, tightly held by their mothers, saw the lightning and burst into tears. With no carts to hide in, an old woman with a wooden basin on her head stood exposed outside, trembling like a leaf, begging, "Heaven, please don't strike me. I haven't done many bad things. I only forced my son to divorce, and he didn't even succeed." A scholar, opening his arms and laughing wildly in the rain, looked crazy. "Come on. Let the rain and lightning come even harder. Strike me if you dare. Let me experience the tragic power of lightning, haha." Just as the common people couldn't help but complain and curse this crazy man as a lunatic, suddenly a loud sounded in their ears, and then the madman's voice suddenly stopped. Next, everyone saw the crazy man standing straight and falling face down into the dirt, twitching for a while. It seemed as if lightning was still flashing across his body.
"Ah!
He's dead." A girl nearby screamed in fear. However, the lightning and storm continued, even more fiercely than before. Soon, screams filled the air. One after another, fleeing villagers were struck by lightning and fell down. In short, no one could help each other, and no one dared to touch those struck by lightning. A woman's husband was hit by lightning, and he shouted and cried, "No! My husband!" The siblings Feng and her brother, hiding under the cart, almost got struck by lightning too. But because of the dirt and wooden boards on the grain cart, they survived again. However, the boards on the cart were blown apart and the pole was broken. When the siblings realized they had almost been struck dead, they were so scared their legs went weak. "Brother." Feng Rush's teeth chattered loudly. Feng Yiming's face and back were covered in sweat, trembling as he said, "Did we just almost die?" Feng Rushu didn't dare answer, because just thinking about what had happened made her dizzy. Su Hua and a few women also crouched under the grain cart, next to Qin Su and Rong's group. Everyone looked at the villagers who had fallen after being struck by lightning, their faces pale with fear. Although they were crowded together, no one pushed or touched each other. Rong held Qin Yu, and Li Wana held Mingur. Just as everyone was looking out, Shen Jiao suddenly stared at Su Hua and exclaimed in shock, "Hua Jie, your hair." Everyone turned their eyes to Su Hua at once. When they saw her ponytail suddenly stand up straight like it was alive, they gasped in fear. Seeing everyone staring at her with wide eyes, Su Hua had a sudden thought and blurted out a curse. If she guessed right, the lightning was targeting her. Could it be that because she changed the fate of many villagers, the heavens were angry? Was the sky about to strike her down? However, the lightning was so fast that Su Hua had no time to think, and Qin Su and others couldn't react in time. A bolt of lightning suddenly cut through the sky and struck directly, hitting Su Hua's body. Ugh! At the moment she was struck, Su Hua let out a muffled groan. Then she felt as if her internal organs were about to explode, and her whole body lost sensation. Big Sister Hua. Whether it was Shun Jiao, Su Sifan, Su Sijin, Su Yu Qin Su, or the Rong family, Everyone saw Su Hua being struck by lightning and almost simultaneously reached out to help her. "Don't touch me," Su Hua shouted with all her might, stopping everyone. She is a healing type, able to heal herself. Even lightning couldn't kill her, but she was worried that the women and Qin Su might forget her warning and accidentally touch her body. If everyone was electrocuted by her, she would be guilty forever. Just when she felt her heart couldn't take it and was about to die, she unleashed her healing power to the fullest. Qin Su saw a green light radiating from Su Hua, and she was still awake, breathing heavily with her chest rising and falling. His worried heart finally relaxed. How could he forget? Su Hua is a healing ability user. Rongshi and Qin Xian saw this scene, and their tense hearts immediately loosened. As for Shun Jiao Jiao, Su Sifan, Su Yu, and Xia Zhu, they all remembered that Su Hua had a protective sister in red. The green light was probably caused by her sister in red helping to save Su Hua. Knowing that Su Hua wouldn't die, Shun Jiao Jiao cried and laughed. "Woo, big sister Hua, you scared me to death." Su Sifan and Su Sijin also wiped their tears and said in unison, "I was almost scared to death too." Su Yu cried, "Fifth sister will be fine." Xia Zhu also cried and nodded vigorously. "The girl is blessed with good people helping. She will be fine, with her red-clad sister protecting her all the way." Isn't that a sign of good fortune and kindness? Only Li Waner was confused, not understanding what the women meant. But she saw that Su Hua, unlike other common people, was not struck dead by lightning, and her eyes turned red. She smiled and said to her son, "Mingur, your little aunt is fine." Mingur liked Su Hua very much. Although he was only 2 years old, he remembered Su Hua holding him and letting him call her little aunt. Hearing her mother mention her younger aunt, although she was scared by the loud thunder outside, she obediently called out, "Little pig? Little pig, little pig." Su Hua, who was receiving treatment for her body, heard Mingur calling her "little pig" repeatedly. She wanted to laugh, but couldn't, because her muscles seemed to be out of her control. After about a cup of tea time, the faint green light on Su Hua's body slowly faded. To prevent everyone from touching her again, she tiredly said, "No one is allowed to touch me. I might carry lightning in my body from now on." Su Hua never expected that being struck by lightning would turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Yes, she had just discovered that she unexpectedly awakened a lightning-type special ability. There are generally 5 ways to gain a special ability: natural awakening, accidental injury or death, extreme emotions, deep hypnosis, or surgical procedures. Su Hua's current lightning ability belongs to the second type. She gently clenched her hand, and immediately, sparks of electricity flickered. She even found that her senses were heightened. It was as if she could amplify the sounds of tiny movements. She could see the ants on the ground moving as they carried things during their move. Even the breathing and heartbeat of everyone around her became very clear in her ears. However, since she had just awakened her lightning ability and didn't know how to control it, she accidentally used too much force. The electric arc got out of control and struck Shun Jiao Jiao, who was closest to her. Shun Jiao Jiao immediately trembled like a sheep going crazy, and her hair stood up in all directions. Su Hua was startled and panicked, trying to figure out how to control it. Before she could get a handle on it, Su Yu, who was also close to Shun Jiao Jiao, was electrocuted too. Then, mother and daughter trembled together. Soon after, even Su Sifan and Su Sijin were affected. Su Hua suddenly exclaimed, and later, somehow, the electric arcs that had been on her mother and others' bodies inexplicably returned to her own body. Qin Su, Rongshi, Qin Xian, Xia Zhu, and Li Wana watched the electric arcs in Su Hua's palms and the others who were being shocked into rolling their eyes. They all held their breath and gasped in surprise. Qin Su, Rongshi, and Qin Xian couldn't believe that Su Hua had awakened another ability. Her mother and the others couldn't believe that Su Hua's body was truly carrying lightning. "Sniff, Sister Hua, what happened to you?" Shun Jiao Jiao, after being shocked, calmed down and stared in disbelief at Su Hua's hands, then suddenly wailed and wanted to cry. Her daughter inexplicably had lightning in her body, and no one could touch her. It was almost life-threatening. Fifth sister, you almost electrocuted me. Suyu, after being shocked, was still scared and stepped back. Su Sifan and Su Sijin looked equally frightened, glaring cautiously at Su Hua's hands. They were afraid that if they accidentally touched her, they would get shocked again. Mother, don't worry. I can't control the lightning right now.
Just don't come near me.
Once I master it, I promise I won't do this again. Su Hua looked at her mother and others, whose hair was standing up from the shocks. She wanted to laugh, but knew it wasn't the right time. Outside, a strong convective storm had just arrived, and the fleeing villagers were being struck by lightning, with the death toll rising rapidly. Lightning struck the fleeing villagers one after another. They fell to the ground, screams echoing everywhere. But the lightning didn't stop. Another family member from the strong convective storm appeared dramatically. This time, a huge gust of wind came first. Su Hua estimated the wind was at level 14. She guessed level 14 for a reason. Each grain transport cart was loaded with over a ton of dirt. The wind didn't seem to have a large area to, but the carts were still pushed aside. Heavy horses and mules, weighing thousands of pounds, were blown over repeatedly. Even the reins tied to the horses were torn apart in several places. Trees on the hillsides on both sides of the basin were swept by the fierce wind, bending over. Then, trees snapped in large groups, falling to the ground with a loud crash. The storm is coming, Qin Su, seeing this, warned Su Hua and then shouted to his team, "Everyone hold onto the grain carts tightly." Now, each grain cart was their only hope for survival. As soon as Qin Su finished speaking, someone let out a terrible scream. Then, 200 people saw a figure flying through the air, disappearing like a broken kite. Not long after, they heard screams louder than before. One by one, the fleeing villagers were blown away by the fierce wind and rain, carried off into the storm. 200 people hid under a grain transport cart, staring at the scene of impending disaster. They used all their strength to cling tightly to the wheels of the cart, trying to survive. But even hiding under the cart, the heavy rain and fierce wind began to sweep everything away. Those facing the wind were hit directly by the rain and gusts. Those with their backs to the wind were pushed against the wheels by the force of the wind. Soon, everyone realized the benefit of the tightly packed grain carts. The combined weight of the soil on 62 carts helped resist the wind, even though the carts shook constantly. The wind couldn't the carts away, so no one was swept off. However, what terrified everyone was that many fleeing villagers were blown into the air by the strong wind and accidentally struck the grain carts. Some were killed instantly in front of the others, with very brutal injuries. A fleeing villager was hit by a cartwheel in front of Feng Rushu, blood and brain matter splattering her face, causing her to scream in fear. The children hiding under the carts also cried out in fear. Yet, the heavy rain, fierce wind, and thunderstorm continued, and hail from the powerful storm was eager to join the chaos. Just as Su Wash predicted. If they didn't come, that would be fine. But once they arrived, it was to wipe everyone out. The first large hailstone, about the size of a bowl, struck a villager's head who was exposed outside, not hit by lightning or blown away. The villager could only scream in pain before collapsing into a pool of blood. Then, one after another, hailstones larger than a bowl fell from the sky, like falling beans. The villagers on the ground became as insignificant as ants. Their screams grew louder and more frantic, more intense than the storm and lightning. Did you think it was over? No, the main event was about to begin. The destructive family of storms was coming. Water, dragons. And not just one, but two, double water dragons. Su Wash watched the hail continue, while two funnel-shaped, gradually forming twin water dragons appeared suddenly in the distant sky. She resigned herself to fate, feeling completely helpless and ready to give up. If there had been no lightning, wind, or hail, escaping early might have been possible. But now, the entire powerful storm family had gathered. Except for her and Qin Su, who could hide in a safe space. Everyone else was doomed. Millions of living lives would have no chance of survival. At this moment, Su Hua's mind was filled with many thoughts. She remembered her mother's faces and the countless scenes over the past month of fleeing with 200 people. Brother Su, Romsher looked at the distant scene of destruction and softly called out. She never expected that after fleeing from hardship, everyone would end up like this. They had survived many disasters, but in the end, they couldn't withstand the power of nature's twin water dragons. I don't believe it. The Dog Emperor isn't dead. I can't die. How could I die before him? I refuse to accept this. Qilin stared at the sky, his face twisted with anger. It was hard to tell whether he was being blown by the fierce wind and rain or consumed by his own hatred. The tornado was powerful and destructive. When the tornado was about to arrive, the sky darkened and sand and stones flew everywhere. It could sweep anything into the sky, uprooting trees and destroying everything. Su Hua listened to the rumbling sounds above, like Panga's roar when creating the world, and watched the funnel-shaped cloud gradually stretch down to the ground. Her eyelids twitched, but she took a few deep breaths, feeling an inexplicable unwillingness in her heart. She didn't want to give up. The apocalypse hadn't arrived yet. The current severe storm was just a prelude to the end. How could she possibly end up all alone so soon? Her mother and the others couldn't possibly die. She didn't believe it. So she immediately tried to use her mind to send her family into her space to test. But after trying, she suddenly realized that she could only bring living animals into her space, not living people. This meant her space level wasn't high enough. No miracles would happen. Su Hua looked at Qin Su and asked, Brother Qin, can I rely on you? Qin Su shook his head and gave a shy smile. His space ability couldn't carry living beings, only preserve them. Can't you send everyone away? Su Hua remembered that Qin Su's teleportation ability seemed to be limited and couldn't carry people, but she still refused to give up and asked again. As expected, Qin Su shook his head again. Not right now. His teleportation couldn't carry people at the moment. Her family didn't understand the riddles between Su Hua and Qin Su, but they understood one thing. The water dragon was coming, and everyone had nowhere to hide. Whether they could survive depended on fate. Other refugees hiding under carts looked at the distant water dragon with despair. Some cried and cursed the sky. This plague is destroying us all. Others comforted their families. If we die, we die. As long as we stay together, we have each other. A scholar, unwilling, said, After 10 years of studying hard, I thought passing the exams would be a chance to rise. I just hate that I was born at the wrong time. A child asked his mother, Mom, will we die? Just then, everyone saw the twin water dragons approaching from afar, one on the left and one on the right, roaring and rushing toward the fleeing people. They all stopped resisting and waited silently for death. Suddenly, they saw the twin water dragons gradually merge into one, forming a huge, mighty tornado. The giant tornado, like a giant scoop, swept with countless lightning bolts, heading straight for the fleeing crowd. A man saw this and cried out in anger. Just let us die already. Why all these tricks? Meanwhile, heavy rain, thunderstorms, strong winds, and hail continued without stopping. Except for the poor people outside with no shelter, who were struck by lightning or hit by hail, the refugees hiding under the carts were completely trapped. Everyone could only wait quietly for death, unable to do anything. If they tried to run out, they might be struck by lightning, hit by hail, or blown away by the wind. Brother, are we just going to wait to die? Feng Rushi saw Qin Su stop giving orders and let everyone wait for death. She looked panicked and shouted loudly at Feng Yiming. But the water dragon was getting closer, and its roaring sound swallowed her voice instantly. Feng Yiming couldn't hear clearly, but he guessed what Feng Rushi was saying. He also shouted, Hold on tight. Don't let go, no matter what. No. Brother. We have to escape. Feng Rushi didn't want to wait for death. She was only 15, beautiful, and couldn't die here unjustly. Feng Yiming shouted at Feng Rushi, You must listen to me. Don't move. The brother and sister each held a wheel of the cart, but to prevent Feng Rushi from suddenly letting go, Feng Yiming tightly held her arm. Isn't it because there is no way out for everyone? The only way for everyone is to stay still, pray, and hope the tornado won't come or will pass by without harm. Then wait for the disaster to pass and survive. Such a simple truth, even someone as foolish as Feng Yiming could understand.
Hold on.
Don't let go even if it means dying. Just after Feng Yiming shouted, he was immediately stunned. Because the giant tornado still came, heading straight for the 4 million refugees and destroying everything in its path. More than 4 million refugees, countless people have already died. The remaining people, in front of such a huge tornado, look like helpless ants. The tornado is coming. Oh heavens! We're doomed. We're all going to die. When the tornado was about 10 miles away from the back of the refugee group, the people started feeling the pulling wind. But the tornado was approaching at a speed of about 100 meters per breath, and 10 miles would be reached in just a few moments. And at this moment, there was no miracle, no divine rescue. At the front of the refugee group, Su Hua and others couldn't see the people behind because they were too far away. But they could see the tornado lifting people into the sky like countless black dots. Cows, carts, horses, people, supplies, big trees, flying sand and stones, all were flying in the air. Everyone watching this scene froze, as if time had stopped. But time didn't stop. The tornado kept sweeping toward the refugees, leaving no survivors in its path. Su Hua looked at the scene and completely gave up. She thought, if the tornado really lifts her into the sky, she might as well hide in her space when facing death. Her space can't save people. She can't save anyone. She is powerless. Xiao Hua, don't give up until the last moment. Look at the wind direction. Qin Su's voice suddenly exploded in Su Hua's ears, pulling her back to reality instantly. Su Hua looked at Qin Su's gaze and shrank her pupils. She noticed the tornado seemed to have shifted direction. She didn't know if it was an illusion caused by the storm wetting her eyes, or if it really shifted, or if Qin Su was misleading her. But before she could speak, Qin Su shouted to everyone. Everyone hold tight to the grain carts. Qin Su's voice sounded like a silent scream in front of a giant tornado. Only a few people, including Mother, Rongshi, and Qin Xian, were still nearby in Qilin. The 4 uncles from the 4 clans heard the commotion. Qilin and the 4 uncles quickly turned back, clutching the grain cart tightly, and shouted warnings to everyone behind. Mother, second brother, third sister, brother you. Hold on tight. Don't let go, no matter what. As the tornado drew closer, everyone could no longer open their eyes. Their faces and mouths were distorted by the wind. At that moment, Su Hua shouted with all her strength. Her shout was instinctive, born from a deep, inexplicable fear in her heart. The roar of the tornado echoed in her ears, and her face was battered by fierce wind and rain. Soon after, all 200 members of Qin Su's team felt the grain cart move. It was as if a huge beast from ancient times was dragging the cart along. Anyone who saw their usually safe grain cart start moving couldn't help but scream in fear. Because of the sand, rain, and strong wind, everyone couldn't open their eyes and had trouble breathing. They didn't understand what was happening or what would happen next. Like blind people, they could only scream and let the tornado destroy everything. They felt their bodies being suddenly pulled away uncontrollably. Yes, the grain cart was being into the huge whirlpool of the tornado, and the 200 people holding onto it were also being dragged along. Everyone shouted in fear at the same time. Brother, Feng Rushi also screamed, even forgetting not to let go of the grain cart. When the cart was lifted and even started to float, she shouted and let go of her hands. She thought that if she let go, she would be safe. The tornado wouldn't carry her away, and she would fall back to the ground. But the opposite was true. As soon as she released her grip, a strong suction pulled her in. If it weren't for Feng Yiming holding her arm tightly from the start, she would have been torn apart and carried away by the tornado in a second. Feng Rushi, hanging in midair, screamed in terror. At that moment, Her hair ribbon was pulled away, her hair flying wildly, and her clothes torn apart. In just a flash, she looked like a ragged beggar, helpless and broken. Su Huanyang and a few others tightly held onto the grain transport cart. When the cart was about 2 meters off the ground and about to be swept away by a tornado, Su Huanyang felt torn between hope and despair. She wanted to enter her space, save everyone, but also felt like giving up and dying might be easier. Since it was the end of the world, she thought maybe if she died, she would wake up and realize it was all just a bad dream. As these strange thoughts flashed through her mind, the grain cart suddenly stopped rising. Before Su Huanyang could react, her body started to fall. Then, she heard everyone's confused and terrified screams. Next, there was a loud crashing sound. More than 200 people, along with horses, mules, and the cart, all fell from 2 meters high onto the ground. Screams of pain and fear filled the air. Time seemed to stand still until the roaring tornado finally moved away. The strong wind stopped, and the heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and hail disappeared. The dark clouds in the sky also cleared, and sunlight shone on everyone's faces. One by one, they opened their eyes, alive after the disaster. But when they saw the scene before them, ruined and broken, they forgot how to breathe. 62 grain carts were tilted and broken. Many wheels were shattered or rolled to the side, and the supplies on the carts scattered everywhere. 56 horses and 6 mules had fallen from 2 meters high. Some had broken legs, and a few were injured internally and collapsed. As for the 200 people, over 20 were hurt by the falling carts, but no one was in life-threatening danger. Among these 20, there was one person named Feng Rusu. When Feng Rusu hit the ground, she landed face down and was cut across the forehead by a sharp broken piece of wood, leaving a long, knife-like wound from her hairline to the corner of her left eyebrow. The others, men and women of all ages, mostly had injuries like bruises, internal bleeding, or broken bones. But for these 200 people who had just narrowly escaped death, it felt like a blessing from heaven. Uncle Chin Su wiped the rain and mud off his face and was the first to laugh out loud. "Ha! We're all alive. We didn't die." His laughter made the confused crowd realize they were still alive, and they all cheered. "Wah! Sister Huanyang, Brother Fan, Sister Jean, Brother Yu, we're still alive. We're alive." Shen Jiao was so excited she wanted to rush to hug her children. However, just as her hand reached towards Su Hua, she was struck by an electric shock, causing her to tremble like she had epilepsy again. Seeing this, Su Hua couldn't hold back any longer and burst into loud laughter. Ha ha. But she wasn't laughing at Shen Jiao's hair standing on end again. Rather, she was laughing at the fact that everyone was still alive. The tornado had indeed shifted direction, and by the time it swept over, it was already nearing the end. Plus, the 200 people had just enough time to reach a safe distance, which is why we saw them being lifted by the wind and then suddenly falling. Su Hua laughed for a while, watching the scene of destruction left by the tornado, but her laughter suddenly stopped and she couldn't continue. At this moment, if she had a god's eye view, she would clearly see that everywhere the tornado had passed, there were the broken limbs and remains of villagers, heads and internal organs scattered everywhere, dead bodies everywhere. 4 million villagers had their lives taken by this powerful storm. Those who survived were injured in countless numbers, with cries of grief filling the air, a truly tragic sight. All women help find the supplies. Men repair the grain carts, destroy unusable ones, and patch the usable parts onto other carts. Just as Su Hua watched the tornado disappear into the sky and regained her composure, Chin Su, who had been observing the chaos, quickly gathered his thoughts and ordered everyone to recover the supplies swept away by the storm. When the tornado struck, he had considered putting the supplies into his space, but then he thought that if everyone died, he would be left alone, and he would never finish eating the supplies stored there. However, if everyone survived, the supplies would be intact, but he couldn't find a good excuse to explain why they weren't damaged, so he didn't do anything. As for the damaged grain carts, they should be repaired if possible. If not, 2 carts could be spliced together to make one. With over 60 carts, they could probably make about 50 usable ones. After giving these orders, Qin Su approached Su Hua and asked, "Xiao Hua, you still have lightning powers. Can you heal the horses, mules, and injured people?" Actually, he wanted to know if Su Hua had gained control over her lightning abilities. If she couldn't, the horses with mysterious internal injuries might not be salvageable and would have to be slaughtered for food and supplies. Su Hua raised her hand, exerted a little force, and immediately sparks of electricity appeared. She thought for a moment and said, "Let me rest for half an hour first. Maybe after half an hour I won't have any more energy." This rest is not really a break, but practice. She must learn to control lightning, so she doesn't accidentally hurt anyone. "Okay, I'll wait for your news." Qin Su immediately understood and spoke in a secret language only he, Rongshi, Qin Xian, and Qilin understood. Qilin saw the electric arcs in Su Huai's hands and sharply narrowed his eyes. Because everything was so chaotic at the time, he only knew that some of the women seemed to have been struck by lightning. Then came strong winds, hail, and water, dragons, making it impossible for anyone to focus on others. He was even more worried about himself dying and not being able to take revenge. He never thought that Su Huai was struck by lightning and, by of luck, awakened a lightning-based power. Feng Rushu, who was thrown far away, also saw the electric arcs in Su Huai's hands. She was now disheveled, covered in dirt and torn clothes, holding her bleeding forehead wound, with a poisonous look like a snake glaring at Su Huai. She didn't understand powers. All she knew was that Su Huai was like an indestructible cockroach, immune to lightning strikes, yet she was disfigured. She felt the heavens were unfair, and her jealousy burned fiercely. She stared at the electric arcs in Su Huai's hands, then suddenly, a cold smile appeared on her lips. She then said to Feng Yiming, who was still shaken, "Brother, I have a way to deal with her." Feng Yiming was stunned, not understanding who she referred to. Later, he looked in the direction of Feng Rushu's gaze and realized she meant Su Huai. After a moment, he sighed and stopped her. "Little sister, after so many hardships, we survived because of her many times. Don't cause trouble now. Following the two young masters is our only way to survive." Before, when Feng Rushu's face wasn't disfigured, he still hoped that his sister's beauty could bring some benefits. Now that her looks are ruined, he was very perceptive and knew the situation well. Thinking back to the life and death scene just experienced, he was even smart enough to weigh the pros and cons. He knew that as long as the brother and sister still remained in the team and performed well, Qin Su and Qilin wouldn't kick them out. Even if Qin Su and Qilin couldn't succeed later, their former status as young masters still mattered. In the same team, at least the brother and sister wouldn't have a bad life. What kind of way? It should be a dead end. She is simply a bad luck charm. Ever since she joined the team, we have faced continuous trouble. I believe she is a disaster spirit, a monster. The villagers suffer because of her. Feng Rushu kept being stopped by her brother, which made her hatred for Su Hua grow even deeper. Even her brother has changed his view of Su Hua. How can she tolerate that? Not only did she refuse to listen to advice, but she also sneered. She must be a disaster spirit. Whatever she predicts will happen, always does. This time she said there would be strong winds, storms, lightning, hail, and a water dragon up water. She's almost like a divine prophet, more accurate than gods. Don't you find that strange? She's only 12 years old. How could she know so much? I think she's possessed by a monster. Did you see she wasn't hurt by lightning? Her face isn't blackened at all. Brother, look at the other bodies. Aren't they all black from burns? Earlier, with the poisonous mushrooms, we ate them and were fine. Why did she say they were deadly mushrooms that could kill? And the river dried up before. Why could only she hear it? Then poisonous insects and snakes appeared. Later, there were poisonous watermelons and deadly seaweed. Feng Rushu became more and more excited, listing all the things Su Hua had supposedly done, even making up stories and spouting accusations. She's been causing trouble all along. If she's not a monster, She must be a vengeful ghost. She's been killing fleeing villagers. As soon as she joined, she wanted everyone to die together. Little sister, Feng Yiming listened to Feng Rushu and was stunned, unable to believe it. But the truth is, she saved us. How can a vengeful ghost both kill and save people? Isn't that a contradiction? Besides, for this disaster, if Su Hua really was a monster, why did she warn everyone to prepare in advance? Why not just wait for the disaster to take lives? Isn't warning unnecessary? And in fact, over 200 people are still alive. But Feng Rushu refused to listen to his advice, gritting her teeth. Anyway, I don't care. If I say she's a monster, then she's a monster. If I say she's a vengeful ghost, then she's a vengeful ghost. Feng Yiming almost fainted upon hearing this. But thinking about how his sister's face was ruined, he couldn't help but feel angry. He sighed and said, "Do whatever you want to deal with her. But you can't cause us to be expelled from the team, and you definitely can't be so stupid as to let others find out it was you. Be careful, okay?" He knew his sister very well. After hearing Feng Rushu say so much, he immediately guessed what she was planning. "Big brother, you agree?" Feng Rushu was surprised that her brother finally agreed. She happily said, "Don't worry, sisterly disputes are just some words." Both siblings thought they were far enough away that no one could hear them. They had no idea that Su Hua, since being struck by lightning, had experienced sudden changes in her sight and hearing. Su Hua not only clearly heard every word of their conversation, but could also hear the voices of people a 2-mile radius who were fleeing. She quickly guessed Feng Rushu's plan. If she was right, Feng Rushu intended to frame her, to make her die. She wanted to turn her into a monster, a disaster spirit, a vengeful ghost. To make her the target of everyone's hatred, so that millions of fleeing villagers would attack her and eliminate her. People in ancient times were especially superstitious. Now, with so many dead and corpses everywhere, every fleeing villager was filled with fear. If Feng Rushu spread rumors among the villagers now, it could ignite a fire that would quickly spread. Moreover, Su Hua had awakened her lightning powers. She had been struck by lightning but survived, and her body even carried lightning. The fleeing villagers would see her as a monster, and everyone would want to burn her alive. How cruel and treacherous was Feng Rushu. She had saved 200 people in her team several times, indirectly saving the lives of her brother and sister multiple times. And this was how they repaid her? Thinking of this, Su Hua's face darkened. Once she mastered how to control her lightning powers, she suddenly stood up and walked toward Feng Rushu. Feng Rushu and Feng Yiming didn't realize Su Hua knew everything. When they saw her walking straight toward them, they both fell silent, even exchanging confused glances. When Su Hua approached, she knelt in front of Feng Rushu and smiled, saying, "Do you want me to heal the wound on your forehead? I'm quite good at it. I can make you look beautiful again in an instant."
What are you talking about?
Feng Rushu doubted she had heard correctly. She then felt that Su Hua looked very frightening at this moment. For some reason, looking at the smile on Su Hua's face made her feel inexplicably creeped out. It's important to note that Su Hua had never smiled like this before, especially not toward her brother and sister, not even with a glance. "Are you saying you will treat my injuries?" Feng Rushu's tongue trembled as she asked again. Su Hua's black eyes immediately flashed with coldness, and she said through clenched teeth, "Yes. I will treat your injuries and send you and your brother on your way." Before Feng Rushu could react, Su Hua reached out and grabbed her wrist. "What are you doing?" Feng Yiming didn't expect Su Hua to suddenly attack and was startled. Especially after hearing, "Send you and your brother on your way," he instinctively grabbed Su Hua's wrist to stop her. But Yiming forgot that Su Hua carried lightning power. If she released it intentionally, even a beginner supernatural could be instantly killed. Both siblings screamed in pain. Then their eyes widened in shock. They couldn't believe that Su Hua would kill them. Yes, when facing enemies who want to die, Su Hua is never soft-hearted. She would never leave danger behind. If someone needs to be killed, she would do it.
Bang. Bang.
The Feng siblings collapsed straight to the ground, still with their eyes wide open in death. Neither of them expected that their attempt to attack the goose would result in the goose pecking their eyes first. Suhua looked coldly at their bodies and slowly stood up. Qin Su, Qi Lin, the Rong family, Qin Xian, the women, the 4 clan uncles, and about 200 people heard the screams of the Feng siblings and were startled. As soon as they could move, they rushed over. When everyone saw the Feng siblings' lifeless, unblinking bodies, they were all stunned, unable to understand what had happened. Suhua turned around and told everyone the Feng siblings were closest to the water dragon. Actually, the water dragon shattered their internal organs. No one noticed earlier. By the time I arrived, they were beyond saving. Suhua killed the Feng siblings in just a moment. Moreover, lightning kills invisibly. At that time, the women were busy looking for supplies, and the men were trying to repair the grain carts. The women, along with Qin Su and Qi Lin, were helping with chores. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. The only sounds heard were 2 screams, and then they saw the siblings fall. Everyone was used to the Feng siblings being lazy, so no one paid much attention to them. So, they didn't know what had happened or the cause, and Su Huai made up an excuse casually. However, when Qin Su, Qi Lin, the Rong family, Qin Xian, and the mother heard what Su Huai said, they all fell silent and kept their thoughts to themselves. They all knew clearly that Su Huai and the Feng siblings did not get along. Qin Su, Rong family, and Qin Xian guessed that the Feng siblings must have done something to force Su Huai to act. The mothers thought that the Feng siblings were the kind of people they disliked, so Su Huai wouldn't save them. They believed that the Feng siblings secretly wanted to harm Su Huai, and that Sister Hongyi had killed them. Qilin thought that the Feng siblings had offended Su Huai, and that Su Huai used her lightning powers to attack them. Brother Su, just dig a grave here and bury them properly, Rong family said first before anyone could react. Su Huai was surprised and looked up at Rong family. Rong family nodded at her, then hugged her son and took Qin Xian and left. Everyone else should continue with their own work. The burial is enough for just me and all in. A shovel had fallen among the supplies nearby. Qin Su took the shovel and drove away the onlookers. Since Qin Su had given orders, no one dared to stay. In a short while, everyone dispersed. Women went back to find supplies, men tried to fix the grain carts. Only Su Huai, the mothers, Qin Su, and Qi Lin remained on the scene. Qin Su turned to Su Huai again and said, "Xiao Huai, you and your mother should go treat the horses and other injured people." Su Huai didn't expect Qin Su not to ask for the truth, or even let her leave. It seemed he wanted to keep her secret hidden and let the truth stay buried. Su Huai didn't believe that Qin Su and Rong family, being so clever, couldn't see that she was the one who killed the Feng siblings. "Okay, I will go," Su Huai nodded firmly, then left with the mothers. When only Qin Su and Qi Lin were left, Qi Lin also took a shovel. He thought Su Huai couldn't hear him and asked while digging, "Did she awaken her lightning powers?" Qin Su heard him, dropped his shovel, and nodded. Yes, she was struck by lightning and unexpectedly awakened. Qi Lin stopped digging and asked again, "So, from your earlier conversation, she actually knew your secret from the start?" "No, I mean, she knew all of ours." Qin Su frowned but did not deny, saying, "Xiao Hua is very smart. My sister in the basin couldn't have guessed about me killing the wolf. I sincerely invited her to join the team, so I should be honest with her." Qi Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you crazy? We originally kept quiet to avoid trouble for our family, even when our father was skinned, and we didn't reveal ourselves. And now you're telling her. How can you tell her about your space? She must be eyeing your space. Before she joined the team, she didn't know I had a space. Even if she did, she isn't that kind of person." Qin Su stopped digging and asked seriously, "And also, can the two of us men stop gossiping behind a young girl's back when she turns around?" Qi Lin was suddenly speechless. Could he not see that gossiping about others behind their backs isn't what a gentleman does? It's because his good brother, now in love, has been blinded. Qin Su didn't want to explain further, but since they are brothers, he patiently said, "You had a bias against Xiao Hua from the start. You didn't realize that she is much more knowledgeable than you and me. She knows many things. She understands different types of supernatural abilities and about the apocalypse. Don't underestimate her. Today's natural disaster is proof. Can you tell from the clouds in the sky that there will be a storm, thunder, hail, or a water dragon? It was her who saw it and saved all of us. Today, whether you believe in the coming apocalypse or not, I do. Also, Xiao Hua, and we are now the same kind of person. Now you know she has lightning-type abilities, so it's fair. After saying this, Qin Su no longer paid attention to Qi Lin and continued digging. Su Hua, who was treating the horses, clearly heard their conversation. She finally understood why Qi Lin disliked her so much. He even falsely accused her of coveting Qin Su's space. At the same time, she didn't expect Qin Su to trust her so much. One of the boys had sharp eyes, the other was extremely blind. But she decided to pretend she didn't hear, as her enhanced hearing and eyesight were her secrets. Her mother and the others had long wanted to ask about the death of the Feng siblings. When they were away from others, treating the horses, Shen Jiao tentatively asked, "Sister Hua, how did those siblings die? Did they try to do something bad to you and get killed by Sister Hongyi?" Su Huashu also did not plan to hide the truth from the women. She nodded and said, "They want to spread the story that I carry lightning power so that millions of starving refugees will think I am a monster and burn me." Shen Jiao immediately widened her eyes. "What are you talking about?" Su Sifan was in disbelief. "Are they crazy? Because we joined the team, they had a few chances to survive." Su Sijin also couldn't believe how dark human nature could be. "How can they do this? If it weren't for your pressure method in the oasis, Feng Ruoshu would have died long ago. And today, how many people died? Yet we survived." Seizing the moment, Su Huashu told the women, "It's not that we saved people, so others will be grateful. So, Mother, we must not be too kind-hearted. If we help everyone, we might get hurt. Do you understand?" Shen Jiao nodded quickly. Yes. Those siblings are like snakes. Even if we save them, they might bite us. Only help those you trust." Su Sifan, Su Sijin, and Su Yu all nodded in agreement. The Feng family siblings are just too cruel and evil. A severe weather disaster struck, and over 4 million refugees fled. No one knew exactly how many people died or how much supplies were lost. Later, the survivors who found their loved ones' bodies cried loudly and dug graves for the remains. Anyone who found supplies, regardless of who they belonged to, kept them as their own. That day, after the disaster in the morning, by the afternoon, graves were piling up one after another. The basin quickly turned into a chaotic graveyard, with endless mounds of earth. At dusk, people fought fiercely over supplies, some even bleeding and injured. The area looked like a hellish scene, filled with despair everywhere. Qin Su's team lost 2 bags of rice because the burlap sacks tore, spilling rice everywhere. All other grains were soaked and ruined. 56 horses and mules, thanks to Su Huashu's healing powers, were rescued again. None were lost. As for the grain carts, originally 62, only 48 remained after patching and repairs. More than 20 injured soldiers were treated. Su Huashu helped set broken bones, used her powers to stop internal bleeding, and bandaged minor wounds. However, the women noticed that all the dried herbs they had prepared earlier had been soaked. To save supplies, the team lit a campfire, but since the firewood was wet, thick smoke billowed everywhere, stinging their eyes. Despite this, everyone had to endure the smoke while helping to dry the supplies, grains, and clothes. Because the ground was wet, they couldn't lay mats to sleep, so everyone crowded onto the wagons to take turns resting. They spent a whole day and night exhausted, tired, and unable to sleep well, feeling drained. Compared to other fleeing villagers, Qin Su's team was very lucky because Su Hua was with them. Everyone except the Feng siblings was alive and well, and they lost the least supplies. Many other fleeing villagers had no rice or food left, and all their clothes and supplies were blown away. Many people also suffered serious injuries but had no help to treat their wounds. Without proper care, these injuries could become infected, leading to serious illnesses like tetanus or gangrene. In ancient times, there was no cure for tetanus or gangrene. This meant that seriously injured villagers, even if not torn apart by a tornado, were essentially no different from the dead. They would only live a little longer. At dawn, Qin Su's team was the first to set out and continue heading south. Because they had 14 fewer grain carts, Su Hua, Qin Su, Qi Lin, the 4 clan uncles, and 7 men rode horses together. The others shared 4 or 5 people per grain cart. When the team started moving, no one noticed that Su Hua had stored the mixed sand and rice, which couldn't be recovered from the ground, into her space. Inside her space, she kept over 100 chickens, and the mixed sand and rice were perfect for them to eat and help digestion. The 48 grain carts followed one after another, with Qin Su and Su Hua riding ahead on horseback. The 4 clan uncles stayed in the middle of the team, while Qi Lin and another man protected the rear. As the slow-moving convoy passed the fleeing villagers ahead, everyone saw the numerous graves around them, looking very frightening. They also saw many villagers with serious injuries, loosely bandaged with clothes. The scene was full of sorrow and misery. "Let's go, keep moving." The fleeing villagers cried and wailed all night, accepting their fate. When they saw Qin Su's team start moving, they gradually began to follow. Soon, the team slowly formed a long line. Everyone understands that staying here offers no benefit. It's better to take advantage of the remaining time to quickly reach Zanjo, which is 500 miles away, to treat the injured and find food. Almost all fleeing villagers hide their silver notes and silver coins in their clothing. Even if they have been affected by storms, each family still has some money, even if they lost their supplies. But no one knows that, from this day on, silver notes have become worthless paper. Cash is no longer valuable. Zanjo is located in the southwest of the Great Qin Empire, in a basin. It has a subtropical monsoon climate. Because of the special terrain and the surrounding mountains, Zanjo is always humid and often foggy. There are very few sunny days throughout the year. When the team camped 200 miles outside Zanjo to rest, Su Hua ate some wild vegetable porridge, then entered her space tent to practice her lightning powers. But this time, as soon as she entered the space, she was shocked by what she saw. She thought she was dreaming or had entered the wrong place. In front of her was a large purple tree that looked like a weeping willow, with purple flowers blooming all over it. Then she noticed the cave had disappeared. The cave had transformed into a mysterious, floating mountain peak, with waterfalls hanging from the top, flowing down in mist and clouds, like a fairyland. The sound of rushing water was loud, like thousands of horses galloping, grand and majestic. The water pool inside the cave had turned into a lake, clear and sparkling. The fish she had released earlier were happily jumping out of the water. Outside the cave, the scene was even more astonishing. What was once a barren, desolate area now was covered with strange flowers and plants. Countless colorful butterflies and tiny bees fluttered around the flowers, filling the air with sweet fragrance. Su Hua then saw her 2 acres of cultivated land. The sweet potato seedlings covered 1 acre, and her medicinal herbs had grown much taller, as if they had been given a boost. All the supplies she had stored inside and outside the cave were neatly organized into countless wooden houses that appeared around the waterfall out of nowhere. Her livestock were also kept in fenced enclosures in front of the wooden houses. Additionally, Su Hua realized she no longer needed to draw water from the spiritual spring. A rainbow-like small river flowed from the lake, winding through the misty area. In short, Su Hua was stunned and rubbed her eyes several times. Once she confirmed she was in the right space, Pai Pai immediately jumped into her arms, acting cute and asking for affection. When her little master was away, the space had just upgraded, and Pai Pai helped do many chores. For example, it sorted all the food, supplies, medicines, weapons, and salt mountains into the wooden house. It also fed the small animals. Additionally, it reorganized the dangerous items like the toxic watermelons, thousand-year orchids, and poisonous mushrooms, creating a forbidden zone. Overall, it did a lot of work and was busy all day. Of course, it also built a pretty little house for itself under the purple willow tree. The space had completely changed. Except for the misty area, it was no longer desolate and scary, but felt like a home. When Pai Pai jumped into her arms, Su Hua asked in shock, "Did you do all this?" Pai Pai nodded eagerly, as if saying, "Praise me. Reward me with food." Su Hua immediately understood the little beast's look and cheerfully said, "Okay. Today, I'll reward you with chicken." Su Hua truly rewarded Pai Pai with chicken. She roasted 2 chickens and 3 fish. She gave the 3 fish to the 3 little wolf cubs and rewarded Pai Pai with 2 chickens. The space upgrade was a big happy event, and since Pai Pai worked so hard, she didn't want to exploit her little pet. It wouldn't be right to bully such a small creature. As Pai Pai's eyes sparkled with heart shapes and she enjoyed her roasted chickens, Su Hua went to the desert in the misty zone to practice her lightning powers. Although she had learned how to control her lightning abilities, she hadn't yet mastered how to use the skills. Without guidance, Su Hua had to figure it out herself. But she was a healing-type ability user, and her talent was obvious. Even without fully understanding lightning powers, she quickly learned how to make a lightning sword. She spread her 5 fingers, and purple arcs of electricity suddenly burst from her hand. In the next moment, her hand seemed to sink into tofu, piercing into a burnt tree stump. When she pulled her hand out, only a deep 20-centimeter remained inside the stump. Truly a lightning-type ability, Su Hua exclaimed in amazement, looking at her intact hand. If she were to insert something into someone's heart, she could even remove the heart. Su Hua once again released an electric arc, swinging her sword at a tree stump. The thick, bucket-sized stump was cut easily, like cutting tofu. Good. Su Hua became more excited as she practiced. Although she is still at a beginner level and her Thunderblade is a very basic skill, learning this move makes her much more useful than holding any cold weapon. While practicing, Su Hua unexpectedly discovered something exciting. She found she could turn into lightning, giving her the ability to teleport instantly. This teleportation isn't as powerful as Qin Su's space ability, which can move thousands of miles, but she can reach 100 meters in 1 second and ignore any obstacles. With this speed, she has a huge advantage for sneaking, attacking, defending, or escaping. Soon, after eating 2 chickens and still feeling full, Mimi saw small purple afterimages moving quickly in the space around her. She watched for a moment and felt dizzy from all the flashing lights. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and went to feed the chickens. She knew that raising chickens carefully so they lay eggs would eventually lead to a continuous supply of fresh eggs and roasted chickens. This way, she would never run out of delicious food. In the space, a scene appeared. A small animal was working, while a young girl transformed into purple lightning, darting around. When the time limit was up, Su Hua found herself still inside the space and cheered happily. She realized that not only did the spiritual pond turn into a waterfall and the small tree grow into a big tree, but the time limit was also extended. To find out exactly how long it was extended, Su Hua quickly searched her supplies in the wooden house and lit the incense she bought at the candle shop. In ancient times, a stick of incense usually lasted half an hour. Su Hua lit one after another, burning 8 sticks in total before being pushed out of the space. Great. The time limit is now 4 hours, she happily said when she returned to reality. But then she slapped her forehead and thought, how did I forget to check the flow speed? I hope it's also 8 times. If the space's flow speed is 8 times faster, her crops and livestock will grow 8 times faster. For example, a chicken that normally takes half a year to mature could be ready in about 20 days inside the space. Rice that normally takes 4 to 5 months to harvest could be harvested every half month. This high yield is simply terrifying, undoubtedly the greatest advantage during a time of food shortage in the end times. Absolutely must not reveal the secret of the space, Su Hua thought to herself. Her space is different from Qin Su's. She can grow crops and has a spiritual spring, like a small world. If it gets exposed, it will attract greed. To be safe, even her mother and sisters cannot be told. Not because she doesn't trust them, but because she's afraid they might accidentally reveal the secret. Only she and her small space creature know about it. No outsiders are allowed to know. She understands the danger of keeping such a treasure. After making up her mind, when Shen Jiao and Su Sijin returned to the tent, she only took 2 snacks, shared them with the two, then lay down to sleep, never mentioning her space. But her mother and sister didn't ask. They were already used to Su Hua conjuring food. August 29th, 1 month and 1 day left until the end of the world. The fleeing army finally reached the last continent, Zanjo. Once they entered Zanjo's territory and traveled another 800 miles, they would reach the southern border. We finally made it to Zanjo. Thank heavens, we've arrived. When the towering city walls of Zanjo appeared in the eyes of the fleeing people, even from a distance, they were overwhelmed with tears of relief. From Qinzhou to Zanjo, the 500 miles took 3 days, just as Su Hua predicted. Many injured civilians had infected wounds, and soon they suffered from tetanus or gangrene. People kept dying one after another. Every day, new graves appeared along the road. "Alin, go ahead and find out what's happening," Qin Su said from afar, frowning at the smoke rising from the chimneys inside Zanjo. He paused the team and sent Qi Lin to investigate first. Because they had just arrived at Songzhou and suffered an ambush before, Qin Su would never let the team approach recklessly again. Qi Lin quickly mounted his horse and headed to check outside Zanjo. The group stopped about 5 miles from the city. It didn't take long for Qi Lin to reach outside Zanjo's walls. He immediately saw the city gates wide open, with checkpoints set up outside. Several thousand soldiers, wearing armor and face coverings, armed with large swords, guarded the gates. Seeing this, he and Qin Su were confused. They wondered if the officials of Zanjo didn't know everyone was fleeing and starving. Thinking of this, he dismounted and mingled with the anxious crowd waiting to enter the city. When they were almost past the checkpoint, he finally understood why the officials of Zanjo were so strange. A young man in armor with handsome features stood in front of the guards. He looked at the confused villagers and coldly delivered the message. "Some people in Kinzu have caught a sickness. It has been spreading inside Zanjo City a few days ago. If you want to enter the city, even if you just pass through, you must first hand over all your belongings for registration, then follow the checkpoint to a designated camp for medical checkups. If the doctor finds you are not sick, your belongings will be returned and you can go on, but if someone is found to be sick, they will be taken to a different place for quarantine and then sent away." The surviving refugees from Songzhou and Kinzu were all shocked to hear about the outbreak of the sickness in Zanjo.
What?
"Are we going to die? Why is there sickness again? We've already had enough trouble," a woman cried loudly. Everyone thought that coming to Zanjo would allow them to get medical help and rescue, but now Zanjo had become a dangerous city. As soon as they arrived, everyone was taken for a checkup. If they didn't get sick outside the city, they might get sick inside. What should they do then? Qilin stared at the young man for a moment, received the message, and immediately left the group, riding away on his horse. The armored young man saw Qilin leave on his horse and paused slightly, surprised. Qilin returned to the group and shared the news. Everyone was stunned to hear about the sickness in the city and the possibility of being quarantined or tested. They looked at each other in worry. Other refugees nearby overheard the news and also became frightened, stopping their march. A man asked, "What?" "Zanjo has sickness." A woman trembled with fear. "We absolutely cannot go into the city. If one person gets sick, all of us, millions of refugees, will catch it and die." A merchant shouted loudly, "We can't go. We must not enter Zanjo. It has sickness." "Stop, stop," as he shouted. The news about the sickness spread quickly among the crowd, like a contagious disease. It spread from person to person, from the back of the group to the front. Finally, except for the tens of thousands of people in front of Qin Su's group who continued toward the city, most of the others stopped moving because of this news. Everyone was stuck in a basin a few miles outside Zanjo. They couldn't move forward or backward, just stuck in place. The plague was so terrifying that everyone who talked about it was filled with fear. Like the woman said, if one person has the plague, the hundreds of thousands fleeing together could all die. This is even more frightening than a war. What's the plan next? Qilin asked Qin Su as the group stopped moving. Qin Su hadn't spoken yet when his uncle suddenly asked, "Should we all sneak over the wall tonight?" Qin Su shook his head and said, "We could do that, but the hundreds of thousands of refugees can't all cross. Many would be left behind to die." The refugees had already traveled far, through deadly disasters, and were only about 800 miles from reaching the southern border. Plus, behind them were the officials from Yanzhou and the salt transport officers with the people from Jieqi. Together, they numbered over 1 million. Even if the strong winds killed 1 million people, the survivors would still be in the hundreds of thousands. With so many lives at stake, he couldn't just ignore them and focus only on his own group. Su Hua frowned, stroked her chin, and thought for a moment before speaking unexpectedly. "But if we go through the main city gate, the officials could easily accuse one of us of having the plague, and then seize our supplies. And what if they hold us for 10 days, half a month, or a month?" Su Sifan asked suspiciously, "Does Sister Five think there might not be a plague inside the city?" Hearing this, Qin Su and his sister looked serious. He said, "Xiao Hua and Sifan's idea isn't impossible. If there's no plague inside, but the officials are just stealing supplies and soldiers, all they need is a reason to say someone has the plague, and they can legally seize rice, weapons, and carts." The people might even believe it without question. When Qin Su said this, everyone looked shocked. They had experienced officials stealing supplies before, and their arrow wounds from earlier had just healed. Now this again? And it's such a sneaky, official scheme? Qilin immediately felt a fierce anger rise. Those corrupt officials. Worse than the emperor himself. "I thought there really was a plague inside, and they were just trying to help the people in the city." He finished speaking and was about to ride off again. Qin Su immediately stopped Qilin and shook his head, saying, "You might have exposed yourself. Just in case, I will go into the city to gather information." Su Hua's eyes lit up and she quickly said, "Brother Qin, I'll go with you." She loved wandering around the city. She couldn't miss this chance. "All right, Xiao Hua, come along." Qin Su nodded at her. Then he looked at Qin Xian and said, "Little sister, you come too. We'll disguise ourselves as siblings." He then turned and ordered, "Alin, you and the 4 uncles watch the team and set up camp here." Qilin was unhappy about being responsible for watching the team, but he remembered that when he turned to leave earlier, he might have revealed his identity. So he couldn't refuse. Qin Su, Su Hua, and Qin Xian disguised themselves as 3 siblings fleeing from hardship on foot. They carried a bundle with 3 sets of clothes, a water bag, a few pounds of rice, and some silver coins Su Hua had hidden. The 3 also deliberately messed up their hair and smeared some mud on themselves. In an instant, they looked like a poor family in trouble. After walking 5 miles, they saw the tall city walls and long lines of refugees waiting to enter the city. There were also thousands of armed guards and a young man in armor. The young man in armor was busy directing the checkpoint, overseeing the guards collecting supplies and guiding the refugees into the designated camp. He accidentally caught sight of Qin Su and the others arriving late at the end of the line, with no other refugees behind them. He frowned and quietly ordered the guards nearby, "Why are there so few refugees? Go find out." Su Hua, with her sharp hearing, overheard this and narrowed her deep eyes, staring directly at the armored young man. "Little sister, what did you hear?" Qin Su saw the young man mouthing words to the guards and asked Qin Xian. Qin Xian, who had psychic abilities like perception and exploration, listened carefully and truthfully reported. He said, "Why are there so few refugees? Go find out." Hearing this, Qin Su became even more convinced of his suspicion. It seemed there was no real plague inside the city, but rather the enemy's clever way of hoarding soldiers and supplies. Among the refugee team, there were guards from Zanjo and Qinzhou. Even if many had died, there were still over 100,000. And how much material did the hundreds of thousands of people have? It was about 1/3 of the city's supplies. Once all of it was swallowed, he could truly become a powerful ruler. Brother Qin, This inspector is a very ambitious person, a real tough character who wants to be emperor, Su Hua said with emotion. But as soon as she finished speaking, her mind suddenly lit up, and she inexplicably remembered the story from the book. She couldn't help but wonder if this inspector was one of the overlords of a divided country after the apocalypse. The original story was a military and political novel about power struggles. It didn't really have a main male character, only 6 important roles. The story focused on war and dominance. His ambition is indeed very big. Su listened to Su Hua and frowned, nodding in agreement. Not just big, it was almost like deceiving the common people and the military forces of 2 continents. His actions were despicable and shameless. Of course, Su didn't say these words in front of Su Hua. He kept a calm face and silently moved forward in line. About an hour later, the fleeing villagers ahead of them all received a coded token that represented their supplies, then entered the city and went to the designated checkpoint. Finally, it was their turn. The soldiers responsible for checking the registration of supplies and issuing the tokens saw that Su only carried a small bundle on his shoulder. They frowned and said, "Show your household registration, register it, and after opening the bundle for inspection, attach the number tag." Our household registration was blown away by the water dragon. When we fled, everyone suffered hardships. Su spoke seriously and nonsense to the soldiers in charge of registration. If it had been normal times, this excuse would definitely have gotten him taken as a vagrant. But now, times were different. Many of the fleeing villagers had indeed lost their household registration in the tornado. Moreover, the inspector from Zanjo wasn't really after registration, and he wouldn't return the supplies to the villagers later. The soldiers looked at the 3 of them, said nothing, and immediately opened the bundle. They looked inside and saw only a few pounds of rice, some cloves, and 5 taels of silver, which made them quite dissatisfied. But to avoid suspicion, they still registered the supplies and attached a number tag to the bundle. Another tag was handed to Su with a disdainful tone. "Make sure to hold the tag tightly. If you lose it, you won't be able to claim the bundle." Su took the badge, nodded, and led Su Hua and Qin Xian into the city. As soon as they entered the city gate, several soldiers with big swords at the checkpoint shouted, "Men go left, women go right, separate to check pulses." Su's face darkened when he heard this. He didn't expect to be separated from Su Hua and Qin Xian. "Brother, it's okay. I will take good care of my little sister," Su Hua said smoothly. Before Su could respond, she took Qin Xian's hand and headed toward the right checkpoint. Su watched the 2 small figures, hesitating and speechless. He was worried, but since Su Hua had awakened lightning powers and her sister was mental-focused, plus Su Hua was clever, he thought they probably wouldn't be in danger. He then frowned and turned to go to the left side. Su Hua held Qin Xian's hand and moved along the fence to the designated spot. Along the way, she saw soldiers every 5 steps on both sides of the fence. They walked 2 miles until a huge prison appeared before them. How big was it? Su Hua wasn't sure. Maybe 30 acres? She called it a prison because the entire area was shaped like a mouth, surrounded by 5-meter-high blue bricks. Except for the open roof, the place looked just like a prison from her previous world. Seeing the building, Su Hua became more convinced that the Zanjo patrol officer was deceiving the people. Not only was he stealing their supplies, but he was also tricking them into quarantine and detention. This patrol officer clearly planned to take the people's supplies, then leave Zanjo officially, head south, and let the people die here. There was no real intention to return the supplies or send the people away. The Zanjo patrol officer was planning to wipe out millions of people. His actions were worse than animals, more ruthless than the tyrant Jiazheng. "Go inside. There's a female doctor inside." 2 soldiers at the gate, seeing Su Hua and Qin Xian standing still, rudely pushed them with the hilts of their swords. At that moment, Su Hua wanted to unleash her lightning and kill the soldiers, but she couldn't cause trouble now. She needed to see the situation first. Tens of thousands of starving refugees were separated by gender. At least several thousand women were detained here. "Big sister, Qin Xian asked confusedly, unsure of what Su Hua planned. Su Hua comforted him. Don't worry. Let's go in first. With one having mental powers and the other lightning powers, how could these soldiers possibly imprison them? It was laughable. Su Hua held Qin Xian's hand as they entered the prison. Inside, they saw a long corridor stretching to the end, where they found the so-called female doctor. On the left side of the corridor, there were 2 doors. One led to the prison she had seen outside earlier. The other door led somewhere unknown, but Su Hua was sure it didn't lead outside. As soon as Su Hua and Qin Xian stepped into the corridor, they heard the panic and despair in the cries of women, girls, and young children from the prison on the left. 2 female medical workers saw Su Hua and Qin Xian lingering by the door. One of them angrily shouted, "Hurry up and come diagnose their pulses." As they approached, the other female doctor said, "It doesn't matter if you diagnose or not. As long as you escape the famine with the others outside, everyone will catch the illness." The first doctor pretended to be serious and said, "That's right. Without medicine for the illness, many people will die." Su Hua kept a calm face and watched the 2 women. Following their instructions, she sat on a stool and extended her wrist to the first doctor for a pulse diagnosis. Qin Xian did the same for the second doctor. The 2 medical workers were wrapped tightly, only their eyes visible. They placed their fingers on Su Hua and Qin Xian's wrists to check their pulses. After a few seconds, they both released their hands and shouted to the guards at the corridor's end, "Take them to the south gate." Su Hua's expression tightened. She asked, "Do we really have the illness?" "Where are you taking us?" The doctor checking Su Hua's pulse replied, "You show no symptoms, but since you've been in contact with the refugees held at the East Gate who have the illness, you need to be isolated in the South Gate quarantine area for 3 days. After 3 days, if you still have no symptoms, you can leave." The doctor examining Qin Xian added, "Don't worry, you'll be given food and water. We won't let you go hungry." Su Hua sneered inwardly. Everything was as she had guessed. Zanjo's patrol officer was just using the excuse of illness to justify imprisoning all the refugees. She didn't say anything. Holding Qin Xian's hand, she followed the guards to the end of the corridor and entered the 5-meter-wide south gate. Outside the gate, dozens of guards with bows and swords stood watch. This was an entry-only zone. No one was allowed to leave. Under the of the guards, Su Hua and Qin Xian finally entered through the south gate. However, the iron door just opened, and the 2 were pushed inside before it quickly closed and locked. Only Su Hua and Qin Xian were left facing 3,000 to 4,000 women, girls, and young women. Su Hua looked at the crowd of 3,000 to 4,000 people sitting on the ground, all confined in a large prison about the size of a football field. She especially noticed that thousands of people turned their heads at the same time, their eyes all fixed on the 2 of them, making Su Hua feel a shiver down her spine. They've added 2 more poor children." An elderly woman near the door looked at Su Hua and Qin Xian and sighed, asking, "Are you both symptom-free?" Su Hua nodded. The girl next to the elderly woman said, "Everyone here is symptom-free, but gathering so many together, what's the use? If one person develops symptoms in 3 days, it could spread to thousands." Su Hua and Qin Xian didn't answer. Instead, they found a place to sit down. Then they listened carefully. They came to gather information. Currently, they knew what was happening inside the city, just waiting for confirmation. After focusing for a while, they indeed heard 3 guards outside the south gate whispering to each other. A younger guard, with a conscience, asked softly, "Brother Li, do you think this will bring us trouble later?" The guard named Li scolded, "Nonsense. If there's retribution, it will be on those above us, not us. We're just guards. After 3 days, it won't matter to us anymore." Another guard, afraid, said, "But inside, there are at least 70,000 or 80,000 people. We have mothers, sisters, and daughters too." Li's guard fell silent, unable to answer. Qin Su passed through the checkpoint along the railing and walked about 2 miles. His situation was similar to Su Hua's. First, he saw a U-shaped building. After entering the main door and walking down a long corridor, he saw a fully covered male doctor at the end. Before checking his pulse, the doctor examined him from head to toe. Seeing that he was tall, straight-backed, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. The doctor immediately showed a satisfied expression. After checking Qin Su's pulse, the doctor shouted to the guards nearby, "Take him to the north gate." The women's detention area was at the east and south gates. The men's area is on the west and north gates, which are symmetrical to the women's side buildings. Qin Su calmly asked, "Do I have the plague?" The doctor looked at him strangely and shook his head. "You have no symptoms, but just to be safe, we need to move you to the north gate area for 3 days of observation. If after 3 days you show no symptoms, you can leave." Qin Su raised an eyebrow, stood up, and followed the guards to the north gate. When he entered the north gate, he saw a large prison covering several acres, filled with densely packed strong men and soldiers from Qinzhou and Songzhou. There were no boys or old men. Immediately, he understood everything. This north gate area only holds soldiers. The neighboring area, if nothing is wrong, must be where boys, old men, and men too weak or injured to fight are kept. To confirm his suspicion, he stood in the north gate area for a while. When no one was paying attention, he suddenly disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was in the neighboring west gate area. As expected, Qin Su saw that the west gate held only the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. His face instantly darkened. He quickly understood the purpose of the Zanjo patrol officer. If he guessed correctly, all the soldiers are kept at the north gate, while the old, weak, sick, and disabled are likely to be starved or burned to death at the west gate. With so many people confined in one place, a small fire or explosion could easily cause a disaster, burning everyone alive. Qin Su sneered inwardly, then disappeared again to find Su Hua and Qin Xian at the women's side. He first entered the east gate. The moment he appeared, the women and girls inside screamed in fright. Yes, the east gate held only pretty girls and women. Qin Su immediately understood that the women and girls at the east gate would probably be used for the soldiers' entertainment. He cursed and vanished again, heading to the south gate. Sure enough, the south gate held only old women and girls, some ugly or injured, disfigured. Brother Qin, Su Hua, and Qin Xian had already guessed Qin Su would come. As soon as he appeared, they both stood up. Qin Su didn't waste time. He quickly grabbed one girl in each arm, tiptoed, and flew over the wall with Su Hua and Qin Xian. By the time the women and girls inside realized what happened, the 3 of them had already disappeared. The old women and girls stared in shock, pointing tremblingly at the direction where the 3 had vanished. "Oh my goodness! 2 young girls have been taken away?" The woman next to the girl exclaimed in disbelief. Outside, the guards, who were surrounded like a metal barrel, were startled when they saw someone flying overhead. A guard shouted, "Someone's escaping! Someone's escaping! Shoot arrows!" As soon as he finished speaking, countless cold arrows shot through the air toward Qin Su and the others. The arrows quickly approached them. "Brother Qin, let me go." "Stop shooting," Su Hua shouted immediately. Qin Su paused for a moment, but he reacted quickly. Just as the arrows were only a few centimeters away, he released Su Hua and moved his mind. Swish, swish, swish. Countless arrows suddenly disappeared. On Su Hua's side, she held Qin Su's waist with her left arm, and her right hand transformed into a giant purple lightning sword several meters long, which she swung directly at the guards who were shooting arrows from behind. Puff, 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 puff. Over 20 guards, some with their heads flying off like chopped vegetables, others cut in half at the waist. The other guards rushing from different directions saw what was happening and nearly fainted from shock. But before they could, their brains suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Everyone was hit by Qin Xian's mental attack, collapsing one after another with loud crashes. All of this happened in just 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, Qin Su had already taken Su Hua and Qin Xian and flown out of the city. They disappeared from the view of the young armored man who was chasing after them. The young armored man was named Yan Zhan, the illegitimate son of the patrol commissioner Yan Buhuai of Zanjo. If Su Hua heard this name, she would definitely be startled, because Patrol Commissioner Yan Buhuai was not a ruler of one of the 6 kingdoms after the end of the world. It was Yanzhan, Yan Buhuai's illegitimate son. Yanzhan was 16 years old, and one of the important male protagonists in the story. Young Master Yan, the guard who was sent out of the city to investigate the situation outside, upon seeing the 20 or 30 bodies lying on the ground, vomited loudly before he could finish speaking. Yanzhan stared at the direction where Qin Su and the others disappeared for a long time, then squatted down to examine the bodies on the ground. When he saw the heads that looked like vegetables rolling aside and the bodies cut in half at the waist, with intestines and internal organs exposed, his expression remained cold as he carefully checked each corpse. He found that all the bodies had blackened wounds, as if they had been roasted by fire. There are also about a dozen intact bodies with bleeding orifices. He stands up and looks at the vomiting guard. He asks coldly, "What is happening outside the city?" This guard is actually his servant. The servant, fighting the urge to, reports, "Young Master, the millions of refugees from Zanjo and Qinzhou are all stopped 5 miles outside the city. For some reason, they have set up camp and haven't moved forward." Yanzhan frowns and thinks for a moment before saying, "If I am right, maybe the news of the plague scared them, or perhaps a man I saw turning back and leaving went back to tell the refugees." He pauses briefly and adds, "It seems that the man and the 3 who just escaped from the city are working together." The servant is surprised and worries, "Young Master, if the Lord finds out that the refugees haven't entered the city and that you haven't finished your task, he might be upset." This young Master Yan, although noble, is the son of the second-rank official Yan Buhuai. But he is a disliked, illegitimate son. Usually, good tasks are given to the legitimate son. Hard, cruel jobs, like deceiving the people and guards now, are assigned to Yanzhan. The servant worries that Yanzhan might get scolded again and asks, "Young Master, if the news leaks out, how will you explain to the Lord?" Yanzhan, thinking of his father, answers indifferently, "Just report as it is. And bring these bodies back to the government office." Qilin heard Qin Su warn him to be careful. He paused for a moment, nodded, then jumped onto his horse and rode toward the city. Su Hua watched for a while, recalling her earlier guess, and suddenly said, "Brother Qin, you'd better stay with us. We must kill this patrol officer. We can't let him live until the end of the world, or he will cause endless trouble. As for the camp, don't worry. 4 of Uncle Qin and I will watch over it." Such a ruthless patrol officer, who already considers millions of lives insignificant before the end of the world, if left alive, could cause great harm. After the world ends, he might even kill other survivors just to save himself. Su Hua thought she must take this chance to eliminate him, to prevent future problems. Qin Su also wanted to go, but at the time, he thought the team needed someone to guard, so he let Qilin go alone. He looked at everyone, then at Su Hua, who was only as tall as his shoulder. After thinking for a long time, he said seriously, "I will come back quickly after finishing the mission. Please watch over everyone, Xiao Hua and the 4 uncles." After speaking, he also jumped onto his horse, rode 3 miles ahead, and saw Qilin tying his horse to a tree. Qin Su tied his horse to another tree, then instantly teleported ahead of Qilin and entered the city. When Qilin took advantage of the guard's distraction and used his light skill to fly into the city, he found Qin Su had already located the patrol officer's office and was waiting inside. "Let's do this together. We must succeed this time," Qin Su said to Qilin before leading the way. "You're here." "Who's watching the team?" Qilin asked quietly from behind. It wasn't surprising. Since Su Hua joined the team, the 2 brothers had no longer acted together. There was even some distance between them in their hearts. Qin Su didn't hide and answered honestly, "Xiao Hua is watching. She has mastered lightning skills. Just inside the city, she used a lightning sword to kill over 20 guards." Qilin's eyes widened in disbelief. She learned lightning skills so quickly. It's only been 4 days since the lightning strike. Su Hua mastered the skill without anyone guiding her, and she had never practiced before. Her talent was truly terrifying. "I told you not to underestimate Xiao Hua. She's been with us, but we've been taking advantage of her. She's the one who's been giving, and your mother, she helped bury her. Don't forget that," Qin Su said, unable to bear seeing Qilin misunderstand Su Hua again, and he urged him once more. Suddenly, when the topic of her mother was mentioned, Qilin trembled all over. Thinking back to when her mother was buried, only Su Hua helped him. Afterward, Su Hua also helped him remove the poisonous scorpion. His face looked very uncomfortable, and he seemed unwilling as he said, "I won't forget how she helped bury my mother. I will repay this kindness someday. But one thing is separate from another. You shouldn't trust her so much. Tell her about your private space, or get so close to her. She is so young, selfish enough to even abandon her own father. If she had no benefit to gain, why would she go to great lengths to be kind to a stranger like you? After you arrive in the southern region, you should repay her kindness and then part ways. Forget it," Qin Su said, feeling speechless. He also regretted mentioning Su Hua. He knew there was no point in continuing, so he quickly used his light skills to leave. Qilin saw that Qin Su didn't listen and couldn't persuade him, so he clenched his teeth in anger. While watching the team from the camp, Su Hua was unaware that Qilin was again spreading false rumors about her. After Qin Su left, she immediately went to Rong's family and the 4 Qin uncles to discuss. "Madam, I suggest that the dirty matter of the patrol officer accepting supplies and the rescue of tens of thousands of people by the 2 young masters killing the patrol officer must be known to the millions of refugees. Otherwise, no one knows if they will encounter the same problems after arriving in the southern region. We should warn the people to prevent them from being deceived. Also, I think the young Master Qin can take this opportunity to lead the refugee team, guiding millions of people to the southern region, and then climb Chi Tian Peak together. Just like when we crossed the desert before, using the strength of millions of people, it will be much safer in the southern region." Su Hua's sudden suggestion had a reason. She guessed that both routes were full of refugees fleeing, and the southern region would soon be overcrowded. Small groups might be attacked, robbed, or trampled, but a huge army of millions would deter anyone from causing trouble. Even if others raised armies, they wouldn't dare to easily attack such a large fleeing force led by hundreds of thousands of people. Furthermore, once Qin Su defeated the Zanjo patrol officer and displayed the heads at the city gate, there would be soldiers from Songzhou, Qinzhou, and Zanjo, more than 200,000 armored guards. If all these guards were present, the entire team wouldn't need to do anything special, just march forward, and they would intimidate others. Imagine that others have only tens of thousands or 100,000 soldiers. However, Qin Su's army has over 200,000 soldiers, and behind them follow millions of fleeing civilians. All the men among these millions of refugees can become soldiers, so the original army of over 200,000 could easily grow into a million-strong force. Ask yourself, which commander would not be afraid when facing a million-strong army? The Rong family didn't expect Su Hua's suggestion to be so bold. She blinked several times, recalling that recently Qilin had been complaining that Qin Su was unwilling to start a rebellion, and she nodded slowly. "All right, little Hua, you decide. If you need the 4 uncles to do anything, just tell them to go." The 4 uncles were also startled by Su Hua's words. None of them expected her to make her team the leaders. Uncle Qin was deeply impressed. "Miss Su's courage is truly remarkable." Uncle Qin III was excited. "If our team keeps leading the refugees, we might even find a million-strong army for our 2 young masters." Uncle Qin II agreed. "We don't need to raise soldiers or civilians. As long as the 2 young masters eliminate corrupt officials and bring justice, they will win the people's hearts. Especially the 10,000 or so refugees who were deceived and imprisoned." Uncle Qin IV hesitated, opening and closing his mouth, unable to speak for a long time. Su Hua wouldn't think as much as Qin Su's 4 uncles. She certainly didn't plan to use the civilians and soldiers for her own gain or cause trouble. She was just thinking that the end of the world was coming, and now they were approaching the southern border. The civilians needed someone to lead them up Chi Tian Peak to seek survival, and she only wanted her team to take advantage of the situation to keep everyone safe. Her goal was simply for the civilians and her team to help each other survive in the chaos, with more people surviving the end times. Uncle Qin, Uncle Air, Uncle San, Uncle C, thank you for riding horses. Please go at intervals and inform some civilians, but not everyone needs to be notified. The civilians will spread the news themselves. Make sure to tell them about the evil deeds of the Zanjo patrol and how the young master is helping the people and fighting injustice. This way, the fleeing army will believe in us, and when they head south together, the refugees will follow closely behind. The 4 uncles of Qin Su all patted their chests. Rest assured, Miss Su, we are waiting for good news. This time, it's not about warning people not to eat poisonous mushrooms, but about spreading the message and doing it well, for people still remember the last time they tried to stop the villagers from eating poisonous mushrooms. The attempt didn't go well, and thousands of people died. They still felt guilty about it. After receiving orders, the 4 of them became very motivated. One of them immediately rode a horse to spread the message. After Su Hua and the others left, they turned to the women and girls in the group. She clapped her hands and said, "Aunties, sisters, everyone can help make flags, right? Let's all help make flags. We need to make the flags for the large fleeing army. Only with flags can we show others that we are all part of the same group. To organize a fleeing army of hundreds of thousands, they needed flags to scare and guide others." Mrs. Rong saw that Su Hua wanted to make flags, and her eyes lit up. She looked at Su Hua with a smile, and then gave orders. "Bring out all our cloth, bright red, yellow, green, and blue. Women and girls, you are responsible for making the flags. Men, send a few people to cut bamboo for the poles. Just like in battles, flags are important for leading and showing the way. When the flags are ready, the fleeing army on this route will be recognizable and can scare others. We all know embroidery. Most of the women and girls were from noble families. Except for Su Hua, who didn't know embroidery, even 5-year-old Qin Xian had learned some embroidery skills. The women and girls took on the task, rummaging through supplies for scissors, needles, and thread. Some of the better seamstresses were responsible for cutting fabric, while those quick and skilled at embroidery handled the sewing. But when it comes to fabric colors, there's something important to mention. Don't ask why there are yellow and bright red fabrics in the supplies, and don't ask why ordinary people can use these colors. The answer is the Great Qin Dynasty, where black is the most respected color. Whether it's dragon robes, crowns, official clothes, or even armor and flags, all are black. So, the yellow and red fabrics are available for common people to buy and use freely. Su Sifan also had tasks. Su Hua said to him, "Second brother, you are responsible for writing the characters Qin and Qi." Then she turned to her mother and sisters and said, "Mother, third sister, sister-in-law, and Xiazhu, you 4 are responsible for embroidering the double-sided flags with the characters Qin and Qi." "Great. Sister Hua, don't worry. This is very easy. We will finish it before tomorrow morning." Hearing that they also had the skillful task of double-sided embroidery, the women and girls were very excited. Later, Shen Jiao and Su Sijin were responsible for embroidering the flags with the character Qin. The banner with the character Qi was made by Li Wan'er and Xiazhu. Soon, a large group fleeing from the disaster appeared outside the city. The women in Qin Su's team were busy making flags from cloth, while some men went to cut bamboo for flagpoles. Uncle of the 4 clans rode on horseback to inform the fleeing people that the Zanjo governor was worse than a beast, hoarding soldiers and supplies, and that over 100,000 refugees were being held captive. When each person heard about what the Zanjo governor was doing, anger erupted instantly. The soldiers of Qinzhou cursed loudly. Qinzhou was finally turning around after so much suffering, with half the people dead. The survivors hoped to escape to Zanjo for help, but this corrupt official wants to cheat us out of our last bit of food and even kill us. We have millions of lives at stake. How dare this official do such a thing? How dare he? The heavens have already taken so many lives. Why is this official still doing such terrible things? A soldier from Qinzhou angrily said. Such a corrupt official is utterly heartless, worse than animals. We must kill him. We must save all our brothers. The soldiers thought that as long as they wore armor, fought together on the battlefield, and risked their lives for the court, they were brothers. Someone immediately advised, "Don't be impulsive." Didn't that man say? At the front of the team, there are 2 young men, surnamed Qin and Qi. They can't stand it anymore and have already led the way into the city to get the official's head. Have they already gone to save the 100,000 people? We just need to wait patiently for good news. An elder from Zanjo village suddenly said to the villagers, "It seems someone has been helping the refugees all along. Maybe the young men surnamed Qin and Qi are the ones who posted notices on the roadside warning people about poisonous mushrooms and the coming flood, doing good deeds without seeking fame." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and thought, isn't that true? They had been curious about who kept rescuing the refugees. When Uncle of the Four Clans finished delivering the news and was about to return, the shopkeeper of the medicine store where Su Hua bought medicine stopped them and asked curiously, "Brothers, was it you who told everyone not to eat poisonous mushrooms last time?" Uncle of the Four Clans was surprised that someone remembered them and nodded in response. The shopkeeper excitedly asked, "So, the two young men responsible for killing the official and taking his head are the same two who sent messages and saved everyone twice?" For Uncle was hesitant to nod this time because the person truly responsible for saving everyone and sending the message was actually Su Hua. Their young master was only responsible for carrying out the plans. The shopkeeper of the medicine shop looked at the four people with admiration and said, "You two young masters are truly noble. You repeatedly risked your lives to save millions of common people without seeking fame. Such heroism should be remembered by all the people." Uncle Qin hesitated for a long time before saying, "Our two young masters say they are from a large refugee group. Helping the people is the right thing to do. It's just a small effort, not worth mentioning." But they also said that when they reached the southern border, the number of people could be up to 10 million and chaos might break out. So, the two young masters decided that after they cut off the governor of Zanjo's head and rescue the people, they will lead the team at the front, taking everyone south together. They hope that the millions of refugees will follow closely, and everyone will survive. The shopkeeper and the nearby villagers listened and nodded. This is good. It's a good thing. With someone leading, we can feel more secure. Someone was leading the way, organizing the team. Such good news made ordinary people very willing to follow. Qin Su and Qi Lin sneaked into the rear residence where the governor lived. They wore black clothes and masks, hiding behind the screens in the main hall. Suddenly, there was a creak as the door was pushed open from outside. A man in official attire, about 40 years old, entered the hall first. This man was Yan Buhui, the governor of Zanjo. Behind him, there were officials in similar attire and two young men. One was Yan Zhan, the second son of the Marquis of Armor, and the other was Yan Jin, the eldest son. The eldest son clearly did not get along with the second son. As soon as he entered, he sneered and said, "Father, I was right, wasn't I? This useless person can't handle anything. He let millions of people stay outside the city. Only 10,000 people are inside, and 3 have escaped." Yan Zhan was scolded as useless but remained silent, as if he was not the one being scolded. However, his clenched fists inside his armor revealed his anger and frustration. Yan Buhui sat on the grand chair, looked at his son with a cold face and asked, "Yan Zhan, what exactly happened? Why are those people unwilling to enter the city? And you actually let someone escape right under your nose?" Yan Zhan kept his eyes on his shoes and explained, "From the start, a man suspected we were up to something and didn't enter the city. Later, another young man and 2 girls entered, and I suspect they came specifically to investigate the truth. Their killing methods are strange, and the arrows shot by the guards can disappear mysteriously. I suspect." Before he could finish, Yan Jin sneered and interrupted, "Suspect what? You're useless. Can't handle one thing without making excuses." Yan Buhui, though not fond of his illegitimate son, knew he was usually honest when speaking. He glared at Yan Jin and coldly said, "Shut up, Yan Jin. Let Yan Zhan continue." Yan Zhan didn't explain further but shouted outside, "Come and bring the bodies." Soon, 3 bodies representing different ways of death were carried in. One had its head cut off, another was sliced in half at the waist, and the third was bleeding from all 7 orifices. When the body sliced in half was revealed, with intestines and internal organs visible, the local official sitting nearby gasped loudly and immediately vomited. showing respect. Then Yanjin was also frightened and covered his mouth. Seeing this, Yanjian was very pleased, a slight smile on his face, and pointed at the 3 bodies, saying, "There are over 30 more outside, all with similar wounds. This kind of killing method is unprecedented. Father, can you tell what weapon was used?" Yan Buhui got up from his seat, squatted down to examine, and saw that 2 of the bodies had burn marks on their wounds. The 3rd had bleeding from all 7 orifices for unknown reasons. He frowned and asked, "Has the coroner checked?" Yanjian nodded. "Yes, but it's almost the same as not checking." The coroner said the other 20 bodies were cut with a red-hot heavy blade, and the remaining 10 were likely shattered by internal force. Who kills with a red-hot giant sword? And a giant sword weighing hundreds of jin? Who can shatter the brains of over 10 people with internal force without any external injuries? Clearly, it was done by a young boy and 2 girls. Ugh. Yan Buhui's face suddenly changed at the news. But before he could speak, the palace door suddenly slammed shut with a loud bang, as if a strong wind had blown through. The 4 inside the room were startled by the sudden noise and looked at the mysterious, tightly closed door in confusion. However, just as the 4 people were confused, a black-clad figure suddenly appeared like a ghost beside the corpse. This person was Qin Su. When the 4 turned to look at Qin Su, the official and Yanjing screamed in fear and took 5 or 6 steps back. Yan Buhui and Yanjian barely managed to stand firm. Their pupils dilated wide, and they shouted in unison, "Who are you? Someone here to take your heads." Qin Su did not hide his purpose and straightforwardly told the 4 what he wanted. He then turned around and shouted at the screen, "Come out, don't waste time." Qi Lin heard this and slowly stepped out from behind the screen, entering the view of the 4. When Yan Buhui and Yanjian realized there was someone else hiding inside, they were so frightened they gasped. But before they could react, Qi Lin already had 2 curved knives in his hands. 2 black lights crossed and flashed, and Qi Lin's figure flickered like a ghost twice. The official and Yanjing were cut at the throats. Blood immediately spurted out like a fountain from their necks. Yanjing covered his throat, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly collapsed with a loud thud. Next, the official, who had said nothing from start to finish, also became a corpse and fell with a bang. "I've killed 2. Now it's your turn," Qi Lin said as he squatted down. He cut at Yanjing and the officials' necks with his curved knives, as if slicing pumpkins. Instantly, their heads and bodies separated. How could Yan Buhui, who watched the scene with wide eyes, bear it? Yanjing was his eldest son.
"Brat!
How dare you?" Yan Buhui roared loudly, and suddenly disappeared. Qin Su saw this scene, his eyes narrowing sharply. The next second, he saw a flash of sword light stabbing directly at Qi Lin. "Be careful," Qin Su shouted, instantly teleporting beside Qi Lin and pulling him back. Multiple space blades shot toward Yan Buhui, but the space blades missed. Only the screen they struck collapsed with a loud crash. Fortunately, Qi Lin was pulled back a few meters, avoiding injury. "Be careful. An invisible enemy. This patrol officer is an invisible enemy." After a quick move, Qi Lin and Qin Su spoke in unison. As soon as the 2 voices finished speaking, a sudden burst of sinister laughter echoed through the air. Then, beside Yanjian, who was stunned, the true form of Yan Buhui appeared. Yan Buhui stared at Qin Su with a stern look and asked sharply, "Who are you really? How do you know about the special people?" Qin Su frowned tightly and coldly said, "You are not worthy of knowing our names." Yan Buhui's eyes widened with anger, and he ordered, "Yanjian,
Go.
Kill them both to avenge your brother. I want them torn to pieces." Hearing his name called, Yanjian trembled. When he heard "your brother," his fists clenched again. After a moment, he looked at Qin Su and Qi Lin and advised, "Let's settle this outside. This house could be dangerous for you." Yan Buhui glared fiercely at Yanjian and cursed, "Good for nothing. You can't even bring yourself to kill 2 enemies. What's the use of raising you?" Qin Su and Qi Lin looked at this father and son in confusion, unsure what they were planning. Also, what did Yanjian mean by, "This house could be dangerous for you"? Could Yanzhan also be a special person? Otherwise, why didn't Yan Buhui go himself, but instead told his son to do it? Were they too arrogant? Qin Su's spatial attack hadn't been unleashed yet. Once it was, they wouldn't have a chance to stay and talk. Yanzhan still seemed like a gentleman. No matter how harsh his father's words were, he turned around and opened the door to walk out. His calm attitude made Qin Su and Shilin look at him with more respect. But enemies are enemies.
There's no mercy.
Both of them wanted to see what tricks the father and son would play, and also wanted to find out if Yanzhan was a special person. Good for nothing. You could kill your enemies with one move, yet you didn't. Yan Buhui scolded while also feeling disappointed or perhaps afraid of death, quickly following his son out of the house. Then, the father and son stood on opposite sides of the courtyard, facing Qin Su and Shilin. Many soldiers rushed over, but before they could get close, they were frightened back by a terrifying scene. Yes, the debris of the entire government office, including the stone tiles and the ground, began to lift off. Even the fake mountain and flower beds floated into the air. Then, a giant stone figure started to form in front of Yanzhan. Qin Su and Shilin saw Yanzhan suddenly open his hands, releasing his thoughts. All the earth-related elements and materials around him were pulled into the air. They all shouted in unison, "Earth-type alien." Do you know, Yanzhan was surprised and looked at Qin Su and Shilin with wide eyes. He had said before that the two people in the room would die in a duel because he thought he was an Earth-type alien. He believed that if he used his mind, the entire rear guard could bury Qin Su and Shilin alive. He wondered, how could ordinary people survive being buried alive? Of course we know, because we are the same kind. Qin Su quickly figured out the weaknesses of the father and son and immediately came up with a plan. After all, he was a young war god. Before his words finished, he saw his figure suddenly move like a ghost, instantly teleporting toward Yan Buhui, who was hiding and afraid of death, but hadn't had time to dodge. He took the initiative and threw a bucket of cooking oil directly at Yan Buhui. There are ways to deal with invisibility. By dyeing the invisible person's clothes or skin, they can be seen. Fortunately, Qin Su had space, and in that space, there was enough cooking oil to make the invisible person visible.
Allah.
I leave the invisibility to you. I'll handle the earth type. After pouring the oil, Qin Su quickly returned to his original position and threw a sentence to Qilin. Got it. Qilin looked at Yan Buhui as if he was looking at a dead person. Yes, Yan Buhui was caught off guard and exposed. The oil was bright yellow, and when it spilled onto his shoes, it left footprints on the ground wherever he stepped. Most dangerously, the oil could also be ignited.
Waste.
Kill them now. Why are you just standing there? Yan Buhui, soaked in oil, was furious. He never imagined Qin Su would suddenly produce oil, exposing himself and making him regret it bitterly. Yanzhan was the same. He also regretted underestimating his opponent. He was shocked by Qin Su's move. He had never seen space abilities before, nor teleportation. This was his first time witnessing it. He had previously been arrogant in the room, thinking he could leave others alive. Who was really leaving whom alive? It's you. You're the young man with 2 little girls. It was only now that his mind finally clicked, recalling the familiar scene of the arrow disappearing. His face turned pale, and his voice trembled with fear. It's you too? So, it's you too, but now is not the time for chatting. It was a matter of who lives and who dies. Qilin stared at Yan Buhui and shouted, You want to kill me? Then let's see who dies first. As Qilin's voice fell, a loud explosion sounded. The entire government office, except where he and Qin Su stood, turned into a sea of fire. Yan Buhui was instantly set on fire and became a fiery figure. Under the flames, even if he could hide, there was nowhere to escape. Yanzhan's body was almost ignited too, but he quickly moved his mind, and dirt and stones covered him, forming a protective shield. Earth can suppress fire, so Qilin's fire ability couldn't burn Yanzhan to death. At most, it would make him suffer from the heat. But Yanzhan was indeed frightened. He stared at Qilin with a shocked look and asked, Are you? A fire-type supernatural being, however, he seemed to forget that he shouldn't be worried about his father's life right now. "Help me! Save me!" Yen Buhuai's screams were heartbreaking, like a pig being slaughtered. Actually, Yen Buhuai wasn't as strong as Qin Su and the others thought. He just accidentally gained the ability to turn invisible. Besides invisibility and normal martial skills, he had no other abilities. Once someone discovered his invisibility, this power was pretty useless. Ah, Yen Buhuai's screams continued. Qin Su naturally wouldn't give Yen Zhan any chance to save Yen Buhuai. While Yen Zhan was distracted, Qin Su teleported again, and a space blade cut through Yen Buhuai's throat. His head flew off instantly, dead beyond any hope of revival. When Qilin saw Yen Buhuai's head being cut off, he retracted his fire ability. Yes, Qilin is a fire-type supernatural being. This is why, when the people lacked water, he couldn't help them, and when a strong convection storm came, he couldn't do anything. Originally, with his fire ability, he could have stormed into the palace when his father was killed, set the entire palace on fire, and killed the emperor. But there was a secret no one knew, known only to him and Qin Su and the Rong family. His and Qin Su's father knew that the emperor was also a supernatural being. How the emperor awakened his ability is unknown, but 2 years ago, he started obsessing with cultivation, wearing only white clothes instead of a dragon robe, becoming cruel and lawless. As for how Qin Xian and Qin Su awakened their abilities, that story also begins 2 years ago. Qilin, Qin Su, and 3-year-old Qin Xian. 2 years ago, one afternoon at the Qijia training ground, while riding horses, 3 different colored crystal-like transparent stones suddenly fell from the sky. Before they could investigate, little Qin Xian, who was picking flowers on the grass, curiously picked up one of the crystals. Then, the crystal instantly flew into little Qin Xian's body. Qilin and Qin Su were terrified at the time, thinking it was an illusion, and each picked up a crystal to test. However, their experiences were the same as little Qin Xian's. Since then, the 3 of them inexplicably gained unknown supernatural powers.
Asu, a strange crystal, kilin saden lischautit, warning insu.
As soon as he spoke, a transparent, colorful crystal detached from Yen Buhuai's body and floated up by itself. Qin Su saw this and held his breath. Instead of touching it with his hand, he rolled it into his sleeve and stored it in his space. "You killed my father." This scene was seen by Yen Zhan. When the strange crystal disappeared, Yen Zhan suddenly snapped out of his shock. His father, Yen Buhuai, had been murdered. While he was stunned, someone easily killed his father right in front of him and took the crystal. Even though he always felt Yen Buhuai didn't treat him well, Yen Buhuai never regarded him as a real son, making him do dirty and tiring work. But the hatred of killing his father was unforgivable. Qin Su turned around and faced Yen Zhan directly, his words icy. "Your father deserves to die. Helping the villain is also a crime. I was forced." Hearing the words, "helping the villain," Yen Zhan suddenly exploded, and the surrounding area was filled with flying sand and stones. A giant stone figure reformed. Yen Zhan hated being called a helper of evil. As Yen Buhuai's son, he felt he couldn't ignore his father's words. Qin Su sneered. "Don't make excuses for your sins. With your Earth-type powers, your father couldn't have forced you to do anything, but you are willing to risk millions of lives for your crazy father." After speaking, he waved his hand, and in space appeared again above the stone giant. Yen Zhan looked up at the sky, his pupils dilated to the limit, and asked in horror, "What is this?" Qin Su slowly said, "Space strangulation." Qin Su's words seemed to follow the law, and as his voice fell, the stone giant summoned by Yen Zhan was suddenly swallowed by a. When it reappeared, countless grains of sand and stones fell from the sky, all hitting in front of Yen Zhan. The giant was gone, reduced to a pile of broken stones and debris. "You?" Yen Zhan was so frightened that he took a few steps back, his eyes full of fear. He had never seen such a terrifying supernatural power, capable of cutting through stones and rubble. Some of the stone cuts even looked as smooth as a mirror. Qin Su would not leave Yanzhan alive. Whether Yanzhan was acting against his will or not, the fact that he had once participated in harming millions was enough. A black hole-like appeared again above Yanzhan's head. The first thought Yanzhan had was to run. He controlled the sand and stones to block the way and used light skills to retreat. But Qin Su's gaze was already fixed on him. He released a deadly attack, then teleported to where Yanzhan was retreating and directly slashed with a space blade in a Y shape. The Y-shaped blade pierced through Yanzhan's back and chest. Suddenly, time seemed to stop at that moment. Yanzhan saw that his upper body, lower body, and hands appeared to be moving in slow motion, as if separated. As Yanzhan fell to the ground, he still couldn't believe that his proud Earth-type supernatural power was so useless. He couldn't even defend against a few moves from someone with space powers. It wasn't that his Earth power was weak, but Qin Su's teleportation was a deadly advantage for assassination, sneak attacks, and offense. He knew that time was the key to victory or death. Then, a yellow crystal floated midair. Qin Su rolled up his sleeve and threw the crystal into space again. These crystals could allow people to evolve and gain supernatural powers. Besides the 5 known awakening methods, natural awakening, accidental awakening, and others, there was now an evolution method. People who had previously awakened their powers could still absorb crystals directly to evolve and master multiple abilities. As Qin Su collected the crystals, Qilin was also collecting the heads of Yan Bihuai, the civil administrator, Yanzhan, and Yanjin. When everything was over, Qin Su threw a sentence to Qilin. "Let's go." Split up. The two used light skills and disappeared before the defending soldiers, who were gathering their courage to attack, could catch them. Like before, they came and went without a trace. Then, they split up. Qin Su headed straight for the Zanjo granary and armory using teleportation. Qilin was responsible for bringing 4 heads to the prison to free over 100,000 refugees. In Zanjo's granary, Qin Su unexpectedly found 4 storage units, but with 32,000 bushels of grain. It shows that Yan Buhui has been busy stealing from the people. Qin Su only took 20,000 bushels of grain. The remaining 12,000 bushels were divided, 10,000 for Zanjo's 6,000 soldiers, and 2,000 as compensation for the 12,000 citizens who had been deceived and imprisoned. After emptying the granary, Qin Su went to the armory. He then took all the heavy crossbows, catapults, bows and arrows, oil bombs, spears, swords, and 20,000 weapons. However, just as Qin Su was about to leave after clearing out the armory, he discovered a secret passage underground. He found a mechanism and entered the secret tunnel, and was shocked by what he saw. He finally understood why Yan Buhui wanted to see soldiers and supplies. Yan Buhui had obtained a large amount of raw iron from somewhere. The secret chamber was filled with raw iron and thousands of newly made weapons, including large swords. After taking all the weapons and raw iron from the secret chamber, Qin Su concluded, "It seems Zanjo has iron mines. With iron mines, countless weapons could be made." Yan Buhui's plan to seize soldiers and steal resources was driven by this. But Yan Buhui never imagined that his dream of becoming emperor would end after just a few days. Qin Su completely emptied the armory and then teleported back to the prison at the city gate. Meanwhile, Qilin threw the 4 heads in front of the Zanjo commander, who was being held separately in the dungeon. Yes, each continent has its own commander. Earlier, Qin Su and Qilin only saw the civil administrator and Yan Buhui and found it strange. Qilin casually captured a guard and asked about him, learning that the commander was actually a good person. Because Yan Buhui forced the commander to do the same deceitful acts he had done before, tricking millions of citizens, the commander refused. As a result, Yan Buhui ordered him thrown into the dungeon and beaten badly. "I, Qilin, son of the Duke of Dinghua. These 4 animals are already dead. From today on, you will lead Zanjo's soldiers. Do whatever I tell you." Qilin threw the heads in front of the commander, said a few words, then drew his curved sword and flicked it twice. The shackles on the commander's hands and feet clanged to the ground. The commander still didn't know that Qilin was a fugitive, and he didn't care whether Qilin was really the son of the Duke of Dinghua. All he knew now was that Qilin had killed the inspector and the civil administrator. He trembled and looked at Qilin in front of him. He suddenly knelt down with a thud and said, "Thank you, young lord, for saving me. I will never forget your great kindness. From now on, I, Lin Xiao, will follow your lead. I am willing to serve like a loyal dog or horse." Qilin raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Xiao for a long moment. He then said quietly, "Now go out and release the 10,000 or more common people. Return all the supplies, carts, and horses that are being held hostage. The guards in Zanjo only recognize the governor and the military commissioner. As long as the first two are dead, the military commander will be the most powerful in Zanjo, and the guards will obey his orders. With 6,000 soldiers, the supplies of the common people can be returned in an orderly way. Additionally, with the military commander, all the people of Zanjo will head south. This way, Zanjo won't have riots, and the millions of starving refugees outside won't have a chance to rush into the city and cause chaos."
Yes.
"I will carry out your orders." After hearing Qilin's command, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately followed Qilin, carrying 4 heads, and left the prison. When they stepped outside, the arriving guards saw the familiar 4 heads. They were all terrified and exclaimed, "The governor and the military commissioner are dead. Both of them are dead." But as soon as they finished shouting, the guards, who were quick to see the situation, all knelt down to Lin Xiao, shouting, "General! General!" Lin Xiao was very pleased to see this. He loudly ordered, "All troops, listen up. Release all the 10,000 or more common people from the prison and return their carts, horses, and supplies. Do not harm the people. If anyone shows disrespect to the common folk, they will be executed without mercy." When Qin Su teleported back to the city, the military commander Lin Xiao and Qilin were just about to release the starving refugees. Seeing Lin Xiao, the military commander, following Qilin respectfully and always staying close behind him, Qin Su was momentarily stunned. However, even if he understood what was happening, Qin Su chose not to say anything. He pretended not to see and said to Qilin, "I left 12,000 stones of grain at the Tianzi granary near the city. 10,000 stones are for the guards and 2,000 stones are for the starving refugees. Have the military commander give orders to distribute the grain and also inform the people of Zanjo to prepare to head south as soon as possible. The main refugee group must set out by the day after tomorrow at dawn and no more delays. Additionally, arrange for all the doctors and pharmacies in Zanjo to treat the injured refugees who have entered the city. Also, I found out that Zanjo has iron mines. The commander should know where the mines are. I need a map of the iron mines. Have him point it out to me." Qin Su heard this and immediately turned to instruct Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao didn't know that Qin Su was another young noble and thought he was just a follower of Qilin. After hearing the order, he quickly sent troops in 2 directions, one to release the starving refugees and the other to the Tianzi granary to distribute food. The troops headed to the Tianzi granary to pack the grain. Lin Xiao learned that Qilin had not only killed the provincial governor and the finance officer but also emptied 3 other granaries, Di, Xian, and Huang, and the armory. He was amazed and deeply impressed by Qilin. After assigning tasks to the soldiers, he immediately ordered someone to bring the Zanjo map and marked the location of the iron mines. As the commander of Zanjo, Lin Xiao knew that even if the provincial governor and finance officer wanted to hide the mining activities, he couldn't be unaware of troop movements. So Qin Su was asking the right person. Qin Su quickly learned the location of the iron mines and then teleported to the mountain where the mines were. As for the 12,000 starving refugees who had been mistakenly imprisoned, they were naturally released later. When the iron gates opened, the refugees came out through 4 gates, seeing the soldiers bowing carefully, and they were all confused. It wasn't until they reached the open square in front of the city gate and saw the 4 heads hanging on the city tower that they realized something was wrong. When they saw their familiar supplies, they asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why are we being released for no reason? Didn't they say we had a plague? Whose heads are those?" The surrounding soldiers then explained the truth to the refugees. The previous provincial governor and finance officer wanted to embezzle your grain and horses, so they fabricated a false story about a plague. Now that the governor and finance officer have been executed, Zanjo is under the control of the general. Take your own tokens to reclaim your supplies and horses. Each person can also receive 20 jin of grain. If anyone is injured, they can go to the pharmacy or clinic to see a doctor, but they must pay with silver. If there are no injuries, you should leave the city and wait for arrangements. Do not cause trouble or loot inside the city. The city gates will officially open in a few days, and you can go south through the city. The refugees listened to the soldiers and finally realized they had been tricked. And it was a terrible deception. Over 10,000 people were fooled, almost to the point of being killed. Tens of thousands of people were so angry that they wanted to tear the governor and the administrative officer into pieces and dig up the graves of their ancestors. However, since the corrupt officials had already died and one person could receive 20 jin of grain, they swallowed their anger. One commoner spat toward the heads of the officials and said, "Bah, they steal our grain and horses, and now they want to kill us. It's a mercy that they are dead." Some soldiers from Qingzhou also cursed, "Those officials are crazy. I thought they were genuinely trying to control the plague." An old woman spat twice and said, "They got the plague. They don't care about our lives at all. Such monsters deserve to go to the deepest." The common people cursed and spat as they passed each of the four heads. After venting their anger, most of them went to collect their supplies and compensation grain. Earlier, some injured in the dragon's uprising and water incident were taken into the city for treatment, while those uninjured temporarily left the city. However, some people were thinking about the families of the officials. More than 20 bandits from Qingzhou, who had been falsely accused by the corrupt officials and forced to become outlaws, believed that the officials' wives, children, and descendants did not deserve to live. They agreed and then stormed into the governor's and the administrative officers' mansions, pouring oil and setting fires to burn them down. Yan Buhui's wife, concubines, and several servants were packing their belongings when they were caught in the flames and couldn't escape. The wife and children of the administrative officer, along with many servants, also perished. But the Qingzhou soldiers saw the two burning mansions and felt no sympathy to save them. To them, this was retribution. If the governor and the administrative officer hadn't wanted millions to die, their families wouldn't have suffered such terrible fate. The 15,000 refugees finally camped 5 miles outside the city in a basin. News of the killing of the officials spread quickly, like salt thrown into hot oil, and within a short time, everyone knew. Meanwhile, Qin Su and Qilin both rejoined the team. Qin Su returned with great gains, bringing back 20,000 bushels of grain, over 200,000 weapons, and a terrifying amount of cast iron. Qilin also achieved his goal. Lin Xiao, following his lead, meant that the 6,000 soldiers of Qingzhou would follow him forever. After the two of them returned to the team, they saw a seemingly endless row of flags, including 2 large banners from their own group. They were stunned. "What's this?" Qilin caught sight of one flag fluttering in the wind, embroidered with the character Qi, and was deeply shocked. Qin Su glanced at the other flag, which had the character Qin embroidered on it. His gaze then shifted to Su Hua, who was leisurely playing with fire near the campfire with a stick. Suddenly, he understood everything. Only someone like Su Hua could come up with such an idea. It definitely wasn't his mother, Rong Shi. Besides Su Hua, no one else. Qin San Shu saw the two return and eagerly carried the flags over to them. "Young master, look at these flags. Aren't they well embroidered?" They were made by Miss Su's mother and others, and the idea was also for Miss Su. Qin Er Shu pointed to the large fleeing army behind them. "The common people further back also have flags. As we head south, we will lead the way. Millions of people will follow behind our flags." Qilin and Qin Su listened and understood everything now. Qilin looked at Su Hua with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe that just by making some flags, Su Hua could easily gather millions of people. But this was exactly what he had dreamed of, what he longed for day and night. Rong Shi glanced at the stunned Qilin, then looked at her son and explained. Xiao Hua said that with flags, we can take advantage of the situation. When we reach the southern border, with this team of several million people, we can intimidate other forces. Not only us, but these millions of civilians will also be relatively safe. Mother, I understand. Qin Su nodded, showing he bore no resentment. How could he resent? Growing his team could indeed deter others. Besides, the civilians didn't ask him to raise soldiers or people. In fact, his team was just him leading a group of several million civilians. This team was large, but he was just the leader. Joining forces with the civilians not only protected his own team, but also helped the civilians survive. It was a win-win situation. Qin Su not only didn't blame Su Hua, but also had the 4 clan uncles show the 4 heads they had brought back to the fleeing civilians. Since they decided to form a team with the civilians, they wanted the fleeing people to see the heads of the corrupt officials. The 4 clan uncles each carried a flag on their backs, riding horses. One held a head in hand, slowly moving among the fleeing crowd. 2 young masters are mighty. 2 young masters are heroic. The corrupt officials are deservedly punished. Well done. Where the 4 people passed, there was a big commotion. The villagers stood up and cheered loudly. At this moment, the surnames Qin and Qi quickly spread among the people. Everyone old and young knew about it. It truly showed the people's support. Xiao Hua, Lin, come with me. Just as the 4 clans' elders were gathering support, Qin's soldier Su Hua and Qi Lin were called to the foot of a small hill. Qi Lin, seeing Su Hua's thin and small figure, blushed as she looked at her. Qin didn't dare to call them too far away, about 30 meters, so he could see any danger in the group. When the 3 stopped, Su Hua asked confusedly, Brother Qin, what's the matter? Since her senses suddenly changed, she had heard Qin and Qi talking, and she didn't like to be around Qi much. She thought making banners for her mother and others was a small matter, not worth fussing over. She just didn't want to get involved in the brothers' issues. At this moment, she couldn't understand why Qin called her and Qi together. Xiao Hua, since you joined the team, you've been the one saving everyone. The real person saving the villagers is you. I think it's important to tell you what a Lin and I have taken. This time, Qin and Qi went to fight the corrupt official and gained a lot, especially now that the fleeing villagers only knew the surnames Qin and Qi. No one knew Su's surname, which Qin thought was unfair to Su Hua. But he didn't know that Su Hua always saw her actions as mutual benefit, believing she deserved what she got. So she never felt she had been wronged. However, right now, she was curious about what Qin had taken. She smiled lightly and asked, Brother Qin, what did you take? Grain weapons? The corrupt official's treasury? Or iron ore? Copper ore? Stone ore? Jade ore? Petroleum? When Su Hua asked these rapid questions, Qin was stunned. Even Qi's eyes widened, realizing he knew very little about Su Hua. She was not just a 12-year-old girl who never left home. She seemed to be a knowledgeable expert. Actually, Su Hua's questions were a bit too much. Stone ore is coal, and petroleum is oil. These 2 types of crystals, Qin Su and Qi Lin, had never been seen by the 2 of them. They only read about these names in some history books. Qin Su was amused by Su Hua's questions. He nodded and said, You guessed many things correctly. I did indeed take 20,000 stones of grain and over 200,000 weapons. There are also countless raw iron pieces. I don't know the exact amount of raw iron or how much is mined from the iron ore, so I took as much as I could. He paused suddenly and held 2 square wooden boxes in his hands. Qi Lin was startled and wanted to stop him, but when he looked at Su Hua, he remembered the flag and couldn't find the words to stop him. Qin Su waited a moment, seeing Qi Lin didn't move, then said to Su Hua, Additionally, we also found 2 strange crystals. Su Hua didn't understand what these strange crystals were and asked, What are these crystals? Qin Su didn't hide anything and explained honestly, My brother, sister, and I can awaken special abilities because of these crystals. 2 years ago, one afternoon, 3 strange crystals fell from the sky. We found them, and then we evolved. I gained space ability, Qi Lin has fire ability, and my sister has mental ability. What? Su Hua was shocked and blinked in disbelief. You awakened abilities this way? Not naturally. This made her feel a strange familiarity, like the crystal cores inside zombies in some supernatural stories. She had thought the three of them awakened their abilities naturally, which usually happens between ages 5 and 24. Curiously, Su Hua asked, "Are these 2 crystals you found in the governor's mansion? Or were they dug up somewhere else?" Qin Su replied, "These 2 crystals were indeed inside the bodies of the governor and his illegitimate son." Before Su Hua could react, he asked again, startling her, "Qilin, give the earth-type crystal to Xiao Hua and the invisibility crystal. What do you think?" Qilin froze completely and couldn't say a word for a long time. When Qin Su took out the wooden box, he seemed to sense what his brother was about to do. Sure enough, Qin Su planned to give his own crystal to Su Hua. "Don't ask me. Decide for yourself." Qilin looked up and took a deep breath, then silently turned away. Just as Qin Su was about to hand the earth-type crystal box to Su Hua, she shook her head and refused. Su Hua smiled and said, "Keep it for your mother to awaken her abilities. I don't need it. Now she has space, healing, and lightning abilities. The space can make her invisible, healing helps her support, and lightning allows her to teleport and attack. With these 3 special powers, no one has been able to kill her so far." Additionally, these 2 rare crystals were obtained by Qin Su and Qilin themselves through killing. If she wants her family members to awaken their abilities, she will have to rely on herself in the future. Only what she earns herself can make her feel at ease. Seeing Qin Su open his mouth to say something, Su Hua quickly interrupted. "How about this? After the apocalypse ends and everyone survives, you can give me some raw iron. Raw iron will be useful to me. After the end of the world, various plants and animals mutate, and all places to live in might not be safe. Raw iron will be very useful then." "What did you say? You don't want the rare crystals?" Qilin was surprised to hear Su Hua refuse the crystals and instead ask for raw iron. He doubted if he heard her right. He turned around in disbelief to look at Su Hua. He really couldn't understand what Su Hua was thinking. Narrowing his eyes, he asked cautiously, "Or, do you want the invisibility crystal? If you want it, just take it. This invisibility crystal is actually not very important to him. After all, if the invisibility ability is broken, the power becomes useless and other attack abilities are better." Su Hua's mouth twitched when she heard this. She clearly understood Qilin's tone of suspicion. This young man is really annoying. Who can't turn invisible? Acting like it's such a big deal, Su Hua scoffed disdainfully, then stopped paying attention to Qilin. Instead, she said to Qin Su, "Actually, I think the invisibility crystal is most suitable for your sister. You might as well give it to your mother. You already have abilities, so it's better to keep it for them to awaken and protect themselves." Qin Xian has a mental ability. When his power runs out, he will faint each time. If his identity is exposed, he's basically waiting to be captured. But with invisibility, it's like having an extra protective charm. Of course, Su Hua said this not only as a kind reminder, but also to annoy Qilin a bit. Every time Qilin disgusts her, she can't just fight back. Qin Su didn't expect Su Hua to suggest leaving the 2 crystals for the Rong family and Qin Xian. He was stunned, and only after seeing Su Hua's meaningful smile did he regain his composure. He slowly shifted his gaze to Qilin. Qilin also couldn't believe that Su Hua truly refused the alien crystal and even looked down on it, saying she wasn't interested. But this was an alien crystal. It could grant people special powers and supernatural strength. Why didn't she desire it? Even if she didn't want it herself, she could let one of her mother and sisters awaken their abilities. Just as Su Hua and Qilin were hurting each other with their words, Qin Su's next action surprised both of them. Qin Su handed a wooden box containing a stealth ability crystal to Qilin. "This stealth crystal, Alin, you take it." Qilin saw Qin Su giving him the crystal and frowned in displeasure. "What are you doing?"
"Take it."
Like she said, "Give it to Qin Xian." Su Hua could refuse the crystal, but as Qin Su's longtime brother, how could he lose to a young girl? Qin Su insisted, pushing the wooden box into Qilin's hand. "My sister already has abilities, and she will have many chances to awaken other powers in the future. This crystal rightfully belongs to you. Keep it, even if you don't use it now. You can save it for your future wife and children. Even though the stealth crystal could serve as a protective amulet for Qin Xian, Qin Su believed that, as her brother, he must protect his sister, even if she didn't have abilities. He also discovered something else. This world didn't only have people with abilities, there was also the Emperor of Dogs, and today, 2 more ability users appeared. It was clear that the alien crystals falling from the sky 2 years ago were not just a few. It's very likely that the entire Dacian Empire, along with neighboring countries like Shirong, Beatty, Nanman, and Dongyi, all had ability users. But everyone hid their powers, keeping them secret. Qin Su turned around and grabbed Su Hua's small hand, forcefully pushing a wooden box containing a earth element crystal into her hand. He said firmly, "This earth crystal, Xiaohua, you take it. It can help you awaken your abilities." Before Su Hua could react, he continued, "If you need any amount of raw iron, just ask. The resources you get will be yours. How about your mother and younger brother?" Su Hua stared at the wooden box in her hand, stunned. This little brother was really too much.
Insu smiled indifferently.
"As a son and a brother, I should protect their safety. Don't refuse. Your mother and the others have 5 people, and you're just a young girl. You need this crystal more. But in the future, if my mother and the others face health issues or danger, they will still rely on you. Who would curse their own family like that?" Su Hua twitched her mouth at the words. Qin Su had already said it, so what could she say? Her healing ability could save lives countless times and was worth much more than any rare crystal. Of course, she knew Qin Su was afraid she would refuse, so he used this excuse to make her feel at ease to accept. "All right. I'll take the thing. I promise to protect the Qin family members' lives." Su Hua was straightforward, didn't hesitate, and even made a serious promise. Her promise was very useful. She didn't have many strengths, but her only good trait was always keeping her word. Qin Su saw Su Hua accept the rare crystal. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, showing his 2 pretty dimples. "Thanks, Xiao Hua." Qi Lin was stunned, listening to their conversation, feeling overwhelmed inside. He finally understood that he had misunderstood their relationship. The way they interacted now was very pure. Even when he saw Qin Su hold Su Hua's hand, Qin Su's gaze was honest and open. Su Hua was also very sincere. When her wrist was grabbed, she didn't blush or feel embarrassed. She simply treated Qin Su like a brother. After the 3 of them parted ways, Su Hua returned to the camp and called Su Sifan over. She hid in a distant bamboo forest. Her earth element ability was really suitable for Su Sifan. "Little sister, why is it so important not to let Mom and the others know? Why do we have to hide so far away?" Su Sifan was confused and didn't understand what Su Hua wanted to talk about. Su Hua took a wooden box from her space and turned to explain, "Brother, it's not that we don't want Mom and them to know, but what's coming next can't be known by others. If people find out, we might face deadly danger. For their safety, we must keep this a secret from them." Seeing Su Hua's serious face, Su Sifan was startled. "What's so serious?" "Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret." Su Hua handed him the wooden box and said, "Open it first." Su Sifan was confused but followed her instructions and opened the box. "What is this?" "It's transparent and looks pretty." When he saw a yellowish, diamond-shaped crystal inside, Su Sifan looked puzzled and reached out to pick it up. But before he could speak, the diamond-shaped crystal suddenly turned into countless stars and shot into his body. This. "Fifth sister, where are the things? Where did they go?" Su Sifan had never seen such strange phenomena before. He looked confused and frantically searched himself for the items. He hadn't yet realized that the mysterious crystal had been absorbed by him and entered his body. And he was now a person with earth element abilities. At this moment, Su Hua finally understood that Qin Suxian and the others had awakened their abilities in this way. This also made her see the problem with these crystals. As long as someone kills an ability user, they can take their crystal. If this gets out, everyone in the world might start killing each other for crystals. No wonder Qin Suxian and the others have been hiding and not revealing their powers. It's easy to imagine that once Qin Suxian, Qi Lin, and Qin Xian are exposed as ability users, they won't just be targeted by the Emperor, but most people would want to kill them to get their crystals. Brother, I need to tell you something very serious. You have to remember every word I say. To prevent Su Sifin from revealing her secret later, Su Huai told him about the ability to awaken powers from the crystals. Of course, she promised Qin Suxian to keep it secret, so she didn't reveal that Qin Suxian and the others also had abilities. She only said that the crystals were given by Sister Hongyi and that absorbing them could grant divine power. After hearing this, Su Sifin took a long time to speak. Fifth sister, you also have divine power? What kind of power do you have? Su Huai cleared her throat and said, I can turn invisible, heal, and teleport instantly. I also accidentally gained control over lightning. The lightning came as a surprise because I can heal. After speaking, she immediately entered her space and waited a moment before coming out again. Oh my god, fifth sister, you can really disappear suddenly. Su Sifin looked at Su Huai, doubting his eyes. But that wasn't all. Su Huai then took a small knife, cut her hand, and released her healing ability, instantly restoring her hand. Su Sifin was again stunned, speechless. Su Huai then turned into a purple lightning bolt and teleported through the forest. After teleporting, lightning struck the ground about 5 meters in front of Su Sifin. Suddenly, the soil exploded, creating a big hole. Oh my goodness! Su Sifin was completely stunned. Su Hua teleported back in front of Su Sifin. Brother, I will now teach you how to practice earth element skills. Su Hua was guiding Su Sifin in practicing his supernatural abilities. After returning, Qin Su also went alone to talk with the Rong family, explaining the whole story. Mrs. Rong smiled and said, You silly boy, this time you finally did something right. At my age, I don't need any special powers. From now on, just protect yourself. Otherwise, what's the point of me and your father raising you? As for your younger brother and sister as the older brother, you should take responsibility like a father. Let's wait and see. When a real disaster comes, even powers might not help. Mrs. Rong didn't forget the last incident with the water dragon. Everyone survived because heaven suddenly showed mercy. Hearing his mother speak discouraging words, Qin Su quickly comforted her. Don't worry, Mom. Our team now has space, fire, healing, earth, lightning, and mental powers. 5 people with abilities. We will all be fine. And I will find more special crystals. Qin Su always felt guilty about his mother. As her son, he had made her life difficult, not having good days and fleeing together in exile. His younger brother was born lacking nutrition and many things couldn't be openly eaten. As a son, he felt he was unfilial. As a brother, he hadn't fulfilled his responsibilities. Mrs. Rong didn't know what Qin Su was thinking. She glanced at Qi Lin, who was sitting alone and lost in thought, and asked, What's wrong with him? Now he has 6,000 soldiers following him, and he's gained the people's trust. Isn't that what he wanted? Qin Su sighed. Maybe he's confused. Today he got what he wanted, but he doesn't know what the future holds. Mrs. Rong frowned, sniffed, and after a moment of silence, she said, When you have time, you should record all the supplies we received. It will make dividing everything easier when the time comes. Qin Su was surprised and immediately understood what his mother meant. He nodded. Got it, Mom. Mrs. Rong was telling him that brothers are brothers, but accounts still need to be clear. All right, I'll rest with your younger brother first. You should talk with everyone about the watch schedule and the next steps. Once the matter is settled, we should leave early. Mrs. Rong finished speaking and then hugged Qin Yu to feed him in Su Hua's tent. When Su Hua and Su Sifin returned, it was already midnight. Su Shifan is still a beginner and learns a bit slowly. However, once he masters controlling the soil and gains his abilities, he becomes very lively and looks like a different person. Shun Jiao Jiao, Su Sijin, and Su Yu all notice that Su Shifan is acting strangely. The 3 of them have been waiting for the 2 siblings to return. When the brother and sister come back, they finally relax. Shun Jiao Jiao asks, What exactly is going on with you two? Why can't you tell us? Su Shifan immediately touches his nose and, following Su Huai's instructions, says, I went to see Sister Red Clothes. The mother and 2 daughters are all surprised. What? Shen Jiao exclaims. Why did you see her alone and not let us see her? Yeah, we also want to see her. Su Sijin looks disappointed. Brother, why did Sister Red Clothes only see you? Siyu asks curiously. Su Shifan replies, because Sister Red Clothes was afraid she might scare you, so she only saw me. Shen Jiao gasps, is Sister Red Clothes' appearance very scary? Su Sijin agrees. How scary? Siyu boldly guesses. Is she like what others say, with a long tongue and messy hair? Hearing these questions from the mother and daughters, Su Shifan suddenly becomes very quiet. He is too smart to know how to answer these questions, because Su Huai didn't teach him how to respond to these questions. After bringing Su Shifan back, Su Huai didn't pay attention to what the mother and daughters were talking about. She went back to her tent and entered her space. If she doesn't go in now, she will owe the little beast inside its salary. Why do I say that? Because the time inside the space is different. 1 day outside equals 8 days inside. She spent a day outside, and 4 days have passed inside the space. When Su Huai enters the space, Pai immediately jumps into her arms. But Su Huai underestimated this little beast's survival skills and boldness. Why bold? Because this little beast actually grills fish by itself. Pai is very clever. It saw Su Huai kill a fish, and it used its claws to cut open the belly. It cleaned out the guts, used its mind to scrape off the scales, rinsed the fish with spiritual spring water, and then salted it to marinate for a while. Then it skewered the fish with an iron rod and roasted it over the fire. It also roasts 6 fish every day, eating 2 itself, giving 3 fish to the 3 little wolves and 1 to the annoying golden monkey. It doesn't understand why the young master raises 4 creatures that eat for free. She does no work at all and is very silly, only eating. When Su Hua entered the space, she saw 6 fish skewered on a grill. To prevent the little owner from saying the fish were all eaten by it, Pai immediately raised its front paw, pointing at the 3 wolves and also at the purple willow tree and the golden monkey beside its house. All right. I believe you. I thought you would go 4 days without eating. I can't come in all the time, so you can cook the fish yourself. Su Hua didn't think Pai was stealing food, but it was a very responsible little creature. Pai was so happy to hear that the little owner didn't doubt it. It immediately jumped down, then bit Su Hua's clothes to signal her to follow. Su Hua looked around at the neat and tidy space, satisfied, and followed. Unexpectedly, Pai took her to see the chickens. Not only did it show her the chickens, but it also led her into a wooden hut, where she saw a basket of eggs on the ground. Yes, eggs. The chickens in the coop were not only making crowing sounds, but they were also laying eggs. Oh, so many eggs? Is this the 4 days' worth? Su Hua took a quick look and found over 100 eggs. It was a good harvest. But the eggs were very small. Pai nodded eagerly, blinking its big blue eyes as if begging. Su Hua immediately understood what this little creature that loved to eat chicken meant. She gently tapped Pai's small head and smiled. I know you like to eat chicken. In the future, I will definitely let you hatch chicks. But we can't rush the hatching, because the eggs that just hatch are too small, and they are deformed, undeveloped, and have a low survival rate. Most of these eggs will be wasted and not many chicks will hatch. We need to wait until the hens lay larger eggs that look more beautiful before we can hatch chicks. Also, we need a few more mature hens. Su Hua didn't have the incubator from her original world, and there was no sun in this space. Now, on the run from disaster, she couldn't manually incubate eggs with sunlight. Although she was a lightning element user and could generate electricity, she couldn't turn that into a light bulb right now. For now, she could only use the most primitive rural method, hens hatching chicks. Don't ask her why she knew how to do this, because in her original world, her uncle's family was from the countryside, and she had watched her aunt hatch chicks many times when she was young. However, the early condition requires a hen that is old enough to hatch chicks, which means a hen that is several years old. The chickens in the coop are all young hens, not suitable for hatching chicks yet. Su Hua looked at the chicken coop for a while and suddenly made a decision. Tomorrow, I will go to the city to buy an old hen. Because the people of Zanjo need a day to pack up and escape, the injured people from Kinzu and Samjo also need a day to receive treatment and buy supplies. The large escape group has to stop for a day. To keep order in Zanjo, Qilin flew to the city tower at dawn. The commander, Lin Xia, led 6,000 soldiers to patrol in different directions to prevent chaos and looting. Qin Su stayed behind with 200 guards to ensure the safety of the team. Su Hua took this chance to go into the city to buy an old hen. Of course, her excuse was that she was bored and wanted to take a walk in the city. She was 2 miles from the city gate when she saw the refugees lining up at the checkpoint to enter. Because she was too lazy to wait in line, she used instant movement and quickly entered the city. Qilin, who was inspecting from the city tower, saw Su Hua the moment she appeared. When he saw Su Hua turn into a streak of purple lightning and flicker, then instantly teleport into the city, his eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe that Su Hua had mastered teleportation so quickly. This talent was truly terrifying. No wonder he looked down on invisibility crystals. What's the difference between teleportation and invisibility? Su Hua saw Qilin on the city tower, but she didn't like this young man at all. She didn't even bother to look at him and immediately used instant movement to enter the city, heading straight to the morning market. The streets were crowded with grain shops, cloth stores, general stores, and banks. She went to the morning market because some poor people, in their rush to escape, might be forced to sell their old hens or livestock to exchange for money or grain. After all, if they kept their livestock, they would have to feed them along the way, which would deplete their food supplies. People would run out of food soon. Feeding livestock was a joke. But if they killed and ate the animals, there would be nothing left. The common people thought it was better to sell the animals for money or grain. Some pastoralists who raised livestock also had to escape and couldn't bring live poultry with them. The only solution was to sell all the live poultry. Su Hua arrived at the end of the market street and saw many poor people selling their livestock and poultry. Although there weren't many people, Su Hua was able to buy everything she wanted. An old woman crying softly called out, selling old hens 3 years old very cheap. 1 for 500 coins, 2 for just over 1 silver coin. But no matter how much she called, the villagers were busy fleeing from famine. Who would buy? At the end of the street, some people passed by, but they were not shopping. They were hurriedly taking grain and supplies home. However, these people were lucky today. They met Su Hua. Seeing the old hens, Su Hua's eyes lit up. The old woman was selling 2 hens. At this moment, they were not, and were quietly sitting in the cage. It was clear they were sitting on nests. Su Hua immediately squatted down, grabbed one of the hens, and checked its belly. As expected, the feathers under the belly were worn out, and the other hen was similar, perfect for hatching chicks. Before the old woman could react, Su Hua said directly, "I'll buy these 2 hens for 1 silver coin." The old woman thought her hens wouldn't sell, and her family would soon face hunger due to the famine. But she was surprised when a young, well-dressed young man said he wanted to buy her hens. She couldn't believe it and asked, "Are you serious?" Su Hua put the hens back into the cage, took out a silver ingot from his sleeve, and handed it to her. "Check the silver." The old woman took the silver, still thinking she was dreaming. But she bit the silver to be sure. When she realized it was real silver, she believed she wasn't dreaming. At this moment, other poor villagers selling chickens saw what happened. They didn't wait for Su Hua to approach. They ran over with their own roosters, hens, and old hens. A woman asked, "Young man, I also sell chickens. Do you want to buy? This is a 4-year-old hen. In 10 or 15 days, it will lay eggs again." Another farmer said, "Young man, I have 4 roosters and 1 big rooster that hasn't been sold yet. Not much, just 500 coins each. Would you like to buy?" Another woman pushed forward and said, "Young man, I have 4 hens that are laying eggs now. I was going to sell them for 800 coins each, but I'll sell all 4 to you for 500 coins each if you want. Young man, I also have 2-year-old hens here." Soon, Su Hua noticed that all the family's chickens had gathered together. There were 10 hens and 5 roosters. For Su Hua, this was perfect. She wanted to buy hens to hatch chicks and roosters for meat. She was very generous and said, "All right. I want to buy all your chickens. Come one by one. But if you can also give me your chicken cages. The sellers were very happy to hear Su Hua wanted to buy all their chickens. A woman smiled and said, "Young man, if you buy my 4 hens, I will give you the chicken cage." A farmer also laughed and said, "Sure, sure. We don't need the cages now anyway." The farmer was right. After fleeing the disaster, they sold their chickens and didn't need the cages. They could make new ones from bamboo later if needed. Soon, Su Hua bought all the chickens at the end of the market street, paying each seller with silver coins. The other vendors, who sold livestock, wild animals, and game, looked on with envy. A hunter who sold wild chickens and rabbits had been hunting in the mountains for 10 days and had just returned yesterday. But as soon as he got home, he heard his wife and children say that the general had ordered everyone to flee south to escape the disaster. So he wanted to sell his wild chickens and rabbits to get food. However, this hunter was shy and reserved, and he didn't dare ask Su Hua if she wanted to buy. Fortunately, Su Hua was there to buy today. Seeing the wild chickens and rabbits, she didn't plan to eat them but wanted to prevent them from going extinct. Under the hunter's surprised gaze, she directly bought 8 wild chickens and 6 wild rabbits, without asking the price. She paid whatever he asked. The pig farmer, who saw this, finally couldn't hold back and approached Su Hua, tears in his eyes, and asked, "Young lady, do you want to buy pigs?" Su Hua had already seen a large pig, weighing hundreds of jin, tied to the farmer's cart, looking like a rice dumpling. She curiously asked, "How much do you want for this pig?" The farmer, afraid he wouldn't be able to sell his pig, tentatively asked, "Just 1 pig." Su Hua blinked and asked, "Are you selling many?" The farmer nodded. "Yes, I raise pigs." With this disaster, the heavens suddenly said the end is coming, and the butchers stopped killing pigs. This pig was originally meant for the restaurant. The restaurant closed this morning. At my home, there are over 10 big pigs, including a pregnant sow. The herdsman said this, then suddenly tears filled his eyes. What am I going to do with these pigs? Hearing about the pregnant sow, Su Hua's eyes brightened immediately. She said, "Here's what I'll do. I'll buy all your pigs, but first I need to send out the chickens I just bought. Tell me where you live, and I'll come to buy all your pigs later." The herdsman almost thought he heard wrong, but when he saw Su Hua buy all the chickens and pay the money, he was so excited his body trembled. "I'll wait here for you. Later, I'll go with you. Also, I usually pay 10 coins per jin for pigs at the restaurant. This pig weighs about 330 jin, and most of your pigs are around the same size. What do you think?" Su Hua waved her hand casually. No problem, no problem. I've bought everything. But now I need to send the chickens back first. Wait here for me." After saying that, Su Hua carried a large chicken cage with 1 arm, a bag filled with wild rabbits and wild chickens hanging on her shoulder, then left the market street corner. She quickly slipped into a side alley and entered her space when no one was looking. The small beast, Pai, had been waiting for its young owner to buy the mother hens. When it saw Su Hua slip into the space, still carrying 2 big chicken cages and a bag on her shoulder, it was very happy. Pai, I've bought the mother hens you wanted." Su Hua threw the chicken cages inside the space as soon as she entered. She was exhausted. 15 chickens, each weighing about 5 jin, plus the cages, weighed around 80 jin. Adding the 8 wild chickens on her shoulder and 6 wild rabbits, which together weighed nearly 40 jin. At 12 years old, carrying over 100 jin, how could she not be tired? If she hadn't awakened her thunder-type powers and strengthened her body, her previously weak body wouldn't have been able to handle it. Pai quickly ran to the chicken cages, blinking its big blue eyes, clearly excited and asking, "Can I hatch chicks now?" Su Hua shook her head. "Wait until the mother hens lay more eggs in a few days before hatching. I also need to buy pigs. You can keep the chickens in the coop and the wild chickens and rabbits in an empty wooden house. I'll build a chicken pen and a rabbit hutch when I have time, but right now I need to build a pig pen. It's urgent." After saying that, Su Hua went to the pile of firewood and picked out about 20 pieces of pine wood, each about the size of a dinner plate and several meters long, along with a bunch of wooden planks. To save time, she used her special ability, Thunderblade, to cut all the pine wood into logs about 3 meters long. The logs were for making stakes, and the wooden boards were for building fences. There were over 10 pigs that needed to be kept in pens. they couldn't be allowed to run into the forbidden area with toxic watermelons. Thanks to Thunderblade, Su Huai cut the logs as easily as using a chainsaw. The easiest part was digging holes. With just a thought, she arranged the empty space in front of the wooden house into a grid and instantly dug 1-meter deep holes. Then, she buried the cut logs into the holes and covered them with soil, pressing them down firmly. Finally, she used an iron hammer and nails to fix the wooden boards, creating a square-shaped pigpen covering about an acre. Pai Pai saw the young master busy working, so she didn't stay idle either. She used her mind to control the roosters and hens from the chicken coop into the pigpen. After picking sweet potato seedlings and throwing them to the chickens, she also put wild chickens and rabbits from a sack into an empty wooden house for raising. Once she finished these tasks, she went to clear the 3rd acre of land. Because the space had upgraded, there was now a waterfall and a small river. With some effort, she could turn the wasteland into farmland by digging small channels. Pai Pai didn't know what the young master planned to plant on the 3rd acre. She only knew that soon, she would hatch chicks. More chickens meant more food, so they needed to grow more grains and sweet potatoes, so she could have roasted chicken to eat later. Su Huai spent about 2 hours nailing the wooden boards around the pig pen inside the space, and another half-hour outside to finish. After leaving the space, she went back to find the pig farmer. The pig farmer waited for half an hour but didn't see Su Huai, so he thought she wasn't buying pigs anymore and sat beside the pigs, crying loudly. But when he saw Su Huai's figure, he was so happy he cried and laughed at the same time. "Young man, I thought you didn't want to buy pigs anymore. You're finally here." Su Huai was both amused and speechless. She made up a quick excuse, and then followed the farmer to his home. The farmer's house was in a village about 15 miles from the city. At this moment, all the villagers were busy packing, preparing to flee. Everywhere she went, she saw families loading their belongings onto ox carts, donkey carts, and mule carts. The farmer's wife sat motionless at the door, looking worried. When she saw the farmer bring someone back, she didn't understand what was happening. However, the herdsman didn't have time to explain. He took Su Hua directly to the pig pen behind the house to show her the pigs he was raising. Su Hua saw there were 15 big pigs in the pen, including a pregnant sow about to give birth. She quickly calculated and said, 60 taels of silver. I'll buy all your pigs. Are you willing? The herdsman had already thought about the price, but he didn't expect Su Hua to be willing to buy his sow, even including the piglets inside her belly. He was so excited he shed tears and nodded eagerly, saying, "Yes, yes." Su Hua didn't waste time. She took the bag hanging on her shoulder, pulled out 60 taels of silver, and handed it to the herdsman. Seeing the shiny silver, the herdsman and his wife felt relieved and were so happy they couldn't stop crying. Once they confirmed the money was real and the deal was done, they settled everything. Su Hua looked at the couple and, feeling sorry for them, seriously said, "Take this silver and go buy food, warm clothes, blankets, fire-starting tools, and self-defense weapons. Buy as much as you can. Also, be careful with the end-of-the-world truth. Don't trust anyone easily, even family members." Although Su Hua gave this warning, she felt a strange sense of helplessness inside. Even if the couple bought supplies, when they reached the southern border, they might not have space to carry everything to Chitian Peak. And even if they did, when the end times come, whether they can keep everything safe is another question. Remember, if you are lucky enough to survive, losing food isn't a big deal. But you must never lose your warm clothes, blankets, fire-starting tools, and weapons. These can save your life. The couple listened to Su Hua's serious advice, looking confused. But they heard about the end times and asked nervously, "Will the end really come?" Su Hua knew it was hard to convince them, so she said, "Even if the end doesn't come, a war is certain. At that time, there will be looting for food and supplies and even eating people. So, you too must be very careful." Hearing about eating people, the herdsman was shocked and scared. He said, "Thank you for warning us. We will remember. I will buy more food soon, and we won't trust anyone easily anymore." The herdsman's wife hesitated for a long time and asked shyly, "Young man, may I ask you a question?" Su Hua nodded. "Go ahead." The wife asked, "Why are you buying so many pigs from us? Everyone's fleeing and buying food now." "No one is buying meat." Su Huan heard this and smiled, saying, "Honestly, I am a refugee from outside the city. I bought so much because my group is really large." She paused for a moment and added, "Also, we plan to slaughter pigs to make preserved meat and bacon. If we run out of fresh meat, at least we will have preserved meat." After speaking, Su Huan didn't bother to see if the couple believed her or not, nor did she say much more. She simply looked at a stick used for herding pigs, tied with a tattered cloth, and asked the two, "Is this the stick you usually use to herd pigs? If so, could I borrow it? I need to herd the pigs back now." The herdsman quickly said, "Let me help you herd them. The pigs recognize me, so it will be easier. Also, I happen to be going back to the city to buy grain and supplies." Su Huan immediately shook her head politely, saying, "No need. You all hurry and pack up. I'll herd the pigs myself. We need to leave at dawn. I see your village is almost ready, so don't fall behind." She wasn't really herding pigs. She was just looking for an excuse to get some space. Not giving the herdsman a chance to take over, Su Huan took the pig herding stick, opened the pig pen door, and drove out all the big pigs and sows inside. Because the pigs and sows were frightened, they initially refused to cooperate. But since it was a simple task, Su Huan quickly managed to herd all the pigs out of the herdsman's house. The herdsman, still worried, helped her for a while, walking out of the village. When they reached the village entrance, Su Huan urged him to go back. After the herdsman looked back 3 times and left, Su Huan wiped the sweat from her brow. She listened to the nearby sounds, looked around, and seeing no one, she carefully put all the pigs into her space's new pig pen. Su Huan stored the pigs in her space, separating the sows, big pigs, and the piglets she had raised earlier into different pens. After finishing everything, she let the small beasts in her space handle the other tasks. She herself carried a basket of newly laid eggs that couldn't hatch chicks. She also took the horses from her team, which had been stored in her space before entering the city, and rode back to the city leisurely. On the way, she accidentally saw the private granary of Zanjo City. Apart from the official granary emptied by Qin Su, each continent of Dakian had its own private granaries. The official granaries were secretly built at the request of the Emperor Dog, managed by provincial governors and prefects, and used to supply the army and prepare for war. The private granaries mainly included charity granaries and community granaries. Unlike the state-owned granaries run by officials, the privately owned Iguan was built based on the idea of storing grain among the people. The grain in these granaries was donated voluntarily by wealthy families, kind-hearted individuals, or villagers. Daily management was handled by a respected and well-known charity guild leader chosen by the community. These granaries were used to provide relief during bad harvest years, to prevent famine, stabilize grain prices, and maintain social stability. It is said that the idea of running both government and private granaries was conceived by the current Grand Minister and Prime Minister of the Great Dynasty. Although the emperor was harsh and unkind, most of his senior officials were hardworking and effective. While passing by the private granary, Su Hua saw the guild leader of Zanjo's merchant association organizing grain distribution. A line of mule carts was transporting grain to various grain shops, selling at normal prices, all running smoothly. Back in the city, Su Hua was by the moat when she unexpectedly met a farmer carrying 2 baskets of oranges. It was September, the time when oranges were ripe, but the farmer was unlucky. He had been selling all morning, walking through many streets, but hadn't sold a single orange. He looked very sad and was heading home. Seeing this, Su Hua didn't hesitate and bought all the oranges from the farmer. Oranges cost 10 coins per jean, and a basket weighed over a jean, costing more than a silver coin. The farmer received the money, helped Su Hua load a full sack onto his horse, and hurried back to the city to buy grain and supplies with his empty baskets. Su Hua tied the sack with a rope, then led her horse, carrying a basket of eggs, out of the city toward the camp. After wandering around the city for a while, she thought she shouldn't return empty-handed. When Qilin on the city tower saw Su Hua carrying a sack of oranges and a basket of eggs, his eyes widened again. Since he was exiled, he had never seen Su Hua share her food with others, not even with her own family. He remembered the only time she was generous was after her mother's death, when she offered 2 baked buns as a sacrifice. No, there was another time. After the oasis was invaded by killer bees, Su Hua tore her books and bamboo slips to scrape out the bee stingers. Thinking about this, he suddenly remembered the previous incident where 200 people were shot with arrows, and Su Hua took out her medicinal supplies and bandages to help. Su Hua didn't even glance at Qilin on the tower. She led her horse, carrying the basket of eggs, and left the city to return to the camp. When Qin Su and others saw her figure, they saw her on horseback with a sack of oranges and a basket of eggs in her left hand. Upon returning to the camp, Su Hua ordered, "Mother, third sister, please divide the oranges so everyone can have some. Remember to save the peels, dry them, or turn them into dried tangerine peel for medicine. Okay, fifth sister. Children, everyone come quickly to eat the oranges. Recently, Shen Jiao and Su Xijin have been most interested in learning about medicine." Whenever the topic of medicinal use comes up, mother and daughter become very excited, working energetically. This makes them seem to know more than others. "I want to help too. I want to help divide the oranges." Su Yu and Qin Xian, 2 little kids, spoke in unison, both gathering around the sack and eager to help. Qin Su and Rong Shi smiled as they approached. Su Hua handed Qin Su a basket of eggs and said, "These eggs are for the lady and your sister to eat, to help strengthen their bodies." Qin Su first offered the opportunity for Rong Shi to awaken her special ability, but Su Hua remembered this kindness in her heart. Seeing the fresh eggs in front of him, Qin Su hesitated and didn't dare to take them. His space had meat, various delicious foods, fruits, and pastries, but no eggs. Even though Su Hua had given him all the eggs openly, what about the mother and the others? It didn't seem right to take them all. Mother and the others have food to eat. Just accept it. Su Hua quickly understood why Qin Su was hesitant. Her mother and the others sometimes secretly ate snacks because of her, sometimes meat buns, apples, or pastries. But she never dared to give them foods with strong aromas, like roasted chicken or fish. Still, she never let her mother and the others go hungry. Most importantly, in the future, her space would produce eggs continuously. Could she really not share with her mother and the others? Rong Shi directly pushed Qin Su aside and, without hesitation, reached out to take the basket, smiling. "Thank you, little Hua. From now on, if you and your mother want to eat something, remember to tell Brother Su. He'll find a way to get food. We're all family, so just speak up. No need to hold back." Rong Shi's words, calling them family, made Su Hua momentarily confused. She felt something strange about the phrase, but couldn't quite put her finger on what was odd. Before she could think further, Rong Shi turned to Qin Su and said, "Little Hua has returned. Maybe there are game animals in the nearby woods. Go get some meat to add to the team's food. Otherwise, if a disaster comes, it will be hard to find something to eat." In Qin Su's space, last time they caught many wild boars that had died unexpectedly. Now they're not eating them. When the world ends, disasters and blessings are unpredictable. The Rong family truly cannot guarantee that everyone will have a chance to eat in the future, without missing anyone. "Okay. Mother, I'll go right now." Qin Su immediately understood his mother's meaning. By catching a wild boar, not only can everyone have meat to eat, but the pig bones and stomach, which are good for nutrition, can be kept for his mother. While everyone is happily gathered around eating oranges, Qin Su secretly goes to the forest to find food. The forests around Zanjo are mostly low hills, not deep mountains, and definitely not like the primitive forests of the 800-mile Lichuan. Finding wild game there is very difficult. Moreover, Qin Su isn't actually hunting wild animals. After staying in the mountains for a while, he used his space to create a wild boar weighing over 200 jin and carried it back to the camp alone. "Oh my, our young master is so lucky." He went into the mountains and caught a wild boar so quickly. When the 4 uncles saw the wild boar Qin Su was carrying, they were stunned. They couldn't understand why, after several trips into the mountains, They hadn't even seen a single wild chicken. Other nearby refugees also looked envious and curiously asked, "Young man, where did you catch that wild boar? Tell me, I want to go catch one too." "Over there. But I don't know if there are still any." Chin Su casually pointed to a mountain, making an excuse. But even if he said there weren't any, no one would believe him. As soon as they heard Chin Su caught a wild boar, everyone grabbed their knives and headed into the mountains. Su Huai saw the wild boar Chin Su carried back and immediately noticed something strange. He felt amused inside but didn't say anything, pretending to go check his supplies and seasonings. Since there was meat, it naturally had to be cooked well. Although she didn't know how to cook, she knew how to enjoy eating. "Arlen, here are the oranges and food left for you." Chin Su saw Chi Lin and immediately pointed to the 2 oranges on the wooden board of the grain cart and a bowl filled with food. "Young master, please wash your hands." Lan's maid Channing saw her young master return and carefully brought a bowl of water for Chi Lin to wash his hands. Since Lan's death, Chi Lin has been very unfriendly to everyone, acting as if he doesn't want anyone near him. Maid Channing has always felt guilty about Lan's death and mostly stays close to Rong's family. She and Maid Xiaolan are like invisible people, quietly doing their own work and trying not to upset Qilin. After washing his hands, Qilin glanced at the oranges and food, then looked around and said, "Tomorrow at dawn, the general will open the city gates on time, and the people inside are almost ready." Everyone heard this, and their previously relaxed mood suddenly became tense because they were all feeling conflicted. Today is the first day of September, and there is only 1 month left before the predicted disaster in October, as Su Hua and Chin Su mentioned. In other words, the disaster will happen soon. Recently, their journey has been safe and smooth, but no one knows what will happen next. The current situation feels like a countdown to disaster. No one knows when the heavens might suddenly take their lives. "Young master, let's go gather some firewood." Chin Su's third uncle suddenly sighed and called the other 3 uncles. "Let's go wash the dishes." Others, including women and girls, also started cleaning up and washing dishes. Soon, the 200 people who had been sitting around 2 campfires, chatting and laughing, dispersed quickly, each busy with their own tasks. The women hurriedly went to help Su Hua with the orange peels. Qilin saw everyone leave quickly, his face darkening with displeasure. But no matter how unhappy he looked, no one paid him much attention anymore. Everyone had their own things to do. Su Hua taught the women how to make dried tangerine peel, while Rong's family peeled boiled eggs, trying to feed the yolk to her young son Qinyu. The baby, only 2 months old, shouldn't eat solid food, but Rong was worried that if she died someday, her son would have no milk to drink. The 4 uncles took large knives and went to the nearby forest to cut firewood for future use in case of fleeing. Other men were busy feeding the horses and mules and fetching water. The women gathered together to wash dishes, lay out mats, and prepare for the night's rest. The children, being simple-minded, played rock-paper-scissors with Su Yu and Qin Xian. His longtime brother Qin Su also went to check the hooves to see if there was any hoof inflammation. Qilin was eating meat and rice from his bowl, as if chewing wax. The survivors of the fleeing army numbered 3 million, plus 2 million from Zanjo, totaling 5 million people. They discovered something very frightening. Shun Jiao Jiao asked nervously, "Oh my, is Zanjo's weather always like this? Or are we just unlucky?" Second Uncle Qin's voice was full of fear. "Oh no. I can't see others. I can't see the common people behind us, not even the flags in the back." The people in the fleeing army also shouted in alarm, each like blind people. A woman complained, "How can we keep moving? We can't see what's ahead, what's behind, or other people." A man cursed, "Here we go again. The bad weather is messing with us again. How are we supposed to keep moving?" Even the people of Zanjo had never experienced such a severe and intense fog disaster before. Yes, an intense fog. Zanjo, whether inside or outside the city, was covered by fog overnight. Actually, it was more accurate to say that the entire south, southwest, and southeast regions were swallowed by an intense fog. And the first place to be covered was the coastal area of the southern border. Zanjo was still the last to be affected. Last night, the people of Zanjo noticed the fog growing thicker, but everyone thought it was just September, and fog was very normal in Zanjo's weather. But now, the people of Zanjo sensed something was wrong because the fog's visibility was less than 10 meters. Beyond 10 meters, everything was invisible, just a white mist, no matter which direction they looked. They couldn't see the road anymore. This was the worst fog Zanjo had experienced in 1,000 years. The fleeing army also saw the fog last night, but everyone thought it was morning fog, which would clear up after sunrise. But now, everyone realized the fog was getting worse. There was no sun and they couldn't see the sky at all. The farthest they could see was about 10 meters, mainly the flags made by Su Hua, but beyond 10 meters, everything was invisible. The trailing dots are curse words. Su Hua looked at the white fog in front of her and couldn't help but curse. This was a disaster. Even she, usually optimistic, started to worry. The fog slowed everyone down. There was no quick riding through it. All people could do was move forward slowly. If the fog doesn't clear, the journey that normally takes 5 days to reach the southern region might take up to half a month. Moreover, the villagers can't see clearly, which makes many dangers possible. Some might fall behind. Others could get separated from their families, and some might even take the chance to cause trouble. Qin Su and the Rong family looked at what was happening. The mother and son both frowned and acted in unison. Even Qilin, who usually doesn't believe that doomsday will come, stood frozen as the sudden natural disaster and the unexpected super fog appeared. He couldn't say a word for a long time. Qin Su looked around for a while and then ordered, "Uncle 3, Uncle 4, each of you carry a flag. One stand 3 zhang away, the other 6 zhang away. Let me see how far we can see." Uncles 3 and 4 stood next to the flags. After hearing the order, each carried a flag and started walking forward. Uncle 3 stopped after about 3 zhang, then Uncle 4 moved forward and stopped after another 3 zhang. Unfortunately, Qin Su found that the visibility was only about 4 zhang. Beyond that, the flags could not be seen clearly. This showed how thick the fog was. But no matter what, Qin Su made a decision. Each cart will tie a flag. Keep 3 zhang apart between the carts. We should be able to travel about 80 to 100 li a day. He paused and added, "Uncle 2, go inform the villagers behind us. Tell everyone to pass the message one after another. Use the flags as guides. Follow closely behind the people in front, and don't let anyone fall behind. If someone does, the others should catch up quickly. Because there are only a few flags, they can only be placed at intervals." Facing such a terrible natural disaster, if anyone falls behind, the whole group could easily break apart. The flags that Su Hua made, which took a lot of effort to gather, are now useless. The total area covers 600,000 square kilometers, roughly the combined size of the Wild South and Zanjo regions. With such a vast area, some wonder if 2 million people can fit. Due to the climate, the Qitian Mountains are rich in wild plants, animals, and water resources, making them a paradise for wildlife. The terrain is higher in the north and lower in the south, with many snow-capped peaks and glaciers over 5,000 meters high. For example, Qitian Peak is one of these mountains, and its summit is covered with snow all year round. Other mountain peaks in the same range, with an average altitude of 4,000 to 5,000 meters, are lush with vegetation and full of resources. These are the reasons Su Hua is determined to reach Qitian Peak. She thinks that even if the end of the world comes and a tsunami floods everything, as long as these mountains remain, people can still survive. No place in the world is better suited for escaping the disaster than here. Let's go. Set out. After a day of delay, Qin Su's team finally set off again, moving forward in a large, steady group. This time, they encountered a thick fog, and behind them, a fleeing group of 5 million people was struggling to move forward. Qin Su led the way on horseback, followed by Qin San's carriage, carrying the Rong family women and 2 maids. Behind them was Su Hua riding alone, then Su Sifan with Shun Jiao Jiao, Su Sijin, Su Xiazhu, and mother and son Li Waner. In the middle were 3 other clans' uncles, and other men carrying supplies and more people. At the end of the line was Qilin. This time, after entering the city, Qilin's group was quickly joined by 6,000 soldiers led by Commander Lin Xiao. There were also 6,000 soldiers' families, with their children and relatives, totaling over 200,000 people. The fog was so severe that everyone could barely see 10 meters ahead. Anything beyond that was completely unclear. Even if Su Hua used her divine perspective, she couldn't see clearly what was happening with the fleeing group. Everyone could only remember the person or flag in front of them and follow closely, afraid of falling behind. The common people walking on foot hurried along, afraid of losing their way. However, the super thick fog still caused disasters for the group. Carriage drivers, even moving slowly, often bumped into the pedestrians ahead. After all, those in carriages couldn't wait for the slow-moving foot travelers. Travelers walking on the road often give way to others. Even if some slow-moving carts try to be careful, they are still easily bumped into or stepped on by horses and mules. Some people are in narrow mountain valleys. Even if they squeeze themselves against the mountain, horses and mules can still brush past or bump into them. Whenever a cart blocks the road, the following carts may not see it in time and could accidentally hit the one in front. This causes a chain reaction of collisions, leading to traffic jams. Along the way, people often hear screams from the front or back of the line. They also hear drivers shouting and scolding. You can imagine this scene as a big traffic jam on a highway during a holiday. No one knows how many people are hurt. Fortunately, after traveling for a day, carts pulled by horses and mules gradually reached the front part of the line. The people walking behind also started to move more smoothly. At the very front of the line, Qin Su, Su Hua, and others didn't have to face such chaos. But they still faced other problems. After traveling all morning, Qin Su suddenly stopped at the front of the line. In front of him was a three-way intersection, with 3 roads leading in different directions. One road led to Guizhou, a nearby city, another to the southern border, and the third to the largest desert in Daqian in the southwest. Luckily, Qin Su had a military map of Daqian. Even if he didn't have the map, he could rely on the guards and villagers living in Zanjo. He wouldn't get lost or lead the team astray. But even if Qin Su wouldn't go the wrong way, the villagers from Qinzhou and Songzhou behind might. If the fog caused them to lose the group and they couldn't tell which road to take, they could get lost. Qin Su took out the military map, confirmed the route, and told the team to wait. Then he dismounted, went back to the grain and supply cart, and brought 3 wooden boards. He sharpened one end of each board into a triangle with a big knife, then wrote Guizhou, southern border, and desert on them with ink. He made 3 signs pointing in different directions and nailed them to a pine tree in the middle of the road. While Qin Su Ding was setting up the directional signs, the guards led by Zanjo commander also arrived nearby. The leading guard, Lin Xiao, looked at the sign at the intersection and seemed surprised. He stared at Qilin's back on horseback, confused. The guards behind him exclaimed, "General, young master scouts are really capable." They didn't even need instructions. Everything was done perfectly. Lin Xiao stroked his chin and nodded, saying, "That's true." In just one night, they emptied 3 granaries in Zanjo, then moved on to the iron mines. The team was so careful and organized. Anyone with such capable officers would be smiling in their sleep. Su Hua, who had sharp hearing, overheard the guards 2 miles away comparing Qin Su to Qilin's scout leader. She looked incredulous, but didn't like to cause trouble. Even if she heard it, she didn't tell Qin Su. Next came the boring part of the journey. They stopped to camp at night and set out again at dawn, repeating this routine. However, for 5 days straight, the fog showed no sign of clearing. The villagers couldn't help but wonder where the fog came from. Some even thought the fog might be coming from a portal to another world. Su Hua also had such a wild thought. In the original story, the apocalypse wasn't caused by a single word, but by various disasters. Disasters usually have reasons, right? Like a zombie apocalypse, there's always an explanation for why people turn into zombies. Or super solar storms, ecological collapse, supervolcanoes, alien invasions, and so on. But in the book, nothing was written about causes, only the timeline of disasters. Fortunately, the thick fog mainly slowed down their travel. At first, Villagers struggled with frequent collisions, getting injured or falling behind. But it didn't cause any major destruction. On the 7th day of travel, the refugee group was 300 miles from the southern border. The fog still hadn't lifted. The villagers were anxious and irritable, cursing the sky every day. How could they not complain? They'd been traveling for 7 days and still couldn't see the road or the sun. Every day, whether they opened or closed their eyes, all they saw was dense fog. How could they endure this? Especially the common people, worried about falling behind, have been jogging for 7 days straight, and all their feet are bleeding. Everyone feels like their feet are no longer their own. The children and young women are crying from pain. It's just too hard for them. If the common people hadn't bought food in Zanjo earlier, and if there hadn't been water along the way and wild vegetables by the roadside, they would have gone hungry. Many wouldn't have been able to keep going. Maybe we should let the fleeing people rest for half an hour at noon for the next few days? At night, Qilin rode around and saw how badly the people were suffering. When he returned, he suddenly suggested to Qin Su. Before Qin Su could speak, a cold voice came from behind. I think not, because of the fog. Our original plan was to reach in 5 days, but now it will take 8 days. The speaker was Su Hua. Su Hua thought today was September 8th, and it would take 5 more days to reach Qitian Peak. Arriving a day late would increase the danger. The 8 days wasted so far had made her angry many times. She absolutely did not agree to delay any longer. Qin Su didn't expect Qilin and Su Hua to disagree and argue directly. Qilin insisted, the common people have been traveling for 7 days, and their feet are full of blood and pus. We're almost at the end. 1 day, 1 hour. How much more delay can there be? Just 5 hours. Su Hua raised an eyebrow. But those 5 hours might save many lives. It's not just about reaching Qitian Peak on the mountain. That's not the only concern. There's also the danger of the coming disaster after the climb. Do we have time to prepare and prevent it? Didn't our team's feet ever get infected and bleed when we traveled on foot before? Have you forgotten that we had grain carts? Su Hua didn't hold back and directly retorted to Qilin. Afterward, she turned to Qin Su and said, I suggest we stick to the original plan. I've seen worse hardships in stories. No matter what, the common people must hold on. After speaking, Su Hua turned and went into her tent. As for her saying she'd seen worse, she meant from stories about apocalyptic times. Fire from the sky, earthquakes, tsunamis, freezing cold, mutated plants and animals. Aren't any of these more terrifying and difficult than bleeding feet? After Su Hua entered the tent, no one expected that Rongshi, who was listening nearby, would suddenly interrupt and say sharply, Xiao Hua's team is leading the common people, but our team is basically just traveling with them. We don't care what the common people do. Our only job is to lead the team well in front. Qilin was immediately shaken and said, Aunt Rong, Rongshi didn't say much. After speaking, she hugged her son and hurried away. Qin Su patted Qilin's arm but said nothing. He turned around to feed the horses and check their condition. He stayed silent because he wouldn't accept Qilin's suggestion. He understood what Qilin wanted and thought, but they couldn't afford delays. Not to mention the common people, even his own family, Su Hua and the others, and the lives of 200 people were all in his hands. He couldn't agree to any change. This small incident didn't affect the team's normal progress the next day. The large refugee group continued their journey as usual. For 2 days in a row, Qin Su didn't let the people rest at noon. The common people almost broke down, wanting to stop by the roadside and rest before continuing south. But by the 3rd day at dawn, they found the thick fog had noticeably thinned and was slowly clearing. Visibility reached 50 meters. Everyone suddenly became very excited, as if they had been energized. Some were angry and laughed, saying, The fog is finally clearing. Others shook their heads and warned, Don't celebrate too early. Wait until it's gone before you laugh. Some replied, No way. Puffed. The fog will definitely clear. Su Hua looked at the visibly thinning fog with a confused face, unsure what was happening. But clearing fog was a good thing. At least the atmosphere among the refugees improved, and traveling would be much smoother. When they reached the southern border, they could see clearly, and the danger would decrease. The flags she made could then be effective. The team set out again, mighty and grand, like a huge dragon. Even with limited visibility, the common people could still see the team growing larger. They could even see the flags at the front and back. By noon, the sun came out, and the fog kept thinning. Visibility increased from 50 meters to 100 meters, then to 200 meters. The fog completely cleared away in less than a morning, and the fleeing crowd finally saw a long line of people stretching as far as the eye could see, with no end in sight. When everyone saw the brightly colored flags among the crowd, their spirits lifted immediately.
"Dad,
"Give me the flag," a young boy shouted as he snatched the flag from his father's ox cart. By sunset, the fleeing group reached the southern border. No matter where the refugees came from, everyone was stunned by the impressive flags, almost dropping their jaws in amazement. On the evening of September 11th, Su Hua, Qin Su, and their group finally arrived in the wild southern lands. It took them 2 months and 11 days since their exile began on the first day of July, but they arrived safely. Except for the members of the Su family who were kicked out, the Feng family, the deceased Feng siblings, and Lan who had committed suicide, everyone else reached the southern border as planned. What is the southern border like? It's a wild, remote place used for exiling prisoners, so it's not a good place. But right now, the 200 people in Qin Su's group looked at the broken mud walls of the southern border, and their eyes filled with excitement. Uncle Qin, smiling happily, said, "We've finally arrived. It's been over 2 months. A maid named Xiaolon also laughed and said, "Madam, we've arrived. We're in the southern border now." Mrs. Rong nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes, we see it. Brother Yu has had the easiest journey, just eating, sleeping, then eating again." Everyone burst into laughter. Indeed, since the exile started, the most comfortable person in the group was little Qin Yu, who was only 2 months old. He had been lying down the whole time. Now little Qin Yu could lift his head. When he saw everyone looking at him and smiling, he giggled along. He even had 2 little dimples like Qin Su. However, when it comes to this rival king, King Chu, I need to mention something. King Chu was once mentioned by the Rong family when they invited Su Huai to join their team. He was a sworn brother of Qin Su's father. King Chu Yunxiao was also a founding hero who fought alongside the Dog Emperor to build their empire. However, during a palace banquet, a boastful drunken remark reached the Dog Emperor's ears. Although he was granted the title of King Chu, he was actually demoted to guard the southern border. He was stationed there for 10 years. Without an imperial decree, he was not allowed to leave the southern border, and he could never return to the capital. If he left the southern border without permission, the Dog Emperor would see him as a traitor. Report, Your Highness, outside the city, more starving refugees have arrived. The Deputy General, wearing scale armor and carrying a large sword, hurried onto the city tower, looking worried, to report the situation. At this moment, King Chu Yunxiao was inside the city tower, playing Go with his eldest daughter, Yunlu, while his second daughter, Yunzhen, was massaging his shoulders. Yunlu was dressed in a green misty gown, looking elegant and beautiful, with calm and graceful movements, her fragrance drifting in the breeze. Yunzhen wore a red dress embroidered with golden threads, dazzling and charming, adorned with jewelry and fine decorations. Both daughters were beautiful in their own ways, with different personalities. One was gentle and graceful, the other wild and spirited. "How many people have come outside the city now?" Yunxiao asked, moving a chess piece with his right hand and holding a teacup with his left. Hearing the report, he responded impatiently. In the past half-month, refugees fleeing from Buizhou kept coming to the southern border, but he had refused them all outside the city. He didn't know what was happening, only that the people were crying out for help and wanted to come here to escape disaster. It was almost funny. His place was by the sea, and it was the first to be affected by fog disasters. Every year, there were occasional earth dragon movements, dozens of times. Every few months, there was a big quake and small tremors happened every few days, like everyday routines. Even the neighboring country, Nan Man, occasionally tried to cross the border to challenge him. People should seek help from the emperor, not come to his remote, desolate place. The deputy general didn't dare to look around, lowering his head and respectfully replying, "Your Highness, the number of people is countless, possibly over 1,000,000. Actually, he wasn't sure, only that the line of refugees stretched as far as the eye could see, terrifying. It was unprecedented and unheard of. Suddenly, Yunxiao spat out the tea he was drinking, splattering it onto the deputy general's face and body. Right now, there is no way to continue playing chess. He looked up in disbelief and asked, "How many did you say?" The sisters Yunlu and Yunjin both stopped their activities. One paused their game, the other stopped pinching, and looked surprised as well. But before the deputy general could answer, Yun Xiao stood up suddenly and rushed out of the city tower, looking into the distance. These days, outside the city, the flat plains stretched for hundreds of miles, filled with over 100,000 refugees from Buzhou. Yun Xiao remained calm. However, when he saw a huge, dragon-like fleeing army rushing into view, he could no longer stay calm. If things go wrong, even his southern region might be taken over. Wait, is it really about taking over now? Why are all the common people rushing into his southern territory? Is it because of the solar eclipse, the blood moon, or strange tides? Actually, Yun Xiao couldn't be blamed for not understanding. Here, the sky is high, and the emperor is far away, 5,000 miles from the capital. Moreover, the so-called dog emperor wouldn't think of him unless it was necessary, so it's normal that he's out of the loop. Also, having seen many earth dragons turn over, Yun Xiao considers solar eclipses and blood moons to be trivial matters. To him, signs of the apocalypse are nonsense. Does the army have banners? No, wait. Why are there many soldiers in armor? From afar, Yun Xiao saw the banners of Qin Su's army and the 6,000 armored guards led by Lin Xiao behind Qin Su's forces. He was quite frightened. He quickly ordered, "Send someone to check. Find out who is leading this army. What do the banners say?" "Yes. I will go right away." The deputy general obeyed the order without hesitation, immediately leaving the city tower to investigate Qin Su's banners. Yun Lu watched Qin Su's mighty army from a distance, her brows furrowed. She said firmly, "Father can't stay idle anymore. So many refugees are fleeing here. It must mean that Dakian is in chaos. It's not just the capital changing hands. It's related to the eclipse and blood moon. Father should send people to find out what's really happening." Hearing his eldest daughter's warning, Yun Xiao casually agreed, "Father knows, I know." After a moment, he cursed, "I've been exiled here for 10 years, planning to just lie low. Why can't I have peace? Why are all these people fleeing to us?" Yunjin raised an eyebrow and said, "I think Father shouldn't just lie around. He shouldn't block the people. He should let them come in. The dog emperor is unkind. Why can't Father be unjust? Now that the people are here in the south, then Father is the greatest. Just in time, I will incorporate it into my plans." Yun Xiao was startled and quickly stopped him, saying, "Stop talking. Don't say nonsense. Is it okay to call the dog emperor casually? If someone overheard, it could bring big trouble." Yun Zhen was not worried and sneered, "What is Dad afraid of? Even if the dog emperor comes, we don't need to be afraid of him." Just as Yun Xiao wanted to scold Yun Zhen, Yun Lu said, "Dad, there are 2 points that my sister is right about. The emperor was unkind first. Also, Dad should really bring the common people into the fold. If they are willing to live in the southern region, why not? Furthermore, we really don't need to fear the emperor right now." Yun Xiao frowned and scolded, "Zhener, stop fooling around. Why are you saying such things, Lua? If he hears this, it will bring trouble to our family." Yunjin wrinkled her nose and said disdainfully, "If the dog emperor dares to come, my sister and I will make sure he leaves empty-handed." After saying that, Yunjin waved her hand, and a stream of dark green poison shot out from her palm, landing on a wild dandelion on the city wall. The dandelion, which was thriving with lush green leaves, instantly withered and dried up. Yes, the dandelion died in 1 second. If Su Hua saw this scene, she would definitely recognize it as a poison-type ability. Moreover, Yunjin's ability was a dark, evil, corrosive poison type. This poison would turn anyone's face or body into a pool of blood if sprayed on them. Seeing her ability become more natural, Yunjin's lips curled into a wicked smile. Suddenly, she became excited and smiled at Yunlu, saying, "Sister, shall we have a little competition?" Without waiting, she shot a stream of poison from her palm toward Yunlu. But Yunlu only waved her hand, and the poison that was about to hit her face instantly turned into ice shards and fell to the ground. This terrifying poison didn't even harm a single hair on Yunlu's head. It turned out that Yunlu was not only a water-type ability user but also an ice-type, which could counter her sister's poison. Once again defeated by her sister, Yunjin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Not fun. I keep losing to my sister. She stomped her feet in frustration, regretting the day they found the mysterious crystal. Why did she have a thing for that dark green one? Instead, Yunlu found a blue and gradient blue crystal, awakening dual ice and water abilities. Yunlu was already tired of hearing this phrase. She laughed and shook her head, saying, "It's because you're lazy and not working hard enough to make the poison fog." Yunjin snorted and said, "I will surpass my sister sooner or later. Just wait." Watching this scene, Yun Xiao suddenly remembered what his two daughters had said to him before. 2 years ago, his daughters mysteriously gained strange powers. One could freeze people into ice sculptures, and the other could poison people. Thinking about it, the Yun family indeed didn't need to fear the Dog Emperor. At this moment, the Deputy General brought back news and reported again, "Your Highness, we found out that it's a young man with the surnames Qin and Qi, leading 20,000 soldiers and 5 million civilians from Songzhou, Qinzhou, and Zanjo." After reporting, he couldn't help but wipe his sweat. It's no wonder he was sweating. 5 million. What a terrifying number. If the enemy were outsiders, the 10,000 troops in the southern border wouldn't need to fight. They could just form a human wall with the civilians and wipe out the 10,000 soldiers easily. 5 million. Yun Xiao and Yun Lu didn't notice the surnames Qin and Qi. They were both shocked by the huge number. 5 million? Are you saying the civilians from 3 continents? Yun Xiao doubted he heard correctly. But after a moment, he suddenly remembered something was off. Wait, what did you just say? Who is leading them? What's their surname? The Deputy General patiently replied again. Their surnames are Qin and Qi.
Qin?
Qi. Yun Xiao repeated, blinking in disbelief. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and said in shock, "You mean Qin and Qi?" Before the Deputy General could nod, Yun Zhao's pupils widened to the limit. He muttered to himself, "Could it be them? No way. What are they doing here if they're not in the capital?" "Father." "Who is it?" Yun Lu saw her father acting strange and asked confused. Yun Zhen also asked in confusion, "Father, do you know them?" After a moment he mumbled, "Sounds pretty impressive, leading 5 million civilians and 20,000 soldiers. Even the Dog Emperor couldn't do that, right?" Hearing this, Yun Xiao suddenly snapped to attention and said excitedly, "Quick, follow me out of the city. It must be them." Haha, they're still as sharp as ever. Yun Xiao thought that the Qin and Qi people here were Qin Su and Qilin's fathers. He didn't hear the words, "young man," from the Deputy General. Yun Xiao happily dropped a sentence and led the way down the city tower. Yun Lu and Yun Zhen were confused. They had no memory of this so-called uncle, but they quickly followed. When the fleeing army reached the city outside the southern border, Qin Su knew that his father had sworn brotherhood inside the city, but he didn't ask anyone to inform Yun Xiao. Seeing that it was just dusk and there was a vast plain outside the city, perfect for camping, he ordered the millions of people to rest there. Since the number of people was so large, they might not find such a good open space inside the city. So, the long line of the army gradually shortened and spread out into rows, with all 2 million people settling on the plain. Soon, flags fluttered in the wind, and bonfires blazed in piles, stretching as far as the eye could see. Anyone who looked at this scene would be overwhelmed by the sight. When Yun Xiao and his 2 daughters, along with the Deputy General and 1,000 soldiers, came out, they saw a sea of people. Yunjin couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, These two uncles are so amazing. They can make millions of common people listen to them. Yunlu was also shocked and couldn't believe it. Yes, they're really impressive. Even the emperor's decree might not make people so obedient. It was no wonder the sisters were surprised. They noticed that most of the fleeing army occupied the large part of the plain, leaving only a small corner for other refugees. What amazed them most were the flags. Each one was planted in the ground or tied to carts, with no one throwing or dropping them randomly. Bright colors red, yellow, green, and blue fluttered in the wind, creating a truly breathtaking scene. As for why the people obeyed so well and seemed to follow orders, it was all thanks to the flags. Every person followed the person carrying the flag, which created this orderly scene. Although there were occasional arguments or fears of theft, the overall atmosphere remained calm. Xingji.
Ziyuan.
When Yun Shao left the city gate and approached Qin Su's group, he hadn't yet arrived but loudly called out the names of Qin Su and Qilin's fathers. Xingji.
Ziyuan.
The Rong family, Qin Su, and Qilin all turned around to look at the source of the voice, confirming they hadn't misheard. When the three saw the visitor, only Rong's family recognized the person at first glance, Yun Shao. 10 years had passed, and he was no longer easy to recognize. The young face from before now showed signs of age. Yun Shao, Rong's family called uncertainly. Yun Shao finally turned his head and looked at Rong's family, who was holding Qin Yu. It took him a long time to recognize her, just like Rong's family. How could he recognize her? Rong's family now looked like a farmer, with messy, sun-darkened hair and clothes stained with dirt. Sister-in-law? Yun Shao asked cautiously. Yes, it's me. Rong's family finally let her tears, which had been held back for 2.5 months, flow freely. Yun Shao stared in disbelief at Rong's family. Is it really sister-in-law? Where are Xingji and Ziyuan? What happened to you all? Rong's family choked up, unable to speak about her husband's brutal treatment by the emperor. Qin Su quickly supported Rong's family and replied for her, Uncle, my father and Uncle Yi have already passed away. Then he turned to introduce Qilin, saying, This is Qilin, Uncle's son. Yun Shao looked at Qin Su and Qilin, surprised by how handsome the two boys were, and was stunned for a long time. But he didn't forget Qin Su's earlier words. He asked in disbelief, How did Xingji and Ziyuan die? They were only in their 40s. How could they be gone? Qin Su then explained everything from the day their family was raided, starting from that moment, and told Yun Shao why their army had grown to 5 million and why they came to the southern border. He spoke for nearly half an hour, making the story clear and simple for Yun Shao. It's just like animals worse than beasts, Yun Shao exclaimed angrily after hearing how his sworn brothers and friends had been wronged and killed. But he didn't dare to curse the emperor openly. Behind him, sisters Yun Lu and Yun Jun listened to their uncle's story. Both looked at Qin Su and Qilin with curiosity. The sisters were 15 and 14 years old. When they arrived in the southern border, they were too young to remember much. Having lived there for 10 years, they had never seen such handsome boys before. Suddenly seeing the two, the sisters couldn't look away. Older sister-in-law, Qi Shizhu, the deceased has passed away. The living are still here. Please accept my condolences. Yun Shao took a long time to recover from the news of his sworn brothers and friends' deaths. He hurriedly comforted the grieving Rong Shi and Qilin. Then he remembered his two daughters. He turned around and began to introduce them to each other. Older sister-in-law, Shizhu, these are my two daughters, the eldest Yun Lu and the youngest Yun Jin. He was speaking to Rong Shi and Qin Su first. Then he addressed his daughters. Luer, Jin'er, come and meet your aunt and your two brothers. When the names of the sisters were spoken, not only Rong Shi, Qin Su, and Qilin were momentarily stunned, but Su Huai was also startled. Su Huai was surprised not because the two boys suddenly had sisters, but because of the names Yun Lu and Yun Jun. She suddenly remembered, weren't they the pair of sisters among the many female protagonists who survived the apocalypse in the story? Since the novel is a story of power struggles, it doesn't focus much on women. The female leads are only briefly mentioned. The book mainly describes the sisters' appearances, one gentle and graceful, the other wild and fierce. Now, looking at them, they truly match the descriptions in the story. Their clothing styles clearly show one gentle and refined, the other bold and untamed. Shizhu, Qin Gij, Qi Gij, Yun Lu and Yun Zhen heard their father's voice and immediately snapped out of their daze. They quickly bowed politely. Rong Shi, Qin Su, and Qi Lin were all stunned by these suddenly appearing sisters. After observing the sisters for a moment, Rong Shi and Qin Su nodded politely. Qi Lin was stunned for a long time, then nodded slowly. Just as the sisters thought Rong Shi would praise them warmly, she suddenly turned around and waved at Su Huai, saying, "Xiao Huai, come here." Huh, Su Huai was confused. The family members recognized each other, so why did Rong Shi call her? Out of politeness, she stepped forward. Rong Shi took her hand and introduced her to Yun Xiao. "This is Xiao Huai, our Qin family savior. Without her, none of us in the Qin family would have survived." Then she paused and corrected herself. "No, I should say, our team of 200 people and many civilians wouldn't have made it this far. Our entire Qin family will forever be grateful for Xiao Huai's kindness." After Rong spoke, Su Hu quickly became the center of attention, and all the eyes focused on her face. Yun Xiao looked at Su Hu, surprised and confused. Is she a young man or? Su Hu is still young, about 1.6 meters tall, and wearing men's clothes, so it's normal that her gender is hard to tell. Rong smiled and said, "She's a young girl, only 12 years old. She hasn't fully grown yet. Once she does, with her looks, anyone who tries to marry her in the future might have to break down the door. Don't underestimate her just because she's a girl. She's more capable than most boys. She knows medicine and astronomy. The millions of people following her are all because of her ideas." When Rong said this, not only Yun Xiao and his family were stunned, but Su Hu also blushed with embarrassment. Rong was just introducing her, so why did she praise her so openly in front of everyone? Did she really have to steal her son's spotlight like that? Was it okay to embarrass her son in front of others? All these millions are following her because of her. Yun Xiao was very shocked. He had always thought his close friends and brothers had great skills. But now he found out that a girl younger than his daughter was leading millions of people. This is incredible. I thought the young were impressive, but even a young girl is so capable. It seems our generation is really old now. Yun Xiao wasn't just talking. He truly felt this from his heart. Having been banished to the southern border for 10 years, he had been lying low all that time. Now that he wanted to regain his strength, he suddenly realized that the world belonged to the young. After a moment of reflection, he remembered something and suddenly said, "Sister-in-law, nephew, you should come with me to the city to settle in." As the ruler of the southern border, he couldn't let his close brothers and friends' wives and children stay out in the wild. But Yun Xiao didn't expect that he would be refused. Qin Su looked apologetic and said, "Uncle, there's no need to trouble you. Tomorrow at dawn, we'll take the people into the city and then head to Qitian Peak. Qitian mountain range is in the western part of the southern border, about 200 miles from here." Qin Su and Su, who both didn't want to delay even a day. They wanted to safely bring the 200 people up the mountain as soon as possible, so he could rest assured. When Qin Su refused to go into the city to settle down, Yun Xiao and his daughter and son finally remembered the destruction Qin Su had mentioned earlier, along with the natural disasters they encountered and the chaos in Dakian. Yun Xiao suddenly slapped his head, looking shocked. "I remember the nephew just said that everyone in Dakian is fleeing the land now, and all the common people are escaping southward? Up to 20 million people?" Qin Su nodded. "Yes, on our route, there are also people from Jiechi Salt Transport Office and people from Mianzhou, totaling over 1 million. They are expected to arrive before October. As for the other route, I'm not sure about the people there, but I saw that the people from Guizhou have already arrived, so they should be arriving gradually in the next few days. The other route goes from the capital city, Weizhou, Gengzhou, Shizu, Guizhou, Southland. This is Dakian's escape route, stretching 5,000 miles, about 1,000 miles shorter than the route taken by Su Huai, Qin Su, and others. The roads are much better, without deserts, and there are canals, so water is always available. If it weren't for being forced by the emperor dog back then, Qin Su wouldn't have wanted to take the western route. But Qin Su was wrong. Since this is a doomsday coming, in the same world, how could heaven let any corner escape? The people on the other route also faced disasters, and they were no less affected. Locusts passing through, crows flying over, heavy rains, mountain floods, landslides, human-made disasters, famine, and fog disasters. The fleeing people first encountered locusts. Locusts swept southward, leaving only bare, leafless land wherever they went. As a result, the carts, horses, donkeys, and mules had no grass to eat, and eventually, some of them became food for people. Next came the crows, countless flocks of crows from all over the world. They went mad, attacking living humans, pecking at anyone they saw. Then came a month of heavy rain. The people got soaked, caught cold, and many died without medicine to treat them. The rain kept falling, and the consequences were predictable. Mountain floods and landslides became normal, causing more accidental deaths along the way. The most frightening part was that the officials in other provinces weren't like Su Huai's side, where corrupt officials were eliminated. The corrupt officials killed the common people, seized soldiers and supplies, and used the chaos to plot rebellion. Just like Yan Zhan and his father before, they had no conscience. Later, the people not only suffered from famine but also from fog disasters. To survive, some sold their children, their wives, or even their own bodies. Compared to Qin Su's route, the scene was just as fierce and intense. Not only Yun Shao and his daughter, but also the deputy general and 1,000 soldiers heard that 20 million civilians were rushing to the southern border. Everyone was fleeing from famine, and they were so scared they forgot to breathe. This also shows how serious their lack of information was. The whole world was in chaos, but they knew nothing about it. The neighboring Guizhou governor was also not kind. He knew the news but refused to tell Yun Shao. It seems he was intercepting supplies from the people and waiting for a chance to rebel. Would he wait until he gathered enough troops before attacking the southern border? Oh no. If everyone crowds here, won't the southern border turn into a battlefield? Yun Shao realized the malicious intent of the Guizhou governor and was so angry he wanted to curse. Mrs. Rong heard this and advised, Yun Shao, whether the end of the world is coming or not, we should first hide in the Qitian Mountains. Do you want to come with us? Mrs. Rong's invitation stunned Yun Shao. Just when Yun Shao couldn't decide, Yun Lu said, Uncle and Aunt, Brother Qin, Brother Qi, this concerns the southern border. My father needs time to think carefully before making a decision. Please allow him 2 days. Yunjin also agreed, yes, we've lived here for 10 years. Leaving requires careful discussion. The sisters didn't believe in the end of the world, but they believed chaos was coming. They also believed this was their father's chance to become emperor. The civilians all rushed south, turning the border into a battlefield. With the help of their sisters, their father could gather the people and unify other forces. From now on, this land would belong to their father. Such a good opportunity, perfect timing, location, and people. How could they miss it? Why hide in the mountains now? Mrs. Rong listened to the sisters' disbelief in the end of the world and didn't insist. She nodded and said, yes, we should think carefully. We will leave at dawn. There's still time. As the wife of the Duke, Mrs. Rong knew what Yun Zhao's daughters were thinking with just a glance. She could see their thoughts with a single look. In the end, it was all about power. Wife, since you don't want to go to the city, I won't force you. When I go back, I will carefully consider your suggestion and give you an answer as soon as possible. Yun Shao heard his daughter's responses and hints, understanding their intentions. They didn't stay long, and after exchanging a few words, they left with Yun Lu and Yun Zhen. As the father and daughters turned to leave, about a mile away from Qin Su's group, Yun Zhen sneered softly. It's a waste of 20,000 soldiers. Such a good chance to start a rebellion, but they don't seize it. Instead, they believe in hiding in the mountains to escape destruction. I thought they would ask Dad to help them avenge themselves, maybe bring some people to plan with our father. Yun Lu also sounded regretful. It's really a pity. They have 20,000 soldiers and millions of common people. They could have made a difference, but they're so cowardly. If they joined with Dad, They could overthrow Emperor Jiajing and avenge their father. But they're not like us. They've experienced many disasters, so it's understandable they're afraid. Ahead, Yun Xiao listened to their conversation and suddenly stopped, asking seriously, "Do you really think Dad should take the chance to start a rebellion?" He didn't believe in the idea of destruction, like the blood moon, solar eclipse, the wandering star, or the stone tablet with writing. To him, these were just ways to rebel. If there really had been a destruction in history, humans would have been wiped out long ago. Yun Lu and Yunjin nodded at the same time, speaking in unison. Dad should seize this opportunity. Before Yun Xiao could reply, Yunjin added, "Maybe Dad should persuade Auntie, who says there's no destruction, to help us? If Dad can add their 20,000 soldiers, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Dad can promise to make them kings after success." Yun Xiao was a bit tempted by his daughter's words. Who among men could resist the lure of power? He thought for a moment and said, "Let's go back first. We'll decide later." The father and daughters didn't dare to continue talking outside and hurried back to the city tower. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Xian and Su Hua had overheard every word of their conversation. Qin Xian even repeated each sentence they said, telling Rong Shi, Qin Su, and Qi Lin. After hearing everything, Rong Shi couldn't help but sigh. A frog in a well cannot speak of the ocean. A summer insect cannot speak of ice. Ultimately, it's because their information here is too limited. Because their news was so restricted, the father and daughters refused to believe in the power of nature, even after hearing about the disasters they faced, or knowing that 20 million common people abandoned their homes to escape and survive. They still refused to believe. Qilin asked, "Asu, they say they're not like us. Could that be true?" Before Qin Su could answer, Madame Rong said seriously, "Qilin, I know you are always thinking about revenge for your father. Since you call me Auntie, let me give you some advice. Revenge is not urgent. As long as people are alive, there is hope. The Emperor Dog is almost at the grave. You're only 15, so you're not likely to die before him." Madame Rong noticed Qilin's distracted look when she saw Yun Lu and Yun Zhen. She understood what Qilin wanted to ask, whether her sisters might have special abilities. "Of course, if you refuse to listen to me and choose to stay behind to seek revenge first, neither I nor Brother Su will try to stop you. Just like when your mother chose to go to death, no matter how much we advised, you wouldn't listen." Madame Rong had never explained why she didn't try to persuade Lan to come back. She didn't tell Qilin the reason. "Madame Rong, Qilin choked up, feeling the same pain. Her mother had insisted on dying, and now she wanted to seek revenge first. The similarity was striking. Madame Rong decided to stop, but she left one last word. "Think about it overnight. If you still insist on following your own path, Brother Su will leave your share of supplies for you tomorrow." After saying that, Madame Rong hugged her son and went to take care of his needs. Qin Su patted Qilin's arm and advised, "Sometimes, life and death are just a matter of a single thought. Think carefully." Then Qin Su didn't say more and went to discuss the next steps with Su Hua about traveling and climbing the mountain. The Qitian mountain range, although full of continuous mountains and evergreen trees, is beautiful from afar, like a paradise for plants and animals. But in reality, it hides many unseen dangers. The area is filled with poisonous mists, venomous insects everywhere, large temperature differences between day and night, and wild animals roaming around. The mountains are steep and dangerous, with rushing rivers and treacherous terrain. There are even marshlands that can swallow people whole. Qin Su had not entered the Qitian mountain range himself, but he heard that prisoners exiled here all wanted to escape. However, anyone who entered the range either became food for poisonous insects or turned into bones. There are countless strange and deadly ways to die. Climbing the Qitian mountain range is not something to take lightly. Before setting out, thorough preparation is essential. When Qin Su went to find Su Hua, she was busy with Su Sifan, recording a list of necessary climbing supplies and writing a wilderness survival guide. While Su Hua spoke, Su Sifan took notes quickly with a pen. This place is still 200 miles from the Qitian mountain range, and they will arrive in 2 days. In other words, they only have 2 nights left to prepare supplies. Of course, Su Hua won't be stingy with the supply list and survival guide. She will definitely share them with the refugees. Although some supplies may not be available to everyone, many can be handmade as substitutes. The survival guide can also help prevent deaths. Brother Qin, you just arrived. Please look over my list and the climbing tips. Let me know if I missed anything, and add it if you do. Su Hua actually heard the conversation between Rong, Qin Su, and Qi Lin. Learning that Qi Lin might split up, she pretended not to know. As long as Qin Su and Rong insist on taking 200 people to climb Qitian Peak, whether others leave or stay doesn't matter to her. She and Qin Su are just teammates. Little Hua, you're so quick?
Insuluk surprised.
He didn't expect Su Hua to act so fast. He hadn't even started thinking about climbing, yet Su Hua had already listed the supplies and even written the wilderness survival guide. As his mother said, this girl is very capable. When she grows up, she might attract many admirers. But just as he thought this, Qin Su quickly snapped back to reality. Let me see. He cleared his throat and took the list and survival guide from Su Hua, reading them carefully. The list filled a full page, and the survival guide was 2 pages. The supplies were categorized into essential gear, climbing gear, and necessary medicines. Essential gear included tent, map, compass, water bag, backpack, cooking utensils, food, salt. Also, knives, shovels, pickaxes, fire starters, whistles, sewing kit, raincoat, sun hat, non-slip climbing shoes, socks, warm clothing, blankets. Climbing gear included climbing ropes, trekking poles, snowshoes, rock pitons, rock nails, hooks, rope ladders, ice axes, locks, flying hooks, grappling claws. Necessary medicines included Koik seed for warding off pests, mosquito repellent fire cord and mugwort sachet, fever-reducing herbs, buplurum, chrysanthemum, honeysuckle, hemostatic medicines, wound ointment, and bandages. The Wilderness Survival Guide is very detailed, listing over 20 safety tips. First, do not eat wild mushrooms from the mountains unless you are sure of what they are. Be cautious with wild fruits. Second, water from mountain sources must be boiled before drinking. Third, when crossing a river, how to measure its depth. Fourth, how to help yourself if bitten by a poisonous insect. Fifth, how villagers can escape from a swamp. Additionally, what happens when climbing to high altitudes with less oxygen and what should be done. All these tips are meant to teach villagers how to survive in the wild. After reading the Wilderness Survival Guide written by Su Hua, Qin Su suddenly felt as if Su Hua had experienced these situations herself. Su Hua considered every point carefully, leaving Qin Su unable to find fault. If Su Hua hadn't said she had read travel journals, Qin Su might have doubted who she really was. However, Su Hua's list of supplies made things difficult for the villagers. But Su Hua seemed to read Qin Su's mind. Just as he was about to speak, he pointed at the list and said, "It's okay if we don't have a compass. As long as the villagers have a small piece of wire, they can make a simple compass. I will teach them how later." For tents, villagers can use banana leaves to set up their own shelters after entering the mountains. Use mosquito-repellent fire sticks at night, carry mugwort during the day, and they will be safe from miasma. Koik seeds won't be needed. Everyone knows about fever-reducing chrysanthemum, honeysuckle, and other herbs, so there's no need to worry about finding them in the mountains. As for climbing gear, even if villagers haven't bought any, they can make their own climbing ladders and ropes from cloth and rope. After finishing, Su Hua looked up at the millions of villagers and said, "Brother Qin, what we should worry about now is whether the villagers can carry all their supplies. For example, what about cars, horses, cattle, and mules? Cars, horses, cattle, and mules can't be taken up the mountain. The entire escape army has at least 100,000 horses, plus 62 horses and mules from their own team. She doesn't want to leave them behind. Leaving them would just give Yun Shao an advantage." The Rong family once invited Yun Shao to climb the mountain together, but Yun's 2 sisters wanted their father to become emperor. Crazy ideas. If they leave the horses behind, in the coming disaster, Yun Shao would also cause trouble for the horses. Qin Su also thought about the horses. He paused for a moment, frowned, and said, "Let's wait for Aylin's decision. If he insists on staying, then the horses will have a place to go." Upon hearing this, Su Hua opened her mouth, wanting to say, "Is this the place? Is this how you want the horses to die together?" However, she understood that Qin Su had no choice because his space couldn't hold living creatures. He would naturally prefer the horses to be with Qi Lin, even if it meant they would die. Qin Su looked around at the millions of people and then at the city wall. Suddenly, he said, "Xiao Hua, the list of items you wrote and the survival guide are very helpful for the people. I want to write it on the city wall so that before the people enter the city tomorrow, they can see the instructions. This way, we won't waste paper or have to notify everyone individually. The people coming from the other route can also see the words on the wall and be warned." "Okay, let my brother go with you." Su Hua wrote this for Qin Su to see, mainly to remind the people. Otherwise, she could just prepare her supplies and take people up the mountain herself. When Qin Su called Su Sifin to the city wall to write, Su Hua made an excuse to lie down, told her mother and others a few words, then slipped into her tent and entered her space. She was eager to enter her space, mainly because of the 10,000 horses. Qin Su's space couldn't hold horses, but she could. She really didn't want to leave the horses behind to be harmed. But raising horses was a big problem. Just feeding grass and grain could drain her resources. Her space had upgraded last time, and although the area around the waterfall was filled with strange flowers and grasses, she doubted whether that was enough for 10,000 horses to eat. Su Hua quickly entered her space, and the little beast, Piao Piao, immediately jumped into her arms.
"All right.
I'll hatch little chicks for you." Su Hua instantly understood the little beast's enthusiasm. Since she last bought hens, only 10 days had passed outside, but in her space, 80 days had gone by. Now, the hens laid nearly 50 eggs a day, and after 80 days, that added up to 4,000 eggs. Moreover, each egg was now very beautiful, large and attractive, thanks to the hens drinking the spiritual spring. The hens laid eggs very frequently. Once they reached a certain month, they would lay eggs without fail. But right now, Su Hua is thinking about how to gather the 10,000 horses. The second condition is that the eggs must be carefully selected. If the eggs are not properly prepared, incubating them would be a waste. Su Hua went into the chicken coop and caught 8 hens that were sitting on nests. These hens had just finished laying a batch of eggs and were now in the incubation period, waiting to hatch chicks. After catching the hens, Su Hua went to the wooden hut to select eggs that were properly prepared. She pulled down the wooden window, closed the door, and made the hut dark. Then she lit a candle and held each egg up to the flame to check. If the egg was completely transparent when held to the light, it meant it was not properly prepared. If there was a shadow inside, it meant the egg was ready to hatch chicks. Since a hen can't hatch too many eggs at once, usually she would incubate about 20 eggs in a batch. With 8 hens, Su Hua prepared a total of 160 eggs. Next, she brought 8 woven baskets and some dry straw. She lined each basket with dry straw and placed 20 selected eggs into each one. At this point, simply placing the hens into the baskets to hatch the eggs was not enough. The hens wouldn't agree to that. Why not? Because there's one more step. Hens are shy and don't want anyone to see them hatching chicks. To avoid disturbing the hens, each basket needed to be covered with a barrier to hide them. Su Hua first moved the 8 baskets into an empty pigsty, arranging them in a line, 5 meters apart. Then she used wooden boards to separate each basket, creating 8 small compartments. Only after completing this step did she gently place each hen into a basket with eggs. Hatching the chicks was now truly underway. Little Beast Pai Pai watched as the 8 hens quickly settled down on their eggs, lifting their small heads and blinking their big blue eyes. Their gaze seemed to ask Su Hua 3 times, "Is it ready? Can we do it? Will the chicks hatch now?" Su Hua understood immediately and nodded, saying, "Yes. It's ready. In 21 days, the chicks will hatch. Remember to feed and water the hens every day." Pai Pai was so happy to hear that the chicks would hatch in 21 days that it immediately flew into Su Hua's arms, nuzzling her head. "It's adorable, pleading expression made Su Hua both amused and touched. However, Su Hua did not waste time in the space. She turned around and released the 3 wolves from their cages, chained them, and tied them to tree stumps. The 3 small wolves she had carried out of the wolf carcass have now grown up, and the cages can no longer hold them. Fortunately, the wolves have never seen their mother die and do not know they are wolves' children. Since they were fed cooked food from a young age, they do not have the fierce instinct to bite raw meat. Now they only remember Su Hua and the space owner, Pai Pai, and often recall how Su Hua and Pai Pai fed them fish. Su Hua chained them up, and they behaved very obediently. Wolves are smart animals, and when Su Hua approached, they wagged their tails eagerly. Pai Pai, seeing this, was speechless and had to go kill 9 fish to roast. Yes, 9 fish. It only eats 2 fish a day, but now the 3 wolves want to eat 6, plus 1 for the golden monkey. Seeing Pai Pai reluctantly roasting fish, Su Hua found it amusing and immediately said, "From now on, you can roast 1 chicken every 7 days. Today you are allowed to roast 1. She is truly an excellent businesswoman. Since Pai Pai is so capable, she naturally needs to give it a raise. Now they can hatch chicks and soon, chicken meat will be available continuously. There is no need to worry about Pai Pai exhausting her resources." When Pai Pai heard about the chicken, it was overjoyed. Without waiting for Su Hua to help, it went into the wooden house and mentally summoned a chicken to come out, asking Su Hua to roast it. It knew that only Su Hua's roasted chicken and fish tasted good. Su Hua didn't hesitate and helped roast a fragrant chicken. Later, while Pai Pai was eating the roasted chicken, Su Hua was building nests for wild chickens and rabbits. Wild chickens and rabbits are not suitable for confinement, so Su Hua built a small enclosure for the wild chickens on the grass near the waterfall. The enclosure was small, surrounded by wooden fences, with a fish net covering the top. Since wild chickens can fly, a net was necessary to prevent them and the rabbits from escaping into the poisonous watermelon zone. Pai Pai, when you have free time, watch over this place. Don't let poisonous snakes or insects from the misty zone come here to bite the chickens and rabbits. After finishing everything, Su Hua instructed the small beast and left the space. Pai Pai was so focused on eating chicken that it didn't even lift its head, just nodded vigorously a few times. Su Hua was unaware that with Pai Pai around, not to mention ordinary beasts, even the fierce beasts from the classic of mountains and seas would tremble in fear at its sight, without even needing her permission. Thought that only the little master's pets, who eat for free, would be so foolish and unaware of their own strength. Su Hua had been busy in her space for 2 hours, but only half an hour had passed outside. At this moment, Qin Su and Su Sifan, who had just returned from riding on the city wall, along with their team, had just finished cooking a meal. However, just as the 200 people were about to eat, Yun Xiao unexpectedly sent his deputy to host a banquet for the Rong family, Qin Su, and Qi Lin, inviting everyone to gather in the city. Clearly, Yun Lu and Yun Zhen had persuaded Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao was truly eager to take action and wanted to persuade Qin Su and Qi Lin to stay and help. His ambitions were quite large. He not only wanted 20,000 soldiers and carriages, but also hoped the common people would follow him. When Rome family and Qin Su heard about Yun Zhao's banquet, they didn't really want to go. But after all, Qin Su's father had been close friends with Yun Xiao for many years, and since the southern border was their territory and they needed to go into the city tomorrow, they couldn't refuse this face. Before Rome family could speak, Su Hua said, "Don't worry, you all go ahead. I will watch over Qin Xian." As long as Qin Xian stayed behind, the team would have 3 powerful abilities, and no one would be able to threaten them. "Little Hua, we'll come back as soon as possible," Qin Su said with a guilty look before leaving, promising again and again. Originally, inviting Su Hua to join the team was to protect her and her mother. Now, he was the one bothering Su Hua to help stay and guard the team. Su Hua didn't say much after hearing Qin Su's promise. She even suspected that Yun Zhao's banquet might not be so simple. This was a good test of people's hearts. She also wanted to see if this team would fall apart. She wondered if Qin Su, as the team leader, was worth following. After Rong family, Qin Su, and Qi Lin entered the city, Su Hua ate with her mother and the others, along with the 200 team members. During the meal, Qin Xian squeezed next to Su Hua and whispered, "Sister, my brother said that if he climbs the mountain with you, he will definitely go together. He never lies." Su Hua was stunned and looked confused. Did her face now show that she doubted Qin Su? Otherwise, why would Qin Xian, this little kid, say such things? Suddenly, Su also squeezed beside Qin Xian and grinned. "There are two pretty sisters inside. Maybe your brother will go in and come out with a wife for you." Qin Xian immediately exploded with anger and shouted, "Nonsense. Don't slander my brother. You're annoying." Suyu looked at Qin Xian, who had just blown up, and was startled. Wow, reality has taught him that women should never be provoked. He shouldn't have been so rude. The Rong family held Qin Yu and, along with Qin Su and Qi Lin, were invited to the prince's residence. Even though Yun Shao was banished to the wilderness, he was still officially appointed as King Chu by the Dog Emperor, so he naturally had his own house. King Chu's residence is the only 5-section courtyard in the southern region built with blue stone bricks. Inside, there are pavilions, towers, carved beams, painted rafters, small bridges over flowing water, artificial mountains, water pavilions, and winding corridors. To show sincerity, Yun Shao personally brought his 2 daughters and waited at the main gate. Yun Lu and Yun Jin even dressed up carefully, clearly showing their intentions. However, Rong Shi and Qin Su observed quietly and calmly, following Yun Shao and his daughters into the flower hall. In the flower hall, there were low tables and cushions. On the tables were seasonal fruits and specialties from the south, along with various fine wines and delicacies. These 2 cups of wine are to honor Xingji and Ziyuan. Whether Yun Shao was sincere or just acting, he poured 2 cups, raised them high to the sky, and then poured the wine onto the marble floor. Then, he drank and recounted stories of how he and Qin Su's father, Qi Lin's father, fought for the Dog Emperor when they were young. Halfway through, he suddenly changed tone, looking angry and resentful as if drunk, and said, "Dog Emperor, how could I have risked my life for him, along with Xingji and Ziyuan? He is so heartless and cruel, treating Xingji and Ziyuan worse than animals." Rong Shi's eyes turned red, but she still looked up at Qin Su and Qi Lin and said, "It seems the prince has drunk too much. Brother Su, Qi Lin, we are unlucky people. It's better for us to leave now, so we won't cause trouble for the prince when these words get out." She stood up, ready to leave. Yun Shao and his daughters were stunned. They couldn't believe Rong Shi didn't see the purpose of this banquet. Who is Rong Shi? A top-tier noble lady, the most respected woman outside the palace, not an ignorant peasant woman. "Great aunt. My father isn't drunk," Yun Lu called out to Rong Shi. "Dad, can't you just speak directly?" Yunjin also looked worried. The 2 sisters knew Rong Shi was difficult to deal with, especially when Rong Shi praised Su Hua repeatedly, mentioning her life-saving grace. As women, they could tell that Rong was using Su Hua as a shield to send a message. No one should try to harm her son Qin Su. To be precise, Qin Su's future wife needed Rong's approval. But they didn't believe that their father could help Rong avenge her husband's death, or that Rong would be willing to give Qin Su the throne someday. Young Yun Shao also knew what kind of person Rong was. When she wanted to leave, he didn't hesitate and quickly said, "Sister-in-law, I won't beat around the bush anymore. I'll be straightforward. I dare to say this because I am determined to oppose the emperor and I am not afraid of him hearing it. Do you not want to avenge Ji and Yuan, who are skinned? As long as you're willing, I will risk my life to kill the emperor and help you avenge your blood. Also, I have 100,000 border troops. Over the past 10 years, I haven't been doing nothing. Supplies and weapons are fully prepared. You have 200,000 guards, several million civilians, and even over 10 million more behind them. Now is the perfect time. If you are willing to stay and help, just call on me and many civilians will follow. Other forces are easy to deal with. Overthrowing the emperor would be as simple as flipping a switch. Killing him then would be no problem. Rong turned around and smiled, saying, "You want to kill the emperor? That might not be so easy." Hearing this, Yunjin immediately felt challenged. "Aunt, are you doubting our strength?" She then turned to Yunlu and said, "Sister, let's show her what we can do. Let her see if we can really kill the emperor." After speaking, she spat poison from the prepared basin of pine, causing the pine to instantly wither. Yunlu also released ice powers onto the pine, and within seconds, it turned into a small ice mountain on the table. The sisters finished showing their powers and eagerly looked at Rong, Qin and Qilin, hoping to see admiration or awe in their eyes. But there was nothing, no gasps, no exclamations, no fear. Rong and Qin showed no reaction at all. Qilin stared blankly at the frozen pine, but said nothing. They had long suspected the sisters had special abilities. Now they just knew what kind. "Older sister-in-law, did you see? My 2 daughters." Yun Xiao saw that the 3 people didn't respond and kindly reminded them. But before he finished, Mrs. Rong interrupted. "I know about supernatural powers." Her words surprised Yun Xiao and his daughters greatly. Yun Lu was quite shocked. "Grandmother knows." Yunjin widened her eyes. "You all know about supernatural powers." Mrs. Rong sneered and revealed a shocking secret. "Of course I know. Because the Dog Emperor is a supernatural power user. I heard from Brother Su's father that he and Qilin's father once accidentally saw the Dog Emperor use his powers. This is why I said you might not be able to defeat him." After a pause, she added, "And don't blame me for being blunt, but if the Dog Emperor is unhappy, he might skin Brother Su and Qilin's father. After 10 years apart, can we still trust your Yun family, Yun Xiao? After you become emperor, won't you learn from the Dog Emperor and fear the Qin and Qi families? Will you end up killing my Brother Su and Qilin? Don't say it won't happen. Who can sleep peacefully beside a dangerous bed?" Yun Xiao shook his head desperately. "I won't. If you don't believe me, I will marry my 2 daughters to your 2 nephews. As long as Yun Lu and Yunjin become part of your Qin and Qi families, I, as a father, won't be just anyone. I won't kill my son-in-law or my own grandchildren. He has no sons, and Qin Su and Qilin are the best choices for sons-in-law. They are suitable in background and status. Most importantly, they bring armies and common people with them. This is the best gift." Meanwhile, Yun Lu and Yun Zhen were lost in their thoughts about the Dog Emperor's supernatural powers. They didn't hear what Yun Xiao was saying. They couldn't understand. Weren't there only 3 supernatural crystals? Could there be many more? Could there be other supernatural powers across the land? Does that mean they are not the strongest? That outside the sky, there are more heavens, and outside people, there are more people? Even if the sisters didn't hear everything, they wouldn't oppose it, because they had already discussed it with Yun Xiao. The sisters were very pleased with Qin Su and Qilin's looks. They had a good first impression. Moreover, they were of age to marry. Since it didn't matter who they married, it was better to choose someone who would benefit their father. "Huh, you really are willing." Mrs. Rong had long suspected that Yun Xiao might use his daughters as bargaining chips for alliances. When Yun Xiao heard that he had spent a lot of money to send away his 2 beautiful daughters, he was truly surprised. "Yun Xiao, whether you believe in the end of the world or not, our Qin family believes. Also, as I said before, you and Brother Su's father are sworn brothers. I really hope you take your 2 daughters and hide in the mountains." Mrs. Rong didn't directly refuse, but once she said this, Yun Xiao would be truly foolish if he didn't understand. He held back his anger, looked at Qilin, and asked, "Nephew Qi, what about you?" Qilin, sitting stiffly in his seat, trembled upon hearing this. He looked at the sisters Yun Lu and Yun Zhen, then turned to Qin Su and Mrs. Rong. At this moment, Mrs. Rong and Qin Su both frowned as they looked at Qilin, but the mother and son didn't speak. Because before coming here, they had already advised Qilin. If he was determined to die, what else could they say? But it was hard for the mother and son to see. Back then, Blue was also stubborn and refused to listen. Now, there were 2 paths in front of Qilin. One was to follow them up the mountain, the other was to stay and follow Yun Xiao to face death. The choice was just a thought away for Qilin. Time seemed to pass endlessly. Qilin looked at Mrs. Rong and Qin Su with guilt and said, Aunt Rong, a Su, I want revenge. Although Mrs. Rong and Qin Su had prepared themselves mentally, hearing Qi Lin's words still made their blood boil, almost making them lose their temper. Just as the mother and son turned to leave in anger, Qi Lin suddenly changed his tone. In 3 months. If the end of the world doesn't come in 3 months, I will go down the mountain to find the Dog Emperor and take revenge. Mrs. Rong and Qin Su quickly turned back, and seeing Qi Lin bow to Yun Xiao, he said, Uncle, I've decided to go up the mountain first because only by staying alive can I have a chance to find my enemies and take revenge. After saying this, he turned and led the way out. This time, not only Yun Xiao and his daughters doubted their ears, but Mrs. Rong and Qin Su also thought they had heard wrong. You should know, no matter how much they tried to persuade Qi Lin before, they never succeeded. But now, Yun Xiao's insistence finally made Qi Lin see the light and wake up. When only Yun Xiao and his daughters were left in the flower hall, Yun Xiao smashed the wine cup on the table. Once the face was torn apart, the so-called sworn brotherhood became worthless. Yun Xiao's forehead veins bulged as he cursed, foolish. Women are so foolish. They actually believe in the end of the world. He thought about himself as the mighty king of Chu, offering his precious daughter as a bargaining chip, only to be rejected. He felt ashamed and embarrassed. Yun Lu and Yun Zhen also looked pale because they couldn't be sold. With their beauty, they should have been taken into the palace to become consorts or queens. Plus, they had special abilities, making them the most beautiful women. Any man who wanted to marry them would be very lucky. But unexpectedly, they were rejected by 2 fugitives who had escaped from a raid. Were Qin Su and Qi Lin blind? Even if there were other people with special abilities, they were still favored by heaven. Marrying them would be like a blessing from ancestors. Luer, Zhener, isn't there another route through Buzhou? We don't need those 2 fools, Qin and Qi. Just take over other forces, and that will be enough. Yun Xiao, to protect his daughter's pride, comforted them. The Qitian mountain range isn't easy to climb. If anyone could just walk up, we would have taken all the resources long ago. Yes, the Qitian mountain range is not only home to many plants and animals, but also rumored to have many minerals, over 100 types of deposits. When Yun Xiao first came to the southern region, he led soldiers to explore once, but they didn't dare go up the mountain. The mountain is full of poisonous mists, dangerous insects, fierce beasts, and deadly plants. He once almost got swallowed by a huge snake as thick as a water bucket. With the hot weather now, snakes are probably everywhere in the range. Climbing the Qitian mountain range now would be like offering food to the snakes. Especially with millions of people climbing together, the snakes would be disturbed and might attack. Yun Xiao increasingly thought the Rong family was foolish, sneering, "Tomorrow, let them go. In less than 5 days, they'll come back begging us. Then, I won't be so easy to talk to." Yun Lu and Yun Zhen were originally angry, but after hearing Yun Xiao, they remembered how their father often talked about the dangers of the Qitian mountain range. They held back their anger and secretly hoped Qin Su's team would encounter a big snake. They waited eagerly for Qin Su's team to return and ask their father. The Rong family, Qin Su, and Qi Lin didn't care how angry Yun Xiao and his daughters were after they left. After leaving the city gate, Rong and Qin Su did not ask Qi Lin why he suddenly understood and hurried back. When they returned to the camp, Rong and Qin Su saw Qin Xian was angry, with a sad face and even crying. Seeing her brother return, Qin Xian ran forward immediately, crying and complaining, "Brother, that annoying Suyu said you would bring back a sister-in-law. He's lying about you. You should teach him a lesson." Since Qin Xian got upset, Suyu had been apologizing for a while, but Qin Xian refused to listen. He also looked sad and asked Su Hua for help. "Sister, please tell him fairly." Su Hua had ignored Suyu because she thought Suyu was still young but very talkative. Just as Su Hua was thinking about whether to explain to Suyu, Rong smiled at Qin Xian and said, "Actually, they almost sent you a sister-in-law." "Really?" Qin Xian stopped crying instantly, her big, beautiful eyes full of disbelief. How could there be such an annoying person? Without her permission, she wanted to be her sister-in-law? How shameless.
C.
I told you I was right. You didn't believe me. Suyu, feeling victorious, straightened up proudly. Annoying brat, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Qin Xian was so angry, she almost exploded. She had never seen anyone as irritating as Suyu. Suddenly, Su Hua slapped Suyu on the head and scolded, "Such a mouth. Do you want to grow up to be a loner?" What loner? Not only Suyu, but everyone present didn't understand what loner meant. Su Hua didn't explain. Instead, she turned to Qin Su and asked, "What do you think? Are you going to stay and fight or keep climbing the mountain?" Qin Su's 4 uncles and the 200 people all wanted to know how Qin Su and Rong would choose, because it also concerned their lives. If Qin Su decided to stay, they would stay too. When they were exiled, they chose to follow Qin Su, deciding to live and die together. But if they really stayed, they would have to part from Su Hua and the others. Throughout this journey, they had faced life and death several times, and Su Hua had saved their lives. They had never repaid her kindness. Now, parting ways was really difficult for them. Qin Su saw that the 200 people looked worried, and Su Hua's face was also distant, like during exile. Knowing what everyone was worried about, he quickly explained, "We won't stay here. As long as we all stay alive, we won't worry about revenge in the future." Before the 200 people could cheer happily, he added, "Also, Alin won't stay either. He will climb the mountain with us. Our team won't break up. Whatever we were before, that's what we are now. We will set out at dawn tomorrow." After Qin Su finished speaking, the 200 people were truly excited. Even Su Hua looked surprised. She was surprised that Qi Lin was following the team. Didn't he want to split up? It was early morning, and a few clouds drifted across the sky now and then. When the city gates opened, Qin Su immediately led the team out through the gates. At first, Qin Su thought Yun Xiao would refuse, and after the two sides tore apart, Yun Xiao would deliberately make things difficult and refuse to open the gates. Unexpectedly, Yun Xiao not only opened the gates but did so on time. The 5 million refugees saw Qin Su's team with their banners moving and followed in a mighty procession. When 5 million refugees moved together, from a divine perspective, it looked like a dense army of marching ants rushing toward the city gates. The grand scene was truly breathtaking. Compared to the 150,000 refugees from Guizhou, the 5 million was a huge, impressive force. Seeing the refugees from Guizhou start to move, someone immediately shouted, "Let's go quickly and catch up with the main group." Although they weren't on the same route, they were all citizens of Deqian. Following the main team was the right choice. One person leading the team didn't make much difference, but when everyone started moving together, it was a different story. Soon after, the 150,000 refugees hurriedly packed up and prepared to join the main force. The 5 million refugees team grew larger and more spectacular as more people joined. When Qin Su's team, along with the 200,000 soldiers and their families from Zanjo, first passed through the city walls, the 3 other region civilians behind them finally saw the large black characters on both sides of the wall. Ha! What's written on the city wall? An illiterate refugee saw the big characters on the wall and looked at them with curiosity, eager to see clearly. A scholar looked at the scene and shouted, "This is the survival guide and climbing gear notice." Another merchant said, "This must be written by the leaders Qin and Qi. Everyone, remember this. Quickly copy it down." On the city wall, there were many lists of climbing gear and survival tips. People who couldn't memorize easily carried a copy on their back. If they couldn't remember, they simply copied it. Qin's team knew that the common people wanted to copy the guide, so they waited on purpose, riding horses slowly ahead to lead the way. On the city tower, Yun Xiao and his daughter watched Qin's team bravely head toward the Qitian mountain range, without hesitation. They even took along the tens of thousands of refugees from Guizhou, which made them very angry. But the 3 of them thought that the refugees entering the southern region still belonged there, so they said nothing. The father and daughter looked grim, coldly watching the refugees march past like ants beneath their eyes. They watched from morning until afternoon, until all the refugees had entered the city. Outside, the area was empty, with no living creatures left in the plains and wasteland. The father and daughter felt unhappy, closed the city gates, and returned to their residence. They hadn't even sat down when the deputy suddenly hurried in to report. Reporting to the prince. More refugees are coming from outside the city. Yun Shao took a sip of tea and replied gloomily, "How many? From which route?" The deputy hurriedly said, "Many, countless people from the Buezhou route," but before he could finish, Yun Shao and his daughter all looked happy. They thought it was time to gather the refugees and unify other forces, so they felt very pleased. "Luer, Zhener, come quickly, follow me to the city tower." Yun Shao was so happy that he didn't wait for the deputy to finish speaking and immediately headed for the city tower. But when they reached the top, they saw outside the city a huge crowd, thin, ragged, and desperate-looking refugees, all frighteningly gaunt. These starving people, with hollow eyes and greenish glints in their eyes, looked like they hadn't eaten for a long time. Some even had bloodshot eyes, looking very scary, clearly having resorted to eating humans before. Ironically, these were exactly the kind of refugees they should expect to see. Compared to the 5 million refugees brought by Qin Su, the current starving people look truly terrifying. They are like mobs, like hungry ghosts. What is going on? They are all refugees. Why do they all look like this? Yun Shao remembered the 5 million refugees Qin Su had brought before. When he compared them, he immediately felt regret. He didn't understand why two groups of refugees, both fleeing hardship, could look so different. Oh no!
Dad, we forgot something.
The corrupt officials on this route have stolen the people's supplies. The refugees have all become starving people. At this moment, Yun Lu suddenly remembered that starving people are the most dangerous. He also recalled that Qin Su had mentioned killing many corrupt officials along the way. But not all ordinary refugees have the ability to kill corrupt officials. The starving people in front of them, if not for the relief shelters and grain stores opened by his father, would have been killed by the officials. But there are at least 1 million starving people here, and even more in the coming days. How much grain can the southern region provide for relief? No matter how much grain there is, it's not enough for millions or tens of millions of people to eat. But could they dare to kill these starving people? Killing one could cause public outrage. The starving people have already suffered enough, being killed and robbed by officials along the way. The starving people hate the corrupt officials the most. A small spark could ignite a riot. Open the city gates. Give us grain. Open the city gates. We need food. The starving people outside the city haven't seen a grain of rice in a month. To survive, they have been gnawing on roots, bark, and leaves. The wild vegetables and leaves have been eaten by locusts. The grain supplies have been stolen by corrupt officials, and some of their loved ones have been killed by them. Some children have even been taken and cooked by others. A woman cried out, "Please, give us grain. Give us a way to survive." With red eyes, a group of bandits saw the well-dressed Yun Shao and his daughter on the city wall and threatened loudly, "Corrupt officials, open the gates. If you dare to refuse, we will up the city."
Mob.
How dare you? Yun Shao was furious at the threat, his blood rushing, nearly causing a heart attack. This is suicide. Yunjin also looked angry. Her bright eyes shot cold glints as she raised her hand, ready to use her powers to turn these bandits into a pool of blood. "Little sister, no." Seeing the situation, Yun Lu shouted in fear and quickly stopped him. "Absolutely not. These are starving civilians, not enemies. If they were enemies, she would have fought to kill them all. But these are starving civilians. Killing one could turn everyone into rioters." Yunjan was angry and withdrew her special powers, annoyed. "Just because we're threatened, we have to accept it." After a moment of impulsiveness, Yun Shao finally calmed down and nodded. "You're right.
We can only endure for now.
We must not anger the starving civilians. Let's go inside the city tower to discuss."